With the fixed magic penetration of 18 points, coupled with the magic penetration attributes from Gu Xing's rune talents, Rek'Sai's magic resistance pales in comparison. This mid-range spear throw can almost be regarded as true damage. Previously, when Rek'Sai withstood 2 tower hits during the gank, his health was already far from optimal. After being struck by the spear, his life force plummeted to half. However, Xiang Guo faced no imminent danger. Upon noticing Virtue's movement, he prudently retreated to the sanctuary of the mid-lane turret. Gu Xing initially intended to block Rek'Sai in the jungle once he entered the three-wolf camp. Yet, Xiang Guo preemptively predicted his plan, thwarting Gu Xing's intentions. My goodness, what an extraordinary sense Xiang Guo possesses. Zeyuan could not contain his excitement. How did he know Virtue was lurking in the bushes? The audience erupted in astonishment. In the streaming room, chatter erupted as all viewers witnessed Xiang Guo's narrow escape. And the barrage of comments surged. This isn't wallhacking, you can say what you want. Brothers, he's not cheating. I just can't comprehend how he discovered that. The head coach, Fly, exhaled deeply, unable to restrain his applause and cheers. On the television screen, the camera zoomed in on RNG's player seat occupied by the spicy hot pot. His figure, as slender as a bamboo pole, radiated a euphoric relief from having survived a perilous encounter, patting his bony chest to calm his nerves. Xiang Guo had studied numerous recordings of Gu Xing's ranked matches and tournament gameplay, understanding that his opponent favored hiding in obscure corners to deceive and ambush foes. After clearing the jungle monsters, he headed toward the three-wolf camp through the mid-lane, feeling a flicker of doubt. In Xiang Guo's view, it was quite unreasonable that Gu Xing had not shown up in the lane during this time. It is well known that Nidalee, once equipped and leveled up, boasts an astonishing jungle clearing efficiency. Xiang Guo, having cleared the jungle monsters in VG's upper jungle, realized that Gu Xing only had 2 camps in the lower jungle available for farming, no matter how one considered it. Nidalee should not take an excessive amount of time to clear 2 camps, since Nidalee had not ganked any of the lanes. The only remaining possibility was to invade the enemy jungle. Based on this reasoning, Xiang Guo surmised that Gu Xing might be lying in wait in the bushes. An attentive shockwave accurately revealed the enemy's position. Disrupting the enemy's plan brought immense joy to the spicy hot pot. However, he was celebrating too soon. Upon returning to the turret, Xiang Guo placed a ward in his lower jungle. Just as the vision landed, he saw Nidalee pounce into his three-wolf camp. Xiang Guo's expression darkened in an instant, seething with rage. This was utterly outrageous. Come help, at least we can force out a flash. Xiang Guo felt he could not allow Gu Xing to continue his audacity and immediately called for assistance in voice chat, attempting to execute a pincer maneuver against Gu Xing. However, Uzi's words chilled Xiang Guo's heart. We can't get there. Ever since Gu Xing's daring tower dive kill, RNG's bot lane duo had lost control of the lower lane. Imp's Jin had just returned to base, acquiring the serrated dagger, boasting formidable combat prowess, while Uzi was left with merely a Doran's blade and a rather meager extractor. Moreover, Zhu Xingbin's rehabilitation effects are surprisingly remarkable. He often employs peculiar dodging maneuvers to evade skills. To be fair, Uzi's performance with Ezreal is commendable. Though he lacks the quintessential Q, he excels in utilizing skill combinations to augment his auto attacks and exert pressure, rather than merely functioning as a traditional ADC. Initially, Uzi's Q, Mystic Shot, seemed somewhat reliant on chance, and Zhu Xingbin's movement patterns are rather unconventional. During a single wave of minions, Uzi unleashed 4 QS, yet none found their mark. This resulted in the RNG duo being firmly pinned beneath their turret. Furthermore, the lurking threat of the enemy's Trundle, with his ice pillar at the ready, loomed large. Should they recklessly venture into the jungle for support, Uzi feared that he and Mata would be intercepted mid-journey by the opposing duo. Fortunately, Ezreal possesses E and Flash, making mishaps in the jungle quite unlikely. However, Mata is in a different predicament. Without Flash as karma, should he invade the jungle, he risks being ambushed by the enemy bot lane duo, leaving him with no escape route. After careful consideration, Uzi resolved not to proceed. Meanwhile, Xiaohu was hastily making his way on horseback. However, the earlier actions of the Lord caused him to remain a considerable distance from RNG's jungle. He had not returned to base for supplies, and lacking boots, it would take him at least 10 seconds to reach the three-wolf camp. Virtue, with his smite and auto attacks, swiftly dispatched the wolves, preparing to retreat from RNG's blue area. The synergy between the level 2 boots and Nidalee's passive enhanced her already swift movement speed, allowing her to traverse the brush with even greater velocity. Xiang Guo trailed far behind. Gu was audaciously counter-jungling, and yet managed to escape? I nearly laughed aloud. At this rate, Xiang Guo's jungle might as well become Virtue's private garden, where he could come and go at will. Xiang Guo's chest heaved with frustration. However, as noted previously, he found himself utterly powerless against Gu. With only half health remaining, should he dare to confront Gu, he risked being swiftly eliminated by a barrage of skills. Meanwhile, in Gu's hands, Nidalee's agility was maximally showcased. The jungle, with its foliage, walls, and fog of war, was entirely Nidalee's playground. Xiaohu returned to the mid lane to continue his farming after his failed support, but suddenly, he detected something amiss. He raised his voice, "Virtue, where are you going?" In the scene, the leopard woman had just dashed into the river, then abruptly changed direction, plunging back into RNG's jungle. Zeyuan discerned Gu's intentions. He was not finished yet, and sought to steal RNG's frog, since the upper frog had fallen into Gu's grasp. He was aware of its precise respawn time, 5 minutes and 35 seconds. Additionally, Gu had the advantage of Xiang Guo's current state. Just moments ago, a spear had reduced Xiang Guo's health to half, and Gu knew that Rek'Sai, with so little health left and without flash, posed little threat to him. After all, Smite currently lacks any direct healing capabilities, only restoring health when targeting red buff. While Rek'Sai's passive, Fury of the Zeyuan, does offer some recovery, its effectiveness is rather negligible. Even at full fury, a level 4 excavator can only restore a mere 50 points of health. This paltry amount is comparable to a single basic attack from Gu Xing, rendering it virtually ineffective. With Rek'Sai at half health, and both Ezreal and Karma being suppressed beneath the turret, Gu Xing found himself in a situation where foregoing jungle incursions would be a disservice to himself. Upon witnessing the return of Xiaohu's Talia to the mid lane, he resolved to once again invade the RNG jungle. The entire invasion was clearly observed by a ward that Mata had previously placed. Such audacious behavior was nothing short of blatant provocation in Xiang Guo's eyes. In the jungle and river, he danced back and forth, embodying a taunting demeanor that seemed to say, "Here I am, and now I'm gone. Come at me. Let it go." Mata signaled for Xiang Guo to retreat, recognizing that engaging in a hard fight would lead to inevitable defeat. Xiang Guo felt quite vexed, but found no grounds for rebuttal. Reluctantly, he relinquished his cherished frog princess to Gu Xing and sought a safe spot to return home and replenish his health and gear. The broadcast then shifted to the top lane, where Long Gu and Looper were already entangled in combat. A clash erupted between the two top laners, and upon reaching level 6, Poppy flashed and slammed Na onto the wall. The previous focus had been on the lower half of the map, where the two had been engaged in a series of skirmishes. Now, both champions hovered around 40% health. Long Gu initiated with a flash, instantly pushing Looper's life into peril. The combination of the round shield and the Q ability, Hammer Shock, further diminished Na's health. Looper hastily used his own flash to avoid being sent flying by Long Ji's ultimate. It must be said that the three legendary champions still boast considerable strength. As a tank in the front line, their basic skill damage remains impressively high. After reaching level 6, Poppy faced little difficulty against Mini Na, especially since the latter had not acquired the massive ice hammer that would allow for infinite kiting. Thus, the hammer form of the little cannon could freely trade blows. Long Gu battered Looper, using his body to divert the oncoming minions and create a favorable push line for himself. On his way back to base, he exuberantly called out in voice chat, "Little Gu, it's all on you now." For Gu Xing, this was indeed an unexpected delight. Earlier, he had countered 2 camps in the RNG lower jungle, yet had not managed to eliminate Xiang Guo, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Long Ji's bold foray provided Gu Xing with yet another opportunity. He returned to base to acquire the Dark Seal and Amplifying Tome before hastening towards the top lane. He was well aware that Looper would re-emerge in Mini Na form. Even if Xiang Guo attempted to ambush him, he felt confident in his equipment advantage. Unafraid of a 2v2 with RNG's top and jungle, both top laners had used their teleports to return to lane, and Looper aimed to swiftly push the wave that Long Gu had created towards the VG turret, but Virtue had already arrived. Long Gu did not conceal his intentions. He charged forward with his E ability, Heroic Charge, colliding with Na amidst the minion wave. Although he failed to slam Na against the wall, the subsequent W ability. Steadfast Presence left Looper ensnared. Na could only escape once the effect of Steadfast Presence had faded, but Poppy's hammer swung forth. The instant cast our ability, Keeper's Verdict, sent Na soaring into the air. In the thicket connecting the road and the river, a spear hurtles forth. Looper, devoid of any means of resistance, watches helplessly as the spear strikes him, reducing his health to a mere half in an instant. The leopard woman sets a trap, morphing into her feral form to pounce, landing a devastating double strike on Nar, driven by an insatiable will to survive. Looper hastily attempts to leap atop Nidalee's head using his E ability to execute a second jump for escape. However, Gu Xing's positioning is truly nauseating. The leopard woman stands as an ever-present barrier between him and the snare. Should he use Nidalee as a springboard, Looper is destined to land directly into the trap. Although the leopard woman's snares deal minimal damage in the early game, they apply the hunt mark, granting Nidalee the ability to pursue relentlessly. Recognizing Gu Xing's meticulous movements, Looper praises him, acutely aware of the threat posed by Xiao Gu's position. He refrains from using his E recklessly, opting instead to slow down the enemy jungler with a boomerang before executing a short jump to escape. The distance covered is insufficient, yielding little effect. Gu Xing awaits the cooldown of his W ability to launch himself forward, swiftly claiming the kill. The scene abruptly shifts to the bottom lane. Rek'Sai ambushes the VG duo with a cunning approach. Xiang Guo, aware that Gu Xing had previously used his smite on the enemy's 3 wolves, has secured a wolf spirit to monitor any anomalous movements in RNG's jungle. When an RNG hero enters, it will drift over to issue a warning. Hence, Xiang Guo chooses to follow the minion wave down the lane, evading the wolf spirit's detection. This tactic, however, has its drawbacks, as it makes it challenging to secure kills. Rek'Sai brazenly emerges from behind the tower, affording VG ample time to react, as they need only retreat without concern for other complications. The RNG duo, Ezreal and Karma, lacks significant crowd control, making the execution of a successful gank exceedingly difficult. Mata activates his E-shield for acceleration, advancing to tether the troll with his spirit link. Zhu Sungbin's positioning is somewhat distant from Mata, and attempting to force the link has a high probability of being thwarted, rendering him unable to ensnare the enemy. The mischievous little segment opts for the closer, albeit bulkier, troll. The troll, at the edge of the vision range, spots the approaching Rek'Sai, while being slowed by Karma's Q ability, Spirit Flame. Meanwhile, Duan de Liang, still occupied with suppressing Zhu Sungbin, finds his flash on cooldown and realizes he cannot escape, so he resorts to annoyance tactics. Just as Xiang Guo's E ability, Burrow, is expended, the troll decisively slams down his E key, the Pillar of Ice. This pillar directly obstructs Rek'Sai's forward advance. Subsequently, the troll faces the RNG players and begins to dance. The troll's dance is rife with taunt, chest puffed out, marching in place, swinging his large club incessantly, exuding an air of provocation. The director astutely zooms in on the troll's rhythmic movements, bestowing upon him a moment of glorious focus as the audience erupts in laughter. Zeyuan, stifling a laugh, remarked that little Duan, relying on his robust physique, had delayed the output of Imp for a considerable duration, nearly reducing Mata to a mere shadow of himself. Karma, inherently fragile, suffered significant losses after a single demise, and now lagged behind in levels. With just 2 shots from Jean, his health plummeted drastically. Fortunately, Zhu Xingbin had neither flashed nor healed, allowing Mata to retreat slightly and evade the clutches of death. Rek'Sai circumvented the ice pillar, launching little Duan into the air, firmly rooted in place. Ultimately, RNG opted to grant the kill to Uzi. Ezreal required the economic boost and served as the team's mid-game cornerstone, making this 300 gold investment quite reasonable for his development. Little Duan, having just showcased his dance moves, gazed at the black and white screen, grumbling in discontent. So you want to catch me? Just wait and see if I arrange for you later. Gu Xing continued to reassure his teammates. It's fine. Let us play steadily. We can easily win in the mid-game. Despite the current score being only 21, Gu Xing felt reassured upon seeing Xiang Guo heading to the bottom lane for a gank. He recognized the urgency in the opponent's actions. Initially, Gu Xing had prepared to contest Looper, fully ready for a 2v2 skirmish against RNG in the jungle. However, he was taken aback when Xiang Guo chose to pursue the bottom lane instead. This decision was indeed unexpected, but its drawbacks were glaring. There were no jungle camps in RNG's lower half. The two camps Gu Xing had previously cleared had yet to respawn. This meant that Xiang Guo's gank in the bottom lane yielded merely an assist and an opportunity to secure the Ocean Dragon, while Gu Xing could capitalize on the two jungle camps in RNG's upper half. From Xiang Guo's perspective, this exchange was favorable: 1 kill, 2 assists, and an Ocean Dragon, at the cost of 2 jungle camps and Looper's demise, an acceptable trade-off. After all, even if he had attempted to ambush in the top lane, the likelihood of being bested by VG's jungler was high. It was wiser to mitigate losses in the lower half. Virtue was countering the stone bug, paying no mind to Xiang Guo, who was currently securing the dragon. Zeyuan pondered for a moment. I believe that after this engagement, RNG will gain the upper hand. Although there remained a 1,000 gold disparity, the value of an Ocean Dragon for RNG far outweighed that sum. Moreover, Uzi possessed the extractor, allowing him to accumulate gold with every 100 minions killed, which would yield additional benefits. Should the game drag on, RNG's chances of victory would significantly increase. Zeyuan articulated his reasoning eloquently, yet Gu Xing contended that Xiang Guo's jungle was utterly wasted. The advantage of a jungle-centric strategy lies in its formidable snowballing potential. A crucial element in expanding this advantage is knowing the precise respawn times of the enemy camps. In professional competitions, the primary means for junglers to accrue gold and experience is through farming. Mastery of the enemy jungle's respawn timings allows one to infer the opponent's movements and respond strategically to potential invasions. Gu Xing had already cleared 2 jungle camps in RNG's lower half. Now, after finishing off the stone bug and the sharp beak in RNG's upper half, he had effectively gained comprehensive knowledge of the respawn times for all 4 non-buff camps in the enemy jungle. Gu Xing determined that the wilderness area of Xiang Guo was about to be thoroughly ravaged by him. As for that little dragon, he deemed it inconsequential. The Earth Dragon buff would bestow heroes with additional true damage against epic monsters and defensive towers. Strong, undeniably so. In terms of overall impact on the match, the Earth Dragon surpasses the Fire Dragon, which merely enhances ability power and attack damage. However, this overpowered attribute has its limitations. The effectiveness of the Earth Dragon varies dramatically between the advantaged and disadvantaged sides. For a team in a favorable position, the Earth Dragon can facilitate both tower pushing and dragon securing, aiding in a swift victory. Conversely, for the disadvantaged side, they cannot control the dragon nor lay a finger on the towers. The Earth Dragon can only be of utmost utility during a desperate attempt to rush the Baron. Therefore, Gu Xing had no qualms about allowing RNG to claim the Earth Dragon. Even if the opponent obtained it, they would not be able to capitalize on its benefits. Imp continued to harass from the sidelines, collaborating with the Earth Dragon to diminish Xiang Guo's health. Due to Mata being shot multiple times by Zhu Qingbin during the earlier skirmish, his health was critically low, leaving him reluctant to confront Imp for fear of being taken down. Furthermore, the RNG trio's dragon-slaying speed was rather sluggish, consuming an excessive amount of time. Ultimately, it was Xiaohu who arrived in support. Utilizing frequent stone penetration damage, he assisted the team in securing the Earth Dragon. Gu Xing devoured RNG's fierce bird, shifted his attention to the dragon pit, and, aided by the wards placed by Zhu Qingbin, discovered that Xiang Guo's health was not substantial. At this moment, the 3 wolves in RNG's lower jungle had about 25 seconds left until they respawned. Xiang Guo had the option to return to base for supplies or attempt to launch an offensive in the mid or lower lanes. Comprehending all this, Gu Xing responded swiftly. Hou Yi, seizing the opportunity while Xiao, who had just gone to assist teammates in securing the dragon, took control of the mid-lane minion wave. He recalled the director's camera angle and noted Virtue lurking, their target being Xiaohu. Gu Xing crouched for a moment, observing that Hou Yi stood in a forward position but still had yet to see Xiang Guo make a move. Logically, Hou Yi, with his flash still on cooldown, should not have dared to position himself so boldly. It was a blatant error. The burst damage from RNG's jungler, the Poppy and Rek'Sai combo, could easily eliminate a full health Syndra. Gu Xing dismissed the possibility of Xiang Guo being in the mid lane. Go, go, go! Hou Yi, push the Poppy directly. He shouted loudly. Zeyuan acted decisively, closing in on Xiaohu to unleash his R ability, Energy Torrent, followed by Weakness Retreat. The spheres were unleashed without hesitation, stunning the Poppy effortlessly. Gu Xing seized the opportunity, launching his Q, Javelin Toss. The 15-second stun effect from weakness retreat rendered Xiang Guo immobile, forcing him to endure the impact of the javelin. With a muffled thud, the Poppy's health plummeted to 13. Virtue transformed and lunged at Xiang Guo, while the Poppy's rock slide landed beneath him, simultaneously using his flash to retreat. Before his words could fully escape his lips, Gu Xing mirrored the flash, swiftly executing the Poppy with his Q and E in leopard form. Under the camera's gaze, Xiang Guo rubbed his temples, unable to conceal his distress. The audience in the stands erupted in thunderous applause for VG supporters. Gu Xing's voice was incessant as he commanded his teammates. "Join me in the jungle. I shall claim the 3 wolves and the magic swamp frog." The demise of Xiang Guo left RNG's mid lane vulnerable in an instant. Gu Xing boldly invaded the enemy jungle, seizing all the neutral monsters within RNG's territory. Zeyuan finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Chef Jiang had failed to clear even a single camp of neutral monsters this round. He gazed at the disparity in jungle farm on the data panel, noting that the 2 junglers had already diverged to a 1-fold difference in their jungle consumption, with a trend towards further expansion. Even at the 8-minute mark, Chef Jiang remained at level 5, while Gu Xing had ascended to level 7, brandishing the rune Echo Jungle Knife. The leopard woman had not squandered her development. Her equipment was truly formidable. Upon witnessing another group of stone beetles being devoured in RNG's jungle by Gu Xing, he couldn't help but feel pity for Rek'Sai. The excavator now found himself devoid of any economic recovery options, his jungle completely devastated. Chef Jiang was not one to endure in silence. Observing Gu Xing's audacity, he yearned for a confrontation. Xiang Guo's Talia rushed to assist, prompting Rek'Sai to expend his freshly acquired flash, launching the leopard woman into the air. Arriving promptly at the battlefield via the wall ride, Xiang Guo executed the W ability, followed by the subsequent rock formations and stone piercings. However, Xiao Duan's troll was close behind. Witnessing his jungler in peril, he decisively unleashed the E ability, Ice Pillar. The release was exceptionally crafty. Unable to contain his volume, he instinctively raised his voice, the forced displacement effect pinning Talia to the side, causing the subsequent stone pierce to miss the leopard woman. What could have been a swift execution of Nidalee through a mid-jungle synergy was utterly thwarted by an unremarkable Ice Pillar. Rek'Sai and Talia thrived on a burst of damage. Failing to eliminate their opponent left them devoid of both output and control. Gu Xing, with a mere 13 health remaining, consumed a substantial portion of his health, turning to hurl a javelin that struck Rek'Sai directly. In the narrow paths of the jungle, Chef Jiang had no escape route. The troll activated his R ability, siphoning both his defenses and health. With such poor development, Chef Jiang was exceedingly fragile, and in Gu Xing's presence, he resembled nothing more than parchment. Claws and fangs tore through Rek'Sai's flesh. The Void Burrower emitted a mournful cry, collapsing in defeat. Xiao Duan's support was unexpectedly astute. Zeyuan offered high praise for his presence, allowing Xiang Guo to confidently invade. Left alone, Xiang Guo could only retreat in disgrace. "This cannot continue," Mata lamented, feeling vexed. He was completely locked down in the bot lane. The pressure from Imp was insurmountable. Ezreal had yet to unleash his power, having spent considerable resources on the non-combat enhancing tier of the goddess. In total, Uzi had invested a staggering 1,200 gold in items unrelated to combat effectiveness. In stark contrast, every coin spent by Imp was meticulously allocated to enhance his combat prowess. Even when Chef Jiang gifted Uzi a kill, it could not reclaim the lane control in the bot lane. The RNG duo had to remain vigilant against VG's bot lane's lethal coordination of ice pillars. A moment's negligence could result in dire consequences. Mata found himself in an unfortunate predicament, confined beneath the tower and rendered immobile, forced to connect with Uzi while allowing Xiao Duan to roam freely. Although he was not a jungler, he could empathize with the immense difficulty that Xiang Guo faced in the current moment. The 4 sets of non-buff jungle monsters in RNG's territory were all devoured by Gu Xing, following a linear refresh sequence from top to bottom. The reset pattern adhered to the same principle, leading to a critical issue. Jungle monsters in RNG's area would not respawn consecutively within a short time frame. Having navigated through the jungle, Gu Xing could methodically consume each monster from top to bottom, before returning to the VG base to collect the monsters from bottom to top. With all 8 sets of jungle monsters cleared, RNG's jungle was on the verge of resetting once more, allowing Gu Xing to repeat the cycle. The entire route resembled a square, akin to running laps during school, continuously scavenging through RNG's jungle. Consequently, Xiang Guo found himself utterly unable to secure any jungle monsters. But how could this conundrum be resolved? Even someone as formidable as Mata could not devise a flawless strategy in such a short span of time. In nearly 3 minutes, Xiang Guo had only managed to claim a single set of jungle monsters, watching the economic gap between them widen dramatically, leading to a pessimistic outlook for RNG in this match. VG's coordination was simply too swift, leaving RNG gasping for breath. Each time Xiang Guo attempted to counterattack, a nearby lane player from VG would invariably arrive in the nick of time, amplifying Xiang Guo's frustrations. Zeyuan grasped Gu Xing's strategy. The composition chosen by VG in this match did not provide a distinct advantage across all 3 lanes, yet Virtue successfully opened gaps in all lanes, allowing his teammates to support him and facilitate jungle incursions. He felt a pang of regret. Just moments earlier, he had expressed optimism about RNG's chances of a comeback, only to see Gu Xing utterly dismantle the jungle. He nodded in agreement with his partner's assessment, recognizing that in the first 7 minutes, Gu Xing had assisted all 3 lanes, granting his teammates an upper hand and naturally accelerating their coordination. As the match reached the 13-minute mark, Gu Xing had secured 96 minion kills, while Xiang Guo had merely accumulated 43. The disparity in levels between the 2 junglers had escalated to a staggering 3 levels. With a plethora of spectators in the playoffs, particularly in a semi-final match between 2 rising fan-favorite teams like RNG and VG, the chat in the livestream surged with activity. Xiang Guo's situation was dire. Trailing by over 50 minion kills at the 13-minute mark was a shocking contrast to Virtue's debut match, which had not been nearly as exaggerated. Gu Xing truly resembled a locust in the jungle, leaving no trace of life in his wake. What had happened to the peaceful development promised in the pre-match interviews? Did he not have his own jungle to nurture? Virtue mused aloud. Isn't it fair to consume the jungle creatures for growth? It seems reasonable to clear them out. Meanwhile, Xiang Guo was left in a state of despair. He had only reached level 7, even falling short of the opposing support, the troll. This was despite having leached experience from his mid-lane ally, Xiaohu, to barely achieve that level. Otherwise, his situation would have been even more dire. He could not come to terms with his transformation from a carnivorous jungler to a scavenger. As Virtue finished clearing RNG's lower jungle, he took the opportunity to ambush the bottom lane. The landing phase of this match concluded rather late, primarily due to Gu Xing's deliberate control. He understood that once they transitioned to the next phase, Xiang Guo could seize the opportunity during the lane swap to significantly bolster his development. Gu Xing was determined to deny the enemy any chances. Now, feeling that the moment was ripe, he resolved to assist his teammates in demolishing the first blood tower. The RNG duo intended to steadfastly defend the tower until reinforcements arrived. Just as a wave of minions approached, Xiao Duan employed his ice pillar to once again seal off the enemy's escape route. Gu Xing emerged from the nearby brush on the side of the second tower, closing the distance and launching a javelin at the tightly knit RNG duo. Initially, Duan Quan noticed a ranged minion and Uzi between himself and the javelin. Thus he had no intention of dodging, merely retreating normally in hopes of stalling for a bit longer. However, just as the javelin was about to strike the ranged minion, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly depleting the minion's health. Q. Punishment. Zeyuan exclaimed. Uzi watched as the javelin ominously traversed through the minion gap, seemingly destined to hit him, causing a surge of panic within him. Memories of the S3 finals flooded back, prompting Uzi to instinctively seek to evade the attack. The arcane shift had a cast time, rendering an instantaneous escape impossible. Ultimately, Uzi was compelled to use his flash. Mata stood in stunned silence. In that fleeting moment, he failed to comprehend that Gu Xing would execute a javelin through the minion. He also did not anticipate that Uzi would resort to using flash to evade. With both layers of defense evaporated, there was no barrier between Mata and the javelin. He was acutely aware of Gu Xing's opulent equipment, once marked by the hunt. The chances of survival were slim, and he too wished to employ flash for escape. However, Mata was not renowned for his dexterity, and his reaction speed paled in comparison to Uzi's. Before he could even activate his flash, the javelin struck home. A wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Regardless of their allegiance, Karma's health was abruptly halved. What kind of damage is this? Amidst Zeyuan's fervent shouts, Gu Xing morphed into his leopard form and lunged forward. Armed with the echo of the element's jungle item and the sorcerer's shoes, his damage overflowed upon striking Karma. Mata was left with a deficit of 2 health bars. Uzi managed to escape alone. How quick was Uzi's reaction? He actually dodged that. The devious javelin had failed to ensnare Uzi this time. After all, one learns from mistakes. Uzi would certainly not repeat the same error. Look at me evade. The unfortunate one is Mata, Uzi remarked. Mata's performance as Karma was subpar, akin to a mere specter on the battlefield. If only Gu Xing's javelin had hit Uzi. Zhu Chungbin lamented, what a missed opportunity. Gu Xing felt hesitant to respond to such remarks. The VG jungle trio claimed the bounty from the first blood tower. At this moment, the economic disparity between both teams had surged to 4K. As they entered the transition phase, Xiang Guo believed he could afford to relax slightly, taking advantage of the chaos to catch up on his development. However, a more harrowing ordeal was only just beginning. VG swiftly regrouped, preparing to push the outer tower. RNG sought to prevent their opponents from easily establishing a rhythm of tower pushing while attempting to thwart their advances. A standoff ensued near RNG's first tower. The troll erected pillars, Jean took aim from a distance, and Nidalee hurled her spear, catching the unflinching Karsa in a precarious position. The spear left him with but a sliver of health. The synergy was astonishing, leaving the audience in awe. The support troll, focusing on his E ability, exhibited an exaggerated slowing effect with his ice pillars, which boasted a remarkably brief cooldown. Just as Zeyuan finished speaking, the troll conjured yet another pillar, cornering Karsa, who was attempting to retreat behind the tower. Gu Xing followed up with another spear. Amidst the sudden eruption of gasps from the crowd, Karsa's health bar was completely obliterated. The noise from the audience swelled incessantly. My goodness. The excitement was palpable as viewers marveled at VG's extraordinary coordination in the jungle. The director provided a glimpse of the equipment bar, revealing that the troll's cooldown boots allowed him to exploit the short cooldown of his ice pillars. Zeyuan quickly grasped the underlying rationale. In the current patch, the full cooldown for the troll's E ability, Ice Pillar, is merely 11 seconds. With a cooldown reduction of 40. The ice pillars would have a cooldown of only 6 seconds. Each ice pillar lasts a full 6 seconds. In other words, a fully cooldown support troll can seamlessly release ice pillars at level 9. The substantial 50 slowing effect renders non-escaping characters utterly helpless. Once cornered by the pillars, subsequent spears from Nidalee and Jin's lethal flourish could effortlessly find their marks. The nearly costless harassment left the RNG players in despair. By the 16th minute, RNG's top tower fell. Karsa barely had time to farm the jungle before discovering the area was once again barren. VG continued their strategy by pushing mid. Now with Syndra joining the fray, occasionally stunning opponents with her Scatter the Weak, Gu Xing was solely focused on dealing damage. Every spear drained a significant portion of RNG's health. With ice pillars emerging every 7 seconds, RNG found themselves unable to cope. VG advanced relentlessly, demolishing towers across all lanes. Striving to snowball their lead, Gu Xing, during his counter-jungle attempts, was accompanied by 1 or 2 teammates for protection. RNG was at a loss. Returning to base, Gu Xing confidently acquired the Zhonya's hourglass, leaving no room for their opponents to mount a comeback. When Long Ji's Poppy joined the front line, RNG finally understood the meaning of brutality. The troll's pillars obstructed paths, and Poppy's flash pinned Rek'Sai against an ice pillar. Following this, Zhu Xingbin's deadly flourish added further control. Hou Yi followed with a stunning Scatter the Weak. Ultimately, Gu Xing claimed Karsa's life with a spear. How is this even possible? Zeyuan lamented RNG's plight, exclaiming that VG's precision strikes were utterly merciless. Gu Xing's kill count had risen, and the spear's damage was insurmountable. The jungle choke points were completely under VG's dominion as they decisively initiated a Baron. With no jungler to contest, RNG could only rely on Uzi's precise ultimate to attempt a desperate steal. Alas, Gu Xing's smite was impeccably timed, securing the Baron for his team. After replenishing their supplies, they pushed forward once more. In a familiar display of strategy, the pillar of support emerged as Long Gu and Bobby advanced forward. With Gu Xing and the 2 CS positioned behind, launching their skills, RNG struggled to mount a cohesive team fight, being deterred by VG's ice pillars and a barrage of abilities. Ultimately, Xiang Guo's desperate flash was merely a means to expedite the progression of the match, proving insufficient to rally RNG for a counterattack. As the game reached the 26-minute mark, VG capitalized on Gu Xing's triple kill, successfully annihilating RNG and subsequently demolishing their enemy's nexus. A monumental chapter unfolded. With the score at 1-0, VG seized the advantage in this crucial semi-final. The crowd's cheers resonating throughout the venue as the large screen displayed VG's emblem. Gu Xing removed his headset and glanced at the post-game statistics, his gaze fixating on a particular figure, which made him pause before breaking into a radiant smile. Long Gu, draping an arm over his shoulder, spoke in a warm and friendly tone. "Little Gu, you played exceptionally well this match, turning RNG to shambles." Gu Xing stood tall, thoroughly pleased with his debut performance in the playoffs. "I'm not exaggerating. My proficiency with Nidalee is unparalleled. Securing the matchup advantage made RNG's jungle feel like my home. And I owe a great deal to my teammates for their support. It certainly wasn't this effortless without them." From a purely statistical perspective, Gu Xing's performance was akin to that of a seasoned professional. Yet, he remained humble, aware that a jungle-centric strategy hinges significantly on his teammates. While Nidalee can carry once fully equipped, it is imperative that the other 4 players create opportunities for him to shine prior to reaching that peak. During this match, his teammates provided immense assistance during his invasions, particularly Zeyuan, who, wielding his troll, shadowed Gu Xing and thwarted numerous counterattacks from RNG. "You did wonderfully too, Lord Ho," Gu Xing remarked as he made his way off stage, not forgetting to commend his mid laner. "You had Xiao silenced." When Syndra faces off against Azir, successfully curbing Azir's roaming in the early to mid-game is half the battle won. From this perspective, Lord Ho excelled in his task. Zeyuan, upon hearing Gu Xing's praise and the audience's cheers, felt a bit bashful, sipping his soda shyly. "I performed adequately, thankfully." Xiaohu's level was not as high as in the spring season. Gu Xing was left puzzled by this comment. Was Li Yuanhao particularly strong in spring? He had yet to embark on his professional journey during that season, only able to observe the matches through the lens of recorded footage, making it challenging to grasp all the nuances of the games and accurately assess the player's abilities. Lord Ho pondered for a moment. He must have been stronger back then. "The pressure he exerted on me was immense, and our synergy with Xiang Guo was far more efficient." Zeyuan, having faced Xiaohu multiple times across both the spring and summer seasons, had a direct sense of Li Yuanhao's evolution as a player. In his view, Xiaohu's performance during the summer season palpably lagged behind that of the spring, both in lane strength and team coordination. Perhaps it is a consequence of the version changes. The Lord briefly explained, then began to reproach himself, pondering that he could have performed better in this match. He had not been attentive to the fact that Xiang Guo would come to ambush him, thus unnecessarily expending his flash. The classic self-reproach for a missed advantage. Zhu Xingbin's voice was quite loud, expressing his dissatisfaction with Zeyuan's reaction. When victorious, one ought to revel in the triumph. He approached the backstage passage, not forgetting to ask Gu Xing, "Were those W waves beautiful?" Gu Xing nodded vigorously. "Absolutely brilliant. A shot that locked the head from 800 miles away. However, I believe your positioning in the bot lane could have evaded 4 of Easy's QS more adeptly." Having spent an entire summer with the 2 ADCs in the team, he had come to understand the temperaments of Zhu Xingbin and Yu Wenba quite well. Imp outwardly displayed the demeanor of someone who believed himself to be the first in the heavens, yet inwardly he was quite discontent with his circumstances. He felt that his exceptional performances in S4 and S5 deserved greater appreciation from the audience. However, he found himself overshadowed by Prey and Dead in Korea, and upon returning to China, he could not measure up to Uzi. Zhu Xingbin was inclined to question what championships they had won. Gu Xing offered a few words of flattery to Imp, providing him with the psychological comfort and equilibrium he sought. As for Yu Wenba, it was essential to keep a close watch on him, ensuring that Jaculov was not overly elevated in praise. The moment Jaculov became complacent, perceiving his opponents as weak, he risked devolving into a state of excessive greed during clashes, hoarding summoner's spells for later use. Furthermore, his playstyle was quite reckless, as if he wished to assert dominance from level 1, occasionally provoking him, making him believe that the opponent held greater strength. Would cause Jaculov to adopt a playstyle so cautious it was almost nauseating, retreating behind formations and offering no opportunities. As an adept understanding of human nature, Gu Xing had a firm grasp on the personalities of these two, delivering the right encouragement to yield effective results. Sure enough, upon hearing the praise from his jungler, Zhu Xingbin's face lit up with joy, repeatedly commending Gu Xing for his insight into the depth of his gameplay. The VG team made their way to the lounge, where they found other members of the training department rushing out to greet them. Jackie and the world-renowned sister were particularly noted for their optimistic spirits, cheerfully encouraging their teammates. "Well played, Xiang Guo," Ding Ran exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she playfully punched Gu Xing's chest. "You played the leopard woman so magnificently." Present at the match to witness the team's triumph over RNG was their boss, Ding Jun. His fair complexion radiated pride as he observed the team's overwhelming victory in the first match. Hongmi subsequently praised his teammates, focusing particularly on the jungler and support. Gu Xing was the only pure rookie among VG's starting players, participating in the playoffs for the first time, yet he was the team's absolute core. Hongmi had to ensure that his mindset remained intact to guarantee VG's performance. Xiao Duan, being introverted, often bottled up his pressures. Thus, he required encouragement. The troll pillar was critical, and Jin Wenhe smiled as he relayed Hongmi's words to Xiao Duan. "I have a feeling you want to be able to secure Trundle next match. RNG will either ban or pick him." Duan Deliang sighed with relief at this. For a professional player, compelling the enemy to sacrifice a ban on a non-meta champion was the greatest affirmation of one's own abilities. "Little Gu, you two have performed admirably, reminiscent of Rox's jungle core strategy." Although Gu Xingtian does not comprehend Korean, he can discern from the tone that Hongmi is in high spirits. The draft was executed with such finesse that Gu Xingtian felt compelled to reciprocate with praise, proclaiming that upon seeing the finalized roster, he knew victory was once again within reach. This was indeed the truth. When Hongmi unveiled the formidable duo of Troll and Poppy, Gu Xingtian's heart settled considerably. The outcome vindicated that RNG's selection of Nar to counter Troll was, in fact, a trap set by Hongmi. An astute draft and composition can imbue players on the battlefield with unparalleled comfort, a sentiment Gu Xingtian truly experienced. Conversely, were he in the position of Chef Jiang, employing Rek'Sai against VG's lineup, he would likely feel quite helpless. While it is not entirely fair to attribute success solely to the draft, it is reasonable to acknowledge a share of credit. Gu Xingtian chuckled. As the summer season unfolded, he grew increasingly familiar with Hongmi. The latter tends to be serious during regular training sessions, yet is amiable at other times, light-hearted banter, serving as a means to bridge the gap between them. Hongmi beamed warmly. Just then, Zhu Shangbin approached with a grin, asking, "So, how did I perform in the last game?" Imp conversed with Hongmi in Korean, and Gu Xingtian could only glean the general meaning from Jin Wenhe. Their team's leader was, as always, an eloquent translator. Hongmi did not hold back on his praise, commending the impressive performance that seemed to restore Imp to the peak prowess of the previous years. Imp's debut was indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for Gu Xingtian's unyielding Leona and Xiao Duan's unconventional troll support, Zhu Xingbin would have undoubtedly shone the brightest. He adeptly blended stability and aggression, achieving a harmonious balance in his playstyle. He neither became overly reckless due to aggressive engagements nor overly cautious in preserving his KDA. Globally, most ADC players can only embody one of these traits, showcasing their personal flair. The ability to seamlessly merge both styles is rare. In the first half of this year, only Bang exemplified this, with an astounding average damage output of 738 in the 2016 LCK Summer Split, and an outrageous damage conversion rate of 173, alongside numerous other statistics. Including average kills and KDA, he dominated the charts, epitomizing the perfect ADC archetype. Zhu Shangbin showcased similar potential in S4 and S5, but due to alcohol-related issues, his performance plummeted. Now, through sobriety and rigorous training, he has begun to regain his former glory. Upon hearing Hongmi's commendation, Imp swelled with pride and continued to boast. "I am still far from my peak, but that matters not." He raised his hand to signal A5. "With just 50% of my strength, I will obliterate all the mediocre ADCs in the LPL." Hongmi could no longer contain himself and, eager to redirect the focus, quickly turned to the team, urging everyone to gather around as he outlined the composition and strategy for the second match. Meanwhile, the commentary desk continued to discuss the previous match with Zeyuan. The selection of the support role for the troll by VG was indeed striking, as noted by Zeyuan, particularly in his collaboration with his 4 teammates, which proved to be remarkably effective. At first glance, VG's previous game appeared to lack stable initiation control. The skills of Nidalee and Jin seemed challenging to land. However, the troll compensated for this shortcoming. With the establishment of the ice pillar, any enemy hero remaining near it would be subjected to significant slow effects. In such circumstances, VG's harassment skills could precisely hit the RNG players, making it nearly impossible to evade without mobility skills like flash. Zeyuan was quite enthusiastic, noting that with the troll's synergy, VG possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities in team fights, able to coordinate with Syndra and Poppy to initiate control, while using the ice pillar to obstruct enemy advances. At this moment, the director displayed the damage output panel from the first game on the big screen. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. Zeyuan, captivated, expressed his disbelief at the staggering figures. The damage bar clearly highlighted Gu Xing and Xiang Guo, showcasing a nearly tenfold disparity in their performance. Upon the chart's revelation, the live stream exploded with excitement. 2,357? That is indeed impressive. I have noticed that whenever someone picks Rek'Sai against Little Gu, the results are often dismal, with output in the 2,000 or 3,000 range being typical. This is likely due to the nature of Rek'Sai, as aside from the underground queue, there is minimal damage output. It has been proven that selecting Rek'Sai against Little Gu is futile, as the early game rhythm is completely stifled. I suggest RNG consider banning Virtue. This might secure a victory, though it remains merely a suggestion. Where are those who previously claimed Virtue would be schooled in the playoffs? They should come forward now. VG's victory in this first match caught many netizens by surprise. To the audience, VG's outstanding regular season performance seemed merely a fleeting moment. When it comes to the playoffs, the true contenders appear to be teams like EDG and RNG, who have already secured championships. The ferocious display by VG in this match prompted a re-evaluation of this newly transformed team that began to emerge in the summer season. The director soon announced the MVP of this match, with no room for doubt. Gu Xing's newly styled photograph for the playoffs appeared before the audience. He stood at a 45-degree angle, one hand in his pocket, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Behind him, Nidalee's form was robust and powerful, embodying a wild beauty. With stats of 807, an average damage per minute of 849, a team output percentage of 366, an economic advantage of 5,943, and a participation rate of 100. The 100 participation rate truly underscored the terror of this Nidalee. Zeyuan marveled, as Virtue's dominance was unmistakable, extending his remarkable regular season form into the playoffs. While Nidalee typically enjoys a high participation rate due to the healing from her E ability, the sheer magnitude of the 100 figure is indeed alarming. This signifies that whenever a battle erupts, Nidalee will invariably arrive on the battlefield, a testament to Gu Xing's ability to dictate the tempo of the game. In the jungle, Xiang Guo finds himself at a disadvantage and must carefully contemplate his strategy. At least, from the current perspective, VG's preparations appear decidedly more thorough. Until the players take the stage once more, Xiang Guo maintains a sullen expression. The previous match dealt him a significant blow. It is the first time since his debut that he has been utterly powerless against the same opponent. In their inaugural clash, Gu Xing had imposed an 80 minion deficit upon him, and in this match, it escalated to a staggering 100. It was a one-sided thrashing. Emerging from the same circle, one cannot help but feel a sense of humiliation after such a beating. Maintaining a stable mindset is crucial. Mata, sensing his jungler's low spirits, turns to rally his teammates, reminding them of how they triumphed in the spring season. Head coach Fly also plays the role of morale booster, reassuring everyone that the previous match was merely an anomaly. He acknowledges his own shortcomings in the draft and assures them that if they play normally this time, their chances of victory will be significantly high. Although his tactical acumen may be average, he possesses self-awareness and willingly grants autonomy to his players, which is far preferable to a coach who blames their team after a loss due to their own incompetence. After absorbing the comfort from his teammates and coach, Xiang Guo responds with a steady tone, assuring them that he is fine. To be fair, his temperament and attitude are not particularly commendable. He often penalizes players during ranked games. Nevertheless, Xiang Guo is imbued with pride. He may feel disheartened by this recent defeat, yet he will not lose his confidence in seeking revenge. As the referee at the player seating area announces the commencement of the draft phase, Xiang Guo readies himself, eager to reclaim his honor against VG and Gu Xing. In the second match, RNG utilizes their side selection advantage to secure the blue side and immediately bans the troll. The cacophony from the audience reaches a new crescendo. In the previous match, the troll had caused endless troubles for RNG. Thus, if there is no effective countermeasure, banning him is a prudent decision. Li Jie as Zeyuan is prepared for this. VG adheres to their strategy from the first match, commencing by banning Mada's signature Alistar. Seeing his favored champion once again cornered into a ban brings a frown to Deqian's face. VG has evidently tasted success from the 3 support bans in the previous game, and despite appearing to be a gamble, it has proven remarkably fruitful. Naturally, they intend to continue this trend. The other 4 teammates, in VG's estimation, do not warrant investment in ban slots, as the first match demonstrated that RNG struggles to secure advantages in the lanes. In such circumstances, as long as Mada is kept on the lane and unable to roam from the bottom, his influence can be mitigated. Naturally, the champions with the highest roaming potential are the various hard supports equipped with crowd control abilities, and Alistar is one of them. Just earlier, during a brief review in the lounge, Xiang Guo had lamented that Mada's selection of Karma placed excessive pressure on him in the jungle. However, Deqian finds himself powerless in this regard. After all, if one can allocate all 3 ban slots to a support and still emerge victorious, what can one do? The usually reticent Looper took the initiative to offer a suggestion, prompting Mada to ponder the team's strategy. After reflecting on his teammates' thoughts, he replied, "If we find ourselves at a loss, we can only proceed as you suggest." Zeyuan focused intently on the ban phase, noting that RNG had banned the Ice Queen, aiming to deny Hou Yi access to a champion capable of swiftly traversing the jungle. In response, VG maintained their strategy by banning Thresh. As the final ban slot approached, RNG hesitated. Despite being on the blue side due to their previous defeat, their draft strategy proved challenging. With Gu Xing's MVP performance on Nidalee, Long Ji's signature Shun, and the formidable Fredgelord duo, they were faced with a plethora of powerful champions, yet could only afford to ban one. After careful consideration, Mada deemed it essential to ban Ashe. He conveyed to his teammates his overarching strategy, stating that if they did not ban Braum, they should secure him first. Otherwise, they would follow Heng Shua's approach for this match. Fly nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Hong Mi placed Braum on the ban list. RNG swiftly locked in Nidalee, igniting excitement among the RNG fans present. The return of Xiang Guo's Nidalee was noteworthy. Zeyuan shared in the exhilaration. The Spring Split Championship was attributed to the synergy of Qiyana, Graves, and Nidalee, and the fans were filled with anticipation for their return. The question now was whether Xiang Guo could deliver a performance that would showcase his prowess to virtue. Hong Mi efficiently orchestrated the selections from behind the players' seats, stating, "Let's first select Jin, then secure Shun for Long Gu," directing his attention to Gu Xing. "This match is your stage. Seize the opportunity." Gu Xing signaled that he was ready. Long Gu locked in his champion and inquired via voice chat, "Xiao Gu," after playing the first match, "how does this feel compared to the regular season?" Gu Xing pondered for a moment, reflecting that prior to the stage, he had given himself a psychological boost, recognizing the playoffs as something special. However, upon completion, it felt rather similar. The rift remained unchanged, though he acknowledged that opponents would be more meticulous. Yet, he believed victory was still attainable. "I feel the same," Long Gu replied with composure. "It doesn't disrupt my focus." Zhu Chengbin interjected, "That's because the venue hasn't changed. You perceive it as no different from the regular season." Struggling to articulate his thoughts in Chinese, he transitioned to Korean. "Once you step into a larger venue, with thousands of spectators and the pressure of winning or going home, the experience is entirely different." He reminisced fondly about the finals of the 2014 World Championship held at the Sangam World Cup Stadium, a memory that would remain etched in his mind forever. Gu Xing had not experienced such a moment, thus chose to remain silent, lost in his imagination. Long Gu, however, could not resist interjecting, "What do you mean? We're talking about the playoffs, and you bring up the World Championship?" He murmured, "Are you bragging about your past victory?" Zhu Chengbin waved his hands in denial. "That's not me. I never said that." Hou Yi listened quietly with a smile. He has also claimed the title of world champion. Yet he never had the opportunity to savor it as meticulously as Imp did. Last year's journey in the global finals left Easyhoon feeling rather disheartened. However, Redmi interrupted their thoughts. If they wished to experience the grandeur of a large venue, they simply needed to secure victory in this best-of-5 series. This year's LPL finals were held in Guangzhou, in an arena that could accommodate 10,000 spectators. Gu Xing felt a swell of anticipation. RNG's second and third picks were the mid laners Syndra and Ezreal. He was quite astonished, given that Uzi's performance on Ezreal in the previous match had been mediocre. Did they really intend to have him face Jhin once more? Uzi boasted a vast fan base, and many supporters in the audience held up their cheering paraphernalia. Upon witnessing their beloved player once again lock in Ezreal, disappointment echoed through the crowd in the form of sighs. The camera panned to Uzi, who was continuously hydrating in an attempt to soothe his nerves. In the last match, Uzi had made a misstep in lane, necessitating the purchase of a Doran S blade. This mining tool adversely affected his early combat effectiveness, stalling his equipment development. The timing for the Tear of the Goddess was far too late. It was only at the 21-minute mark that Uzi finally transformed into the Muramana. Once he entered his power spike, he participated in a single team fight. By then, VG had already secured the Baron Nashor, making the disparity in combat power nearly insurmountable. Uzi managed to fire off 2 QS before being swiftly dispatched back to the fountain by Hai's Flash R. Moreover, the pressure exerted by Imp and Xiao Duan in lane was particularly burdensome for Uzi. His support, Mata, was not particularly adept in the landing phase. In contrast, VG's duo were formidable in their lane. Uzi had initially chosen Xiao Duan for his impressive landing prowess, which perfectly aligned with his own needs. But now, Xiao Duan was on the opposing side. It is well known that the effectiveness of a bottom lane often hinges on the support. After losing the first game, Uzi felt uncertain. Ezreal was the most suitable ADC for both him and the team in this scenario. VG had opted for the mid laner Vladimir and the jungle Lee Sin. He couldn't help but chuckle. Even Virtue had chosen not to select the currently dominant Rek'Sai. This semi-final was entirely reshaping his understanding of the playoff meta. Initially, from spectators to commentators and professional teams, everyone shared the same sentiment towards Rek'Sai. If not banned, she must be picked. The strength of the Void Burrower was evident. Yet in the second game of this semi-final, she became a neglected choice. The primary reason was that this champion truly struggled in jungle skirmishes against the Cougar. Zeyuan offered a fair assessment, noting that she could hardly contend with Nidalee, and once the early rhythm faltered, she became increasingly ineffective in the mid to late game. In contrast, Lee Sin boasted superior mobility and posed a threat to the Cougar's life in one-on-one encounters once he reached level 6. Even in the late game, the Cougar was not necessarily more useful than Lee Sin, for the latter retained the potential to turn the tide with his Dragon's Rage. He focused his attention on RNG's champion select screen. With only 2 picks remaining, Looper was set to take Poppy for the top lane. While the support position was designated for Leona, the radiant visage of the sun goddess elicited gasps of admiration from the audience. It has been quite a while since we last witnessed Leona on the professional stage. Zeyuan speculates that she may be a secret weapon prepared by RNG, while Yu contends that this is merely a reluctant choice. All the roaming support champions capable of dictating the pace have been banned. For Mata to successfully roam in this match, he must select a robust support to synergize with Quan's Nidalee, previously overlooked due to her subpar effectiveness. Leona was once again brought up by Looper as the drafting phase commenced. Mata had no choice but to acquiesce to this suggestion. VG promptly locked in their final pick. Zeyuan could hardly contain his excitement. Morgana. In the second game of the semifinals, both teams opted for support champions that are seldom seen in the current meta. Amidst the raucous crowd, it is essential to maintain a calm analysis. VG's selection of Morgana can thwart RNG's potential for single-target assassinations, as her magic shield grants immunity to crowd control, effectively safeguarding her allies. The 10 players exchange their respective champions, solidifying the lineups. The blue side, RNG, top lane Poppy, jungle Nidalee, mid lane Syndra, bot lane Ezreal, and Leona. The red side, VG, top lane Shun, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Vladimir, bot lane Jhin, and Morgana. Evaluating the compositions, RNG holds a degree of offensive pressure. However, their team fights lack the area damage that Syndra can provide, ultimately falling short against the formidable Vladimir. Zeyuan nods in agreement, emphasizing that RNG must build momentum early on, striving to accumulate a significant economic advantage, allowing their carries to take control in the mid-game. There is no time for further discussion as the Summoner's Rift appears on the grand screen. Having stayed up late the previous night, thoughts are somewhat muddled. A major development awaits tomorrow. The Hat Emperor and the Little Lamb are set to return to the divine realm of the land. 138. A desperate counterattack. Amidst a deluge of cheers, the sound of signals resonated, amplified by the superb acoustics of the performance center, echoing throughout the venue. RNG grouped together, descending from their high ground towards the river, seemingly intent on an invasion. Remember immediately detected the movement of RNG. In terms of early skirmishes, they possess a slight advantage over VG, Zeyuan calmly assessed, as Har opted for Vladimir, who lacks early combat prowess. In fights, Vladimir can only deal damage through his basic attacks after taking a sip. Against RNG's heroes, this is simply insufficient. However, I feel that a forced invasion may not be entirely reasonable. Remember expressed his inner doubts. VG boasts Shun, Lee Sin, as well as Jin and Morgana, who can provide pinpoint crowd control and potential burst damage. Should they feel cornered, RNG may not secure victory. Gu Xing indeed shared this sentiment. RNG's composition carries early offensive pressure, and he intends to prevent the opposing team from easily invading the jungle to establish an advantage, preparing to reclaim his lower jungle alongside his teammates. Virtue's sonic wave connected with Quan, and Longa also rushed to provide support. One must remember the website. The appearance of Shun prompted RNG to abandon their invasion plan, retreating like the tide and relinquishing the jungle back to Gu Xing. In a brief moment, the time seemed to halt as the protagonist awaited the opponent's return to the RNG jungle. He positioned himself at the edge of the blue buff camp, peering across the wall towards the central river to place a ward. To his dismay, the enemy duo happened to be lurking nearby. Ezreal unleashed a ranged auto attack, while Leona swiftly followed with her basic attack and Q ability, Solar Flare, instantly dispelling the vision provided by the ward. With a twinge of unease, the protagonist gazed at the now obscured river, pondering the peculiar positioning of the enemy bot lane duo. Having failed in their incursion, why linger in the river? Quickly, come and farm the jungle. The call from Zhu Shengbin pulled him back to reality. Responding promptly, Duan Deliang hurried back to his own jungle. Upon observing that the ward he had placed in the river had been cleared, Gu Xing did not insist that his teammates replace it. Early game vision resources were scarce, and he needed to use his trinket ward in conjunction with his W ability, Golden Bell Shield, for mobility. Both Howie and IMP required vision to avoid ganks. If another ward were placed in the river, it could jeopardize their early landing phase. Virtue commenced his jungle path from the top, beginning with the stone golem. And with the assistance of Long Go, his jungle clear speed was commendable. Just as Zeyuan's words faded, the broadcast switched perspectives. Xiang Guo's jungle route was rather unconventional. While the duo farmed the stone golem, he opted to take the adjacent red buff. Zeyuan speculated whether he intended to clear from the bottom to the top. This would lead to a misalignment in jungle positioning with Xiao Guo. Furrowing his brow, Zeyuan recalled that Looper had entered VG's upper jungle prior to his ascension, placing a ward at the enemy's stone golem camp. Xiang Guo was aware of Virtue's jungle route, so there was no necessity for a counter-initiation. As long as the leopard woman exercised a modicum of caution, she should remain untroubled by the blind monk in the jungle matchup before level 6, using her movement speed to create distance without risking her life. Consequently, Xiang Guo's reversed jungle strategy left the two commentators perplexed. However, they soon grasped his intentions. After clearing the red buff, the leopard woman leapt from the dragon pit, traversing the river with the aim of infiltrating VG's lower jungle. Zeyuan's realization dawned as he raised his voice. Xiang Guo intended to replicate Xiao Gu's strategy from the previous match, attempting an invasion after clearing the red buff. The distinction lay in the fact that he was only at level 2, while Virtue still occupied the upper quadrant, rendering a direct confrontation improbable. The leopard woman disregarded the enemy's blue buff entirely, opting instead to leap to VG's 3-wolf camp. Employing her smite on the shadow wolf, she swiftly acquired the wolf spirit, laying down her javelin and trap beneath the jungle monsters, efficiently clearing the camp with deft precision. Though she was merely at level 2, Nidalee's jungle clearing prowess was already becoming apparent. Xiang Guo first secured the wolf spirit with his smite, enabling him to scout VG's lower jungle before seeking out the blue buff. Previously informed by his bot lane duo that Xiao Duan's ward in the river had been cleared, he knew that the enemy had no capacity to continue placing vision in the lower jungle. His counter-jungle endeavor could only be described as audacious. Virtue, having completed his F4 camp and successfully reaching level 3, finally set off towards the lower quadrant. Zeyuan raised his voice, explaining that Xiao Gu's strategy revolved around a full jungle clear leading to a rapid level 4 rather than hastily securing double buffs through a swift level 3 route, which would cause him to arrive late in the lower quadrant. In most matchups, the blind monk typically opts for a swift level 3 initiation to either secure ganks or invade. However, one must analyze the specific circumstances at hand. In this instance, with VG's composition, the top lane Shin faces off against the Boppy. As long as Looper retains his W ability, the VG jungler is entirely incapable of eliminating him, even failing to force a flash from him. The mid lane matchup between the Vampire and Syndra means that Gu Xing cannot seek to collaborate with Hou Yi until he reaches level 6. Meanwhile, the bottom lane duo of Jhin and Morgana does possess crowd control, which could result in kills when coordinated with the blind monk. Yet, if Gu Xing follows the conventional approach of ganking at level 3, the opposing team would most likely have already set up vision to ward against it. Thus, he resolves to farm until level 4, hoping to catch his adversaries off guard. Unfortunately, this strategy has led Gu Xing to remain oblivious to the unusual happenings in the lower jungle. It seems Virtue was unable to arrive in time. He recalls the sound of a resolute voice. From a god's eye view, he can observe both Gu Xing's position and the progress of Xiang Guo's jungle clear. As the blind monk traverses the mid lane and approaches the lower jungle, the leopard woman reduces the blue buff's health to nearly 13. Given Nidalee's jungle clearing speed, if she consumes the blue buff and retreats, the blind monk would scarcely catch a glimpse of her. The VG fans in the audience appear anxious, yet powerless. As Gu Xing steps into the lower jungle, he discovers the camp of 3 wolves completely barren, devoid of even a blade of grass. The wolf spirit, having detected his presence, meanders over to lock onto the blind monk. What was once his own camp of wolves now seeks to track Gu Xing's movements. Gu Xing, disregarding the insolence of the spirit, realizes at the sight of it that his blue buff is likely lost, probably already in enemy hands. Moreover, without vision in the lower jungle, recklessly advancing could easily lead him into a trap set by Xiang Guo. He promptly turns away from his lower half of the jungle, embarking on a lengthy journey towards RNG's upper jungle to exchange resources. Virtue's back and forth in the jungle consumes considerable time. This is unavoidable. Gu Xing cannot afford to starve himself when the match is yet to reach the 3-minute mark. Along the way, he ponders the opponent's targeted strategy. Both teams' duos commenced by clearing jungle camps, and at that time, Imp and Xiao Duan had not yet spotted the leopard woman. By calculating the time, Gu Xing easily deduces that Xiang Guo must have cleared RNG's red buff before venturing into his jungle. He realizes that RNG has orchestrated an elaborate scheme. Typically, on the red side, teams facing a champion like Nidalee, who possesses the ability to invade at level 2, would generally place vision wards in the central river area, near the dragon pit, to prevent stealthy incursions into their jungle. For instance, in the previous match, RNG had already placed a ward in the river to counter Gu Xing's Nidalee's initial invasion. Given the current version's trinket duration of 60 seconds at level 1, placing it just over a minute into the game would effectively deter Nidalee's forceful level 2 incursion. Xiao Duan replicated this strategy in this match as well. However, RNG anticipated his intention to place vision, and the bottom lane duo lay in wait within the river, ready to dismantle the ward the moment Duan de Liang inserted it. Consequently, VG finds itself devoid of any additional vision resources in the entirety of the lower jungle. In a remarkable display of tactical prowess, Xiang Guo executed a level 2 counter-invasion in the jungle without VG being the wiser. Initially, RNG grouped together to invade the lower jungle, only to be repelled by Gu Xing and his teammates, retreating with palpable reluctance. This maneuver served to lull Gu Xing into a false sense of security. He assumed RNG merely intended to initiate a level 1 jungle exchange, and once thwarted, would abandon their plans. Little did he realize that the initial invasion was merely a prelude, meticulously orchestrated to set the stage for Xiang Guo's level 2 counter-invasion. Gu Xing couldn't help but admire RNG's cunning strategy, which had proven exceedingly effective. After a smooth victory in the previous match, he had dismissed RNG as a mere shadow of a competitor, yet he was caught off guard and struck hard from the onset in this game. Within the team's communications, Zhu Changbin reminded their support player, Xiao Duan, "You should level W at 2. We must not let the minions reach the tower." Imp had initially intended to manipulate the minion wave to allow the jungler to gank at level 4. However, with VG's lower jungle thoroughly countered, Zhu Changbin was compelled to adjust his minion strategy. As Gu Xing moved upward, Xiang Guo's Leona was still active in the lower half of the map. An imp hesitated to let the minions approach the tower. Should RNG decide to dive the bottom lane, survival for him and Xiao Duan seemed utterly impossible. Duan Deliang promptly responded. Having just hit level 2, he quickly selected W, Torment, casting it on the ground to scorch the minions. This torment, akin to substandard cooking oil, combined with Jin's Q, Dancing Grenade, effectively halted the minion wave outside the tower. Xiang Guo, originally intending to support VG's duo in the bottom lane, realized the conditions for a tower dive were non-existent and thus opted to place a ward before returning to base. Virtue arrived in RNG's upper jungle, where 3 camps, including the blue buff, remained intact. As Gu Xing began to engage the blue buff, he received a warning from Ho Yi. Syndra is coming for you. I cannot hold her off. Easy Hoon, as a vampire, faced an insurmountable challenge in attempting to contain Syndra early in the game. He could only watch as she finished her wave and departed from the mid lane. The arrival of Xiaohu left Gu Xing in a precarious position. Having wasted time by repeatedly returning to the jungle, he now found himself at a disadvantage, with Li Yuanhao having already reached level 3. With W, Force of Will, Syndra could seize jungle monsters, and should Gu Xing persist with the blue buff, Xiaohu would easily snatch them away. Virtue abandoned the blue buff, first drawing the aggro away from the jungle monsters. Li Yuanhao, placing a ward over the wall, observed Gu Xing's lack of intent to consume the blue buff while still remaining in the vicinity. The minion wave in the mid lane had fully pushed against VG's inner tower, granting Xiaohu ample time to toy with Gu Xing before the minions returned. Gu Xing could not even approach the magic frog, as Xiaohu demonstrated the true meaning of being predatory. Zeyuan, brimming with excitement, cried out in exuberance, seemingly imitating the legendary player, and Xiang Guo was soon to arrive as well. The spicy hot pot had just countered VG's lower jungle, claiming 3 wolves and the blue buff, reaching level 3, and seeing no opportunity to gank bottom, chose to return to base. He purchased a dark seal and immediately headed towards the upper jungle, intending to safeguard his territory. After Dragon Brother concluded his push on the top lane minions, he sought to provide assistance to his teammates in the upper half of the map. However, Looper, abandoning the 3 distant minions beneath the tower, decided to join the fray. The noble lord found himself ensnared within the confines of the mid lane's first tower, unable to move. The early game vampire, lacking both equipment and levels, exhibited a woefully inadequate efficiency in clearing waves, and securing tower gold proved exceedingly difficult. Easy Hoon, undoubtedly, could not forsake the abundant minion wave to come here. Moreover, even if he were to arrive, what could the vampire possibly achieve? Gu Xing realized that in the current 2v2 scenario, he held no advantage. And if the situation lingered until Xiang Guo arrived, they would be compelled to fight with numerical disadvantage. Dragon Brother, retreat. I shall go feast upon the river crab. He made this arduous decision, his voice tinged with melancholy. Zhu Xiaolong acquiesced to the command and turned back, witnessing Gu Xing's withdrawal. The camera captured the exuberant roar of the spicy hot pot. Splendid. With a deft spear, he struck the luscious magic swamp frog, and, embodying the nimbleness of the leopard lady, he pounced to savor his prize, muttering incessantly, "This blind monk is worthless." At the commentary desk, Zeyuan echoed the same assessment. Little Gu was in dire straits. He had cleared 3 camps and 1 river crab. Yet, even with the automatic gold generation from the system, his economy fell short of crafting the coveted jungle knife. The green jungle knife is essential for the blind monk's very survival. Each additional ward enhances Lee Sin's mobility, indirectly amplifying the hero's strength. Without the green jungle knife, the blind monk struggled to realize his full potential. The VG jungle lay barren, and after consuming the upper river crab, Gu Xing planned to venture to the lower river to secure another swift crab. In the current version, river crabs held little value, offering a mere 10 experience points. In times past, this was a feast discarded by junglers. Yet now Gu Xing found himself meticulously scavenging for it to forge his green jungle knife. Little Tiger departed from the mid lane once more, this time descending. Under the watchful eyes of the audience both in the arena and online, Syndra seized the opportunity to arrive at the lower river first, utilizing her telekinetic powers to grasp the swift crab and hurl it into the distance. The RNG duo, having cleared the minions, also went offline, joining forces with Little Tiger to devour this river crab. The cacophony of the crowd echoed incessantly. VG supporters could hardly believe the unfolding events. Yet they were compelled to acknowledge that Gu Xing, once invincible over the past 2 months, was now facing a catastrophic decline. How should Virtue proceed? He ventured into RNG's jungle without claiming any resources, returning only to find himself unable to even secure a river crab, wasting precious seconds. One couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration for Gu Xing. As the blind monk entered the lower river, he beheld the freshly spawned altar of the swift crab. Gu Xing, having noticed the simultaneous disappearance of the RNG players from the mid and lower lanes, surmised that they were likely there to farm the river crab. His approach was merely a reluctant attempt to confirm his suspicions. Unfortunately, the opposing Leona brazenly absorbed damage, pushing the minion wave forward, while Zeyuan provided explanations. He too felt a sense of exasperation. The duo of Jean and Morgana was indeed favorable against Ezreal and Leona in the lower lane, whether in wave clearing or skirmishes. They possessed greater fighting prowess. However, their earlier jungle was thwarted, forcing the VG duo to concede the wave. With great difficulty, they awaited Xiang Guo's arrival in the upper half of the map, as Zeyuan intended to push the minion wave with Gu Xing's assistance. However, he was thwarted by Mata, who prevented him from depleting both layers of the sacred shield. Devouring 2 minions and swiftly managing the minion wave before taking Uzi to secure the river crab. The duo from VG, despite their formidable wave-pushing capabilities, found themselves at a loss without having returned to base to replenish their equipment. Zeyuan could only seize the opportunity to ensnare Mata with his Q ability, Dark Binding, while collaborating with Gu Xing to chip away at his health. In a state of desperation, Virtue had no choice but to retreat and farm his own magic toad. The Toad Princess had previously been consumed by Imp before his arrival. Now, approaching the 4-minute mark, the second spawn of toads had already emerged. Gu Xing finally managed to secure a camp of monsters, but upon returning to base, he still lacked 55 gold to craft his green jungle knife. Resolutely, he sold his refillable potion to forcibly complete the equipment. Xiang Guo's Leona descended from the upper lane, and if he devoured all the resources in the RNG jungle, he would outpace Xiang Guo by 4 camps. This presented a terrifying advantage in the early game. Yet, Xiang Guo was not satisfied. He was determined to reclaim his honor from the previous match. Mata, do you have an opportunity? Xiang Guo sank his teeth into the stone beetle in their jungle's lower area and glanced toward the bottom lane. Hearing the jungler's call, Mata immediately responded, "Just come. We can definitely secure a kill." At 4 minutes and 43 seconds, Xiang Guo, undeterred by the possibility of Gu Xing's ambush, relied on Zyra's control of the lane to place the second trinket ward he had prepared at the 3-minute mark into the VG's feathered bird camp. Now Xiang Guo had a clear view. Gu Xing was farming the F4 camp. It was evident that Gu Xing had initiated his jungle route from the top down, and with the respawn of the camps, he would certainly seek to regain his farm. Prepare to freeze. Xiang Guo informed his teammates of his successful positioning. The minion wave in the bottom lane was currently at the VG tower, yet not too deep, causing Imp to step out of the protective range of the turret to secure his last hits. Zeyuan, providing side cover for Gu Xing, was in a similar situation. Mata took a step back, feigning the completion of the minion wave in preparation for a retreat, lulling the VG duo into a false sense of security. As Uzi used his basic attack to eliminate the last ranged minion of the 6th wave, a glow of upgrade light enveloped Mata. The pivotal moment for the duo to reach level 4 was upon completing this cannon minion wave. With Uzi having early farm jungle camps, he had already hit level 4 ahead of time. Thus, only Mata had gained a level. He awaited this opportunity, raising his zenith blade high. The golden light shimmered. E-flash. The arena erupted with cheers as Mata decisively initiated, targeting Zeyuan. Following closely, Zeyuan's voice rose in intensity, yet Zeyuan reacted swiftly, casting his black shield upon himself. Although Leona could follow up, Mata's Q ability, Dawn Shield, could not stun Zeyuan due to the immunity from the black shield. Duan Deliang swiftly turned to cast his Q, Dark Binding, anchoring Mata in place. At that moment, Uzi, controlling Ezreal, surged forward with an E. The output of Arcane Shift dealt magic damage, and if it connected with Morgana, it could shatter the black shield. The movements of Zhu Shengbin were exquisitely deft. He understood that Arcane Shift would launch a projectile towards the nearest target, to Ezreal. With the minion wave already cleared, It was impossible for this projectile to strike the minions. Thus, Imp executed a subtle sidestep, positioning himself closer to Uzi than the short distance would suggest. This maneuver successfully redirected the arcane projectile to lock onto him. However, the commentators and most of the audience failed to grasp this nuance. Uzi, on the other hand, was acutely aware of Imp's actions. His gaze was intense, and his fingers danced decisively across the keyboard. Essence Flux. A radiant surge of yellow energy erupted from Ezreal's hands. At this juncture, Ezreal's W ability had yet to be reworked, and Essence Flux dealt magic damage while enhancing the attack speed of allied champions in its path. The short distance did not seem alarming to Xiaoduan. He believed that being so near the turret, there was no need to expend his flash, as the damage from Ezreal's W would not be sufficient to shatter the Black Shield. However, when Essence Flux struck Morgana, Xiaoduan suddenly realized his oversight. The Black Shield was shattered. How could this be? Xiaoduan was momentarily stunned. Was he not going to use his flash? Zeyuan, perplexed, shouted from the commentary booth. Leona raised her shield, and Dawn's shield stunned Morgana. The elusive Nidalee finally made her appearance. She flashed forward, hurling a spear. Leona's Dawn's shield would only stun for a second, and should the spear be thrown from a distance, Xiaoduan would surely have time to react and use flash to escape. Therefore, Xiang would decisively flash forward to close the gap, landing the spear on Xiaoduan, marking him with the hunt. Imp cast a healing spell, attempting to salvage his ally, while Xiaoduan used his flash to retreat toward the turret. Yet, Xiang did not immediately pursue. He waited for Xiaoduan to expend his flash. Pounce. Nidalee viciously sank her fangs into Morgana. Meanwhile, Mata had initiated Eclipse to begin tanking the turret. He had waited until level 4 to acquire the second tier of W for additional armor to withstand the turret's onslaught. The combined damage from Xiang Guo and Uzi poured forth, and Xiaoduan was in dire straits. In the critical moment of turret aggro, RNG's trio disregarded any notions of yielding a kill. To maximize his damage output, Xiang Guo, knowing Xiaoduan lacked flash, executed a sequence of attacks in Panther form. First using E then Q, striving to inflict maximum execution damage. First blood was drawn, amidst the deafening cheers from the audience. Xiang Guo collected 400 gold and turned to prepare for a retreat from the turret. Imp's meticulously placed trap lay beneath RNG's jungle support, with subsequent follow-ups from Deadly Flourish and Mantra, aimed shot. Zeyuan raised his voice, recalling how last year, when he had just replaced Su Xiaoyan as the LPL commentator, he would narrate every event with idioms to find solace. This year, Zeyuan had undergone a transformation. He now relished articulating the full names of heroes' abilities, striving to recite them all in one breath. As he commented, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. Zeyuan raised his volume once more. Xiang Guo's forward charge was pivotal. Imp's Deadly Flourish was intended to root Mata. Regrettably, Xiang Guo intervened with a deft displacement maneuver, positioning himself between Jean and Leona, effectively thwarting the potentially lethal flourish. Now, it was the healthy Lee Sin who found himself ensnared in place. Uzi provided a healing spell, aiding his support in withstanding the damage, while the trio from the jungle successfully extricated themselves. As Mata withdrew from the turret, his health dwindled to a mere 77 points. Imp refrained from pursuing. Confronting the all-too-familiar dilemma that befalls every Jean, he had run out of ammunition. Jiao Songbin could only watch as his former support retreated with composure. The broadcast shifted focus to Xiang Guo, who, as a jungler, naturally immerses himself in the competitive atmosphere. Now, with a significant advantage, his emotions surged, his slender frame radiating boundless energy. Nice. The words he mouthed were unmistakably jubilant, exclaiming, "Woohoo! Let's take flight." He lavished praise on RNG's synchronized teamwork. From Mata's E-Flash to Uzi's breaking of the Black Shield, culminating in Xiang Guo's interception of the Deadly Flourish. Their synergy was impeccable. The RNG fans below yearned to celebrate with drums and gongs, while the live stream erupted in applause. After a tense game, the supporters were finally ready to express their joy. The Spring Championship is back with you. Do you see that? This is the essence of a strong team. VG. You cannot replicate this. This match was VG's to lose. We shall reconvene for the third game. Where is the jungler atop the MVP leaderboard? A little assistance, please. It was evident that it was merely the prowess of Lee Sin, as Xiang Guo showcased his ability to carry the game. Thus far this year, RNG has significantly outperformed VG, both in terms of fanbase and tangible achievements. The jubilance of the supporters quickly drowned out the rebuttals from VG fans. Xiao Duan gazed at the black and white screen, still reminiscing about the earlier skirmish. Morgana's black shield boasts a foundational value of 70 points at level 1. Logically, it should be impossible for it to be shattered solely by Ezreal's level 1 essence flux. Unless a realization dawned upon Duanda. Ezreal had leveled his W twice, utilizing the enhanced base damage to break the shield. By the time the battle erupted, Uzi had already reached level 4 for some time. This indicated that the opponent had held on to a skill point without investing it. It was only when Xiang Guo arrived to confirm the gank that they invested in the second level of essence flux to shatter the black shield, thereby creating an opening for Mata's Leona to stun. As Xiao Duan pondered these details, a furrow formed on his brow. Having duo-queued with Uzi for an extended period, he was acutely aware of the opponent's operational nuances. In terms of the landing phase, considering the absence of jungle interference, there are few ADCs capable of consistently besting Uzi. He has nearly allocated all his talents towards mastering the landing phase. The intuitive decision to level his W at 2 by Ezreal is merely a reflection of Uzi's formidable prowess during the landing phase. RNG's early game demonstrated an undeniable level of coordination, from preparation to execution. Their caliber as a top-tier team was indisputable. The spring championship level this year is indeed formidable. Gu Xing had just finished clearing his own 3 wolves. He switched screens, witnessing the entirety of Xiao Duan's demise, yet felt utterly powerless to intervene. In the early stages, RNG's relentless onslaught left them gasping for breath. Top laner Longa noticed that both the bottom lane and jungle were at a disadvantage, and hurriedly reassured his teammates over voice chat. "It's all right, let's play steadily. If we can drag this to the late game, victory will be ours." Indeed, maintaining composure and focusing on development was essential, echoed Ho Yi. "Once I get my items, I can carry." Gu Xing responded gravely. Having finished clearing the jungle, he had little else to do and decided to head to the mid lane to alleviate some pressure on Ho Yi. After ensuring that Zeyuan had cleared the minion wave, Gu Xing pressed the B key once more. During his return to base, he took a large gulp of ice water from a paper cup, forcing himself to calm down. The raucous cheers from the RNG fans could faintly penetrate his noise-canceling headphones, allowing him to sense their excitement and joy. Gu Xing's heart raced, the warmth of his blood coursing through his limbs. Taking 2 deep breaths, he attempted to steady his nerves. Gu Xing had never been one to shy away from the spotlight. He entered the professional arena not only for financial gain, but also for the challenge of competing against formidable opponents. The cheers supporting the rival team did not intimidate him. Rather, they ignited his already intense will to survive, burning fiercely like a raging inferno. He was determined to win today. Regaining his composure, Gu Xing switched his focus to the bottom lane. Just moments ago, Imp and Xiao Duan had not fully cleared the 6th wave of RNG minions, which, accompanied by a cannon minion, boldly charged towards the next turret. Gu Xing's mind sparked with inspiration as he recognized an opportunity. "Xiao Duan, sell out for a moment." He attempted to direct his teammates. "The enemy's Nidalee is likely to come. I will ambush." Xiao Duan paused in surprise before agreeing. Originally, Duan de Liang believed that the current circumstances did not favor Gu Xing's jungle-centric strategy, and that the command should remain in his hands. However, since Gu Xing had voiced his plan, he found little reason to oppose it. After all, their jungler was already at such a disadvantage. Things could hardly worsen. Meanwhile, on the RNG player bench, the exuberant Xiang Guo was still seeking opportunities to attack. "I'm heading to the bottom lane once more." Shaking off the earlier defeat at the hands of Gu Xing, he was now animated and vibrant, instructing Mata, "You just focus on the enemy's support. Morgana won't reach level 4. Earlier, when Uzi returned to base, he had specifically mentioned having temporarily chosen the 2nd level W rune movement, which had just managed to break Morgana's black shield. Xiang Guo intended to seize this chance for another strike. Xiao Duan's Morgana had evenly distributed skill points among Q, W, and E in the first 3 levels. As long as she remained below level 4, Morgana would be unable to unlock her 2nd level E black shield, making her vulnerable to Ezreal's attacks. Mata glanced at the minion wave. "All right, Uzi, hold off on purchasing the Tear of Goddess. Get a more combat-effective item." As the cannon minion wave approached the VG turret, there was no need for further discussion. The next wave of minions would still be within the turret's range. Utilizing the turret's fire, VG's minions would gain the upper hand, pushing the minion wave back toward RNG. Should the VG duo wish to secure last hits, they would inevitably have to venture out along the minion wave. Once they strayed too far from the turret, Mata believed he would have another opportunity to ambush the enemy. As Yuzi's voice echoed, he found himself with but a single assist, rendering his economic status rather meager. Initially intent on acquiring the goddess's tear, he instead opted to purchase 2 long swords and a control ward for precautionary measures. The commentator's attention remained fixated on Xiang Guo's equipment. Having secured first blood and 5 jungle camps, the leopard woman returned to base and promptly acquired the sorcerer's shoes. It was a remarkable moment. Xiang Guo was resolutely determined to embrace a tanky approach this match. The sorcerer's shoes would bestow an astonishing combat prowess to the leopard woman in the early to mid-game. The sole drawback of Xiang Guo's build was the absence of a green jungle knife, resulting in a somewhat diminished experience gain while farming. Xiang Guo commenced his journey by heading upward, clearing the magic toad and the 3 wolves in his upper jungle, before swiftly transitioning downwards. In Xiang Guo's perspective, the misaligned jungler, Gu Xing, was undoubtedly supplementing his growth in the upper jungle at that moment. Although Xiao Hu's trinket ward had yet to recharge, leaving his assumptions unverified, Xiang Guo grew increasingly exhilarated, his confidence in his judgment surging with fervor. His volatile and impulsive nature had been thoroughly ignited. As Zeyuan followed the director's camera towards the bot lane, the positioning of the minion wave appeared decidedly unfavorable for the VG duo. The minions had crossed the central line and were surging towards RNG's lower tower. Xiang Guo positioned himself, eager for a second engagement. His movements were deliberately cautious. He feigned retreat, seemingly wary of his lack of flash, and refrained from overly aggressive positioning. Such acting prowess could earn an Oscar. Even the discerning Mata failed to notice anything amiss. He readied himself to strike. To provide Imp with an opportunity to farm, Xiao Duan took a step forward, inadvertently granting Mata the chance he needed. Leona's Zenith Blade was unleashed, striking Morgana with pinpoint accuracy. As was customary, Xiao Duan shielded himself with Black Shield. Aiming to negate any crowd control, Yuzi unleashed his W, Essence Flux, while maneuvering Ezreal forward with his E ability, fortuitously placing him in the path of the Essence Flux and granting him a significant boost in attack speed. The Black Shield was shattered once more. As Mata's Dawn Shield incapacitated Morgana, Xiang Guo, nestled in the corner, launched a javelin that pierced through numerous VG minions, striking Morgana directly. The leopard woman swiftly transformed and pounced. In Xiang Guo's eyes, Morgana was destined to become yet another of his trophies. However, the RNG fans in the audience did not share his exuberance. Instead, they emitted various shouts betraying their anxious emotions. RNG had fallen into a trap, and G remembered staring at the screen in disbelief, realizing Xiao Gu was lurking just behind. At that moment, Xiao Hu, having finished pushing the mid lane minions, made a deliberate detour to glance at the VG bird's nest, only to discover the F4 family still thriving together in bliss. Li Yuanhao immediately recognized something was amiss. The blind monk might be down there. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, Xiang Guo instinctively considered retreating a step. Yet, from the edge of the vision, a figure clad in a red blindfold emerged from the brush. Virtue had arrived. Ji's voice was sharp. Xiao Duan, without hesitation, marked his target, urging, "Puff. You take the minion." Gu Songbin, without a second thought, raised his weapon and dispatched the low-health RNG minion. A blue flash of light flickered. Nidalee Leona ascended to level 4. After missing a significant wave of cannon minions due to a previous demise, he has finally achieved this milestone with the assistance of his teammates. Having already expended his Black Shield, he invested his skill points into Q, Dark Binding. The dark energy accurately struck the nearest Nidalee. Morgana's Q does not reduce the cooldown of her skills, but can extend the duration of her control. With the second level Q, the binding time reached an impressive 2.25 seconds. The blind monk flashed in and used W to attach himself to Morgana, while Yu, relying on his shield, saved his companion. Not only did the upgrade grant him health, but the layer of shield from Gu Xing allowed Nidalee to survive with a sliver of health. Zeyuan spoke rapidly. Thunderous strikes battered the ground against Nidalee, while Imp's Jin added to the damage, leaving Coma without any means of escape. The advancing Coma lacked any displacement abilities, having already used his flash. Bound in place, he could only watch as VG's jungle focused their assault upon him. The magic penetration boots offered him no assistance save for support. Xiang Guo had returned to base to purchase a longsword. And with the explosive power of the Thunder Lord's decree, his damage output was substantial. Upon seeing Gu Xing approach, Mata instinctively sought to retreat. With most of his skills already used, failing to eliminate Morgana signaled a disastrous gank. It is crucial to note that VG's minion count was significantly ahead, providing the enemy team with formidable combat prowess. The blind monk executed a sonic wave followed by an auto attack, dispatching Nidalee. Zeyuan spoke in rapid succession. As Jin's crowd control trap slowed Leona, followed by a deadly flourish that secured her in place. Gu Xing's second E ability further slowed his opponents. Without flash, Mata found it exceedingly difficult to escape. Ultimately, the kill was claimed by Imp. Remaining, Uzi faced the relentless pursuit of 3 VG members. Opting to use his flash to flee, RNG faced a catastrophic defeat. The atmosphere was filled with a resounding cheer, as Virtue's clever ambush caused them to relinquish all the advantages they had amassed in the early game. In an instant, the applause and cheers erupted. Could TS truly turn the tide from 2 to 3? Mark's strikes tonight were indeed heavy-handed. Gratitude was extended to classmate Xiaoming for the generous 11,500 starting coin donation. 139, vision flaws, perfect synergy. Virtue truly turned the game around. It was almost unbelievable. He anticipated Koma's gank to the bottom lane, reaping immense rewards and reconnecting to the match. Within VG's voice chat, chaos reigned. Long Gu, calmly farming in the top lane, witnessed the dramatic shift in momentum within those 5 minutes. Unable to restrain his exuberant praise for his teammates, Xiang Guo, your instincts are remarkable. Well played, well played. Lord Ho even applauded and cheered during his return to base, encouraging continued efforts for victory. The usually shy Nidalee let out a rare roar, expressing the pressure he had been under, albeit mixed with a few expletives that would have been muted even in a broadcast. Gu Xing shook off the frustrations accumulated in the early game, now brimming with vitality. Having successfully countered the ambush, he felt invigorated, his desire for victory reaching a fever pitch. The initial URL is https. Gu Xing took a moment to calm his emotions before continuing to direct his teammates, urging them to push the lanes while he ventured into the opponent's lower jungle. During a previous ambush, he had observed that Xiang Guo's minion count was 4 higher than during their last encounter. In this version, which has not yet accounted for every camp as for minions, the possibilities included the magical swamp frog and 3 wolves, or a singular F4 group. By analyzing the time of the leopard woman's appearance, Gu Xing could deduce that Xiang Guo had cleared 2 camps. Consequently, the stone beetle and the spear-billed bird in the enemy's lower quadrant were undoubtedly present. RNG had suffered significantly from this counter-ambush, with Zeyuan lamenting the losses. Xiang Guo's newly purchased magic penetration boots had yet to come into play, and his remaining economy post-death was insufficient to procure a green jungle knife. Without vision control, he was highly vulnerable to being targeted by Virtue. He spoke confidently, noting that after the counter-ambush, Little Gu was no longer an easy target. The now advanced Lee Sin possessed the capability for jungle invasions. He further remarked on Uzi, who had crafted 2 long swords specifically for skirmishes, yet without securing any kills, the crafting of his Tear of the Goddess would be delayed. On the professional stage, Ezreal's recognized peak power occurs upon completing the Ice Gauntlet and Manamune. At that point, Ezreal would gain the ability to slow enemies, deal damage, and exhibit remarkable flexibility with a short cooldown, rendering him exceptionally formidable. However, without the Manamune, Ezreal would lack damage. His Q, Mystic Shot, would be rendered nearly ineffective. Uzi was deeply troubled. If the previous match had seen him misjudge the synergy between Jin and the troll, leading to a surprise attack that left him on low health and compelled him to build the Essence Reaver, thus delaying his Tear's completion. This match was simply an unfortunate calamity brought on by his teammates. The 2 longswords were intended to enhance his output in small-scale team fights, yet they had yielded little effect in the recent confrontation. With such a multitude of minions, Uzi found it difficult to unleash the crucial Q Mystic Shot, which was often obstructed by the minions. Relying solely on auto attacks severely diminished Ezreal's combat potential. In a 3v2 scenario, Uzi felt that even with the minion wave's assistance, the enemy would not make any significant errors. However, Gu Xing's timely counter-ambush instantly shifted the tide. If it merely slowed down his equipment progression, Uzi could accept that, as he had endured a similar situation in the past. Yet, this clash in the lower jungle brought about far-reaching negative repercussions. With Xiang Guo failing to acquire the green jungle knife, the jungle was shrouded in darkness. The minion wave had pushed entirely to their lower tower, forcing Uzi to be cautious while farming, fearing that a Lee Sin might emerge from the brush behind the tower. For Uzi, who placed immense value on minions, this was nothing short of torment. Moreover, Imp's Jin had just secured a kill, inevitably completing an economic lead over him, which was particularly hard for him to accept. Uzi was in a state of frantic anxiety. The RNG player bench fell into a brief silence until Xiang Guo spoke up again, hastily apologizing in voice chat, expressing that he had underestimated the presence of Lee Sin. 2 camps of jungle monsters, along with 1 kill, had been gained in the early phase of the match. Nowadays, it has been squandered away. The passionate player, Xiang Guo, feels as though he has been doused with a bucket of cold water, and upon regaining his composure, he realizes that he must bear the brunt of the responsibility. Taking a moment to steady himself, he acknowledges that the current situation is balanced and still manageable. The experienced Mata remains composed, knowing that they can make their move in the mid-game. Listening to the directives from the core of the team, Xiang Guo must suppress his impatience. Virtue has successfully turned the tide in the lower jungle against RNG, equaling their levels, and he returns to base for supplies after placing a ward. I recall seeing the blind monk purchase a rather uncommon item in the professional arena. Tiamat, what is this little guy up to? Zeyuan exclaimed, bewildered by the blind monk opting for Tiamat. The VG supporters, recently recovering from a state of excitement, were equally perplexed. When it comes to the least utilized items in this summer split, Tiamat does not rank among the top 3 due to the presence of significant items like the Banner of Command and the Crystal of Disruption. However, it certainly makes the top 10. Those who purchase this item are primarily champions lacking wave-clearing abilities, such as Troll, Fiora, and Shun. They urgently require Tiamat's area damage from basic attacks to enhance their pushing speed and accelerate their development pace. Beyond this, it is rarely synthesized by others. Champions like the Trinity of Illusions already possess skills capable of clearing waves, and Tiamat's attributes do not align with their needs. Furthermore, the mid lane in the summer split predominantly consists of mages, while junglers are mainly tanky frontliners or damage-dealing core characters, all of whom do not lack in jungle clearing efficiency. Thus, Tiamat holds little value for them. In a version where Tiamat is not favored, Gu Xing chooses to invest the economy he has just acquired into it. The 2 commentators are baffled by the reasoning behind this choice. One can only surmise that Gu has his own understanding of the situation. I remember feeling that this explanation was rather feeble, yet I was at a loss, unable to fathom Gu Xing's thoughts. The reason Gu chose to buy it is rather straightforward. It facilitates faster jungle clearing. Among all junglers in the league, the blind monk's clearing speed is not considered slow, placing him around the middle tier. However, he cannot compare to the efficiency of the top-tier champion, the leopard woman. Through his exploration over time, Gu Xing gradually identified the key issue troubling the small peanut jungle core gameplay. Time is of the essence. The respawn time for non-buff monsters is merely 100 seconds, which is astonishingly short. Many junglers encounter the situation where they have just cleared a round of monsters, only to find the next camp respawning almost immediately. To earn gold and experience, they are forced to linger between camps, cleaning them out. However, this leads to a reduction in the time available for junglers to exert influence on lanes. Consequently, they struggle to launch frequent offensives, which is one of the reasons for the current sluggish pace of competition. As the early game pace initiator, a jungler who buries himself in the jungle without emerging can hardly create impactful battles that significantly alter the balance of the game. Where there are problems, there will inevitably be teams seeking solutions. The emergence of pure damage-dealing junglers, such as Graves, has transformed the landscape of the game. With the abundance of resources in the jungle, merely farming can yield substantial economic gains, and if the team manages to endure until the late game, their chances of victory are significantly enhanced. Within this environment, Nidalee stands out as an exceptionally formidable champion. She can swiftly clear camps and then proceed to invade, effectively rolling the snowball of advantage. Although Nidalee lacks crowd control, which might suggest an inability to dictate the pace of the game, this is a misconception. She is one of the rare junglers who possesses both efficient farming capabilities and the potential to influence the game's rhythm. Her primary drawback lies in her dependence on teammates. When the team composition is optimal, she can lead her allies to wreak havoc in the enemy jungle, leveraging her agility and efficient counter-jungling to overwhelm adversaries. It is precisely Nidalee who has inspired Gu Xing's strategic approach. Learning from Xiang, he has adopted a jungle-centric playstyle that emphasizes simulating Nidalee's essence with other champions, engaging in skirmishes and invasions in the jungle. He encourages his teammates to coordinate attacks around his movements. To truly master this essence, Gu Xing must cultivate a robust growth while simultaneously maintaining the tempo of the game. Essentially, he wants it all. In contrast, other junglers either exhibit average farming speed or lack rhythm. Lee Sin, for instance, falls into the former category. His early game tempo is not inferior to that of Nidalee. However, one of the constraints on Lee Sin's ability to invade and gank freely is his subpar farming capabilities, relying on his E ability, Tempest, which possesses a lengthy cooldown. If he attempts to gank or invade before adequately clearing camps, he risks falling behind in development and may even face counter-invasions from opponents. Ultimately, even if he manages to achieve something, he may end up with a net loss, facing the embarrassment of losing both allies and resources. The solution to Lee Sin's predicament is straightforward. By accelerating his farming speed, he can efficiently clear his jungle and use the remaining time to dictate the pace of the game. This thought leads Gu Xing to consider the Tiamat. In the current version, Tiamat is priced at a mere 1,200 gold, with a remarkably smooth build path. 2 long swords and a ruby crystal cost only 350 gold, eliminating the need for the previous economic bottleneck of a pickaxe. Statistically, Tiamat provides 20 attack damage, equating to 700 gold. Thus, acquiring Tiamat allows Lee Sin to effectively exchange 500 gold for the passive effect of splash damage on basic attacks and the activation of an additional ability. Gu Xing believes that as long as Lee Sin is not at a significant early disadvantage, he should purchase it, and the sooner, the better. The time and tempo gained will more than compensate for the initial 500 gold investment. After acquiring Tiamat, Gu Xing returns to clear his own camps. Observing the squawking birds trembling under the area of effect splash damage, he feels a surge of satisfaction. He focuses Lee Sin's attacks solely on the large bird, while Tiamat and the damage from his E ability are sufficient to eliminate the other 3 smaller birds. Dragon, could you check on me later? Gu Xing begins to solicit assistance from his teammates. I am preparing to invade the enemy's lower jungle. Zhu Xiaolong quickly responds, I can push the lane. Looper won't be able to stop me. Go ahead. In the face of Boppy, Shen undoubtedly holds the advantage. The tankiness and lifesteal prowess of the hammer-shaped little cannon pale in comparison to Shun's passive shield and the percentage damage dealt by his Q ability, Spirit's Blade. Dan, you should join this time. Gu Xing is determined to rally his team, leaving no one behind, and I have a feeling Mata will come to support. In this match, Mata has chosen Leona, while Uzi is piloting an Ezreal, clearly intending to allow the ADC to thrive while the support roams to assist Xiang Guo in establishing an advantage. Gu Xing has merely managed to recover the deficit in the jungle. He still lacks a significant lead in his lane. He must invade while ensuring that his teammates can provide support. No problem. Dan DeLeong is in high spirits. Around the 7-minute mark, right? Gu Xing mused before confirming. Yes, by then I should have my ultimate ability. Earlier, at 5 minutes and 32 seconds, he had successfully taken the enemy's F4, which means that at 7 minutes and 12 seconds, RNG's Raptor will reset once again. Gu Xing is certain that the spicy hot pot needs to farm the jungle. As RNG's jungle has been thoroughly cleared by him, it would be illogical for a champion like Leona, who heavily relies on farming, to neglect the F4. At precisely 7 minutes, Gu Xing finished clearing the last camp of his jungle, the magic marsh frog, and, thanks to his earlier counter-jungle and experience gained from the bot lane, he successfully reached level 6. He swiftly crossed the river towards RNG's lower jungle. During this time, he was also under the effect of True Sight. This advantage was obtained from his prior counter of RNG's Raptor using Smite. The duration displayed is 90 seconds. However, due to the sorcery affinity mastery he possesses, the effect's duration was extended by an additional 15 seconds, making it effectively 1,035 seconds, longer than the reset time of the F4. At present, RNG's Raptor has yet to respawn, and thus the True Sight effect remains active. Moreover, after using Smite on the F4, he had returned to base to purchase Tiamat, subsequently clearing only his own jungle monsters, without detecting RNG's vision. Consequently, the true side effect had never been triggered. As Gu Xing advanced and neared the dragon pit, he suddenly changed his mind. He recalled the ward he had placed earlier in RNG's raptor camp, where he had spotted the presence of Leona. At that moment, she had run down the river, causing some concern for Hou Yi, who feared an impending gank from RNG's mid-jungle duo. However, Leona had no intentions of ganking mid. Shortly after, she returned from the river, moving past the F4 camp towards the upper jungle. Gu Xing speculated that Xiang Guo might have gone to the brush in the lower river to place a ward to prevent invasions. If he were to enter RNG's raptor camp directly from the river, he would likely be discovered. Thus, Gu Xing opted for a different path. He entered the dragon pit and stealthily crossed the wall into RNG's red zone. Zeyuan, from a god's perspective, clearly saw Gu Xing avoiding the shallow waters and immediately raised his voice, stating that virtue was quite perceptive, as he had guessed the location of Xiang Guo's ward. Xiang Guo had just finished clearing his second red buff and was moving upward to farm the F4. In the grand spectacle displayed on the colossal screen, the blind monk trailed behind the agile panther woman as if engaged in a game of stealth. Neither of them was aware of the other's presence. However, Gu Xing had evidently discerned the trajectory of the panther woman, following her from a distance. In stark contrast, Xiang Guo remained blissfully ignorant of the blind monk lurking just behind him. Suddenly, the cacophony of the scene intensified as Xiang Guo awaited the emergence of his F4 teammates. He prepared to hurl javelins and set traps, his heart racing with anticipation. Gu Xing, on the other hand, was biding his time. He needed to wait for his W skill to cool down. The cooldown for his first-level gold bell shield lasted a full 14 seconds, and it had yet to reset. He also needed to ensure his teammates were in position. Shifting his focus to the top lane, he observed Long Gu rapidly pushing the wave. During this time, he was exchanging blows with Boppy, creating an atmosphere that suggested, "My jungler is on the way. If you dare, stay under the tower." It must be said Long Gu, as a seasoned player, exhibited a cunningness akin to that of a veteran actor. Looper fell for the ruse. The limitation of Xiang Guo's inability to purchase a green jungle knife became evident at this moment. The RNG map was shrouded in darkness, leaving no indication of Gu Xing's whereabouts. Consequently, Looper promptly informed Xiang Guo that Gu Xing might be on his way to tower dive him. Conventionally, Boppy, when positioned under the tower, is difficult to eliminate, capable of utilizing her ultimate, passive shield, and ability to potentially secure a counterkill. Yet, Looper had not returned to base for supplies in 7 minutes. His health was dwindling, and he possessed merely a single Doran's shield. Initially intending to finish off the cannon minion wave at 7 minutes and 18 seconds before returning, he sensed Long Gu's intentions, which clearly indicated he did not wish for Looper to achieve his goal. If the blind monk truly ventured to the top lane and executed his RQQ combo, Looper had no chance of survival. He opted to retreat slightly, as he needed to allow Xiang Guo to farm and develop. Furthermore, even if he ventured to the top lane, a 2v2 confrontation against Shun and the blind monk would be insurmountable. Looper was forced to swallow his pride, preparing to recall and teleport to the top lane. Long Gu desired precisely this outcome, promptly notifying Gu Xing that everything was set. "Little Gu, take the lead." Simultaneously, Xiao Duan responded, "I'm right behind. Leona has returned home, and I'll be a step slower." A skirmish had recently unfolded in the bottom lane, with the focal point being the control of the minion wave before the cannon minion arrived at 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Both sides aimed to swiftly clear the minion wave, liberating their supports to roam before the cannon minion could push to the tower. A disagreement ignited, resulting in a fierce clash. In terms of combat prowess, Imp S Jin held a significant advantage. The combination of serrated dagger, short dagger, and Doran's sword was extraordinarily potent. The result was that both supports were left with diminished health, and the marksmen expended all their healing spells. Mata was compelled to return to the fountain for supplies, while Xiao Duan remained with merely 14 health points, feigning a return to base in the bottom lane. After NBP finished clearing the minions and confirming that RNG had lost their vision, Xiao Duan canceled his recall and rushed to the jungle for assistance. Relying on his identity as Morgana, he felt undeterred by his low health and positioned himself first in the jungle. Remembering this detail became crucial. Morgana roamed the jungle, and with the presence of Lee Sin, she felt no need to charge into battle. After all, she had yet to reach level 6. Instead, she lingered behind, casting her Q and shielding her allies. In stark contrast, Mada's Leona had to lead the charge, bearing the brunt of initiation and crowd control duties, as her low health put her at risk of instant demise. Dragon! Gu Xing's voice rose to a piercing pitch. Without hesitation, Zhu Xiaolong, who was returning to base in the brush, activated his ultimate. The compassionate soul descended. The director zoomed in on Long Gu in the top lane. Shun, forming hand seals, was engulfed in a radiant purple light effect. Meanwhile, Gu Xing mentally counted down. 3, 2. He abruptly placed a ward towards the F4 direction from within RNG's red buff camp, propelling himself forward. Xiang Guo contemplated how to seize an advantage. Suddenly, a Lee Sin emerged from behind him, shielded by a thick layer of white. It was too late. Xiang Guo felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Virtue's ultimate, Thunderclap, struck at maximum range, impairing the movement speed of the leopard woman. Zeyuan quickened his speech. As Shen landed, he followed up with a taunt. With no flash available, Xiang Guo had no means of escape and could only watch as Shen approached him. The entire sequence was fleeting by the time RNG regained their composure. The leopard woman's health had already plummeted by half. Gu Xing meticulously counted down, timing his strike to coincide with Shun's ultimate. The guiding duration of the compassionate soul was 3 seconds, and he intended to strike just as Long Gu landed, denying the enemy any chance to react. With the leopard woman's health dwindling, Lee Sin connected her with Sonic Wave. Looper, who had just returned to base to teleport back to top lane and secure the tower last hit, sensed the imminent danger and hurriedly teleported to assist his teammate. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Xiaohu abandoned his minions and began to roam the jungle. However, Hou Yi was already prepared, activating his ghost and successfully intercepting Xiaohu. The director then focused on RNG's fierce avian camp. The Petite Morgana followed up with her Q, Dark Binding, while also laying down a layer of oil for added damage. Gu Xing, with Tiamat in hand, executed a basic attack, triggering Echo and successfully slaying the leopard woman. Unable to move, Nedry was ensnared by the support from VG and met his end. Poppy's teleport guide was still halfway through, forcing Looper to cancel midway. Seeing Xiang Guo had fallen, Xiaohu abandoned his plan to assist in the jungle and retreated calmly to the tower. Yet, Gu Xing had no intention of stopping there. He called his teammates over, claiming just one kill on the leopard woman felt far too meager. Let us take down Uzi. He's all alone under the tower. Gu Xing set his sights on Uzi. Leona might be nearby, and Xiao Duan provided a heads up. I'll keep my black shield. Just be cautious. They remained vigilant regarding VG's jungle support movements, recognizing their intentions. Uzi was currently isolated beneath the tower, and his situation was perilously precarious. Mada, upon realizing Xiang Guo's demise, immediately warned Uzi to retreat swiftly. Yet, it was already too late. Uzi lacked boots, and with his naturally slow base movement speed, escaping to safety under the tower was utterly unrealistic. With an elegant flourish, Imp raised his weapon and eliminated 2 foes with a perfectly executed grenade. A radiant glow of advancement enveloped him. Jin had reached level 6. Caught up in the moment, he exuberantly employed the whimsical terminology. The bot lane duo needed to finish the cannon minion wave at the 7-minute and 18-second mark before they could level up. However, Zhu Shengbin had devoured the magic swamp frog at the onset, subsequently gaining experience from a takedown. Thus, before the cannon minions were vanquished, he ascended to level 6 prematurely. The sniper rifle's extraordinary range came into play, encompassing Uzi entirely. As the grand background music swelled, Jin unleashed his first super bullet. Uzi attempted to evade with his positioning, but alas, Imp's aim was impeccable. During this period, Zhu Shengbin had diligently practiced, focusing on Jin as one of his primary champions. With unwavering concentration, he executed a precise shot that inflicted a significant slow on Ezreal. The armor-piercing damage struck Uzi with excruciating force. Mada's Leona sought to provide reinforcements, but Xiao Gu had already flanked Uzi, cutting him off. Observing Imp's ultimate, Gu Xing wisely conserved his skills, using the slow effect of his E to immobilize Uzi. The latter attempted to utilize Arcane Shift to adjust his angle of escape, but it proved futile. Jin's second shot hit its mark, further diminishing Ezreal's health. Mada's Zenith blade soared upward, but Xiao Duan swiftly shielded Gu Xing with a black shield. Leona's control abilities had no effect on Gu Xing whatsoever. Virtue's precise sonic wave, in conjunction with Jin's bullet, instantaneously obliterated Uzi. Left with only Mata, who was resilient yet battered, he was subjected to a brutal beating from Gu Xing and the others, retreating to the tower in a pitiful state. A glorious 0-for-2 exchange. Zeyuan was utterly exhilarated. The onslaught initiated by Virtue allowed VG to seize control of the match. He echoed the sentiments previously expressed, recalling that Xiang Guo had not crafted the green jungle item, leaving the jungle shrouded in darkness, which Xiao Gu exploited to execute a surprise attack. Xiang Guo had now fallen twice, completely derailing the rhythm of the game. The cheers from VG supporters resonated throughout the venue. Fans in the live stream also began to retaliate. Where are those who said VG would be eliminated after the fourth match? Come forth and face the music. Why mimic others, celebrating halfway through the match? It is evident that the MVP rankings hold substantial weight. Virtue, it's him again. Furthermore, Looper found himself in a precarious situation. He had a wave of minions under the tower, but chose to teleport to protect his team, only to see his allies fall, leaving him to walk back to the top lane and miss a significant wave of minions. Zeyuan's focus shifted to another point. Uzi's death at this juncture was quite awkward. The broadcast detailed the economic standings of both teams. Upon respawning, Uzi found himself with a mere 700 gold in his inventory, insufficient to purchase the tear of the goddess. He sold his Doran's blade, forcibly crafting the tear, for if he delayed any longer, achieving the Manamune would be an impossibility. Selling the Doran's blade was an arduous decision for Ezreal. The landing phase was still ongoing. The once revered Doran's blade, essential for landing, has been forsaken, significantly impacting Ezreal's strength. One might argue that Uzi's recent acquisition has not fortified his combat prowess. Rather, it has undermined his own potential. The goddess's tear proves nearly ineffectual in skirmishes. Uzi's decision to part with the Doran's blade essentially signals a failure in the landing phase. VG's jungler secures the first Infernal Drake, a substantial boon for Jin with an 8-point attack power increase. Gu Xing returns to base to replenish his equipment. Yet again, he claims a kill alongside an assist, supplemented by jungle creatures and automatic gold accumulation, enabling him to procure the Caulfield's Warhammer. Duong, do not venture to the bot lane. Let Poo play alone. Follow me to the top side. Gu Xing designates the RNG blue buff camp in the upper jungle, deducing that Xiang Guo and another will soon arrive. Mid laner Syndra stands as RNG's sole character capable of controlling lane dominance. To maintain this advantage, Syndra undoubtedly requires the blue buff. This implies both Xiang Guo and Xiaohu will converge upon the blue buff camp simultaneously. Gu Xing intends to extinguish any flicker of hope for his opponents. Naturally, Duong has no objections. With a significant advantage, Gu Xingbin can manage the lane solo. Virtue leads Duong straight into RNG's upper jungle, seeking confrontation. Xiang Guo finally purchases the green jungle knife, yet he neglects to place wards, prioritizing assistance for Syndra at the blue buff. Xiaohu struggles to contain Ho Yi. As the vampire's level rises, the cooldown of his Q ability diminishes while his healing intensifies. Without the blue buff, Syndra is utterly incapable of wearing him down. Consequently, Xiang Guo opts to assist Xiaohu with jungle creatures at the earliest opportunity. Just as they engage, Gu Xing appears. In a moment of urgency, Xiaohu seizes the blue buff, fearful of Gu's interference, and hastily unleashes damage onto the blind monk with his QR combo, attempting to incapacitate both with his E. Weaklings begone. Duong tightly holds his black shield. Upon witnessing Syndra's action, he then applies it to Gu Xing. The skill's damage shatters the black shield, but fails to stun the blind monk. Gu Xing's previously conserved ultimate now finds its purpose. He boldly advances, employing Dragon's Rage to send Syndra crashing into the wall, delivering an additional auto attack along the way. The crowd erupts in fervent cheers as Gu Xing's sonic wave successfully strikes Syndra. Xiang Guo attempts to heal Xiaohu, yet it proves futile. Gu Xing, executing a floor slam to activate Tiamat, follows up with an auto attack and echo, obliterating Syndra, whose health was already compromised. The last few days have been exhilarating. Yet another thrilling comeback unfolds. Tomorrow promises to reveal more. The narrative involves numerous pivotal plot points that must be elucidated. I shall endeavor to provide more updates to enhance the reading experience. 140. You think you can escape without killing me? The cheers of VG supporters resonate powerfully, igniting a fervor that engulfs every spectator's ears. The blind monk's damage is now overwhelming. Xiaohu simply cannot withstand Virtue's onslaught. The atmosphere is charged with intensity as RNG's crucial mid laner falls, plunging them into a dire rhythm deficit. During the course of GS support ambushing Xiang Xiang Guo could do nothing but watch helplessly as the blind monk savagely bullied Syndra. Li Yuanhao's equipment was decent, yet without securing any kills. It could hardly be deemed satisfactory. The damage from Weakling's retreat was effortlessly absorbed by Morgana's black shield. In his final moments, Xiaohu's QR output merely reduced Gu Xing's health to half. Without the hunting mark, Xiangguo's full skill combo would undoubtedly fail to eliminate the blind monk. Observing the dwindling health of the blue buff, Xiangguo swiftly employed his leopard form Q knockdown in tandem with his smite, claiming the buff before hastily fleeing through the brush. Gu Xing, indifferent to his departure, allowed the leopard woman to escape, having already achieved his own objectives. Xiaohu's demise cost him a minute of developmental time, and failing to secure the blue buff would severely hinder his sustainability in lane. Lord Ho maintained a steady farming pace in the mid lane, delighting in the sight of his opposing mid laner being sent back to base by his jungler. Just give me 15 more minutes. I shall show RNG what true ruthlessness entails. He was ever closer to completing his first major item, the rocket belt. Nowadays, vampires typically opt for the flame belt and the vigor armor, followed by the ice staff and hat, allowing them to maintain substantial health while dealing damage. Though the damage may not be as explosive as a full AP build, a little finesse poses a significant threat to the backline. Lord Ho possessed profound understanding of the vampire, having witnessed it frequently occupy the ban position against him. A testament to his mastery. Once fully developed, he deemed RNG's backline insignificant. 15 minutes? Dragon Brother could only chuckle. By the time Lord Ho reached full strength, they would be at RNG's doorstep. In mere minutes, he had witnessed Gu Xing's remarkable recovery from a disastrous start in the jungle. VG not only emerged unscathed, but had seized control of the game. Zhu Xiaolong believed RNG would struggle to endure until Lord Ho's items were fully realized. Listening to his teammates' lighthearted banter in voice chat, Gu Xing returned to clear the jungle in the upper half of the map. He had driven Xiang Guo away. The enemy jungle felt like home, a realm he could explore at will. The blind monk's jungle speed was impressively swift, as Zeyuan praised his efficiency, noting that the splash damage and Tiamat's active effect rivaled that of the leopard woman. To be precise, it was akin to an average Nidalee's pace. Should development proceed smoothly, the leopard woman would undoubtedly craft the echoing jungle knife by the 9-minute mark, achieving a jungle speed unmatched in the league. When Xiao Duan noticed Virtue was unthreatened, he planned to return and continue supporting Imp in lane. However, before he could finish his thought, the broadcast switched to the bottom lane. Witnessing GS support venture into the upper area to confront Xiaohu, Mata could no longer contain himself. He was unable to leave the bottom lane, primarily due to the dire state of the minion wave. Unsure of Gu Xing's whereabouts, Mata feared that a hasty roam might result in Uzi facing further danger. Thus, he remained in the bottom lane to assist with the minion wave. Yet, Imp's positioning was simply too audacious. Your jungler and support have both revealed themselves at the upper side of the map. Dare you, a Jin, to advance? Mata is exasperated. Uzi dispatches a weakened minion, allowing Mata to reach level 6. His solar flare, now aimed at Jin. Zhu Songbin scoffs derisively. He deftly sidesteps the solar flare, while simultaneously placing an fateful trap beneath him. Leona's zenith blade successfully strikes. Mata realizes that triggering the stun effect at the precise center of the solar flare is no easy feat when the opponent possesses mobility. After all, professional players are far from inept. Evading a Leona's ultimate is merely a fundamental skill. However, the slow effect at the edge of the solar flare makes it exceedingly difficult for the adversary to evade without a means of escape or increased movement speed. Mata unleashes his ultimate, intent on compelling Imp to reposition. This allows him to close the gap using the effects of Zenith Blade. Q Dawn Shield. A powerful strike sends Jin into a stunned state, concurrently igniting him with Ignite. A golden crescent from Ezreal sweeps across Jin's form. Uzi employs Arcane Shift to advance, landing a Q that damages Imp. Zhu Songbin, now with less than half health, remains unperturbed, having previously laid an fateful trap at his feet. When Mata draws near with the Zenith Blade, the Lotus Trap activates, successfully slowing the opponent. Imp consumes a potion and casts Heal, pulling back while landing a shot on Uzi. Just as the Lotus Trap is about to detonate, He raises his hand to unleash deadly flourish. Leona finds herself immobilized, and BP continues to retreat, yet Uzi relentlessly pursues, his heal accelerating him forward as he relentlessly whittles down Jin's health with basic attacks. With the aid of our Mystic Shot, Uzi enhances the stacks of his passive, Arcane Mastery, increasing his attack speed significantly. Armed with dual longswords, he possesses a formidable presence. Nonetheless, Gu Xing remains undaunted. The slow effect of Leona's ultimate solar flare lasts only 15 seconds, and it has long since expired, when Imp's deadly flourish immobilizes Mata. It also grants him increased movement speed, allowing for erratic sidesteps. Suddenly, he halts. Raising the old-fashioned bolt-action sniper rifle, aptly named Whisper, he notices only 2 bullets remain. Should Jin fire his last shot, he will gain an explosive burst of movement speed, creating a significant distance. At that moment, Uzi and Mata, with their flashes still on cooldown, will be unable to pursue. To secure the kill, they must act before Jin fires his final bullet. Uzi makes a decisive choice without hesitation. He waits for Jin to raise his weapon. His previous Q is already ready, and Uzi knows his accuracy with Ezreal is not particularly high. Thus, he will only engage when he is certain his abilities will connect. The prior Q was cast when Mata had rendered Gu Xing immobile. This next Q must be timed perfectly to coincide with Jin's shot. When a champion performs a basic attack, there is an inherent moment of stillness. Due to his sluggish attack speed, Jin's vulnerabilities became particularly pronounced. At this moment, Ezreal's Q, Mystic Shot, was certain to hit. Uzi had formulated a plan. After landing his Q, he would follow up with an auto attack, leaving Jin with merely a sliver of health. If Imp dared to turn and unleash his final shot, a simple auto attack would secure him a bounty-laden kill. Should he refrain from that final shot, Jin's movement speed was insufficient, and the lane structure allowed Uzi to easily pursue. The calculations were resoundingly clear. However, just as Ezreal raised his hand to fire his Q, Jin deftly retracted his gun and sidestepped, successfully evading Ezreal's Mystic Shot. Uzi's heart skipped a beat. Imp had cancelled his auto attack. He could hardly contain his astonishment. He had baited Uzi's Q. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience. I could hardly believe my eyes, and as I looked up, my brow furrowed in confusion. Was this truly the state Imp was in? It felt utterly absurd. The commentator, Gu Xing, chuckled wryly. He raised his hand again to exchange shots with Uzi. Before unleashing his final shot, Imp tossed out his Q, Dance of Arrows, to amplify his kill damage. Uzi's passive, Arcane Mastery, was fully stacked. As Jin fired 2 bullets, he managed to get off 3 auto attacks. Alas, lacking the radiance. Ezreal's auto attack damage was insufficient with just his 2 long swords. Only 43 health remained. Zeyuan shouted loudly, noting that Imp had narrowly escaped death thanks to the movement speed boost from his last shot. Since Uzi's previous Q had missed, he could not reduce the skill's cooldown. With no cooldown reduction items, he would have to wait a while for his next Mystic Shot. Uzi was left with no choice but to allow Jin to retreat back to his tower, a mix of frustration and helplessness washing over him. Earlier, during the first gank in the bot lane, he had utilized a temporary skill point in W, Essence Flux, to break a brief shield, clearly demonstrating his superiority. This time, however, Imp had cleverly feigned an auto attack to bait Uzi's Mystic Shot, effectively reclaiming some pride. Yet, it seemed there were no severe consequences. He simply had not secured the kill. Nevertheless, Mata's urgent voice, heavily accented, jolted him back to reality. Uzi, run quickly. Zeyuan is coming. From the perspective of the commentators and audience, the unfolding drama was even clearer. The moment Imp was besieged by the RNG duo, Ho was clearing the mid lane minions and heading downwards. Xiaohu had just revived and had yet to return to lane. Ho proceeded unabated, making his way straight to the bot lane. Zeyuan was preparing to flank from behind, and Uzi had ventured too deep in his pursuit, making retreat exceedingly difficult. This was Zeyuan's assessment. The fog of war enveloped Uzi's jungle, leaving him oblivious to Ho's whereabouts. He pressed forward towards VG's next tower, knowing that the bounty would likely be claimed by Imp, who had previously dealt him damage. Thus, Uzi had no choice but to march resolutely towards his own tower, as Imp was luring the RNG duo with his very presence. Remembering the moment when I finally discerned the entirety of Gu Xing's plan, he lured out Ezreal only to eliminate him thereafter. The RNG duo found themselves bereft of ultimate abilities and flash. When the Lord appeared behind them, despair enveloped them instantly. The vampire unleashed his ultimate, Blood Plague, which, when paired with blood tides, resulted in an instant annihilation of Ezreal. Zeyuan began reciting the names of skills as if he were merely calling out a grocery list. During the pursuit, Uzi was struck several times by Imp, suffering additional damage from the man-dance grenade, leaving his health precariously low. The vampire then executed a lethal combination, taking him down effortlessly. Only Mata managed to survive, albeit barely, thanks to his high resilience. I felt a sense of frustration for RNG. In a mere 5 minutes, the tides had dramatically shifted, and VG had undeniably established dominance in this match. Gu Xing cleared RNG's jungle camps, vocally encouraging his teammates in the voice chat. The fact that his teammates could secure kills without relying on the jungler was, in his eyes, unequivocally optimistic. After all, who desires to carry when one can simply rest easy? The only downside, however, was that Gu Xing's participation in team fights would inevitably decline. How about that? Am I performing well? Imp chuckled, resembling a little imp, asserting that merely 50% effort would suffice. Gu Xing instinctively muted Gu Qingbian's rhythm engine, suggesting they could linger in lane for another 2 minutes, waiting for Poo to acquire the umbral glaive before transitioning to tower pushing. Presently, the team's advantage was substantial. RNG posed no threat to their first tower. Regardless of the circumstances, VG was destined to claim the bounty from the first blood tower. Given this, prolonging the landing phase would be more beneficial for VG, as RNG's composition exerted offensive pressure. Slowing the pace would afford VG ample time to develop. And once RNG's Syndra and Ezreal's power spikes had passed, victory would be within reach. The tardy Xiao Duan accompanied the Lord to push the bottom lane, further exacerbating Uzi's loss of minions. Spicy Hot Pot ventured to the top lane to confront Long Gu, but Shen's escape capabilities were exceedingly formidable. RNG's top jungle duo could not bring him down. Zhu Xiaolong, shielded by the W ability, Oni, Soul Guardian, effortlessly retreated to the safety of the tower. Zeyuan remained perplexed as to why Spicy Hot Pot sought trouble with Long Gu. Shen's tankiness was steadily increasing, while the damage from Poppy and Nidalee was woefully inadequate. Spicy Hot Pot found himself at a disadvantage. His jungle had fallen into disarray, with several jungle camps under Gu Xing's control, unable to venture to the bottom lane. The opposing Jin was swiftly nearing the completion of his umbral glaive, while his own Ezreal had yet to procure even the Shard of Light. In the absence of Mata's Leona ultimate being ready, RNG's bottom jungle recklessly initiated an engagement against VG's duo, irrespective of the possibility of being countered by Gu Xing. Even a 3v2 scenario left them with minimal odds of success. Should they be counter-killed, it would undoubtedly accelerate the game's tempo. Assistance from the mid lane was unlikely. With the vampire now donning Mercury's treads, boasting magic resistance and tenacity, he inherently countered RNG's mid-jungle duo of Syndra and Nidalee. Not to mention the presence of the blood pool. After much deliberation, Spicy Hot Pot hesitated to confront Gu Xing directly in the jungle and thus resolved to target the top lane, seeking to find some rhythm. Unfortunately, with Hongmi selecting a top lane champion, he too possessed commendable defensive skills. He had once been like that himself. The champion looper from S4 exemplifies a player who can both stabilize the game and carry his team to victory, effectively marking him as a versatile top laner. He is adept at undertaking both arduous and unglamorous tasks. Presently, Long has shown a similar evolutionary trend towards looper style. Observing that his teammates were on the verge of overwhelming RNG, he resolved to embrace the role of a turret protector, retreating beneath the tower and rendering the opponents utterly powerless against him. At the age of 23, Looper stands in the top lane, his gaze filled with nostalgia as he reflects on his own 21-year-old self. He has gleaned insights from Zhu Xiaolong, contemplating the essence of self-competition. While Xiang Guo hesitates to venture into the VG jungle, Xiao Gu proactively seeks him out. I vividly recall shouting as I spotted the approaching positions of the blind monk and the leopard woman on the minimap, while Xiang Gu remained blissfully unaware. Due to the thorough infiltration of RNG's jungle by Gu Xing, Xiang Gu found himself unable to secure the feathered birds, thus forfeiting the opportunity to utilize his smite for the true side effect. In the current version, prior to level 9, the scanning lens only clears a minuscule area of vision nearby. While it proves effective for ganking, its efficacy in safeguarding one's own jungle is rather mediocre. The wide range of the lens, combined with its cooldown of over a minute, renders it impractical for clearing vision effectively. Currently, the spicy hot pot is positioned atop Gu Xing's vision while still farming the three wolves. Gu Xing, planning to seize both the prey and the spoils, patiently waits behind the camp. As the health of the great shadow wolf dwindles to 777 points, he approaches from the side, cleverly using Golden Bell Shield to scout the vision, seamlessly arriving beside Xiang Guo. With a basic attack initiated by Virtue, coupled with Thunderclap and Tiamat, he swiftly reduces the leopard woman's health. A glance at the status bar sealed Nidalee's fate in my mind. While Xiang Guo attempted to flee, Xiao Gu delivered a decisive kick that sent him crashing through the wall. The blind monk's current strength stems not only from the enhanced shield of Golden Bell Shield, but also from the remarkably short cooldown of Dragon Tail. The initial cooldown of the level 1 ultimate is merely 90 seconds, with Gu Xing wielding Caulfield's Warhammer to further reduce cooldowns. He previously utilized it to eliminate Xiao Hu and subsequently turn the tide in RNG's upper quadrant. Now, after 100 seconds, even the jungle monsters have respawned, and his Dragon Tail is naturally available once more. Launching the leopard woman into the air, the subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. After all, as a competent player, Gu Xing's RQQ is bound to hit its mark. The fragile leopard woman could not withstand the blind monk's overwhelming damage and was joyfully dispatched by Virtue. The RNG fans present gazed at the large screen in utter disappointment. How could such a splendid start devolve into this? The VG supporters in the barrage were nearly beside themselves with laughter. Oh dear, isn't that the leopard woman? She was quite content during the counter jungle. But what happened in just a few minutes? Those who previously claimed the leopard woman's strength should come forth and witness. This blind monk can eliminate her with a single combo. RNG will concede this round, but just wait, we'll turn it around. The current state of resistance is non-existent, yet there are aspirations to pursue a third game, which seems rather delusional. What is Mata doing? Could he refrain from being tethered to the bottom lane? He should be roaming. Mata's silence has left RNG fans in astonishment. His ability to provide strategic support through clever roams has historically opened opportunities for his team. However, in these two matches, he has yet to execute a single effective roam. Mata now finds himself in a predicament. Subjectively, he wishes to roam and contribute, maximizing the intellectual prowess of his team, yet remaining in the bottom lane. Merely observing the matchup makes it challenging to conduct a calm and precise analysis. Presently, his roaming is hindered primarily by the poor performance in the landing phase. The duo of Leona and Ezreal, while aesthetically superior to the VG pair, falters in combat. Xiao Duan has deliberately assigned 2 levels to the E-spell, the Black Shield, making Leona's situation increasingly unbearable. The value of the Black Shield has increased, and Uzi's Ezreal, relying on Essence Flux, cannot shatter it, as he cannot prioritize W. This implies that when the Sunshine Girl uses Zenith Blade to engage, the opponent's layers of Black Shield render Leona's crowd control abilities largely ineffective. Simultaneously, the VG duo now boasts a significant equipment advantage, their combat prowess reaching a peak. Mata's own landing skills have also declined. Roaming is inherently predicated on a solid landing foundation. If one cannot prevail in lane, the notion of roaming becomes a mere fantasy. During the S4 World Championship, Mata roamed freely because he and Imp could dominate the bottom lane through sheer landing prowess, establishing lane control before embarking on roams merely to accelerate the snowball effect and shorten the match duration. As Mata ages, his focus and attention to detail and landing have diminished significantly, compounded by the use of a disadvantaged composition, leaving him bullied beneath the tower. Should he force a roam, Uzi would struggle to secure even a single tower last hit. Xiao Duan's Morgana, in combination with Jin, could easily dive the tower and eliminate Uzi. Finally, a moment of joy arrived for Mata. Gu Xing, seizing the opportunity, swept through RNG's jungle, clearing out the monsters and returning to the bottom lane. He threatened the bottom lane tower while simultaneously securing a wind dragon. Mata planned to take advantage of the situation, intending to cede the first blood tower, which was destined for VG, to them early on. Once the lane swap commenced, he could maneuver amidst the chaos, fishing for opportunities to assist his team in turning the tide. However, he soon discovered that VG was not so benevolent, allowing the tower to absorb some minions. When Gu Xing pushed the bottom tower, he proactively suggested they help Long Gu regain control over the minion wave. The wave surging toward RNG's tower was precisely the one preceding the cannon minion. RNG's cannon minion had arrived at the tower, assisting it in dealing with VG's minions. If Gu Xing and his team intentionally held back, waiting for the tower to consume VG's cannon minion wave, RNG would effectively gain an additional wave of cannon minions. Consequently, the minion wave would inevitably push toward VG's next tower. After the lane swap, Long Gu would also be afforded a stable environment for development. Simultaneously, as the VG minion waves were devoured by the defensive towers, it resulted in Uzi receiving less farm, thereby hindering his development. Such a mutually beneficial strategy begs the question, why not embrace it? Zhu Xiaolong was taken aback by the meticulous care shown by his teammates as they pushed the tower. They also tended to his needs, leaving him on the verge of expressing his gratitude in the public chat. Thank you, Xiao Guo. He sincerely conveyed his appreciation. Meanwhile, Zeyuan was vocally narrating the unfolding situation. The first Blood Tower bounty was thoroughly claimed by VG's jungler, marking the formal transition into the mid-game lane swap phase. Mata, alongside Xiang Guo, lay in wait within the jungle, as RNG's jungle support aimed to capture Gu Xing. The blind monk had accrued an excess of kills and was carrying a bounty. Should he manage to escape, Xiang Guo would be handsomely rewarded. Gu Xing indeed approached, unaware of RNG's audacious ambush in their own jungle. One must admit, Mata's roaming capabilities were exceptionally formidable. He possessed an uncanny ability to discern gaps in vision, capitalizing on them to catch opponents off guard from unexpected positions. The moment Xiao Gu revealed himself, Leona's Zenith Blade and Nidalee's Javelin struck the blind monk almost simultaneously. The Sun Girl swiftly followed up with her Q, Dawn Shield, to stun Gu Xing, infusing both Ignite and Solar Flare into the opponent. Nidalee lunged forward, while Xiao Hu's Syndra rushed in from the side, unleashing unleashed power, yet the damage fell short. Virtue's voice boomed in fervor as he revealed a newly acquired blade of the ruined king. When the blind monk's health reached a critical threshold, an unexpected shield materialized, awakening the trio of RNG's mid-jungle support. What on earth? They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xing hastily engaged, fearful that the enemy might catch on to their intentions. In the heat of battle, there was no time to scrutinize the data panel. The immediate priority was to eliminate the blind monk. To their astonishment, the recently purchased blade of the ruined king left RNG's players in utter disbelief. How could this be? With RNG's mid-jungle support relying solely on magical damage, they found themselves unable to inflict harm on Virtue. This was precisely the rationale behind Gu Xing's choice of the blade of the ruined king. In RNG's composition, only the top laner Poppy and ADC Ezreal dealt physical damage. At present, Uzi's Ezreal was underperforming, lacking the capability to secure a kill. Consequently, Gu Xing opted for the blade of the ruined king, utilizing the magical shield and magic resistance to bolster his survivability. After all, given the moderate durability of the Morgana in this match, Gu Xing had to shoulder some of the frontline responsibilities. Enhancing his resistances was undoubtedly prudent. Little did Gu Xing anticipate that his freshly acquired blade of the ruined king would prove effective almost immediately. Witnessing his jungler in distress, Dragon Brothers Shin promptly unleashed his ultimate, though it was swiftly interrupted by Looper's Poppy. However, the shield provided allowed Gu Xing's health bar to swell once more. Virtue boldly ventured into the midst of RNG's mid-jungle support, showcasing remarkable audacity. Gu Xing's solitary charge into the enemy formation was a striking spectacle, inciting a wave of excitement in the audience. You think you can let me go? Not a chance. The grand and melodious music swelled once more as Jin's sniper rifle was readied. With the perfect finale of our perfect closure, boasting an impressive range of 3,500 yards, Zhu Qingbin, lurking in the brush of the top lane, exerted his influence over the jungle. The vampire, under the command of the Lord, activated his sprint to engage. With a resounding shout from Jida, the vampire swiftly arrived, and our blood plague was instantly unleashed upon 3 members of RNG. Virtue executed a kick that sent the opponents flying as if they were mere sugar-coated hawthorns. The sudden eruption of the audience's screams heralded the conclusion of this unexpected team skirmish. A flawless 0 for 3, despite his nimble nature. The reluctant escape of Xiang Guo was ultimately thwarted as Gu Xing utilized the jungle monsters as a springboard for his Tianyin wave. closing the distance to deliver a decisive punch. Seizing the opportunity while the opponents had yet to resurrect, VG pushed forward to obliterate the outer turret, completely dismantling RNG's defenses. Far away in the top lane, Uzi too narrowly avoided a dire fate. The unseen Zeyuan lay in wait in the brush, and as Uzi drew near, he promptly flashed to execute soul shackles. Uzi attempted to evade with his E and flash, yet Imp's lethal flourish ensnared him. Subsequently, Zhu Chengbin activated his Yoma's Ghost Blade, effortlessly escorting Uzi back to the fountain. RNG's outer turret was on the brink of collapse, and the economic disparity had escalated to an astonishing 6K just 17 minutes into the match. This economic gap was truly staggering. RNG faltered under relentless pressure, their sporadic resistance swiftly quashed. Following the complete failure of their ambush in VG's jungle, RNG lost their final glimmer of hope for a comeback. Gu Xing, determined not to relinquish his bounty, employed every tactic to ensure RNG could not claim his life. The Mercury Treads and the Hextech Gunblade conferred excessively high magic resistance upon the blind monk, rendering RNG's magical output futile. The situation reached a critical breaking point at the 24-minute mark. The resilient RNG players delayed long enough, yet Gu Xing seized the opportunity. At his behest, the Dragon Brother in the fountain bestowed Mercy of Souls upon the blind monk. Nearby, Morgana cast her black shield. Virtue, enveloped in 2 layers of protection, charged into RNG's inner turret from the shadows. Gu Xing patiently awaited the moment Shin's ultimate would descend before making his move. This time, Xiaohu's focus was razor-sharp. The instant Gu Xing entered the inner turret, Dragon Brother's Shun appeared at his side. As Shun unleashed his taunt, Li Yuanhao similarly flashed to evade the control. Alas, it proved futile. Gu Xing's magic black shield rendered him immune to control, affording him ample time to act. Gu Xing executed a powerful dragon tail, instantly repositioning with a flash to kick Xiaohu towards his teammates outside the turret. The Tianyin wave soared unimpeded, striking Syndra with pinpoint accuracy. The second Echo Strike allowed Virtue to reposition out of the turret. Jida praised the swift execution of Little Gu's maneuvers. From entering the turret unseen, to witnessing Xiaohu's flash evade the taunt, to Gu Xing's R-Flash Q combo to pull him out of the turret, it all transpired in the blink of an eye. Syndra was eliminated in an instant. Amidst Zeyuan's rallying cries, the team battle officially erupted. Zhu Qingbin's Jin fired off 4 shots, retreating to the rear to unleash his R. Targeting the foes. One after another, super bullets soared through the air, striking down the members of RNG. With a quadruple kill from Jin, VG triumphed in the team fight and sought to conclude the match in one decisive push. The resurrection time extended to a lengthy 30 seconds. VG had only lost a single player, allowing them to march down from the second tower and obliterate the enemy base. At 24 minutes and 57 seconds, RNG's crystal lay shattered. Congratulations to VG for taking a 2-0 lead. Their spirits were undeniably uplifted, as they stood just one step away from securing a ticket to the finals in Guangzhou. Few could have anticipated, prior to the match, that VG, having reached the LPL playoffs for the first time since their inception, could push the defending champions RNG to the brink of despair. Zeyuan was filled with emotion, acknowledging that Virtue had been pivotal in the early stages of the game when they found themselves at a severe disadvantage. He remained composed and discovered an opportunity for a counterattack, successfully turning the tide for his team. After a prolonged absence, IMP returned with remarkable performance. In the audience, fans from both sides displayed contrasting emotions, one side in despair, the other in jubilant celebration, a stark contrast indeed. It can only be said that the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Gu Xing drained the ice water from his paper cup and rose to accept the cheers of his teammates. After 2 matches, even the usually reserved Xiao Duan was exhilarated. Truly remarkable, Gu Xing, you managed to turn the situation around. Fortunately, Gu Xing did not let success cloud his judgment. He began a mental review of the match as he stepped off the stage. RNG's initial strategy had inadvertently caught them off guard. Had it not been for that ambush in the bot lane, Gu Xing might not have been able to recover from the disadvantage. Should the jungle champion, KKO, have found his rhythm, Gu Xing could have been left utterly devastated. Members of the VG training department routinely welcomed them out of the rest area. Yu was engrossed in a book, just 1 win away. Ding Jun was elated, even taking Gu Xing's paper cup to fetch water for him. urging everyone to rest and conserve energy for the next match. Watching the live stream in the lounge, he felt a surge of anxiety when Gu Xing was at a disadvantage in the early game. However, when Gu Xing re-established a lead, Ding Jun's expression transformed from cloudy to bright and cheerful. In the next match, as the blue side, the draft strategy appeared manageable. Hongmi encouraged the players to relax. The television in the room still displayed the MVP of the current match. Gu Xing once again caught sight of his promotional portrait, though this time, the background featured the blind monk. With a damage ratio of 71-11, Gu Xing's soul death occurred during the final push, where he bravely drew fire at RNG's fountain to buy time for his teammates, ultimately falling to Xiaohu just before the base exploded. His damage percentage was a modest 2,200. Seemingly low, however, for a jungler playing Lee Sin, it was commendable, with a damage taken percentage of 287. The reason for being below average was primarily due to shields not counting towards damage taken. Gu Xing relied on the Demon Blade, Shun's ultimate, and his own W's triple shield to absorb considerable damage, which, however, was not accounted for. As he entered the playoffs for the first time, Gu Xing felt like a novice, yet his performance of securing 2 MVP titles was quite commendable. Hongmi shared the draft strategy for the third game with the players, reiterating the critical errors made in the previous match to ensure they would not be repeated. The members of the VG team, along with their coach and translator, were summoned to the stage to prepare for the match. The staff knocked on the door of the VG locker room. Gu Xing performed a few simple stretches to relax his body and calm his mind in anticipation of this crucial semifinal match. A narrative of 8,000 words awaits. And tomorrow we shall continue our pursuit. At the crossroads of uncertainty, upon the reappearance of the VG players, the audience erupted into a thunderous cheer, their voices rising like a tide in support of their favored contestants. With such fervent enthusiasm from the fans, what would happen if we were to be forced into a reverse sweep? Xiao Duan jestingly quipped. As Gu Xing returned to his seat, he noticed that Hongmi's expression had darkened considerably. Let's not reopen old wounds, Brother Duan, he chuckled, turning to engage in conversation with his teammates, inadvertently making Hongmi feel more awkward. Having joined the club 2 months prior, Gu Xing had garnered some understanding of the history of VG's League of Legends division. They had once suffered a reverse sweep, facing off against the Cole brothers, Kakao, and Ruji. A memorable scene indeed. Upon recalling this, Hongmi felt a wave of helplessness. The S5 season had been a tumultuous one for VG, as they had enlisted the former Samsung White Jungle support duo, hoping to carve out a name for themselves in the LPL. Unfortunately, the team faced an onslaught of mishaps, beginning with the infamous incident where the death notice shattered the base, followed by Mada's ill-fated solo attempt at playing Jace as a support. Misfortunes seemed to converge, and tensions escalated. Ultimately, the team had no choice but to dismiss the death notice and replace him with a younger ADC. Despite the turmoil, they managed to reach the playoffs top 6 and fought valiantly against G until the very last moment, and Hongmi felt he had given his all. What prompted Dandy to play top lane? Dragon asked, eager for some gossip before the BP began. In the latter half of the S5 season, Dandy had decisively transitioned to top lane, engaging in the solo lane. At that time, Dragon was still on the second team and was unaware of the events unfolding within VG. I know, Imp interjected, swallowing a mouthful of Sprite, eager to respond. He wanted to thrash Insect, so he moved to the top lane. Gu Xing was taken aback and couldn't help but burst into laughter. His relationship with Dandy had improved significantly, and he had learned many tales from the past through their conversations. Dandy and Insect were not on good terms. Both were among the 4 great junglers of OGN, and neither would concede to the other's technical prowess. In ancient times, Insect undeniably shone brighter, gaining fame both domestically and internationally with his innovative Insect kick technique. However, on the grand stage of the S4 World Championship Finals, Dandy decisively outplayed Insect with his sharp counterplays, ultimately leading his team to victory. Later, Dandy made his way to the LPL, hoping to rekindle his rivalry with his old adversary. Little did he anticipate that Insect would become quite the cautious player, resorting to a real-life version of warding by leaping from the second floor, inadvertently breaking his leg to avoid confrontation. Upon his return from injury, Insect found himself inexplicably in the top lane once again, thus dodging Dandy once more. Eventually, Dandy too found himself inadvertently transitioning to the top lane. The two junglers, champions and runners-up of the S4 World Championship, unexpectedly crossed paths in the upper lane during the S5 LPL Summer Split, which is indeed a remarkable spectacle. It's time to refocus. Homie, noticing the team's lively chatter, interjected, eager to avoid the specter of a reverse sweep. Emphasizing the importance of securing victory in this match, Ilm dismissed the notion, confident that a consecutive 3-game loss was implausible, asserting that the current roster had undergone significant changes since the S5 season, where IG had previously achieved a reverse sweep against the former lineup. The head coach, Homie, concurred that the likelihood of such a scenario was exceedingly low. As the third match commenced, the strategy was to consider the perspective of the underdog and devise a plan. I believe that RNG's primary concern should be liberating Mata from the lane, allowing him to roam with Xiang Guo, which is the familiar path to victory for RNG. Zeyuan elaborated, reflecting on the first 2 matches. In the first game, Mata was restricted by VG's draft, resulting in a subpar roaming capability with Karma. In the second game, his forced selection of Leona led to being heavily pressured during the landing phase, leaving little opportunity to step away from the tower. And several attempts to assist the team did not yield the desired advantage. Remember offered a differing viewpoint, noting that VG's draft strategy throughout the semifinals focused heavily on the support role, making it challenging for other players to share the burden. Mata's choice of Leona did not prove effective. In the current meta, where hard supports dominate, the absence of picks like Misfortune has its reasons, as her hero strength is indeed lacking. Furthermore, her synergy with strong marksmen like Ezreal, Ashe, and Jhin is rather mediocre, resulting in her being overlooked. I believe RNG must explore alternative strategies, as Remember articulated, continuing to select hard supports might lead them back into VG's trap. Some RNG fans still harbored hopes for a reverse sweep, while a greater number of supporters believe the team should start preparing for their upcoming opponents in the bubble tournament. VG appeared exceedingly well prepared, and the first 2 games demonstrated their inability to mount an effective counterattack. The ban phase commenced. The familiar crisp sound echoed in the ears of the audience as VG took the blue side, promptly sending Alistar to the ban list. Zeyuan couldn't help but chuckle, noting that VG, having won the previous match, maintained their ban strategy to continue pressuring Mata. On the RNG players' side, the atmosphere felt somewhat subdued. They silently focused on their fingers. In the previous game, he had suggested that Mata disregard VG's restrictions and employ a hard support to roam, acknowledging that the defeat carried some responsibility. Xiaohu, on the other hand, endeavored to lighten the mood, insisting on a more aggressive mid laner for this match, proposing to roam with Lu Xiyu. His distinct voice made it immediately recognizable. I feel that's feasible, Xiang Guo replied, engaging with Xiaohu, suggesting they avoid the first game's Talia and opt for a champion capable of initiating. Talia's roaming was limited by her unreliable crowd control, as her seismic shove could only serve as supplementary control, making it challenging to secure targets if used as a primary initiation. Head coach Fly meticulously recorded their thoughts and arranged for Looper to first neutralize the Ice Maiden. Red Rice continued to ban Thresh, while the formidable Troll and the agile Leona, who had previously excelled for VG, loomed as potential threats in the ban phase, which was proving restrictive for Fly, who was positioned on the red side. He found himself in a passive situation during the BP stage and was compelled to make choices. In the previous match, RNG's strategy of banning Troll to secure Leona had yielded lackluster results. Their meticulously crafted early game plan had been unraveled by Gu Xing. Adopting a mindset of adaptation in the face of defeat, Fly pondered deeply and resolved to take an opposite approach. The selection of Troll was not intended for Mata, as their pre-match preparations did not include the support option of Trundle, leaving it to Looper instead. Let's ban Shen first, Fly suggested. What do you think about not letting VG have the Eye of Twilight? Their last game, Shun and Lee Sin's entrance caused us considerable trouble. Upon hearing the coach's remarks, Mata contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement and turned to find Uzi. Uzi, we need to focus this game. Uzi, with a limited vocabulary in Mandarin and reluctant to rely on a translator, opted for clumsy yet straightforward Mandarin to communicate with his ADC. Taking a deep breath, Uzi's expression turned grave. To claim there was no pressure would be unrealistic. Even disregarding the attention from spectators and online viewers, he had to confront his own expectations. During the mid-season transfer period, Uzi joined RNG with the hope of filling the final gap in his skills, and both the organization and fans heralded this star's return. If the results did not surpass those of the spring season with Wu Xing, where would his pride reside? VG's final ban was the familiar Braum. While RNG chose to ban Leona, Red Rice displayed excitement, pondering whether VG might attempt to seize Troll, still available outside. He paced behind the player's bench, his brows furrowed. He could decipher Fly's intention to secure Troll and decided to prioritize Ashe over Trundle, believing that her value outweighed that of Troll. This revelation left the observers surprised. Was Xiang Guo not considering Rek'Sai? If left for Xiao Gu, they might find themselves at a disadvantage in the jungle matchup. Red Rice locked in Gnar for Long Gu. Gunnar Virtue also abandoned Rek'Sai this match, prompting Zeyuan to muse about the excavator's plummeting priority in this BO5. To be fair, Rek'Sai was indeed a commendable choice against Lee Sin, capable of establishing an early lead and controlling the rhythm. However, Graves was also a suitable pick, relying on the substantial dual resistances provided by Pure Man to withstand Lee Sin's invasions. In the later stages, Graves could serve as a backbone, enabling the team to maintain multiple core outputs in team fights. Redmi is confident in his strategic choices against RNG, having previously eliminated several supportive champions capable of facilitating early invasions, coupled with Mata's poor performance when he opted for a counter version of Leona in the last match. Redmi is justified in believing that RNG will refrain from employing a robust support in the decisive game. Consequently, RNG's early invasion tempo is likely to slow, granting ample development time for Graves. Before Zeyuan could finish his sentence, two champions were swiftly locked in the selection frame, Misfortune and Morgana. He instinctively remarked that RNG aims to protect Uzi for the matchup. The audience erupted into a cacophony of discussion, as it had been quite some time since Misfortune made an appearance. Zeyuan quickly recognized the implications, noting that in the current meta, characterized by the first blood tower mechanism, Misfortune's viability should not be underestimated. During the summer regular season, Misfortune's appearances were exceedingly rare, barely countable on one hand. This scarcity stemmed from ADCs struggling to secure sufficient gold in the early to mid-game. The bounty for destroying defensive towers was a mere 300 gold, which had to be shared with teammates. While Misfortune is renowned for her lane pressure, the prevailing strategy of lane swapping often stifles her potential. Many teams, upon seeing Misfortune selected by their opponents, prepare to employ lane swaps to mitigate her threat. The team that secures Misfortune must meticulously deduce whether the enemy duo will traverse the top or bottom lane. This leads both teams into a complex game of predictions. Failing to anticipate the lane swap diminishes Misfortune's effectiveness dramatically. It is noteworthy that in professional play, stability is paramount. Only champions that exhibit dominance in the majority of scenarios become mainstream choices on the competitive stage. The unpredictable nature of Misfortune's South effectiveness through lane swapping clearly does not meet the expectations of most teams, which accounts for her dismal selection rate. In contrast to another formidable laner, Kalista, who maintains her strength throughout the game, Misfortune experiences a precipitous decline in power post-landing phase. Her power curve resembles a V-shape. She requires critical strike items to reach formidable combat effectiveness, only achieving substantial impact once equipped with her 3 core items. In the late game, leveraging her range advantage and passive headshot, Misfortune can dominate the battlefield. Conversely, Kalista remains powerful from the outset until she acquires 2 items. Though her effectiveness wanes as the game progresses, her passive, martial prowess, restricts her auto-attack damage to only 90, inherently less than that of typical marksmen, and she lacks range advantage. This disparity is one reason Kalista was able to flourish during the early part of the summer season. Even when faced with lane swaps, Kalista remains undeterred. After obtaining Blade of the Ruined King, she can still command the flow of the game. Misfortune, however, cannot boast such resilience. Now, with the establishment of the first blood tower mechanism, Misfortune has the potential for a resurgence. Once the opponent's ability to lane swap is neutralized, Misfortune can freely exploit her lane strength, capitalizing on the economic boost from the first blood tower to expedite her transition into a dominant phase. Remember to echo alongside. And the combination of Morgana and Caitlyn is indeed a commendable choice, as long as the Q, Dark Binding, can ensnare the opponent. Caitlyn can seamlessly connect her traps for control. The previously tense atmosphere in the live stream was instantly ignited. To be fair, I have faith in Uzi's Caitlyn. Why not secure it earlier, still fixated on that abominable Ezreal? Acquired Uzi yet failed to nurture him. The RNG coach's competence is questionable. However, I remain skeptical of RNG. This team will nurture their bot lane. From the commentators to the audience, many felt exhilarated upon witnessing Uzi's Caitlyn. When it comes to Uzi's most remarkable champions, aside from the iconic Lucian and Vayne, Caitlyn undeniably stands out. He possesses a particular fondness for characters that rely on basic attacks for damage, showcasing exceptional proficiency. Hongmi, on the other hand, maintained a composed demeanor. He was not omniscient, naturally unable to predict with precision RNG's choice of the somewhat unconventional bot lane duo of Caitlyn and Morgana. Nevertheless, he had a general sense of the direction in which RNG's lineup was heading, and ultimately, their selections did not stray far from that realm. To counter RNG, Hongmi had even begun his preparations before they had advanced to the top 4, meticulously analyzing footage and scrutinizing lane control and vision details throughout sleepless nights. It can be said that, aside from RNG's training department, no one comprehends RNG better than he does. In perspective, RNG's entire summer split appeared to be fraught with struggle. Their achievement of 3rd place in Group B was purely reliant on the formidable individual prowess of their players. In terms of tactical execution, this year's RNG left much to be desired. This is not to imply that MATA and FL strategies were flawed. Rather, they have yet to ascertain the precise system they wish to adopt. The debate surrounding who possesses greater individual prowess between Uzi and Gu Xing is largely settled. In terms of raw strength, Uzi undoubtedly surpasses Gu Xing, particularly during a time when domestic marksmen are dwindling. However, strength does not necessarily equate to suitability. During the spring split, when Gu Xing was active, MATA could roam freely without restraint. If the bot lane faced adversity, as in the previous 2 matches, MATA would disregard Gu Xing entirely, heading straight for the jungle to coordinate with Xiang Guo and exploit openings in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Gu Xing would stealthily farm while his teammates wreaked havoc in other lanes, waiting for the team fight to unleash devastating damage and secure victory. This strategy proved successful for them repeatedly throughout the spring split. However, after Uzi's arrival, this tactic became ineffective. He transformed RNG in terms of pressure resilience. Uzi truly falls short compared to Gu Xing. The latter, upon seeing MATA offline, could comfortably retreat behind the tower or even hide in the brush, avoiding experience altogether. Uzi, however, struggles to adapt to such strategies. He is excessively greedy, often conserving skills and summoner spells, leading to unfortunate incidents where he sacrifices his life in pursuit of minions more than once. The underlying reason is that Uzi possesses a certain level of confidence in his gameplay, yet he has not yet ascended to a realm that surpasses all others. The top-ranked teams in the LPL boast several exceptional marksmen, including JackeyLove, Mystic, and Deft, all of whom exhibit commendable skills. In the past year, due to various incidents both on and off the field, Uzi's performance has fluctuated, compelling him to suppress the rookie Jack in team fights while being pressured by the formidable duo from Samsung. At this juncture, any further greed on Uzi's part would entail considerable risk, while executing remarkable plays could certainly place him in the highlights. A misstep could lead to dire consequences for both him and his team. During the summer split, when facing formidable opponents, if MATA exhibits any unreasonable offline behavior, it is highly probable that Uzi would deliver a shocking surprise. This unpredictability leaves MATA feeling unsettled. Allowing Uzi to play freely while venturing off on his own could easily result in mistakes. The meager gains from such support would fail to compensate for the losses incurred in the bot lane. Furthermore, if Uzi is to be given free rein, one must question the rationale behind acquiring him in the first place. This dilemma haunts RNG, for they have witnessed the formidable prowess of Uzi. To disregard his potential would be a grave miscalculation. However, crafting strategies centered around the bot lane would necessitate a complete reconfiguration of their system, the efficacy of which remains uncertain. Nurturing the bot lane requires not only Uzi's strength, but also the cooperation of his teammates. There is no guarantee that RNG, which previously relied on synergy between mid, jungle, and support, can successfully transition to a new paradigm. Maintaining the original support roaming synergy would likely prove untenable for Uzi. Conversely, re-establishing a new protective system would not ensure a smooth transition for the team. Thus, RNG finds itself at a crossroads, uncertain of the best course of action. There is no need for panic. Redmi remains composed, knowing that the opposing bot lane does not possess overwhelming strength, and he is well aware of MATA's capabilities. As long as they play normally, RNG's chances of victory remain limited. Another crucial factor limiting RNG's focus on the bot lane is Mata himself. Once a cerebral and skillful player, he now stands as a unique support in the global arena, yet his performance has drastically diminished. To exert pressure on the bot lane, the support must be sufficiently strong, otherwise, achieving an advantage becomes arduous. Having collaborated with Mata for 3 years, Redmi is acutely aware of his colleague's declining prowess. In this semi-final match, he resolved to unsettle RNG. Redmi restricted Mata's roaming champions, compelling him to step outside his comfort zone of synergistic support and confront his weakest aspect, laning. In the previous game, Mata attempted to resist by selecting an atypical version of Leona, but alas, he was unsuccessful. Now, with RNG on the brink of exiting the summer split, Mata dares not select a weak support to defy the current meta. He can only resort to playing Morgana in conjunction with Uzi for laning. Rest assured, Imp has secured 2 consecutive victories, and his confidence is soaring. Mata has become an easy target for me. I can effortlessly dominate him. At the conclusion of Season 4, he had the opportunity to join the same team as Mata and continue their partnership, yet Gu Xing chose not to pursue that path. He has been patiently awaiting the right opportunity. An opportunity for him to deliver a beating to his ex-assistant arises. Gu Xing, constantly striving to demonstrate that he can achieve victory independent of Mata, has joined the optimistic team. At this moment, witnessing the opponent struggle with the unfamiliar hero Mona, Gu Xing's face beams with delight. Ji-sun, how about you play Malzahar this match? He cheerfully suggested to his mid laner. After careful consideration, Hou Yi deemed it an acceptable choice. Following the ban on the Ice Maiden, his expertise lay with traditional mages. These champions possess limited influence on the early to mid-game dynamics. Zeyuan, having recently played as the vampire, is acutely aware of this. Since RNG opted for a lineup featuring Caitlyn and Morgana, if he were to remain in the mid lane and farm passively, it could very well result in the bottom lane's first blood turret being obliterated, while he languishes in the mid lane. In such circumstances, Malzahar emerges as a commendable option. With the enhancement of Ghostly Walk in the current patch, the Grasshopper can utilize Ghost to roam to other lanes and create opportunities. Simultaneously, our Grasp of the Undying can provide control for Gu Xing's jungler, the Gangplank, thereby creating space for damage output. In the end, VG secured the support champion Tahm Kench for Xiao Duan, intended to shield their backline. Tom's durability, bolstered by thick skin, allows him to absorb the burst damage from RNG's duo without the fear of being eliminated instantly. The sole drawback lies in his lackluster landing capability. In a 2v2 scenario, he is prone to being passive and taking damage under the tower. RNG, having selected Twisted Fate for the counterposition, aimed to encourage Xiaohu to roam and protect Xiang Guo, while enhancing the influence on the side lanes. The compositions were thus finalized. On the blue side, VG fields Gnar in the top lane, Gangplank in the jungle, Malzahar in mid, and Ashe with Tahm Kench in the bot lane. On the red side, RNG counters with Trundle in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, Twisted Fate in mid, and Caitlyn with Morgana in the bot lane. At first glance, both lineups exhibit several issues. Frowning in contemplation, VG's initiation options appear sparse. Will they rely solely on Malzahar and Ashe's are for engaging? While Gnar seems capable of initiating, this champion has been around for 2 years, and players have grown wise to recognizing when his rage builds, ensuring they do not inadvertently offer him opportunities. RNG's composition is equally perplexing, as their late-game damage potential is singularly reliant on Caitlyn. Twisted Fate's ability to deal damage in team fights is inherently diminished due to the absence of his ultimate, rendering his combat effectiveness inferior to that of other mages. However, a notable advantage lies in his passive, loaded dice, which allows him to earn additional gold from minion kills, often enabling him to lead others by half an item during the mid-game. Relying on this additional gear's strength, Twisted Fate's damage output remains respectable in the mid-game. Yet, as time progresses and the player's equipment approaches full capacity, Twisted Fate's passive becomes increasingly trivial, and his combat prowess is swiftly outpaced by his adversaries. Zeyuan concurs with his partner's assessment and adds his own insights, noting that the magical damage output from both teams is limited. VG at least has the Grasshopper and Gnar's W, while RNG possesses only Twisted Fate as their mage. The two teams have already engaged in 2 matches, and their tactical styles have been thoroughly explored. This situation renders the drafting phase more susceptible to exploitation, enabling one side to dismantle the opposing lineup entirely, leaving both teams with less desirable champions and resorting to substitutes. Consequently, various issues arise within their compositions. However, the allure of the drafting phase lies precisely in this complexity. A coach's triumph is not solely predicated on assembling a flawless roster. As long as their team proves superior, it constitutes a success. VG boasts a multitude of damage-dealing options, including Misfortune, Ashe, and Gnar, all of whom heavily rely on ranged auto-attacks, ensuring a consistent damage output that becomes formidable in the late game. The emergence of the Summoner's Rift abruptly interrupted the analysis of the two teams, as the sound of signal markers echoed throughout the venue, accompanied by an increasingly fervent cheer from the audience. At level 1, the combat intensity of both teams was nearly equal. Although RNG's Morgana and Twisted Fate could establish a control chain for an instant elimination at this stage, the Tahm Kench from Zeyuan could provide adequate protection to his allies by positioning slightly behind. RNG was well aware of the power dynamics. Nonetheless, they resolutely opted for an invasion. The rationale was straightforward. Imp had chosen Ashe, who could utilize her E ability, Hawkshot, to survey the jungle from a distance early on. This indicated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, VG would have insight into the movements of the enemy team during the initial jungle phase. For RNG, who had revealed their strategy for the lower jungle, this was utterly unacceptable. They aimed to establish an early advantage in the bottom lane, thus decisively choosing to invade VG's lower jungle, intending to pressure Gu Xing toward the upper map. Consequently, the entire lower jungle would fall under RNG's control, allowing Uzi's Caitlyn to apply pressure without hesitation. Gu Xing, understanding RNG's intentions, was unwilling to concede ground, as doing so would likely lead to significant losses for their early lane combination of Ashe and Tahm. Determined to protect their territory, he summoned assistants to guard the jungle. Contemplating an offensive strategy, the Malzahar selected by Hou Yi, while not particularly strong in early team fights, possessed utility through his ultimate, Nether Grasp, which could yield surprising effects in narrow jungle corridors. Xiaohu, opting for a yellow card, boldly approached VG's frontline Gnar. The yellow card struck, applying a stun effect, prompting Mata to flash forward and unleash his Q ability, Dark Binding, with precision. His flash was intended to reposition quickly, minimizing the opponent's reaction time. With Tahm Kench in his sights, if Zeyuan allowed Gnar to be consumed, he would inevitably be ensnared by Morgana's Q. Conversely, if he refrained from doing so, he would have to simultaneously use his flash to retreat. Thus, Long Gu was left isolated, and Zeyuan made a decisive choice. Tahm Kench utilized his W ability, Devour, to swallow Gnar, preventing his ally from being eliminated instantly. While this action safeguarded Long Gu, it unfortunately placed Zeyuan in jeopardy. Morgana's level 1 Q immobilization duration lasted a staggering 2 seconds, allowing Uzi's Caitlyn to set up a trap with the intention of swiftly dispatching Tahm Kench. With only Devour learned at level 1, Tahm was merely a slightly more resilient support without a robust shield to absorb damage. The concentrated damage from RNG could easily eliminate the opponent's Xiang Guo with his Sonic Wave kick, subsequently triggering the Echo to send him flying. Upon noticing the lease and closing in, Zeyuan promptly utilized his exhaust. During this interval, the VG players were not idle, delivering their own damage from a distance. Gu Xing observed the enemy clustering together, but chose not to employ his E, Quick Draw. Instead, he opted for Q Dead End, as the explosive projectile pierced through 3 heroes, inflicting substantial area damage. Zeyuan fell first, and the kill was claimed by Xiang Guo. Yet Hou Ye's Void Calling successfully silenced the troll. Poor Looper, unable to even use his flash, found himself at the forefront, low on health, compelled to retreat. Gu Xing, unwilling to let the wounded escape, grit his teeth and advanced a couple of steps, taking down the enemy with his Zaya's bullet. Virtue found himself too far forward and had to expend his flash to escape. In the earlier skirmish, the exchange was effectively 1-for-1, with support traded for top lane, leaving VG slightly ahead in terms of combat effectiveness. However, Gu Xing's health was diminishing rapidly, and as he used his flash to retreat, the balance of the situation began to tilt in RNG's favor. Xiao Gu was reduced to low health by Uzi, rendering him incapable of defending the lower area, forcing him and his teammates to withdraw from the bottom side. VG's departure signified the complete success of RNG's early invasion. Xiang Guo seized VG's red buff camp, and after returning to base, Xiang Guo had no choice but to redirect towards RNG's upper side. This exchange was quite detrimental for VG. Gu Xing's Graves, alongside the top lane Nar and mid lane Malzahar, found themselves incapable of synergizing effectively before level 6. Looper's troll could not be killed as long as he retained his pillar, especially since he had not used his flash before his previous death. Gu Xing thought the fault lay with him. Had he not aggressively pursued the troll's kill, the situation might have been manageable. Allowing Looper to escape would have meant not overextending, thus preserving his health. At that moment, the minion wave was nearly off the high ground, and the low-health Looper was unlikely to use his teleport to invade. Gu Xing believed he could likely defend the jungle in a 4v4 scenario. Not wanting to dwell on the past, Hou Yi, with considerable experience, comforted him, noting that the situation was urgent and one cannot overthink in such moments. Instinctual reactions were paramount. I have my own issues, he continued. Xiao Duan should have assisted with the exhaust on the ADC. He underestimated the control strength of RNG's composition. Once ensnared, there was no escape, leaving one at the mercy of the adversary's strategy. I'll farm for a bit. You don't need to learn E. Gu Xing resolved to engage in a battle of wits with the jungle monsters. Zhu Xingbin agreed, given that the opposing Xiang Guo was certainly starting from VG's lower quadrant. His path was predictable, thus rendering the need to learn Eagle Strike unnecessary. Investing skill points in Q at the secondary level proves to be a more prudent choice, preventing the RNG duo from rapidly pushing the minion wave and executing a tower dive in conjunction with the jungler. However, this has not deterred RNG's aggressive intentions. Uzi is stockpiling minions, seemingly intent on amassing a substantial wave before summoning Lee Sin for a tower dive. The evident strategy of Jin is to focus solely on ranged minions, allowing the higher health melee minions to obstruct the minion exchange position. Once the next wave of cannon minions arrives, a significant accumulation of minions can be unleashed for a full-on advance. Zhu Chengbin is acutely aware of the opposing team's plan. Yet, Gu Xingyuan is preoccupied in the upper quadrant, leaving his teammates otherwise engaged. He and Xiao Duan must rely on each other, holding off on using the relic shield for now, as Zhu Chengbin reminds his support that he can handle the minion wave alone. Although Ashe's basic attack range is not as extensive as that of Caitlyn, she can still avoid being frequently interrupted while harassing, sustaining a slight loss in health. Her bloodthirsty talent from the Lord of War allows her to regain a considerable amount. Uzi no longer conceals his intentions. He activates Q, the Peacekeeper, to swiftly clear the minion wave and push it forward. Caitlyn's early game nuisance manifests, showcasing her undeniable control. With the longest attack range among all ADCs and Q's piercing shot for rapid wave clearance, no one can gain an advantage over Caitlyn in the early game. Meanwhile, the jungler, now at level 3, emerges from the bush beside the VG tower, sandwiching the VG duo underneath it. Both Ashe and Tahm Kench are at level 2, creating a precarious situation for them. The jungler boldly approaches, casting his ground-slowing ability. Imp remains focused on last-hitting minions, seemingly oblivious to the looming threat. Mata's Morgana closes the distance, unleashing Dark Binding aimed directly at Tahm. The level 2 Tahm has only 2 skills available, lacking sufficient durability. If he can be immobilized, Caitlyn's traps combined with Lee Sin's damage could readily eliminate him. Imp steps forward, positioning himself in front of Tahm to absorb the Dark Binding. In doing so, Zhu Chengbin can utilize Tahm's abilities to ensure his own safety, alleviating Xiao Duan's concerns of being caught in a lethal combo. The jungler refrains from hastily deploying Sonic Wave, instead waiting for Tahm to use Devour before stepping out of the tower's range. Since Mata's Dark Binding failed to ensnare Tahm, RNG abandons their plan to focus fire on him. Imp remains within Tahm's gullet for an extended period, only emerging once the tower has cleared away most of the minions. Zhu Chengbin continuously urges to devour the minion wave beneath the tower. Thanks to his earlier harassment of the minions and the tower's cannon shots, the once formidable wave of cannon minions has been significantly diminished. Xiao Duan's previously saved relic shield now finds its purpose. In a swift maneuver, aided by Ashe's W ability, Enchanted Arrow, the minions beneath the tower were effortlessly dispatched, rendering RNG unable to execute a tower dive. Should they attempt to engage, the moment they encroach upon the tower's range, they would be subjected to its relentless assault, risking considerable health loss and the likelihood of being eliminated in the process. With the remnants of his red buff still warm, Xiang Guo felt a waning motivation. Regardless, the attempt to dive the tower compelled VG's duo to hastily clear the minions, resulting in Imp missing 2 of them. Thus, their efforts were not entirely in vain. The blind monk retreated, conceding the opportunity for a dive, while the VG duo exhibited remarkable coordination, prompting unbidden praise for their flawless execution. After engaging in a level 1 skirmish, Gu Xing returned to base for replenishment and subsequently arrived in RNG's jungle, only to find the monsters had already respawned, resulting in a slower clearing pace compared to Xiang Guo. He began farming from the stone beetle and had just consumed RNG's red buff, now just one group of feathered birds away from attaining level 3. Observing RNG's aggressive tower dive, Gu Xing couldn't help but admire Imp and Xiao Duan's synergy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He envisioned a strategy to recuperate his passive in the jungle. This marks the second consecutive game in which Gu Xing found himself at a disadvantage in the jungle from the outset. He was not flustered, maintaining a calm demeanor to address the situation. Gu Xing discerned that one of the distinctions between the regular season and the playoffs lies in the strategic caliber of level 1 skirmishes. In the previous match, RNG feigned an invasion, leading him to lower his guard while clearing the vision set by Xiao Duan, thereby facilitating Xiao Guo's level 2 counter jungle. In this game, RNG exhibited no subtlety, brazenly converging to pressure Gu Xing's jungle. The initial setups from RNG in both matches were marked by unyielding decisiveness. Compared to the regular season, teams entering the playoffs exhibit a heightened rigor and purpose in their level 1 skirmishes. Gu Xing, having faced similar challenges in 2 consecutive games, found himself with limited options. The final selection of a control champion in the form of Twisted Fate brought the team's control chain to a staggering level. Although VG's level 1 skirmish prowess was commendable, lacking the initiative left them vulnerable to counterattacks. Gu Xing and his teammates made minor miscalculations, resulting in unfavorable outcomes. His current countermeasure appeared straightforward. While clearing the opposing F4, he deliberately left a small bird alive, placing a ward in the camp before retreating to farm his own jungle. Despite the slight loss of monster experience, Gu Xing secured a kill during the level 1 skirmish, sufficiently compensating for the missed experience from the small bird. The director promptly caught on to Gangplank's subtlety and switched the camera. Gu Xing successfully reached level 3 and instinctively glanced at his level. Had he intentionally left the bird unharvested? After a moment of contemplation, Zeyuan grasped Gu Xing's rationale, recognizing that it stemmed from an early positional disadvantage. When the lower jungle monsters respawned, Virtue was unable to enter RNG's jungle, making it more prudent to preserve a monster to manipulate the F4 respawn timing, if he did not contest the subsequent jungle monsters. Retaining the small bird was indeed the most judicious choice. As the fragrant pot returned to the upper half of the area, it became imperative to eliminate the small birds before waiting another 100 seconds for the next batch of sharp-beaked avians to respawn. The progress of the gunner in the jungle was steadily advancing, while Virtue had yet to initiate any gank ambush, and had even acquired an additional pair of boots. Gu Xing, having emerged from the initial skirmish with low health, returned to base with only 300 gold, insufficient to purchase a longsword, thus opting for boots to enhance his movement speed. In contrast, despite securing the first blood bounty of 400 gold, the fragrant pot refrained from returning to the fountain for replenishments, remaining equipped with only the initial jungle knife as the jungle monsters were on the verge of spawning. Leveraging his speed advantage, Gu Xing minimized his travel time between camps, gradually leveling the playing field between the two. After clearing the upper river crab and his own upper jungle, Gu Xing successfully reached level 4 and returned to base to replenish supplies. During this time, he also switched screens to observe the matchups across the lanes. In the top lane, Long Gu, utilizing the range advantage of Nar, continuously kite Looper's Trundle, resulting in a pure domination of the lane. Against the short-range Tyrannosaurus-type top laner, Nar SW, Hyper, proved to be a remarkable skill, granting increased movement speed upon triggering the 3 rings, allowing for effective harassment of the Trundle. He conserved his E-hop, rendering Trundle utterly helpless. In the mid lane, Xiao Hu held the upper hand. The grasshopper operated by Ho Yi appeared efficient in clearing minions, yet was constrained by early game equipment and levels, unable to push the wave rapidly with E-Dreadline. Xiao Hu, armed with the Card Master S skills of short cooldown and area damage, maintained firm control over the lane. The bottom lane situation was equally compelling. Imp and Xiao Duan, while defending against a tower dive, swiftly cleared the cannon minion wave. With both sides' minions converging once again in the central position, Uzi commenced applying pressure with basic attacks combined with Q, Peacekeeper. Gu Xing appeared devoid of any desire to engage in a war of attrition. Uzi's chosen talent, Bloodlust of the Warlord, allowed him to stack layers through movement or attacks. A fully stacked auto attack could restore health, making it ideal for landing or withstanding pressure. Furthermore, due to the numerical damage correlation, should Caitlyn trigger her passive headshot while the Bloodlust stacks are accumulated, her subsequent shot could restore a significant amount of health. In contrast, Ashe's early W, volley, had a cooldown exceeding 10 seconds, making it nearly impossible to chip away at Caitlyn's health. Gu Xing, after purchasing the green jungle knife from the fountain, glanced once more at the situation in the bottom lane and made a judgment. It was evident that Uzi intended to hold the wave, waiting for the cannon minion wave at 4 minutes and 18 seconds to push all minions towards the VG turret. However, this time he had clearly learned from previous lessons, not wishing to grant the VG bottom lane duo an opportunity to swiftly clear the wave. Together with Mata, they advanced to apply pressure on the VG duo, leveraging the double range advantage of Caitlyn and Morgana, preventing Imp from freely targeting the minions. As a result, the minion wave grew significantly larger, far beyond what Ashe and Tahm Kench could swiftly clear. Nevertheless, Gu Xing noted that the duo's coordination seemed somewhat unpolished. As he contemplated the operations of the RNG duo, the opposing duo in the bottom lane evidently lacks experience in lane pushing and pressure tactics, and their attention to detail leaves much to be desired. Remarkably, even the jungler, who does not primarily play in the bottom lane, can discern this. Mata, occasionally forced to reposition, was briefly pressured back, allowing Gu Xing to seize the opportunity to land a couple of hits on the minions. Were it not for the overwhelming strength of the matchup between the AD carry and support, RNG's duo would hardly have achieved such lane control. As noted by Homie, RNG currently finds itself at a dead end, compelled to rely on an underdeveloped strategy to maintain their position in the bottom lane. Gu Xing's previously ignited confidence swells once more. The more flustered and helpless the opponents become, the greater his sense of victory. Duan Gu, you should be able to push the minion wave soon. Gu Xing articulates his plan in the team voice chat, suggesting they merely feign resistance. The manner in which RNG has amassed minions in the lane clearly indicates they are not attempting to coordinate with Xiang Guo for another tower dive. Once Uzi finishes pushing the cannon minion wave, the time will be approximately 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Due to the early exchange of jungle areas, VG's jungle monsters respawn sequentially from bottom to top, while RNG's spawn from top to bottom. It is a perfect reverse, with the trajectories of both junglers perfectly aligned. As of 3 minutes and 55 seconds, Gu Xing has yet to emerge from the high ground, and Xiang Guo is likely in a similar situation. By the 4.5-minute mark, Gu Xing will be farming in the lower jungle while the opponents will be in the upper area. RNG lacks the capability to force a kill under the bottom tower. Uzi's accumulation of minions under the tower, in Gu Xing's eyes, serves two purposes: to chip away at the health of VG's bottom lane champions or tower, and to create a wave to push back. Imp is unable to promptly clear the minions beneath the tower, and as the next wave approaches, the transfer point will occur within VG's outer tower. The tower will assist in clearing RNG's minion wave. The situation of the minions will tilt, with the additional VG minions pushing back towards RNG, based on Gu Xing's experience. The minion wave will reach the central position around the 5-minute mark, compelling VG's duo to move forward with the minions to secure last hits, thus stepping away from the protection of their tower. At that moment, Gu Xing will ascend to the upper jungle. Xiang Guo will appear in the lower section of the map, executing a positional play to collaborate with RNG's duo to ambush Imp and Xiao Duan. Should they manage to eliminate or force a retreat, Uzi's Caitlyn could reduce VG's bottom tower to half health, thereby initiating the tower-pushing momentum. Naturally, Gu Xing will not allow RNG to have their way. Understanding that Xiao Duan's demeanor has relaxed somewhat after the team secured match point, he says, "Poo-poo, and I need not feign. This minion wave cannot be cleared. The cooldown time for the relic shield currently stands at 40 seconds. Duan Deliang will soon possess 2 layers of effect, yet even so, it pales in comparison to the overwhelming minion wave that the opponents have meticulously amassed. If they simply go with the flow, the minion wave will inevitably push back. Zeyuan stands at the commentary desk, fixated on the minimap, noting that Xiang Guo has yet to realize that their own scuttle crab has not been cleared. RNG remains completely oblivious to this fact. Their current focus is entirely on how to assist the bottom lane in establishing a tower-pushing advantage. Meanwhile, Gu Xing is aware that he previously placed a ward in RNG's scuttle crab territory before departing. From a temporal perspective, it is implausible for this vision to have survived long enough for Gu Xing to detect the silhouette of the fragrant pot brushing downwards through the second round of jungle monsters. However, it does allow Gu Xing to ascertain whether that little sharp-beaked bird has been noticed by RNG. Before the disappearance of the trinket ward, no member of RNG was seen. Zeyuan previously stated that Gu Xing intentionally left the bird to manipulate the F4 respawn timing, thereby stalling the fragrant pot's development. This assertion holds partial truth. Gu Xing's intentions are far more intricate. The other half lies in his calculations regarding the jungle monster buffs. It is noteworthy that the fragrant pot commenced in the VG lower jungle and eliminated a group of sharp-beaked birds. Even with the runic affinity talent, the true side effect provided lasts only 1,035 seconds and has now long since dissipated. By deliberately retaining one small bird, Gu Xing ensured that the fragrant pot would be unable to encounter the large sharp-beaked bird in the next round of jungle clearing. Consequently, he would also be deprived of the opportunity to utilize the smite to gain the true side effect of the eagle eye buff. In the current version, the scanning capability of the red trinket is rather ineffective before level 9, with a fixed warding range that is quite limited, merely around 500 yards. Without the eagle eye buff, the fragrant pot will lose the ability to detect vision in the jungle during the second round of clearing. This is precisely what Gu Xing desires. After Virtue cleared the stone armor bug, he proceeded to the bottom lane, seemingly intending to alleviate pressure on his duo. Just as Gu Xing had anticipated, at 4 minutes and 39 seconds, RNG pushed the accumulated cannon minions into VG's second tower. This moment is particularly delicate. In a few seconds, the next wave of short lines will arrive at the tower. Uzi is resolutely determined not to allow the VG duo to efficiently clear the minion wave beneath the tower. He is intent on reclaiming the wave. After Mata pushed the wave, he moved to the lower triangular brush to establish vision, detecting Little Gu's movements in advance and retreating with Uzi. However, they only retreated slightly and did not withdraw significantly. Caitlyn, armed with her sniper rifle, continues to flit within Gu Xing's line of sight. This is quite advantageous for Ligia. The VG lower jungle comprises a combination of Ashe, Tahm Kench, and Graves, lacking any capacity for initiating engagements before Ashe reaches level 6. Uzi remains fearless. Little Gu stands nearby to provide cover, preventing the RNG duo from threatening their defensive tower. Once the minions have been consumed, Gu Xing traverses the triangular brush and turns to head upwards. Suddenly, the director shifts the perspective. A shroud of war fog envelopes the majority of the canyon. This is RNG's viewpoint. Mata's ward in the triangular brush clearly sees Gu Xing moving upwards. The vision range of the trinket ward extends to 900 yards, while the areas beyond remain shrouded in darkness. Just as Gu Xing crosses the boundary of RNG's vision, stepping into the war fog, the director returns to the God's Eye view. Little Gu swiftly draws his gun and glides down into the dragon pit. In light of the unexpected events, his voice rises as he crosses the river to enter the enemy's lower jungle, unnoticed by RNG. Even the acknowledged vision master, Mata, cannot maintain sufficient sight before constructing the ice stone. He lacks the surplus wards to invest in the river, rendering Gu Xing's movements entirely clandestine. In the beginning, I anticipated a more intense clash. However, at this moment, the fragrant pot remains in the upper quadrant, and the two junglers are unlikely to cross paths. Moreover, the jungle monsters in the RNG's lower area have yet to respawn, rendering Gu Xing's foray into invasion fruitless. Ultimately, the marksman merely placed a ward between RNG's blue buff and the magic swamp frog camp before turning away. The fragrant pot has already noticed the lingering small birds in his own feathered bird camp, and after a moment of hesitation, he swiftly cleared them away. The spicy hot pot is now wholly focused on assisting Uzi in establishing a tower-pushing rhythm. Upon witnessing this scene, his thoughts align with Zeyuan's, presuming that Gu Xing merely intends to frustrate him and delay his development. Thus, he pays it little mind. As he farms the 3 wolves, the fragrant pot observes Gu Xing appearing in the mid lane. Virtue slides forward, pushing back Xiaohu while simultaneously aiding in the clearing of minion waves. Gu Xing is not one to dirty the lane. With a single Q, desperate situation, he helps to reduce the minion health significantly. Consequently, Lord Ho's dreadful illusion can effortlessly consume the entire wave. Then, right before Xiaohu's eyes in the mid lane, Gu Xing dashes upward with his shotgun in hand. The fragrant pot glances at the screen, a slight smile gracing his lips. After clearing the 3 wolves, he seeks to trouble the Frog Queen, preparing to ambush in the lower lane once the minion wave returns. The jungler moving upward will undoubtedly be unable to impede his progress. Gu Xing plunges into the upper river from the bush above mid lane, where the ward he previously placed in RNG's lower jungle reveals the position of the blind monk. Unlike the fragrant pot, his feathered bird remains unscathed. Earlier, Gu Xing had utilized his smite to gain true sight, ensuring he was unnoticed by RNG's wards as he made an extensive detour through his jungle before returning downward. Concurrently, the fragrant pot, having claimed the Frog Queen with his smite, is also heading towards the lower lane. Zeyuan quickly notes the unusual movements of the marksman, immediately connecting the dots. The ward placed by young Gu reveals the fragrant pot's position. He had sensed RNG's impending aggression towards the lower lane and prepared in advance. The fervent cheers from VG supporters resonate throughout the venue. Virtue, equipped with double boots, is not slow in his movements and is about to position himself, while RNG remains blissfully unaware. In the upper lane, Looper is being relentlessly pressured by Long Ji's Gnar, leaving him no time to place wards in VG's upper jungle. Gu Xing had just assisted Lord Ho in pushing the lane and had also kept Xiaohu confined to the mid lane. The entire RNG team believes he has retreated to the upper quadrant to farm. Gu Xing's circular ambush around the canyon deceives all his opponents. Previously, he had received information from Xiao Duan, knowing that Mata was likely to have placed a ward in the triangular bush. This time, as he approaches the lower lane, Gu Xing deliberately avoids the triangular bush, opting to move directly from his own stone beetle camp to the next tower. However, he does not advance further. Uncertain whether RNG's duo had placed a ward during their previous push, he fears that progressing might expose him. Regardless, RNG will likely initiate the first strike, and he feels confident in waiting for the battle to erupt before making his move. The minion wave in the bot lane relentlessly advances, and Imp's anxiety over clearing the minions is palpable. Is his acting not exceedingly convincing? Zeyuan exclaims loudly. He stands in a godlike perspective, aware that there are adversaries lurking behind Zhu Sungbin. In such circumstances, Zeyuan's perception of Imp's performance as nearly flawless signifies an absence of any discernible flaws. Morgana is poised to unleash her chilling grasp. Mata maneuvers closer, enveloping himself in a dark shield that grants immunity to the slowing ice, and swiftly casts Q, Dark Binding. At that moment, a low-health minion stands between him and Xiao Duan. As the Dark Binding sails through the air, Uzi raises his weapon and eliminates the minion obstructing the path. Morgana's Q is now unobstructed, successfully striking Tom Kench. The hidden gangplank reveals himself, with W, Fortifying Shield, providing immediate protection to Mata, while the Celestial Wave firmly attaches itself to Xiao Duan. The AD carry sets a trap beneath Tom, preparing to coordinate with his allies for a kill. Due to Imp's Purify and his position being farther back, the defenseless Xiao Duan becomes the target of opportunity. In Gangplank's eyes, this kill seems as good as secured. The only question remaining is whether to secure the kill or not. However, the low murmurs of the RNG supporters crescendo into a wave of sound that sweeps through the arena. The trench-coated crime Lord Graves emerges, cigar in mouth. As a smoke grenade lands squarely on Caitlyn, Uzi is unable to fire. Zeyuan's voice remains as resounding as ever. The Caitlyn, struck by the smoke grenade, loses her vision of the outside world. Even if Tom, bound in place, inadvertently steps into the trap, Uzi cannot take the shot. He wishes to exit the smoke grenade's range before firing. Yet, Imp's Ice continually applies a slowing effect through his basic attacks. By the time Uzi escapes the smoke's clutches, the opportunity for a headshot may have already slipped away. Uzi is left with 2 options to inflict critical damage, flash or E for repositioning. The dilemma remains, should he move forward or retreat? Gu Xing's unexpected counter-engagement causes a stir among RNG's team communication. Uzi realizes his moment to think is fleeting. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively flashes forward. escaping the smoke's confines, and raises his weapon to fire at Tom. With Xiao Duan's health critically low, he quickly activates Thick Skin, transforming his gray shield into a white one to absorb the burst damage. Gangplank is startled by Gu Xing's counter-engagement. He initially intended to retreat. After all, their side had sustained little damage, and Uzi could continue farming. However, noticing Uzi's forward flash, Gangplank understands that retreating is not an option. Gritting his teeth, he summons his reckless courage and dashes in with Echo Strike. With Xiao Duan's health dwindling, Gangplank had previously converted his first blood income into equipment during his last recall, wielding a green jungle knife along with a longsword. In terms of equipment, Gu Xing's boots offer no combat power, rendering him inferior to Gangplank. Yet, he has the advantage of minions. The VG minions push forward, holding a decisive numerical superiority. Virtue adjusts his angle, unleashing AQE for significant area damage. The desperate explosive shot strikes both Morgana and Caitlyn. Despite the rebound damage being evaded by Uzi's rope net displacement, it was sufficient. Imp immediately followed up his basic attack with Q, Focus of the Marksman, infusing damage into Uzi. Xiao Duan also applied the weaken effect to Uzi, striving to minimize the damage sustained. Uzi managed to secure a headshot on Tom with the shot provided by the rope net, yet he found it difficult to escape. Zhu Shengbin eliminated him, while Gu Xing set his sights on Mata. He dispatched him without a flash. Morgana's black shield had already dissipated. Imp, bold as ever, flashed forward. The barrage of arrows ensnared Mata, who lacked the means to escape or retaliate, as all of his skills were on cooldown. Xiang Guo retreated without a glance back. His Q, Soundwave, was not yet ready, leaving him with little combat capability. Turning back would not only fail to save Mata, but could also cost him his own life. A one-for-one exchange. Remember the emotional intensity. Xiao Guo's counter-gank was exceptionally clever. Similar to the previous game, Virtue's protection of the bot lane was exemplary, albeit the process was entirely different. The VG supporters in the stands raised their arms in a cheer. The barrage of comments in the livestream exploded. It's over now? Daring to catch this line push? RNG suffered from this in the last game. They say one learns from mistakes. Why hasn't RNG learned? One can only say Virtue's skill is remarkable. The deception is exquisite. This counter-gank has a hint of Dandy's style. Xiao Gu has mastered the art of the counter-gank. Xiao Gu and Imp pushed this wave of minions forward, and Uzi would lose a significant amount of minions upon respawning. Zeyuan gazed at the multitude of minions under RNG's tower, pitying Uzi. Although Uzi had secured a kill, dying once meant missing out on minion experience, undoubtedly slowing his push tempo. A quick glance at the item section revealed the only good news. Uzi could build a Storm Razor. Currently, ADCs typically prioritize the Storm Razor to bolster attack power before transitioning to Luana's Hurricane to enhance attack speed and damage. After all, in this version, the Hurricane arrows can stack with Caitlyn's passive headshots, making it particularly fitting for her. The sooner, the better. If the Storm Razor is delayed, Uzi would either have to opt for the 875 gold pickaxe or build attack speed boots. The effectiveness would surely be inferior to that of the Storm Razor, further delaying his tower pushing progress. However, Imp had secured 2 kills in this wave, maintaining the minion line, and his equipment would be far more extravagant than Uzi's upon returning to base. Zeyuan sensed the looming threat in the upcoming bot lane confrontation. VG might need to transition from defense to offense. Within RNG's team voice chat, Xiang Guo expressed his frustration, lamenting, "What is my problem? Why is this guy so irritating?" Gu Xing's various counter-gank tricks in these 2 games had vexed Xiang Guo to no end. To be fair, Spicy Hot Pot is not a player known for scheming or executing underhanded tactics. Although most junglers are often deep thinkers due to the frequent skirmishes in the jungle, Xiang Guo is an exception. He adheres to the belief that sheer force can overcome all, maximizing aggression and brutality. In a period of equilibrium, Gu Xing deliberately refrained from engaging in direct confrontation, opting instead to employ various insidious and cunning tactics, leaving Xiang Guo overwhelmed in response. He could not fathom Gu Xing's movements. "Wait until I reach level 6, Xiao Hu remarked with composure. "I will be a step ahead of the grasshopper and seize the opportunity to ambush in the bottom lane." Li Yuanhao was not lacking in wit. Gu Xing had previously assisted in clearing the mid lane, without any dirty minions, yet he had accrued substantial experience. Xiao Hu was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly ascend to level 6 before Hou Yi. He could utilize the pivotal ultimate ability of Card Master to propel the team's momentum. Virtue returned to farm his own upper jungle, while Xiang Guo remained in the lower lane, safeguarding the minion wave beneath the turret. A substantial wave of minions approached. Xiang Guo could not simply watch them fall victim to the turret's bombardment. It was permissible to assist with a final blow, thereby rectifying his own development. Gu Xing astutely detected the opportunity. Given that Xiang Guo was occupied with minions at the lower turret, he decided to invade RNG's upper jungle. The blind monk, having wasted considerable time, would undoubtedly be unable to return to the upper area in time for defense. Virtue maximized the advantage of the boots acquired from the initial skirmish and lauded their effectiveness. Consequently, Xiao Gu's growth began to catch up, even surpassing that of his opponent. The stone crab in the RNG upper jungle had reset, and Gu Xing effortlessly dispatched it. Imp shot forth an eagle strike, aiding his jungler in pinpointing Xiang Gu's position, allowing Xiao Gu to invade the jungle without restraint. Looper was aware of the situation but found himself powerless to intervene. The troll could only rely on his ice pillar to attempt to detain someone. Gu Xing retained his E ability, Quick Draw, ensuring a safe retreat. After clearing the jungle monster, Gu Xing crossed the river back to his own jungle to continue his development. As the match reached the 5-minute and 45-second mark, Xiao Hu successfully attained level 6. He swiftly pushed the cannon minion wave in the mid lane, while simultaneously seeking opportunities to assist in the bottom lane. Indeed, Li Yuanhao had found such an opportunity. After clearing the minion wave, Xiao Hu activated his summoner spell and his ultimate, Destiny, preparing to soar to the lower lane. Upon landing, he executed a yellow card, successfully stunning Tahm Kench. Morgana's Q ability, Dark Binding, combined with Caitlyn's trap, formed a control chain sufficient to secure Tahm's demise. Even the activation of his thick skin proved futile, as he ultimately could not escape death. The kill was claimed by Uzi. Hou was unable to arrive in time, and could only push the mid-lane minion wave forward. Gu Xing also came to the mid-lane to assist in clearing the wave, simultaneously threatening RNG's mid-turret. After finishing the jungle monsters, Xiang Guo rushed to the mid-lane to attempt to defend the wave. The mid-turret was crucial for the Card Master, providing vision and protection that determined the range of his ultimate ability. Should it fall too early, Card Master's early game momentum would be adversely affected. Xiang Guo believed he was safe beneath the turret. However, Gu Xing was determined not to let him escape. Blind monk, let us kill him. Gu Xing's command solidified Hou Ye's resolve. Gazing at the blind monk still last hitting under the turret, Zeyuan decisively flashed forward, utilizing grip of death to pin him in place. Gu Xing perfectly timed his empty shot, EQing forward to cancel the Q desperate path animation. A smoke bomb followed by a basic attack swiftly reduced the blind monk to a sliver of health. In the midst of the smoke bomb, Xiang Guo found himself unable to escape, forced to first use his flash before employing Golden Bell Shield for survival. However, Lord Hou relentlessly pursued him, utilizing the acceleration effect of his sprint to close the gap. The damage from Demon Star Illusion and the Void Swarm ultimately claimed Xiang Guo's life. VG swiftly retaliated in the mid lane. Remembering to cheer loudly, Zhanfen noted that Xiao Hu had yet to return to the lane, and the health of the mid-tier tower was dwindling to half. In version 6.15, the damage reduction effect of towers had vanished by the 5-minute mark. Although Gu Xing and Lord Hou's tower-pushing efficiency could not rival Uzi's Caitlyn, it was certainly not subpar. When Li Yuanhao returned, he would face a tower in an unhealthy state. The scales of victory had not yet fully tipped. Gu Xing returned to base to craft a Caulfield's Warhammer, deciding to add another weight and tilt the situation decidedly in their favor. At 6 minutes and 39 seconds into the match, Gu Xing finished yet another group of his team's sharp beaks and achieved a level up. He successfully reached level 6. This upgrade speed was slightly swifter than the typical jungler, primarily because Gu Xing had capitalized on ample lane experience. Apart from the top lane where Long Gu had yet to be attended to, Gu Xing frequently visited the other two lanes, casually assisting with minion waves. It was not a deliberate act. Rather, the immense pressure from the minion waves in the early mid and bot lanes was too great. With a Twisted Fate and a Caitlyn, if they managed to coordinate, VG's early game would be untenable. Even while Gu Xing was vigilant about the minion waves, he inadvertently allowed Xiao Hu an opportunity to roam to the bot lane and secure another kill for his team. Nonetheless, Gu Xing's experience gain was not without purpose. He intended to leverage his early level 6 advantage to create some impactful plays. Virtue, wielding the Eye of Hawk buff procured from the sharp beaks, moved down the river, with Zeyuan being the first to sense something amiss. Was he heading into RNG's jungle? As he passed through the river brush, the Eye of Hawk buff activated. Amongst it was a true sight ward left by Mata. While reloading his bullets, Gu Xing dismantled the ward. It must be said, the efficiency of Gangplank in warding is quite low. His attack speed is not particularly fast, requiring an additional round of bullets to cleanly remove it. Upon destroying the true sight ward, Gu Xing took 2 steps back, seemingly returning to his own jungle. He then turned around and plunged back into the river. The director, keenly observant, captured Gu Xing's movement details once more, swiftly switching to RNG's perspective. Notably, the vision provided by the ward, after being cleared, continues to emit light for a brief period, offering residual sight to the team. The last vision of the true sight ward revealed Gu Xing moving backward. When the vision faded and the fog of war enveloped once more, the director resumed the God's eye view, allowing the audience to witness Gu Xing executing a brilliant counterattack. Once more employing his deceptive tactics, Gu Xing left his opponents bewildered with his frequent feints, as if he were to repeat the sequence. Gu Xing displayed the flair of a mob boss, even taking the opportunity to bully a river crab along the way, shooting it with his shotgun before leisurely entering RNG's lower quadrant. However, this time, RNG was on high alert. Gu Xing's use of the illusionary tactics has become exceedingly frequent, to the point where Mata doubts the efficacy of his true sight. The 6th-level Graves, despite his prowess, should not be so timid. Spicy Hot Pot, come here. I can engage first. Mata marked his target, clutching his ignite, ready to deal damage for lane advantage. Just then, Spicy Hot Pot arrived in the lower jungle, and upon hearing his support's call, he swiftly made his way to the swamp camp. The RNG team sensed that Gu might resort to the same trick again, and the blind monk had already positioned himself. The celestial wave struck true, launching Spicy Hot Pot into action. Although he had farmed a considerable number of minions, he had previously fallen in the mid lane, delaying his experience gain, and he was still a tad short of level 6. Mata's Morgana appeared, and her Q Dark Binding ensnared Graves in place. With the blind monk's E slowing him down, Gu Xing's efforts to sidestep proved futile against the binding. Mata's ignite was affixed to Graves, sapping his life force. Yet, Gu Xing remained remarkably composed. He raised his gun and targeted Morgana with a basic attack. Zeyuan closely monitored Graves' dwindling health bar, realizing that RNG's jungle support duo could hardly penetrate Gu's defenses. His pure man stacks were simply too high. Gu Xing had successfully executed his illusionary tactics multiple times, yet he never fully let down his guard. He maintained certain essential details, while clearing his own jungle camps. He had already preserved 2 layers of his pure man effect. Upon reaching the river, he spotted RNG's true sight, and, while dismantling it, he renewed his pure man stacks. His subsequent harassment of the river crab was not merely a moment of impatience. It was a strategic move to retain the passive effect, which lasts only 4 seconds and could easily fade if not carefully monitored. Utilizing the river ward and the swift crab, Gu Xing successfully sustained his enhanced resistances into RNG's jungle. While clearing the swamp frog, his pure man stacks reached a full 4 layers. Although his E, quick draw, was only at level 1, each layer of pure man granted an additional 10 points of dual resistance. With 4 layers of pure man bolstering him, Gu Xing's resistances soared close to 100 points. This meant he would suffer a reduction of 50 damage from both physical and magical attacks. While Spicy Hot Pot had previously secured first blood, his equipment was far from exceptional, providing combat potential only through a Caulfield's hammer. Without having reached level 6, he and Morgana's hopes of easily dispatching Gu Xing were utterly unfounded. RNG's jungle support duo realized they had misjudged Graves' tankiness. Nevertheless, it seemed to have little effect. Gu Xing was still being pressured to retreat. The rationale was indeed sound. Although Gu Xing had a level advantage, he was not yet capable of taking on 2 opponents in RNG's jungle. His teammates were currently unable to offer him protection, and if he delayed any longer, he would be unable to escape by the time Uzi's Caitlyn arrived. However, before his departure, Gu Xing gifted the RNG jungle support duo a parting present. Graves fired a shot at the blind monk, followed by a retreating QE combo, while simultaneously applying a slow with his smoke grenade. Then, the godfather of the underworld raised his shotgun and unleashed the formidable ultimate explosive shell. Mata suffered a significant loss of cannon minions in the last skirmish, resulting in a considerable experience deficit, leaving him just shy of reaching level 5. The fragile Morgana found herself unable to withstand the onslaught of Miss Fortune's damage. To make matters worse, Mata had previously been harassed by Imp's Ash, who utilized her ultimate to deplete his health, leaving him far from full. Forced to use his flash to evade the second strike of Miss Fortune's Q, Mata narrowly escaped. Gu Xing adeptly maneuvered with a retreating Q and his ultimate ability's recoil, successfully evading the vision of RNG's jungle support. As Xiang Guo stepped out of the smoke screen and realized Miss Fortune had vanished, he felt a surge of frustration. Relying on the rebound of his Q, desperate path, and the damage from his ultimate, Gu Xing managed to secure the Frog Queen, who had just been contested in the jungle. Xiang Guo, shrouded in the smoke, was utterly unaware of the unfolding events. He couldn't even see the Frog Queen's health bar, let alone utilize his smite. Was it truly the case that his and Mata's efforts merely led to Gu Xing's ultimate being forced out? In the end, Gu Xing claimed the Frog Queen while also expending Mata's flash and ignite. Xiang Guo found this unacceptable. With Mata now low on health, Uzi hesitated to exert further pressure on the lane, retreating to a safer position and conceding wave control to VG. Uzi, as a Caitlyn, could hardly hope to duel two opponents, especially with his flash still on cooldown. Watching the VG duo advance, Uzi felt a mix of reluctance and resignation, retreating under the tower to await Mata's return and replenishment. However, in her pursuit of the Eye Stone, Morgana lacked the necessary resources to purchase Tier 2 boots. Relying solely on a pair of boots of speed, Mata would require approximately 35 seconds to return to the bottom lane, thereby delaying the wave of minions. Uzi felt as though he would wait an eternity, anxiously pacing under the tower. The production team, noting this, switched the camera for a close-up. The situation in RNG's bottom lane appeared dire. VG's next tower still had 23 health remaining, and with 7 minutes into the match, Uzi and Mata had yet to make any significant impact. Zeyuan discerned the crux of the issue. Virtue's protection of the bottom lane was exceptionally effective, often rotating to ensure Imp could safely farm, thereby disrupting RNG's offensive rhythm. Over several exchanges, Uzi found no opportunity to engage VG's turret. In the backstage lounge, Homie watched the television screen intently, confirming his pre-match suspicions. RNG's protective system was fundamentally immature. They were oblivious to how to effectively nurture Caitlyn and maintain the rhythm of turret pushing, a case of desperate measures in a dire situation. If they continued to stabilize, the probability of securing victory remained high. Homie could hear the communication among the 5 players. I forced out the flash from top. Long Ji's tone was one of satisfaction. A conflict had just erupted between the top laners. Zhu Xiaolong, leveraging the W ability of Mini Nar for a swift 3-ring boost, combined with the slow from his Q, effectively ensnared Looper in a pseudo-root effect. As the level of Nar escalates, the percentage damage from his triple ring increases significantly, and the cumbersome troll, lacking any magic resistance equipment, simply cannot withstand such damage. The other 8 players on both teams have no intention of assisting in the top lane, rendering it a true island of solitude. The troll's shortcomings in the solo lane against Nar are magnified infinitely. Long Gu, having just filled his rage from a vigorous pursuit, leaps forward after transforming, aiming to use his flash to slam Looper against the wall for a solo kill. Although Looper reacts swiftly and dodges Nar's ultimate with his flash, he is left with very little health. He hesitates to return to base and upgrade to Tiamat, fearing another pursuit from Long Gu without his flash, and opts instead for Ninja Tabi to mitigate basic attack damage. Looper's teleport back to the top lane signals that for the next few minutes, he will exert no influence over other areas of the map. Witnessing Long Ji's prowess, Gu Xing immediately offers praise, only to dampen the mood by stating that he certainly will not venture to the top lane in the next 5 minutes. Gu Xing must attend to the duo in the bot lane, ensuring that RNG does not secure an early first blood tower and disrupt their development, which is the crux of this match. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaolong remains optimistic, believing that Looper is not as formidable as before and that managing him will pose little challenge. He recalls their previous encounters in the spring split, where he found little success against Looper. However, after a series of skirmishes in the summer split, Long Gu has distinctly sensed the diminishing gap between himself and his opponent, realizing he can leverage his hero's advantages when matched against a counter. Undoubtedly, He is growing stronger this summer, while Looper has indeed shown signs of decline. At 23 years of age, Looper can be considered a veteran, especially when compared to exceptional players like Marin, who claimed victory at just 24, a rarity on the global stage. The passage of time inevitably affects a player's focus and reflexes. Though Looper remains a top-tier top laner within the LPL, he pales in comparison to his prime performance. Gu Xing returns to base and acquires the warrior jungle knife, establishing a significant lead over the fragrant chef in terms of equipment. Most importantly, Gu Xing has not succumbed to death, thus avoiding any developmental setbacks, and has even successfully countered 2 camps of the spicy chef's jungle. This creates a notable disparity in the jungle resources. The fragrant chef finds it challenging to compensate from the lane. Virtue allocates the blue buff to Ho Yi and rushes toward RNG's lower quadrant. Mata, leveraging the gold acquired from the Spell Thief's Edge and the system's salary, has just procured a sightstone, illuminating the river thoroughly to ensure Uzi's safety. Zhu Qingbin, unhurried, understands that maintaining a steady development will grant him greater influence in the mid-game than that of misfortune. Thus, he does not pursue any form of suppression, preferring a peaceful lane and steady growth. Xiao Duan, tasked with protecting Imp, does not stray far from the lane, limiting his vision to the Tribrush and Dragon Pit vicinity. Gu Xing's movements are once again under RNG's surveillance, as Virtue utilizes the Hawkeye buff to clear the vision in the river. This marks the second instance of such an occurrence by Gu Xing's team. Little Duan finds himself ensnared in the lower lane, unable to extricate himself, and it is improbable that RNG will relinquish control of the river. Gu Xing must certainly assist in clearing, simultaneously applying pressure on RNG's duo, preventing them from brazenly pushing the tower. Here it comes again. The voice of Xiang Guo was tinged with irritation. Mata, come assist me. Just moments prior, Gu Xing had cleared the vision and retreated once more. The frenetic pace of the game had almost provoked a reactive response from Mala Xiang Guo, who hastily called for reinforcements in the voice chat. This time, we must secure his demise. Mata was brimming with confidence. Wuji, remember to give our. Uzi acknowledged with a nod, yet refrained from voicing any opinions. He had previously secured 2 runner-up positions with the Royal Club. Returning now seemed like a homecoming. Yet the reality was far removed from such a notion. The iteration of Royal Club he once knew had plummeted to the secondary league, leading to encounters with teams such as VG's second squad, VGP, in a dismal resurrection. The current RNG is a far cry from the S3 and S4 Royal. From the owner to the players, every member has been replaced. Aside from the name still being Royal Club, there are no remaining similarities. Uzi's return felt akin to that of a novice. The top laner and support within the team were still the Korean imports who had previously triumphed over him in S4, leaving him without an advantage in seniority or achievements. Coupled with Mata's strong desire for control over the team, Uzi naturally found himself without much influence. In the lower jungle, RNG's jungler and support lay in wait, aiming to ensnare Virtue as he ventured into their trap. Xiang Guo's blind monk had reached level 6, possessing our Dragon's Rage. Should he manage to kick the gangplank, Mata could seamlessly follow up with Q, Dark Binding, with Caitlyn poised to deliver our ace in the hole from afar. The cumulative damage would surely annihilate Gu Xing. Yet, little Gu had not ventured into RNG's lower jungle at all. He finished placing wards and retreated to his own jungle to continue farming. The murmurs from the audience rapidly escalated. They perceived the situation with clarity. Gu Xing was positioned far from RNG's jungler and support, and there were no signs of his imminent arrival. RNG had been deceived. Zeyuan lamented. Little Gu isn't employing any tricks this time. He genuinely withdrew. Remember to stifle your laughter while commentating, he urged. The longer they linger in the jungle, the more uncomfortable Uzi becomes. With Mata departing the lane, Uzi felt compelled to refrain from advancing too far. The chat channel within the live broadcast room was inundated with rapid-fire comments. I'm genuinely going to be amused to death by RNG's jungler and support. Are they really just lying in wait? Mata, don't you learn from your mistakes? I arrived early this time. Are you still doubting that I can't catch you, Gangplank? What do you mean by a shadow of a bow and a snake? RNG is unbelievably clueless. Look at Uzi, he's practically in agony. It's nearly 9 minutes in and VG's lower tower still has over half its health. This Caitlyn strategy is utterly laughable. After 10 seconds of waiting in vain for Gu Xing's appearance, the RNG jungler and support finally sensed something amiss. Where's Gangplank? Mata pondered, a sense of doubt washing over him. Xiang Guo's brow furrowed. He's not here. Withdraw. Withdraw. No more waiting. Realizing he had been outwitted, Mata recognized that Gangplank was absent. Igniting Xiang Guo's fury. He felt like a mere jester in this match, toyed with by Gu Xing's various tricks. Where have you been hiding? Not in the jungle at all. Gu Xing answered this question with decisive action. Virtue made his way to the mid lane, targeting Xiao Hu directly. Amidst Zeyuan's urgent cries, Gu Xing's smoke bomb enveloped Li Yuanhao. Just before succumbing to nearsightedness, Xiao Hu glimpsed the relentless pursuit of Malzahar. The card master hesitated not a moment in using his flash. However, to maintain control of the mid lane, he kept the minion wave near the VG defensive tower. Even after a 400-yard flash, he was still far from the tower. The Baron continued his chase, his movement speed surpassing that of the card master. Both mid laners had exhausted their dashes, and neither was yet ready to reuse them. But Easy Hoon, having claimed the head of the enemy jungler earlier, had the advantage to purchase a pair of mercury treads. Meanwhile, Xiao Hu was left with only a pair of boots, even with the speed runes. The card master was gradually being overtaken by the grasshopper. Xiao Hu selected a yellow card, but the Baron intercepted him before the RNG inner tower. Li Yuanhao aimed to turn back and cast Q, wild card, to break the grasshopper's passive void shift, followed by a yellow card to stun him. Unfortunately, Malzahar's Nether Grasp had a casting range of 700 yards, exceeding the card master's 525-yard auto-attack range. Just before Xiao Hu could unleash his yellow card, the grasshopper casted Nether Grasp. Void energy surged from Malzahar's hand, firmly suppressing the card master. Xiao Gu effortlessly executed an AQE combo. The explosive projectile ricocheted off the wall, followed by a basic attack, successfully claiming Xiao Hu's life. The 25-second suppression effect of Nether Grasp left Li Yuanhao immobilized, forced to accept his demise. VG opened up the game in the mid lane, with Zeyuan's voice rising in urgency and strength, as RNG's jungler and support fell prey to Virtue's clever maneuver. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Gu Xing was relentless in his pursuit to push the mid-outer tower. If the card master's outer tower fell before the 10-minute mark, it would be a significant boon for VG. The RNG jungler and support had no choice but to return to the mid lane, lest the outer tower be razed. Gazing at the minimap, he noticed Morgana and Lee Sin moving swiftly, but what would happen to Uzi in the bot lane? The answer was painfully clear: imprisonment. The sniper-wielding misfortune dared not show her face in lane. Although Little Duan's Tom Kinch had perished thrice, he refrained from roaming, instead amassing experience during the landing phase, and had now reached level 6. Should Uzi dare to appear alone, Little Duan could activate Devour and ambush him alongside Imp. What then? Was the purpose of RNG selecting misfortune? Zeyuan lamented Uzi's plight, noting that his equipment was even inferior to Ash's. Uzi was becoming increasingly agitated. He hadn't dealt damage to the enemy's next tower in quite some time. Yet, he was merely an ADC. This position inherently held little influence over the overall game, and the team's design around misfortune had yet to bear fruit, leaving Uzi in a state of anxious despair. Taking advantage of an opportunity during the match, Virtue swiftly traversed to the lower half of the map to establish vision, while Xiao Duan, with the assistance of Imp, pushed the lane, thereby liberating himself. The trio of top, jungle, and support united to clear out RNG's lower jungle. Before departing, Gu Xing deliberately positioned himself at RNG's Swamp Frog camp, placing a ward across the wall towards the bottom lane. His timing was meticulously calculated, 9 minutes and 13 seconds. Although Gu Xing's mastery of minion waves was not yet impeccable, he had acquired fundamental knowledge over the past 2 months of intensive study. In the current version, the time for minion waves to pass in front of the second towers on both sides is approximately 10 seconds per minute, at 30 to 40 seconds. The lower lane is extensive. Relying solely on the vision from the defensive towers is insufficient to cover the entire lane. It is essential to depend on the minions. As the minions traverse past the first and second towers towards the lane, a fog of war envelopes RNG's bot lane. Gu Xing strategically placed the ward at 9 minutes and 13 seconds, capitalizing on the moment when the opposing minions left the second tower. Unbeknownst to RNG, Virtue returned to base to purchase attack speed boots and a dagger, heading straight for the bottom lane. The ever-busy Xiang Guo, led by Gu Xing, sensed the absence of an impending attack from the enemy and let out a sigh of relief, promptly returning to base to recuperate and buy a jungle knife and boots. The director suddenly switched the camera to the top lane. Long Ge's advantage continued to grow. Even with Looper acquiring a cloth armor, he was unable to turn the tide. Nar's percentage damage remained formidable, forcing him to endure, relying on his passive, King's Tribute, and the sustain from the Doran's shield to maintain his lane. Long Gu, brimming with rage, leapt forward to engage Looper once more. Observing that help was not forthcoming, Looper faced the risk of being soloed, prompting Xiang Guo to finally intervene. The Crimson Eye materialized above the VG team. In the next instant, Card's spatial teleportation landed at Nar's feet. Realizing the precarious situation, Long Gu hastily retreated to safety. The Troll's pillar momentarily obstructed, and upon landing, Xiang Guo unleashed a yellow card, reducing Zhu Xiaolong's health to half. However, that was the extent of it. RNG's upper and jungle lacked further means of control, allowing the great Nar to escape unscathed. Zeyuan, initially intending to assist Looper, aimed to protect his top laner by consuming an entire wave of minions. During his foray to the top lane, the mid lane minion wave was handled by the jungler. Spicy Hot Pot contentedly defended the wave under the tower. This time, Hou Yi lacked his ultimate, leaving VG at a disadvantage. Upon noticing Spicy Hot Pot's presence in the mid lane, Gu Xing immediately urged through voice chat, preparing to freeze the hand. They had mobilized the entire RNG team and were now ready to reap the rewards. Previously, the ward Gu Xing had placed between RNG's first and second towers in the bot lane radiated a brilliant blue light. The initiator was none other than Nar, who had retreated behind the first tower with half his rage remaining. The director's timing for shifting the camera was not particularly adept, directly cutting to the bottom lane. Long Gu teleported in, preparing to collaborate with Xiang Guo for a four-man ambush in the bot lane. Zeyuan finally recognized the true purpose of Gu Xing's ward placement. Now, the RNG duo was isolated under the tower, with no retreat possible. The emergence of Long Gu has effectively sealed off the escape routes for Uzi and Mata. With a fierce roar, the enraged Nar, with only half of his rage remaining, forcefully slammed the RNG duo against the wall. Mata entrusted the black shield to Uzi, only to be knocked unconscious himself. At that moment, a circular insignia appeared on the ground behind Uzi. Xiao Duan activated his R ability, Abyssal Dive, transporting Virtue to the RNG tower, effectively sealing off Uzi's retreat. Gu Xing made his presence known with a smoke bomb, and combined with Tom's damage, unleashed a torrent of attacks upon the ADC. Uzi, even after using his flash, could not escape his fate. Virtue executed a reverse R, ultimate detonation, to close the distance, ultimately dispatching him with a basic attack in his desperate state. Gu Xing's entire sequence of actions was remarkably smooth, leaving Uzi utterly helpless. Mata, cowering beneath the tower, was merely waiting for his demise. The cheers from the VG supporters were thunderous, even overpowering the atmosphere of the scene. Zhu Xingbin, witnessing his teammates swiftly dispatch Uzi without even a single assist to his name, sought to vent his frustrations on the former support. "Give me that kill," he eagerly demanded. Approaching to claim the bounty, Gu Xing, indifferent to the competition, swiftly moved to farm RNG's lower jungle. Long Gu and the duo commenced the demolition of RNG's next tower. The demolition speed of Nar and Ash was not to be underestimated. With the lower tower lacking any protective mechanisms, it was effortlessly destroyed. "This is a disaster," Zeyuan observed from RNG's perspective, perceiving a bleak outlook. The primary force for tower destruction, the ADC, had not only failed to secure the first blood tower, but had also been killed twice by VG, allowing them to push down RNG's bottom tower. This ADC, having fallen behind, would be rendered ineffective in the mid-game. Zeyuan's sentiments were not exaggerated. Uzi returned to base, acquiring a pair of attack speed boots. In stark contrast, Imp had a blue buff in hand. The RNG fans in attendance were unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Their faces were blank, struggling to make sense of their team's performance. Some fans had even begun to research potential opponents for the upcoming playoffs. The ADC was forced to the top lane by the enemy's rotation, and Zeyuan elaborated on the situation. RNG would soon find themselves in a position of complete passivity, with VG holding all the cards. The voice chat within RNG was enveloped in a heavy silence. Following this exchange, the players had already formed an expectation in their minds. Even the least experienced members, who had been battling in the professional arena for nearly 2 years, could sense the magnitude of their disadvantage without needing a god's eye view. Moreover, a crucial factor loomed before RNG, Ho Yes Malzahar. The duration of Chameleon SR, Nether Grasp, was an imposing 25 seconds, granting a level of control that would send any target straight to the fountain for recuperation. To dispel the suppression effect, the controlled individual must obtain a Quicksilver item. Purification and the Crucible would be of no use. If RNG were in a position of advantage, it wouldn't matter much if their core carries purchased a Quicksilver. It would not significantly slow down the pace of the game. But now, they found themselves at a substantial disadvantage. Their economic resources were already strained, and spending 1,300 gold on a Quicksilver would only exacerbate their issues. Who would deal the damage? They could not solely rely on Mada's Black Shield for protection. Uzi had no intention of purchasing it. He was genuinely out of funds. One must at least await the emergence of 2 complete sets, acquiring a degree of damage before appropriately supplementing with defensive equipment. With the assistance of his teammates, Xiang Guo relentlessly invaded the RNG jungle, expanding his lead through counter-jungling. Soon, Xiang Guo realized that there were no more monsters left to consume. Reluctant to seek experience in the lanes, he was left with but one path to reclaim resources, invading the VG jungle to harvest the creatures within. However, Gu Xing and Zeyuan had masterfully established vision control, creating an impenetrable barrier along the river's edge. Xiang Guo, under the illusion of stealth as he attempted to place vision in the dragon pit, had already been detected by Gu Xing and his allies. The Marzahar, controlled by Hou Yi, swiftly activated his sprint, preparing to ambush Xiang Guo's Li Xin. With the cover of vision now compromised, Li Xin had no option left but to rely on his flash to escape. Yet, by the time Xiang Guo recognized the peril, it was far too late. The grip of the underworld rooted him in place, while Virtue delivered a devastating ultimate from afar. The combined output of the ultimate explosive and Marzahar's skills successfully dispatched the blind monk. During the time of Xiang Guo's demise, VG seized the opportunity to invade the jungle, simultaneously toppling the outer tower in the top lane. RNG found themselves in utter disarray. They attempted to regain control with Xiao Hu's twisted fate. Yet VG's defense was unyieldingly formidable, leaving no openings for their adversaries. Following the collapse of the top tower, both teams transitioned to a new phase. The duo claimed the mid lane. The top laner shifted to the bottom lane, while the mid laner pushed the top lane. Twisted Fate's ultimate had a limited radius, merely covering half the map, proving to be of little effect. The mid tower was on the brink of destruction, while Nar, after clearing the bottom lane minions, applied pressure in the mid lane. Gu Xing also made his presence known, leaving Uzi with a significant portion of health depleted, forcing him to abandon the mid-outer tower. The economic disparity between the two teams swelled to 5k, with Xiao Gu's development reaching astonishing heights, having already acquired the Yumu's Ghost Blade. RNG's decline was glaringly evident. The mid-game frailty of the AD carry was magnified under such dire circumstances, rendering Uzi incapable of even clearing minion waves. All 3 lanes fell under VG's dominion, compelling RNG to retreat to their inner tower in a desperate attempt to stall. However, the impending spawn of the Baron would not afford them the luxury of time for further development. Only a handful of diehard fans still believed in RNG's potential for a comeback. As the match approached the 22-minute mark, a slip occurred in the bottom lane. Nar, having completed the Iceborne Gauntlet, exhibited remarkable crowd control with his basic attacks. Looper hesitated to bring minion waves across the river. Yet, despite all precautions, Long Gu seized an opportunity. He feigned a return to base, concealing himself near RNG's Swamp Frog camp. As Looper emerged from the tower to clear minions, Long Gu struck with ferocity. Fueled by rage, Nar leaped over the wall and slammed his opponent against it. The subsequent Q and W abilities hit their mark, drastically reducing the already diminished health of the troll. Xiao Hu intended to support Looper, but VG's 4 members had converged upon the Baron pit, ready to seize the moment. Li Yuanhao realized that if he ventured to the bottom lane, VG would undoubtedly claim the Baron. He gritted his teeth and ultimately relinquished the Looper, joining his steadfast teammates to clear the mid-lane minions before hastening towards the darkened river. The previous team disadvantage had rendered RNG's vision completely ineffective, and Mada had chosen a support champion that lacked sturdiness. Morgana, being fragile, would surely succumb if captured by any member of V5 in the jungle. Consequently, RNG had previously opted to forsake the river entirely. Uzi employed a blue trinket to scout the movements around the Baron pit from a distance, only to have it swiftly taken down by V5. Just a few steps further, and then I shall unleash my ultimate, Xiaohu communicated within the team voice chat. The only skill available for vision at that moment was the ultimate of Twisted Fate. Xiaohu hesitated to deploy it immediately, wary of a potential feint by the enemy at Baron. If he were to exhaust the duration of our destiny, and V5 made a move for Nashor, they could still seize the opportunity. Li Yuanhao resolved to play it safe. As RNG approached the river's brush, he activated his ultimate to preemptively guard against an ambush. Indeed, there were foes lurking in the brush. Standing there with a shotgun was Graves, albeit with an empty chamber. The nearby river crab was nearly defeated, likely a result of Graves' previous actions. Xiaohu paused momentarily, his mind racing to a quip from Yin Shuangying. I bet your gun is empty. Mata, however, did not hesitate and swiftly cast Q, Dark Binding, aiming to immobilize Graves. Yet, in the next instant, Graves raised his gun. Ultimate Shell. Alongside the shell hurtling towards RNG's front line was Graves himself, executing Q, collateral damage. At that moment, the ultimate shell appeared to have no recoil. Accompanied by a flash of gold, Graves not only advanced but stepped forward, piercing through Morgana's Dark Binding and closing in on RNG's formation. What was happening? The venue reverberated with Zeyuan's thunderous shouts. The audience was momentarily stunned, instinctively erupting in applause and cheers. Graves' intricate combination, though seemingly complex, was executed in less than a second. The seamless transition during the empty chamber state left RNG defenseless. In the current version, an empty chamber RE does not retreat. Rather, it is directly overridden by the command to E, quick draw. Moreover, the EQ combination, having eliminated the need for a wind-up, was equally swift. These myriad factors coalesced to forge one of the most devastating burst damage combinations in a brief span. The visual spectacle was utterly breathtaking. It seemed as if Graves had plunged into RNG's ranks, thrusting his firearm into their very faces. With a swift shot, Graves added further damage, and Uzi was left in disbelief as his health bar was obliterated in an instant. What kind of damage is this? He exclaimed, witnessing the once robust health of the ADC vanish entirely at the hands of Gu Xing. The remaining 3 members found their health halved in a blink. Uzi gazed incredulously at the black and white screen, unable to fathom the unfolding events. Was there no justice? How could my formidable Caitlyn be dispatched so swiftly? The demise of the core players in the later stages of the match, coupled with the diminished health of the team members, caused RNG to instantaneously lose faith in their ability to continue battling their opponents. In the Dragon Pit, Tom Kinch activated his ultimate ability, Abyssal Voyage, bringing Malzahar behind the RNG formation, leading to a pincer maneuver that resulted in their encirclement. Imp, positioned just behind, unleashed 2 arrows, while RNG's front line had already crumbled. Misfortune struck as Looper, in the bottom lane, found himself unable to escape the fate of being devoured by the dragon. Ace. The chilling voice of the announcer echoed throughout the canyon as VG obliterated their adversaries, seizing the dragon and preparing to push down both of the enemy's high ground lanes. Zeyuan, having finally processed the shock instigated by Gu Xing's combo, realized the match was nearing its conclusion. At the 26-minute mark, Lord Ho blinked in to initiate a team fight, followed closely by Ashe and Graves, combining their output with the Gnar of Dragon, once again annihilating RNG. It was over. There would be no miracle. Under Zeyuan's resounding commentary, RNG's nexus shattered into fragments. 144. Have you truly made up your mind? Congratulations to VG for their swift and decisive victory in 3 straight games. Remember, your words flowed as swiftly as a Gatling gun, clear and rapid. They secured their ticket to the finals in Guangzhou. Next, VG will face the victor of the match between EDG and we from the other half of the bracket. The spotlight flickered incessantly above, ultimately focusing on the VG players' seats. The large screen displayed the VG logo alongside the word victory. Splendid. Little Duan, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped from his seat and rushed towards his teammates, exclaiming, "We've made it to the finals, brothers. Ah, look at you, so inexperienced." Imp intended to tease but couldn't help but smile as well. The scene of the S5 Summer Championship victory was vividly etched in his memory, yet upon reflection, it was indeed a year ago. He had fallen to the depths, only to rise again, caked in mud, and climb back towards the summit. The journey had been arduous. Dragon, sitting at the edge of the player's bench, could not conceal his excitement either, and even the usually composed Lord Ho couldn't help but smile. For them, The playoff journey had commenced with a perfect start, truly worthy of celebration. Gu Xing glanced at the post-match damage statistics, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Zeyuan extending his palm towards him. Without hesitation, he turned to shake hands, his smile growing ever brighter. "You played exceptionally well," praised Lord Ho. Graves' performance was indeed impressive. Little Duan nodded vigorously. "He had me completely stunned." Dragon, curious, inquired what happened. When the team fight erupted in the dragon pit, he had been preoccupied single-handedly eliminating Looper in the bottom lane. Thus he had no time to switch screens and observe his teammates, unaware of the miraculous plays that unfolded. At that moment, Little Gu had been lurking alone in the river brush, waiting for the RNG formation to approach, and when they did, he executed a perfect stun with his ability. As a support player, he rarely played Graves, which left Little Duan unable to vividly describe Gu Xing's actions, ultimately opting to omit the details of the encounter. Despite the extravagant display of skills and blinding speed that resulted in a swift defeat of Uzi, Long Ji's expression could only be described as a bewildered admiration. However, the vague remarks from Xiao Duan sparked his curiosity further, prompting him to pull Gu Xing aside to delve into more details. Having had enough of the preliminaries, Imp rallied his teammates to form a circle. Emphasizing the value of their time, they could discuss matters further after the handshake and exit the stage. The 5 players embraced, and Gu Xing felt the solid strength of his teammate's shoulder, while the fervent cheers from the audience ignited a surge of exhilaration within him. After a brief celebration, the VG team lined up to approach the RNG players. Along the way, Gu Xing overheard the commentators summarizing the match. They noted that VG had prepared thoroughly for this playoff journey, and with his distinctive intonation, Virtue had proven that he could not only dominate the regular season, but also make spring champion jungler, Xiang Guo, capitulate. Following this semi-final match, Zeyuan held high hopes for Gu Xing. The previous year's defeat at the World Championship lingered as a haunting obsession for many in the industry. Presently, the LPL resembled a stagnant pool, with even its own audience self-deprecatingly referring to their matches as a battle of mediocrity. The rise of Gu Xing and his VG team offered Zeyuan a glimmer of new hope. As for RNG, following their loss in this semi-final, they would need to prepare for the upcoming third-place match. Recalling the information relayed through his earpiece by the director, Zeyuan meticulously untangled the complex point standings. RNG had secured 300 points from the Spring Championship, but if they were to place only 4th in the Summer Split, they would earn a mere 90 points, making it exceedingly difficult to qualify for the World Championship based on overall points. Even a third-place finish would depend on the performance of other teams. Without a Summer Split championship and with insufficient points, RNG would have to endure the ruthless bubble matches to vie for the last LPL spot at the World Championship. Consequently, the mood among the RNG players was somber. Xiang Guo muttered under his breath, appearing somewhat dazed. Mata, biting his finger, felt utterly helpless after being targeted by Hongmi in the draft for 3 consecutive matches. The previous game's Caitlyn strategy had been a desperate attempt to change their fortunes after 2 dismal losses. He recognized his decline in performance. Unable to leverage the champion's lane dominance to its fullest extent, and reality had dealt a harsh lesson to Mata. By the end of this match, RNG had not even managed to demolish a single turret of VG, which was a complete humiliation for a professional team. As he gazed at the portly figure of Zhu Chengbin approaching from across the stage, Mata's irritation flared at the sight of his smug grin. He opted to remain silent. Pursing his lips in displeasure, Zhu Chengbin, in a playful manner, teased Mata in Mandarin, joking about how even his former support, Morgana, could not compare to him. Their relationship was amicable, and Zhu Chengbin refrained from formalities. Although Mata was not entirely oblivious, his embarrassment almost led him to deliver a punch to Imp's chest in frustration. With a light yet firm touch, the intention was merely to jest, but the entire force landed squarely on Zhu Chengbin's physique, failing to breach his defenses. This turned out to be rather awkward. Uzi remained slumped in his chair, incredulous at the sight before him, still unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the demise of the Dragon team. The bullet from Graves had ricocheted back towards him. What could possibly follow? Uzi found himself perplexed. Was there an error somewhere? Gu Xing was engaged in a discussion with his acquaintance, Xiang Guo. The latter, whose hairstyle bore a striking resemblance to Harry Potter's, was slightly flattened by the headset and perspiration, creating a basin-like appearance. However, his emotional intelligence remained consistently stable, Your jungle play is truly despicable. Gu Xing had grown accustomed to Xiang Guo's meager communication skills. Without a moment's thought, he retorted, "Likewise, you're not too shabby yourself." Should Xiang Guo genuinely wish to insult him, this phrase could serve as a weapon of retort, if it was meant as a heartfelt compliment. It was merely a matter of phrasing, and a response of likewise could convey his stance. Gu Xing was always adept with his words. To be fair, Xiang Guo's performance in this semifinal was not subpar. In the latter two games, he had created quite a bit of trouble for himself at the outset. Gu Xing regarded him with respect. When you reach the finals against the factory director, don't hold back, Xiang Guo specifically cautioned. That guy only bullies the weak. If you play a bit more aggressively, he'll cower in the jungle. This wisdom was derived from Lu Xiyu's experience during the spring finals against the factory director. At this moment, he was more than willing to impart his tactics to Gu Xing. All right, Gu Xing acquiesced. But whether we'll face EDG in the finals is still uncertain. Xiang Guo was quite confident. Rest assured, Candy absolutely cannot defeat the factory director. He held little faith in Wei. The two did not continue their conversation as Gu Xing brushed past him, following his teammates to the center of the stage, bowing in gratitude to the audience. Just as he returned to his seat to gather his equipment, he received a notification for a stage interview. Gu Xing entrusted his gear to Ho Yi for safekeeping while he awaited at the entrance of the backstage corridor. Through the nearby television, he could view the live broadcast of the competition, which was still showcasing the moment he eliminated Uzi during the Dragon Team fight. The question of how exactly Xiao Gu managed to take down Uzi had long perplexed Zeyuan. The director aptly provided a slow-motion replay. Gu Xing watched as the actions of VG Virtue's graves were meticulously deconstructed. Yet, even so, it was challenging to discern the precise sequence of Gu Xing's every maneuver. He focused intently on the screen, unwilling to miss any detail. After watching the slow playback 3 times, he ventured a guess. Eclipse status, recast Q. Followed by a flash and an auto-attack. He recalled that his gaming skills were quite decent, enough to roughly comprehend Gu Xing's actions. Zeyuan was not entirely confident in the order, but he understood those 5 casting actions well enough, exclaiming in awe. Xiao Gu executed 5 decomposed actions in less than a second. That is simply extraordinary. Is this the prowess of the younger generation? As the director returned to the original speed replay, a wave of gasps erupted from the audience. To them, it appeared as if Gu Xing had instantaneously employed a blink to collide with and eliminate the ADC, the female marksman used by Uzi. The VG supporters on-site waved their flags and cheered. Their elation at witnessing their home team advance to the finals was now magnified, their spirits soaring. Unbelievable. Utterly astonishing. A myriad of emotions coursed through them. Greetings, I am Yu Shuang, the post-match host for this event. Standing tall at 1.8 meters in her high heels, she turned her gaze towards Gu Xing and inquired, "What are your thoughts after Virtue's victory in this match?" This was a cliché, a routine question posed to Gu Xing in every interview, a commonplace occurrence. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Of course, I'm extremely thrilled. This is my first time participating in the playoffs. There was a bit of pressure before the match, but thankfully we claimed victory, allowing me to fully showcase my abilities." Yu Shuang continued, "In the previous match, near the Baron Pit, you single-handedly eliminated the female marksman and severely injured the other RNG players, establishing a solid foundation for your team's triumph. How did communication unfold within your team at that moment? What led you to that position?" Gu Xing responded earnestly. The opposing marksman had developed quite well and was the sole core damage dealer for RNG in the mid to late game. I thought if I could take her down, our team would smoothly secure the Baron. So, I executed a simple maneuver. The barrage of comments in the live stream chat flooded in like a torrent. A simple maneuver? I can't even comprehend the sequence of those 5 keystrokes. But the execution was truly impressive. After the summer season, can Gu come back for a teaching session? Tonight, I'll sneak over to Zhang Jiaowen's place to learn a few tricks. Looks like there will be for more unfortunate souls in the solo queue. Endlessly deprived of resources, Gu Xing genuinely felt there was little to elaborate on regarding his play. At that point, they had such a significant advantage that even if he hadn't eliminated Uzi, merely staying at a distance to provide an ultimate ability would have sufficiently diminished the marksman's health, rendering her unable to participate in the team fight. In essence, whether or not Gu Xing's rapid-fire combination succeeded would have had a negligible impact on the overall situation. Instead of fixating on his minute maneuvers, one might ponder how he had established such a substantial early-game lead. Meanwhile, far away in her home in Jinhai. Gu Pan was fixated on the computer in Xiang Guo's bedroom, disdain escaping her lips as she remarked, Gu Xing has been showing off again. Xiang Guo, hearing this, felt a twinge of discontent. What are you talking about? Gu Xing's play was magnificent. Her own reaction speed was rather average, making her envious of Gu Xing's fluidity. That talent, it's hard to replicate, she asserted. Oh, you're defending him now? Gu Pan shot a glance at Xiang Guo, caught off guard. Xiang Guo pretended not to understand Gu Pan's remarks. To be fair, the play was quite impressive, she maintained. As long as you have hands, it's fine, right? Gu Pan retorted defiantly, immediately grasping the mouse, switching to the game client, and proclaiming, watch my moves. I'm definitely not inferior to Gu Xing. Xiang Guo remained skeptical. She noticed that the post-match interview on the computer screen had transitioned to a custom game interface, prompting her to swiftly grab the tablet from the bedside table, unlocking it in haste to open the streaming software. The interview was still underway. Tomorrow, the opponent for VG in the finals will be revealed. Yuxuang speaks with a gentle and kind tone. May I inquire who player virtue supports? In my opinion, it does not matter who we face. Both teams are formidable and require meticulous preparation. Although Gu Xing expresses this sentiment, his tone betrays an abundance of confidence. Following the semi-final match where they swept RNG, he has gained a thorough understanding of his own abilities, speaking with renewed assurance. As the final question arises, Yuxuang glances at her cue card. Before the playoffs began, I had interviewed player virtue, and at that time, you mentioned that as long as the results in the summer season improved compared to before, you would be satisfied. Now, considering VG's performance has advanced remarkably compared to the spring season, I would like to inquire once more, Virtue, what are your objectives for the summer season? Gu Xing ponders for a moment before raising the microphone. To reach the finals in my first season in LPL is personally quite gratifying. In the final BO5 of the summer season, I will certainly do my utmost to secure victory and not disappoint those who believe in me. The audience erupts into thunderous applause, with some vocally expressing their support. Xiang Guo, observing Gu Xing on the tablet, beams with a radiant smile, her lips curving into a delicate arc. Her thoughts drift aimlessly until she hears Gu Pan's call from in front of her. Come quickly and take a look. Currently, there is no training mode available, and Gu Pan has finally managed to level up Graves to 6 in a custom game, eager to demonstrate her prowess to her friends. Her fair, slender fingers glide over the keyboard, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. First, aim for the empty clip, Gu Pan mutters to herself, as she fires 2 shots at the jungle monsters. Her fingers tap rapidly, causing Graves to raise his gun in the summoner's rift, launching his ultimate explosive round without any recoil, instead using E, quick draw, to reposition forward. Q, end of the line, is executed without any visible preparation, shooting forward with the flash. Wow, Xiang Guo is left speechless. How was that? Gu Pan replies nonchalantly, turning to take credit for her skills. I told you. This operation just requires hands. Those netizens really think too highly of it. Xiang Guo begins to question her own life choices. Is it really that simple? Throughout the summer, aside from studying, she has been watching matches and playing games, aware of the intricacies involved in Gu Xing's Graves gameplay. Why does it seem so effortless in Gu Pan's hands? Xiang Guo knows that her friend has only recently started ranked play, only familiar with a few ADCs, and has never even touched Graves, who last year transitioned to the jungle role. The empty clip recoil cancellation is indeed non-existent. Gu Pan appears to have discovered a new world, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This combo is quite smooth. Xiang Guo is momentarily at a loss for words as her mind races. Now she understands. It is not that Gu Pan's skills are exceptionally strong. She doesn't even know about the recoil cancellation with Graves. Yet, her speed is undeniably rapid. After observing a single operation, she can easily replicate it step by step. Much like Gu Xing. You should hurry and take a shower. Gu Pan gently nudges her. I'll head home to grab some yogurt and chips. And we can play games together tonight to rank up. At times, Gu Pan found herself reluctant to remain at home, opting instead to visit her neighbor, Xiang Guo. For a respite, the primary allure of her friend's abode lay in its superior amenities. The air conditioning functioned seamlessly, producing minimal noise, a stark contrast to her own household. Furthermore, the bedroom boasted a generously sized bed, ample enough to accommodate 2 individuals comfortably. Gu Pan darted back to her residence, intent on raiding the pantry for snacks and beverages, while also retrieving her laptop. Suddenly, Shun Guanshan's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she swiftly swiped her finger to answer. "What are you up to, Gu Xing?" resonated the gentle tone of her friend through the receiver. In that instant, Shun Guanshan instinctively compared the current Gu Xing to the one she had observed during post-match interviews, noting a significant softening in his inflection. She felt a surge of satisfaction at her keen observational skills. Having just concluded a match, she sat at her desk, placing her textbooks on the upper shelf to clear space for Gu Pan's impending arrival. "You truly performed splendidly today," she remarked. Gu Xing's voice brimmed with pride on the other end. "Of course. If I don't put in the effort, you won't get to see the Canton Tower." Shun Guanshan recalled her previous promise, her ears flushing slightly, yet a broad smile adorned her face. "There's quite a bit of background noise on your end," she casually remarked. "Yes," Gu Xing replied, glancing back at the lounge where teammates and coaches were celebrating, the jubilant atmosphere contributing to the clamor. Their manager, Ding Jun, was exuberantly leaping about, elated at the prospect of a return on his 2-year investment. "I just finished my 3rd driving test," Shun Guanshan shared with him. "It was quite a close call. I almost failed." Gu Xing chuckled softly. "Your skills are inferior to Gu Pan's." He had heard about his sister's perfect score on her 2nd test during his last visit home. In contrast, Shun Guanshan's journey was proving to be considerably more challenging. The faint sound of the anti-theft door signaled Gu Pan's return, and Shun Guanshan felt a pang of guilt, hurriedly whispering into the phone. "I will definitely attend the finals on the 26th. Make sure to balance work and rest in the coming days. Don't overdo it. I'll hang up now. Message me on QQ if anything comes up." As soon as Shun Guanshan ended the call, Gu Pan entered the bedroom, cradling her laptop, which was adorned with 2 cans of soda and a couple of bags of chips, specifically Pepsi. Seemingly oblivious to Shun Guanshan's recent conversation, she glanced up and asked, "Aren't you going to shower? You can't sleep in your current state." "Oh right," Shun Guanshan exclaimed, hastily grabbing a change of sleepwear and dashing into the bathroom. Meanwhile, Gu Pan plugged in the power adapter for her laptop. The device was reasonably priced. Gu Pan had chosen it for its value for money. Capable of handling her major coursework while also supporting some leisure activities, a perfect fit for her needs. Engaging in a few rounds of League of Legends was certainly within her capabilities. Though she had not played extensively, her schedule was packed with morning driving lessons, afternoon tutoring, and occasionally preparing for university courses, leaving little time for gaming. In total, she had completed 10 placement matches, achieving 7 victories and 3 losses, all while playing the ADC role. Gu Pan relished the thrill of stealthily dealing damage from the rear, akin to quietly amassing wealth. Moreover, she reveled in the satisfaction that accompanied each successful last hit, her heart swelling with the joy of a bountiful harvest. As Shun Guanshan approached the pinnacle of mastery, Gu Pan recognized the considerable disparity in their ranks, compelling her to queue solo without waiting for him. When Shun Guanshan emerged from his shower, ready to dry his medium-length hair with a blow-dryer, he noticed Gu Pan engrossed in her gameplay. His immediate reaction was to admire her fluidity in executing basic attacks. Each time she maneuvered and repositioned, she expertly controlled the intervals between dodging and striking. Such finesse in her movements suggested a skill level comparable to his own, clearly surpassing that of lesser players. However, Gu Pan's shortcomings were equally evident. "What on earth is that skill?" she exclaimed, pointing at the dragon on the screen. "How did it just fly in from the side and eliminate me in an instant?" Shun Guanshan glanced at the screen. "It's the Starforged Dragon King," he noted. This champion was indeed a rarity in ranked matches, typically wielded by those with exceptional skill. Gu Pan had never encountered it before and was oblivious to its abilities. In her flustered state following her demise, she hastily consulted her phone for information. "You ventured into ranked matches without recognizing all the champions?" Shun Guanshan remarked, but then recalled that his own understanding of League of Legends was hardly superior to hers at the beginning. It was merely a matter of temporary memory lapse. Gu Pan, unfazed, replied, "In these 10 ranked matches, I've familiarized myself with numerous champions, but this Starforged Dragon King is completely foreign to me. That's why I fell victim." She skillfully controlled Caitlyn, executing precise basic attacks that thwarted the opposing Jin's attempts to shoot. The enemy, bewildered, failed to unleash a single shot despite raising his weapon twice. While Caitlyn may not excel in direct confrontations, victory in this duel was all but guaranteed. As Gu Pan yawned, her fingers incessantly tapped the A key on her laptop, boredom seeping in. Shun Guanshan observed Gu Pan's nimble fingers, contemplating the uniqueness of individual talent. While Gu Pan's aptitude in this regard might not rival that of Gu Xing, it certainly exceeded that of most players. Many would require relentless practice to achieve such maneuvers, yet for Gu Pan, they came effortlessly. In contrast, Shun Guanshan relied heavily on strategy, his reflexes not quite up to par. He often found himself accidentally interrupting his basic attacks while playing Qiyana. As the clock struck 10:20 p.m., they turned off the lights and prepared for sleep, knowing that they would likely struggle to rise early the next morning. I've set the air conditioning to 25 degrees. Is that acceptable? Shun Guanshan inquired, checking the remote before retrieving a light blanket. That works, Gu Pan replied, lying beside Shun Guanshan. Her pajamas featured SpongeBob, while her friends were adorned with a pink Patrick star. The bedroom enveloped in darkness. The windows offered superior soundproofing compared to Gu Pan's home, muffling the cicada's chorus to a mere whisper, barely noticeable unless one listened intently. In the stillness of the room, the only sounds were the soft, intertwined breaths of the two friends. Do you have feelings for Gu Xing? Shun Guanshan's breath hitched in an instant. Huh. She attempted to feign ignorance. I asked, Gu Pan reiterated, articulating each word with clarity. Do you have feelings for Gu Xing? Her tone remained steady, betraying no emotion. Shun Guanshan's mind raced in turmoil. She sensed that Gu Pan had picked up on something. Yet, Gu Pan had never broached the subject directly until now. What was her intent this time? Gu Pan, pressed closely against Shun Guanshan, could feel her friend's sudden tension. She felt a profound sense of helplessness. You need not worry. I am merely inquiring, she said. Even if Shun Guanshan was not particularly sociable, she would not be naive enough to believe Gu Pan's polite words. Nevertheless, after much contemplation, she summoned the courage to nod in affirmation. The night concealed Shun Guanshan's flushed face from Gu Pan's gaze. Gu Pan was taken aback by her friend's bravery. You dare to answer my question? She mused. Why? Gu Pan could not fathom what made him so appealing. In response, Shun Guanshan swiftly retorted. What is it about him that is unlikable? This time, it was Gu Pan who fell silent. She and Gu Xing held a mutual disdain for one another, each considering the other to be rather venomous, the worst person in the world. Yet, stepping outside their long-standing rivalry and examining Gu Xing with a fair perspective, Gu Pan found herself unable to identify any flaws. He was not unattractive, possessed a well-proportioned physique, and exuded a sunny, optimistic disposition. Furthermore, his social prowess was formidable. Conversations often revolved around him. In these respects, Gu Xing did not fall short, sharing a common language with Shun Guanshan, who was engrossed in mathematics. With a deep sigh, Gu Pan finally spoke after much reflection. To be honest, I sincerely hope you two do not end up together. Why not? Shun Guanshan asked, perplexed. She could sense something amiss in Gu Pan's behavior over the summer. If you two were to reach the end, marriage would surely follow, Gu Pan explained. The thought of marriage had not even crossed Shun Guanshan's mind. Her lips moved, but she wisely chose silence. Would that not make me an outsider? Gu Pan clarified. At the very least, the bond of marriage is entirely different from that of siblings or close friends. You two would inevitably grow closer and form a small clique. Excluding me. Shun Guanshan shifted uncomfortably. Are you truly 18? She was merely a couple of months younger than Gu Pan, yet their perspectives on matters were vastly different. In many respects, Gu Pan and Gu Xing shared numerous similarities, particularly in emotional intelligence and social skills. Gu Pan continued, gazing at the ceiling. This could be a favorable outcome. What if you two do not last? Would you be able to remain friends after a breakup? With a slight smirk, she added. Though I have never been in a relationship, I believe most couples, upon ending their romance, inevitably leave behind some emotional rifts. How would I navigate being caught between you two? Regardless of whose side I take, our friendship would be irrevocably broken. Due to her familial circumstances and innate character, Gu Pan had always been more contemplative than Shun Guanshan, considering matters more deeply. Hearing her friend's words, Shun Guanshan momentarily halted her breath. For her, apart from her late grandparents, the most significant individuals in her life over the past 18 years were the Gu siblings. Since she could remember, the bond among the three had always been strong. In the Koshi neighborhood, there were few children of their age, and they not only attended the same classes, but also progressed from the same elementary school to the same high school, often sharing classrooms. Consequently, their feelings were naturally more profound than those of ordinary friends. Shun Guanshan had very few people she could call friends, and the thought of creating a rift with the Gu siblings left her at a loss for how to resolve it. Today, I inquired to gauge her attitude. Gu Pan turned her head to glance at her, asking if she had made a resolute decision. If a choice had indeed been made, I would extend my blessings. Gu Pan spoke softly. During Gu Xing's last return, a slight discord had arisen between the siblings, and during the mediation, their mother had imparted much wisdom to her. Gu Pan has now come to a profound understanding. If Gu Xing and Xiang Guo truly desire to be together, she has no right to impede their path. She can only let fate take its course. Xiang Guo bit her lip, memories from over a decade flooding her mind. After Gu Pan's breathing steadied, it was unclear how much time had elapsed. In the darkness, Xiang Guo nodded to herself with difficulty. The decision she had made would not be easily swayed. To ask her to relinquish it now would be too late. Regardless of the outcome, one must venture to discover the truth. As a side note, tomorrow. Chapter 145, the eve of the final battle. Gu Xing awoke to find it was already noon the following day. His mobile alarm clock had once again failed to serve its purpose. He was unsure if the fault lay with him, setting the alarm for 12. He had developed a habit of waking up precisely 2 minutes early each time. A quick glance at the VG training department group chat revealed that Jack had ventured out to purchase savory pancakes and was inquiring if anyone wished for one. Tired of the daily buns served at the base, Gu Xing transferred some money to Jack, requesting him to bring back a portion of the pancakes. Upon seeing Yu Wenba respond with an okay emoji, he yawned and nestled deeper into his blankets to read the news. Today, the base was on break, as the opponents for the finals had yet to be determined, leaving no opportunity for targeted research. It must be said, the official schedule was quite the genius. After finishing the last semifinal match on August 15th, there remained an excruciating 11 days until the finals on the 26th. The two finalist teams were left to wait idly. VG generously granted the players a day of rest to recuperate and adjust their state. After perusing current affairs for a while, Gu Xing made his way to the restroom. Inside, discussions were primarily centered around last night's semifinal. RNG had clinched the championship during the spring season, following up with an impressive 8 wins and 2 losses in the subsequent MSI group stage, even defeating the renowned SKT, thus garnering a considerable number of fans with their aesthetically pleasing offensive play. With Uzi's arrival, a wave of supporters followed, yet so did the detractors. Following their semifinal loss, the forum was ablaze with activity. Oh, isn't this the dual runner-up ADC? How have they fallen so much in just a few months? Uzi's performance in the league has truly been lacking. He pales in comparison to the factory director. Can this be blamed on Uzi? Wasn't it the jungler who faltered? Choosing a misfortune left to fend for herself, I doubt anyone could have succeeded in that scenario. Let us be pragmatic. I advise RNG to first comprehend their tactical approach, especially the concept of pushing with misfortune before selecting her again. Virtue is my superhero. 3 MVPs in 3 games during the semifinals. His performance is simply invincible. In the final match, the entire VG team performed admirably. If one were to select an MVP, it would undoubtedly be Gu Xing, who, despite starting in a disadvantageous position, ultimately led his team to victory. However, the data is not particularly remarkable. The team's output accounts for just a little over 20%, primarily due to Long Gu in the top lane, who, leveraging the extended reach of Gnar, dealt an excessive amount of damage. The jungle position lacks online confrontation and trading, which is bound to be a disadvantage. Gu Xing continued scrolling through the thread and noticed that many netizens were discussing their enrollment matters for September. As VG's performance improved and the World Championship drew nearer, this issue resurfaced. Some believed that Gu Xing's performance would undoubtedly lead to a substantial salary next year, especially considering he is attending a prestigious university. Others contended that a professional career is fleeting. One cannot solely rely on youthful glory, and at the very least, an academic degree should be obtained. The two sides engaged in a heated debate. Gu Xing, weary of the discourse, decided to turn off his phone, rise from bed, and wash up. As he descended the stairs, he coincidentally spotted Jack entering. He took the fragrant pancake from Jack's hands and hurried to the small kitchen to fetch a box of milk. Refreshed, he sat in the training room chair, ready to play a couple of ranked matches on the Korean server. Despite the holiday, Gu Xing did not wish to relax. He aimed to conclude the summer season on a high note. With no scrims available, maintaining his skills through ranked matches was a reasonable alternative. Upon logging in, he noticed a flurry of messages from his friend with the ID Roxpeanut. Well done. Congratulations. God of Graves. Your combo, what's the trick? The brief messages, somewhat disjointed, reflected Xiao Huasheng's limited English proficiency. Fortunately, the simplicity of his words did not hinder Gu Xing's comprehension. Sipping his milk through a straw, Gu Xing typed away on the keyboard, engaging in a straightforward conversation in basic English with Xiao Huasheng. They had previously arranged several practice matches, and with their tactical styles increasingly aligning and their ages being similar, their relationship had rapidly grown closer. Xiao Huasheng regarded Gu Xing as a confidant, and he could not help but share his grievances. Noob SKT, lost to KT. Upon reading this, Gu Xing was nearly taken aback. According to the rules of the Korean LCK, ROX, as the regular season champions, secured a spot in the finals. Last night, the LCK Summer semifinals commenced, featuring a showdown between SKT and KT. Much like VG in their concurrent semifinal, SKT initially dominated the first two games, overwhelming KT with relentless firepower. However, with a two-game lead, the typically composed SKT suddenly began to falter. They appeared to traverse an alternate reality, being relentlessly pursued and battered by the surging KT. Led by top laner Someday and jungler Score, the team lived up to the name of Summer KT, astonishingly reversing the match to achieve a remarkable comeback from 2-0 down. After finishing his own matches, Gu Xing looked forward to watching SKT's game. In the climactic moment, Someday unleashed his NAR, achieving an impressive score of 9 kills, 1 death, and 10 assists, decisively overpowering Duke and leading KT to obliterate SKT's nexus. Gu Xing could hardly fathom that VG, since its inception, had reached the semifinals for the very first time, sailing smoothly to victory, while the reigning champion SKT, with Faker at the helm, faced an unexpected downfall. At that moment, Hou exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." As for Imp, a product of the Samsung lineage, witnessing SKT endure the humiliation of being defeated 3 times in a row, he could barely contain his glee, his lips almost curling into a smile reminiscent of a grinning specter. In Imp's own words, SKT is merely a basket. Is it not entirely reasonable for them to lose a match? Initially, Gu Xing found it perplexing why Zhu Chengbin would revel in such misfortune. However, after Imp elucidated the situation, he began to comprehend the underlying reasons. The LCK is rife with factions. The veteran powerhouses CJ, SKT, and Samsung represent the most formidable entities. A legacy stemming from the early days of esports when these clubs emerged alongside the rise of StarCraft, their rivalry deeply entrenched over a decade. As League of Legends flourished, many former StarCraft players transitioned into roles as competitors or coaches, such as Hongmi and Edgar, perpetuating the factional divide. Among these, CJ and Samsung maintained a cordial relationship, largely due to the fact that CJ's benefactor was once the Korea's largest sugar company, a subsidiary of the colossal Samsung. And Jungwon made the leap from CJ to Samsung, fostering a natural disdain for SKT, which had established its dominance in League of Legends, making player transfers between them a rare occurrence. While CJ, Samsung, and SKT appeared amicable on the surface, beneath it all, they secretly longed for one another's downfall. Currently, the interactions among League of Legends players are relatively harmonious, primarily because the older generation, burdened by past rivalries, has departed the competitive scene, allowing for a younger cohort to emerge without animosity. Logically, Imp shouldn't harbor any resentment towards SKT. Yet, Zhu Chengbin's reasoning stands firm. His notorious reputation in the Korean esports community meant there was no one he dared not criticize. Once the remarks were made, fellow competitors, bound by camaraderie, would let it slide, turning a blind eye. However, the fans are relentless. Korean critics thrive on authenticity, resorting to everything from sending dead mice to razor blades, adhering to a philosophy that favors direct confrontation over online tactics, nearly driving Imp to despair. Zhu Chengbin later reflected on this, concluding that Samsung fans would never resort to such extremes, leading to an obvious conclusion. They are undoubtedly SKT supporters. Imp believes in a principle of collective disdain, thus extending his grievances towards SKT as well. Nowadays, whenever he sees SKT lose, his immediate reaction is to pop the champagne in celebration. Thankfully, he is aware of his sobriety, which helps him remain composed. Yet, buoyed by the joyous occasion, Imp descends to the training room, humming a tune from his hometown. The absurdity of the semifinals left many netizens astounded. Initially, The summer tournament seemed to suggest a dramatic rematch between SKT and ROX. However, unexpectedly, a wild card emerged to shatter SKT's aspirations. Peanut, the latest addition to ROX, expressed his dissatisfaction. Though he bore no deep-seated vendetta against SKT, having merely lost a single spring final, he felt an irresistible urge to confront them. As a professional League of Legends player, the allure of triumphing over SKT was undeniable, even regarded as a badge of honor. Yet, now it was KT, the team often criticized, who advanced to the finals instead of SKT. Even if ROX were to defeat KT, would it truly carry the weight of revenge? Peanut lamented the vulnerability of SKT, which had fallen short in the semifinals after he had placed such high hopes on them. He remarked, "The most ridiculous part is that if we, ROX, were to claim the championship, it would inadvertently benefit SKT. How unfortunate are we?" Gu Xing nearly choked on his sauce-flavored pancake upon hearing this. Through their accumulated points from the spring and summer seasons, ROX had successfully secured a spot at the World Championship. The upcoming finals held significant implications for the team, as they not only aimed for their first LCK championship, but also sought to solidify their seeding position. Should ROX triumph in the summer tournament, they would become the #1 seed from the LCK region for the S6 World Championship. As ROX ascended, it would naturally free up a second seed position for the team with the highest points over the year, SKT, who had won the spring championship and placed third in the summer. The thought of having to facilitate SKT's entry into the global finals after their hard-fought victory infuriated Peanut, who grumbled to Gu Xing for quite some time, resembling a petulant child. Gu Xing was at a loss. He certainly could not suggest that ROX deliberately lose the finals to deny SKT a chance. Peanut realized that reality was immutable. After venting his frustrations, their conversation ended as he queued up for a game with his teammates. However, Gu Xing struggled to locate the other 9 players and found himself idly awaiting in the matchmaking interface. Considering that both he and Peanut played as junglers, the chances of them being placed in the same game were quite slim. "Hey, do you want some pizza?" Imp offered, presenting a large square box. Unable to toast SKT's defeat with champagne, Gu Xing settled for ordering takeout as a personal reward. "No, thank you. I have Chinese pizza," he replied, referring to the sauce-flavored pancake. Yet, Imp insisted on trying a couple of slices. When Gu Xing turned back, he noticed a familiar ID lighting up on his Korean server friends list, Hide on Bush. He tossed the empty milk carton into the trash and decided to send a friendly message to Faker. Unlike the childlike demeanor of Peanut, Lee Sang-hyuk was far more difficult to approach. Gu Xing and Faker had long since added each other as friends, yet despite his unparalleled social prowess, Gu Xing found himself unable to penetrate the tough exterior of this enigmatic player. Their conversations typically revolved around discussions of game updates and strategies, remaining superficial without delving into deeper topics. Faker maintained a consistently lukewarm response to Gu Xing's attempts at casual banter, perpetuating a relationship marked by a delicate distance. Gu Xing, refusing to be overly ingratiating, adhered firmly to his principles, opting only for brief salutations. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Lee Sang-hyuk congratulated Gu Xing on reaching the finals, a gesture that took Gu Xing by surprise. After contemplating for a moment, he inquired if Faker would like to duo queue. Gu Xing refrained from discussing the match in further detail, aware that Faker had recently suffered a setback, having been eliminated from the summer competition after a heartbreaking comeback by the opposing team, which surely dampened his spirits. Gu Xing, choosing not to reopen old wounds, focused instead on their upcoming game. To Gu Xing's surprise, Faker readily accepted the invitation and pulled him into the queue. Perhaps still harboring frustration, Faker unleashed his pent-up aggression on their opponents in the solo queue, playing with fierce intensity and undeniable dominance. Observing Faker's aggressive style, Gu Xing felt compelled to stay close, ensuring his safety in the mid lane. Fortunately, Gu Xing's understanding of wave management allowed him to discern the moments when Faker required protection, often timing his assistance perfectly to yield fruitful results. A synchronized effort between their roles ensured a victorious afternoon, as they decimated the formidable challengers of the high ranks in the Korean server. Among their conquests was a match against Peanut, who, unfamiliar with their synergy, commenced a public tirade against Gu Xing, vowing to dismantle him. Almost succeeding, Peanut's team featured the renowned top laner Smeb, whose mastery of Rumble was extraordinary. Gu Xing, preoccupied with safeguarding Faker, inadvertently neglected his own top lane, leading to a dire situation. Yet, during a pivotal team fight in the mid lane, the opposing jungler and top laner mysteriously vanished. In a 5 versus 3 scenario, Gu Xing and Faker triumphed effortlessly. Upon returning to the post-match screen, Gu Xing learned from Peanut the reason behind their opponent's disappearance. The ROX base had suffered a power outage. Stunned into silence, Gu Xing could only inwardly lament Peanut's status as a genius in ranked play, managing to secure a top 3 position in the Korean server despite such setbacks. As the clock approached 5:55 p.m., Gu Xing bid farewell to Faker, preparing to join his teammates for dinner. The team had foregone a celebration the previous day, despite their clean sweep of RNG, as the players remained tense and on edge, eager only to return to base for rest after their victory. Consequently, Ding Jun had rescheduled the celebratory dinner for this evening. Just before his departure, Gu Xing suddenly recalled an important matter. He typed a simple message in English to inquire if the two teams could arrange for a couple of practice matches. Based on Faker's earlier reaction, Gu Xing instinctively felt optimistic about the prospect. Indeed, as anticipated, Faker responded that the matter of practice matches was under the purview of the coaching staff, and he would need to consult with Coma for approval. Within 2 minutes, Lee Sang-hyok provided a positive confirmation. This marks an unprecedented action for SKT. Traditionally, they refrain from scheduling scrimmages with teams from the LPL. One might jest, what caliber is the LPL at now? Do they dare to dream of a frog aspiring to feast upon a swan? However, the situation has evolved. SKT's journey in the summer split has come to an end, despite the possibility of qualifying for the World Championship through accumulated points. Nonetheless, meticulous preparations are essential, and maintaining player form through scrimmages is imperative. The question lies in whom to scrimmage against. ROX. Regardless of the outcome in the summer finals, they are guaranteed a spot at the World Championship. After the LCK finals, they will surely take a break, and by then, the play-ins will not yet have commenced. The remaining teams, Samsung and KT, possess commendable strength as well. Yet these teams are potential adversaries for SKT in the play-ins. Engaging in battles with such teams would only serve to expose their strategies. The coaching staff of those teams shares this sentiment, resulting in a lack of initiative to arrange post-training scrimmages with SKT. Consequently, what was once a highly sought-after SKT has become overlooked. Upon hearing Lee Sang-hyok's words, Coma contemplated for a moment before agreeing to make an exception and try scrimmaging with VG. After all, the timing of the LCK play-ins coincides closely with the LPL summer finals, allowing both parties to meet their respective needs without incurring losses. Gu Xing was elated, turning to exuberantly exclaim, "Redmi." Upon catching his coach's gaze from behind the desk, Gu Xing promptly relayed the news to Redmi. SKT has agreed to scrimmage with us. The announcement sent ripples of excitement through the team. Teammates turned to Gu Xing, incredulous. Is that for real? Redmi remained skeptical until he glimpsed the chat history between Gu Xing and Lee Sang-hyok, confirming its authenticity. Impressive. He immediately gave a thumbs up, little Gu. Your social skills are truly valuable. Redmi was eager for 2 scrimmages with SKT, recognizing VG's advantageous position. Is this the power of a social deity? Jack praised old Gu. You are incredible. The other members echoed his sentiments. Gu Xing, basking in the compliments from his coach and teammates, couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Just as he exited the Korean server client, he met the gaze of Ho Yi beside him. Have you two been duo queuing all afternoon? Lee Ji-sun inquired, half curiously. Yes. I achieved 5 consecutive wins and shot up to 5th place in the Korean server. Gu Xing replied gleefully. His Korean server ranking had consistently remained high, typically hovering around the top 10. The primary reason he hadn't ascended further was his preference for practicing champions in ranked games, often avoiding familiar characters, which naturally resulted in a lower win rate. Today, duo queuing with Faker had successfully boosted his win rate, leaving him quite pleased. Not wanting to become complacent, Gu Xing noticed the concealed emotions of his mid laner and immediately wrapped his arm around Ho Ye's shoulder. However, I sense our duo queue is far more efficient. Let's try again tonight and see if we can push IMP down. Lee Ji-sun was taken aback that Gu Xing had preempted him, stealing his words. Satisfied, he then stood up to prepare to leave. Aren't you wearing shoes? Gu Xing tucked his phone into his pocket and was about to put on his sneakers at the door when he noticed Ho Yi and IMP leaving in flip-flops. This surprised Gu Xing greatly. Without wearing proper attire, Ju Shengbin clumsily shuffled in his slippers. This is typical of us Koreans. We often step out in such casual footwear. embracing the authenticity of our culture. I am uncertain where Imp acquired this habit. Initially, he would refer to everything as a basket, and now he has begun to adopt the same authenticity. Gu Xing was concerned that he might eventually conform to local customs, perhaps even speaking the local dialect. As the group departed from the base, Ding Jun, who had been mingling at the adjacent Dota 2 division, approached them with a beaming smile, urging them to head to the pre-arranged dining venue. The Good Hope Mountain Restaurant, located near the Songjiang University town, catered to students whose spending power is generally modest, focusing primarily on cost-effectiveness. Remarkably, Ding Jun managed to find a high-end local cuisine restaurant in such a remote area. The club had previously celebrated several victories here, and Ding Jun explained to Gu Xing that the menu offered a vast array of dishes, from seafood to purely vegetarian options, all palatable and notably not spicy, a detail that pleased Gu Xing immensely. Upon arriving, he admired the uniquely styled, antiquated Hui-style architecture at the entrance of the hotel and impulsively snapped a couple of photographs, recalling that Xiang Guo seemed quite interested in architecture, so he sent the images directly to him. This was his first visit to such a place, and Xiao Duan felt a bit apprehensive, curious about the restaurant's decor, yet reluctant to look around too much for fear of being judged. Do you know why? The world-weary Mei revealed her sharp canines. Our previous performance has been dismal, haha. Duan Deliang could only manage a resigned smile. He had joined VG at the end of last year, but the team's performance had not improved, stagnating for over 6 months. Ding Jun had invested heavily in the League of Legends division, hoping to make strides in the burgeoning esports field, only to see his money squandered, with no significant achievements to show for it, naturally lacking the enthusiasm to celebrate with the players. Conversely, the Crossfire and Dota 2 projects had outperformed the League of Legends division considerably, which Ding Jun had prioritized. However, with the inclusion of Gu Xing, Imp, and Jack, the team's fortunes finally soared. The first season guaranteed them at least a second-place finish, marking a historic achievement. Ding Jun was quite satisfied. Should they advance further and qualify for the World Championships, he would not hesitate to invest heavily in the League of Legends project next year. By the way, Xiao Gu, he approached Gu Xing. I wanted to discuss the contract matter with you. Apologies, Ding Gu. I have yet to finalize my decision. Gu Xing replied, still uncertain. Let us wait until after the finals. I'll give you a definitive answer then. Ding Jun appeared quite nonchalant. All right. I simply don't want to let you go. You're such a promising talent. He knew that Gu Xing's contract value was rising daily, especially after their decisive victory in the semifinals. Securing him with a pre-tax contract of just under 7 figures was becoming increasingly unrealistic. At the very least, they needed to convert that to a post-tax figure. This is how the esports realm operates. One match can exponentially increase a player's worth. It was reminiscent of Faker, the most renowned figure in the League of Legends esports community. Prior to a pivotal match, Lee Sang-hyuk's fame had yet to spread widely, being well known only within the smaller circles of the Ojian League. As the animated highlights of the Battle of the Twin Assassins spread widely, it is no exaggeration to assert that 90 of League of Legends players worldwide have witnessed the spectacular demise of Zeyuan through various mediums. They may not have closely followed professional tournaments, but their appreciation for remarkable gameplay remains unaffected. This phenomenon rapidly elevated the renown of Lee Sang-hyuk. Among the myriad of extraordinary plays throughout Faker's illustrious career, none stands out more symbolically than the Battle of the Twin Assassins. Coupled with the high-profile championship victory in Season 3, Faker, renowned for his prodigious skills, garnered immense fame, resulting in a contract value that soared to astronomical heights within the professional League of Legends sphere. In Ding Jun's perspective, the current player Gu Xing has considerable ground to cover if he aspires to rival Faker. Nevertheless, within the confines of the LPL, Gu Xing possesses significant advantages. In his debut season, he reached the league finals, accumulating an MVP count that resembles wholesale distribution. Some players may not achieve as many MVPs throughout their entire careers as Gu Xing has in a single semifinal match. To call him a future warrior would be an understatement. His ability to realize his talent is astonishingly swift. Ding Jun is eager to tether Gu Xing to the VG club, harboring unwavering confidence in this endeavor. Setting aside Gu Xing's friendship with Ding Ran, the conditions at VG are undoubtedly commendable. As always, Ding Jun values friendship, yet the contract amount will certainly reflect Gu Xing's worth. Is VG a club in financial distress? This is not the first time they have drawn zeros on contracts with eyes closed. Moreover, following the semifinals, Ding Jun discovered another virtue in Gu Xing, his remarkable temperament and resilience under pressure. As the competition intensified, especially in the semifinals, Gu Xing's psychological edge became increasingly pronounced. To claim he experiences no pressure would be unrealistic. However, Gu Xing adeptly transforms pressure into motivation, resulting in an even more fluid performance on stage. Ding Jun has spent a considerable amount of time in esports management, and he immediately recognized Gu Xing as a player suited for high-stakes competitions. If the atmosphere around Gu Xing were to be further invigorated, he would likely thrive even more. This quality is a distinct advantage for certain esports players. Some may falter under pressure, performing admirably in ranked matches and practices, but succumbing to nerves in actual competitions, as if deprived of feedback. Gu Xing, it seems, does not present such concerns. Currently, Ding Jun's assessment of Gu Xing is at an all-time high. Should Gu Xing choose to suspend his studies to pursue a professional career, Ding Jun is determined to retain him at VG at all costs. As he peruses the menu, Ding Jun casually selects 2 dishes and hands it over to Gu Xing, saying, "Just take a look, Xiao Guo." Gu Xing glances at the menu, taken aback by the prices listed. With over a dozen individuals in the VG training department, a modest outing would certainly cost several tens of thousands. Following his professional debut, Gu Xing had previously dined at a high-end hot pot restaurant with teammates, where the average cost was less than half of this. He had considered that experience quite lavish. Little did he know that this would be his initiation into a whole new level of extravagance. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Xing selected 2 moderately priced dishes and passed the menu to Imp. Gu Xingbin, on the other hand, remained entirely at ease. Upon his return to the homeland, not only did his accent begin to shift, but his dietary habits underwent significant transformation as well. Aside from the bullfrog, which he found utterly absurd, he was open to other culinary delights. The members of the VG training department gathered around a round table, awaiting the arrival of their dishes. It was only after the table was fully set that Ding Jun rose to share a few words. "In just 10 days, we shall embark on our journey to Guangzhou for the finals. This experience is as novel for me as it is for all of you," he quipped. "In the upcoming 2 best-of-5 matches, securing even a single victory will mark our success." The path for VG to advance to the World Championship appeared increasingly clear. Should they triumph in the summer finals, they would secure the top seed for the LPL. Conversely, a defeat would necessitate their participation in the qualifying matches, albeit as the defending champions. In this final hurdle, they would face other teams that had battled through numerous challenges, culminating in a decisive best-of-5 to determine their fate. Winning any one of those 2 matches would grant VG entry into the global finals. "If we truly make it to the World Championship," Ding Jun exclaimed, raising his glass filled with a refreshing beverage, "the rewards for everyone seated here will be substantial." His words painted a promising picture, rooted in tangible rewards. The VG Club's employees were captivated by Ding Jun's charisma, and the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly vibrant. Gu Xing picked up a piece of black lamb, and upon tasting it, he noted that it was indeed different from ordinary lamb, lacking any gamey flavor. However, he felt that it was not worth the price listed on the menu, although he was not the one footing the bill. The thought of that price was enough to induce a pang of regret. Gu Xing, however, was wise enough not to display his discomfort, maintaining a light-hearted demeanor with his teammates. "EDG must secure the first game," Jack exclaimed enthusiastically. Gu Xing glanced at the live match broadcast. As Yuanba had remarked, EDG held a significant advantage. In the face of the seasoned coach, Candy was still too inexperienced, finding himself utterly overpowered. WE's strategy heavily emphasized team fights in the mid to late game, yet EDG excelled in mid-game operational tempo. Through coach's astute counterplays and Deft's steady damage output, EDG clinched the first game in a mere 26 minutes, with an astonishing kill score of 22-5. It's over, Long Good declared decisively. "What does we have to counter EDG?" It was widely believed that the ultimate showdown would be against EDG. However, 957 suddenly found his footing. He brought out Shun, securing a solo kill in the top lane, then utilized his ultimate to shift the momentum in the bot lane, effectively stifling Deft's development. As the game progressed into the late stages, the formidable Sivir, under the guidance of the Big Brother, took command of the match. "Why is he still playing Sivir?" Xiao Duan questioned in confusion. "This champion has fallen out of favor." Sivir's weak landing prowess had made her a difficult choice in the current version. Most teams were reluctant to select her for the bot lane in the playoff meta. You must consider the depth of the team composition and champion pool, Gu Xing reflected. Having entered the professional league just 2 months prior, he had garnered some understanding of the intricacies involved. We did not have the luxury of time to prepare for the semifinals, especially when compared to the already qualified VG. On the last day of the regular season, we was still embroiled in a fierce battle with RNG, vying fiercely for the coveted second place in their group. After a hard-fought victory, there remains less than 5 days to prepare for the playoffs. Little did they know, from patch 614 to 615, the game environment had transformed drastically. Regardless of whether the Wii coaching staff can identify the answers in such a short span, even if they do, the players have little energy left for practice. Ultimately, we must rely on their existing system to face the playoffs, as at least the players possess a certain level of proficiency. In contrast, EDG enjoys a significantly more ample preparation period. Coupled with their players' deep hero pools and tactical reserves, they hold a distinct advantage in the playoffs. In the third match, EDG triumphantly secured victory, attaining match point. By this time, Gu Xing had finished his meal and was walking back to the base with his teammates. Passing by McDonald's, Jack insisted on going in to buy chicken McNuggets. Gu Xing casually picked up a McFlurry to take back, prolonging their time a bit. Just as they returned to the training room, EDG delivered a delightful surprise. In an intense battle lasting 55 minutes, we, leveraging the late-game prowess of Victor and Sivir, managed to win a team fight, leveling the score to 2-2. Gu Xing was left astonished, wondering if we could actually pull off a win. He took a spoonful of the McFlurry, equally incredulous. He never imagined that we could perform so admirably with a retro lineup that countered the current meta. Well played, Imp. Ever the instigator, thrived as the match dragged on. The longer the game extended, the more opportunities he had to study and analyze weaknesses. In the fifth match, EDG finally asserted themselves. In a critical moment, the rookie executed a stunning play with mid-lane Twisted Fate. We's earlier momentum faded. After 33 minutes of resistance, they ultimately succumbed. The Wii players on-site wore expressions of despair. They had given their all. Throughout the entire BO5, the team had glimpsed the light of victory. Yet, the more they fought, the harder it became to accept defeat. Gu Xing, watching the match, felt a tinge of disappointment. It would have been a delightful surprise if we could have pulled off an upset and reached the finals. With 5 matches concluded, VG's final opponent was officially determined. They would face EDG in the ultimate showdown. As a side note, thank you for the generous donation of 16,500 starting coins from Holding My Head. Saying my stomach hurts, and 1,500 starting coins from the river will not dream of the moon. 146. Either struggle to survive or face a harsh elimination. Long Gu, you've held this minion wave. I thought we were pushing it quickly, and nearly got into trouble invading the opponent. Gu Xing, with his large hands, grasped 2 meat buns, his eyes fixated on the screen in the training room, mumbling incessantly. The screen was playing the recording of last night's scrim match. Long Gu, holding a bowl of porridge, shared his thoughts, saying he intended to stockpile the minion wave before pushing forward, thus applying more pressure on Duke. As Kaysher pondered deeply, he took a bite of the bun and with his free hand picked up the laser pointer, illuminating the summoner's rift on the screen. He recalled how, as misfortune, he could maneuver over the wall from the tri-brush in the top lane, a position unseen by Duke, thus likely unguarded. Zhu Xiaolong nodded vigorously, affirming that while eliminating this echo posed a challenge, forcing him to burn a teleport would still be advantageous. Gu Xing swallowed the meatball in his mouth, repeatedly affirming that during our future matches, we must consistently communicate about the minion wave dynamics. Transparency is vital. VG had deliberately practiced jungle-centric strategies, with the synergy between lanes and jungle being one of the key techniques. After all, a jungler must understand the circumstances in the lanes to decide whether to invade the enemy jungle, gank, or set up ambushes. Yet, humans are prone to oversight, especially under the pressure of formidable opponents. Yesterday, VG faced SKT in their first day of scrimmages. Led by 96 low, SKT exhibited a seamless blend of offense and defense, leaving VG's players somewhat overwhelmed. Under such pressure, it was inevitable that they would make forced errors. For instance, the issue Gu Xing and Long Gu had discussed earlier. In regular matches, Zhu Xiaolong would undoubtedly inform their jungler if the minion wave was misaligned. Even if he didn't say anything, Gu Xing would inquire. However, In the face of SKT during the scrimmage, Long Gu was preoccupied with his lane against Duke and momentarily forgot this crucial detail. Gu Xing, meanwhile, was focused on calculating the enemy jungler's position and the state of the jungle, neglecting to ask. By a twist of fate, Gu Xing plunged into SKT's jungle and was caught off guard. SKT's response was remarkably swift. As long as the minion wave was stable, both junglers would rush to the battlefield at the first sign of confrontation. Gu Xing received a barrage of attacks. Fortunately, he had his flash and ultimate ability. However, he emerged with scant health, disrupting what had been a relatively smooth rhythm. The uniquely styled IP of withstood descended to find his teammates in the training room discussing their review, and he couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly asking, "Working hard, are we?" "One must strive," Gu Xing replied, gesturing at the whiteboard beside him. After being soundly defeated yesterday, the tactical whiteboard bore marks from yesterday's scrimmage results. Ever since Gu Xing learned the jungle-centric strategy from Xiang, VG's win rate against various teams in the league had significantly improved, consistently hovering around 70%. Even against ROX, it was a 50-50 split. Yet, when facing SKT, their win rate astonishingly plummeted below 40%. This perplexed Gu Xing logically. SKT's performance in this summer split was inferior to that of the Tigers. Why then did VG's win rate against SKT falter? As they chatted, the other team members and coaches began to rise and descend. "Do you perceive any differences between SKT and other teams?" Hongmi casually inquired, powering on the computer, as their scrimmage with SKT stretched into the early hours of the morning. Due to the impending departure to Guangzhou today, Hongmi conducted a hasty review in the early hours, allowing the players to rest, leaving many issues unaddressed. Upon returning after washing his hands, Gu Xing offered a brief response, noting a rigorous playstyle, yet with operational tactics distinct from Samsung. SKT posed significant challenges to VG yesterday, exhibiting a calm and composed approach to their gameplay. Every time Gu Xing initiated an attack, they adeptly neutralized it, often leaving him with little advantage. Moreover, their sudden counterattacks proved exceptionally lethal. One moment of inattention could easily lead to a disadvantage. Jack interjected from the side, "Old Gu, you don't quite grasp this, do you? SKT employs finesse, using minimal effort to achieve maximum impact. Indeed, there exists a considerable divergence in the strategies of SKT and Samsung." After listening to Gu Xing's response, Hongmi slowly began to articulate that the operational methodologies in the current league can be categorized into three distinct styles. The S4 Samsung White approach primarily involves the synergy between jungle and support to liberate the mid lane, relentlessly applying pressure in the enemy jungle, gradually encroaching on vision and controlling neutral resources, thereby accumulating a snowball advantage. The players within the team had yet to log into the game client, but upon hearing Hongmi's words, they all turned in unison to listen. "We previously attempted this, but due to the suboptimal roaming rhythm of the mid and support, we had to shelve it," Xiao Duan remarked, scratching his head awkwardly. His overall strength ranks among the elite in LPL supports, though he possesses a one-dimensional skill set. He excels in lane, but his roaming leaves much to be desired. It is evident why he was favored by Uzi. The two adept at landing were indeed a match made in heaven. Nevertheless, Xiao Duan is not incapable of roaming. His efficiency, however, tends to be lacking. During Gu Xing's initial days, Duan Delion often went offline to accompany and coordinate with the team. At that time, Hongmi even attempted to replicate the old Samsung White strategy. As they had the IP, the practice of maintaining pressure in the bottom lane was not uncommon. After several matches attempting to roam, Xiao Duan ultimately felt it was unsuitable. Despite the team's continuous victories, this did not imply that VG was devoid of issues. Hongmi meticulously reviewed each match, discovering that Xiao Duan's roaming efficiency was subpar, often resulting in futile efforts and excessive time costs for meager rewards. Lord Ho's gameplay is similarly constrained. Aside from champions like Ice Maiden and Grasshopper, who can engage and control first, he struggles with characters like Talia, who lack initiation capabilities. Consequently, Hongmi had no choice but to abandon that route. Ultimately, they adopted a jungle-centric strategy, allowing the mid and support to remain focused on Gu Xing's movements, intervening only when necessary. The current Samsung team plays a defensive counterattack style, which starkly contrasts with the proactive approach of Samsung White. Their operational philosophy emphasizes a strategy of delay. Jean Wenhe translated Hongmi's words verbatim. linking this strategy to the tactical style of Yufan, which is also closely intertwined with the player's gameplay. Yufan, whose full name is Choi Yufan, is the real name of Samsung's head coach, Edgar. Homie previously played under his guidance and later transitioned to coaching through meticulous mentorship from his elder brother, forming a remarkably close relationship. The mention of this name always evokes memories of domestic music groups for Gu Xing, with the melody of 70 miles per hour lingering in his mind. The strategy employed by Canrong is remarkably steadfast, characterized by a tendency for passive engagement, a trait mirrored by Minheo. This particular style of play within the SSG's jungle and mid-lane duo inevitably precludes a rapid tempo. This afternoon, the training department found themselves devoid of tasks. They set off for Guangzhou in the evening, with no training matches scheduled for the afternoon. Consequently, Homie chose to elaborate on various operational methodologies, sharing all available strategies with the players. Currently, Samsung utilizes a defensive counterattack system, primarily focusing on avoiding battles in the early and mid-game stages to minimize losses. He meticulously dissected this approach, his demeanor intensely focused. During the landing phase, any skirmish that could be evaded was deliberately avoided, allowing the team to leverage minion waves and other resources to bolster their economy. In terms of vision control, Samsung stands among the strongest teams, investing economically in vision wards to assist the team in tracking enemy movements, thereby facilitating various decisions to avoid conflict. Gu Xing was acutely aware of this. Thanks to Homie, he had previously engaged in training matches against Samsung, finding their style akin to that of a turtle's shell. Even a similarly defensive-oriented team like I appeared inadequate in their presence. However, Samsung's vision tactics had yet to reach the level of a Vision C. They simply invested more liberally in vision control than other teams. As for SKT, their operational framework is unpretentious. Homie expressed his perspective, highlighting that unlike Samsung's extreme coordinated aggression and SSG's reclusive defense, SKT embodied a more moderate approach, striking a balance between the two. The team meticulously fine-tunes every detail, adopting a natural style that capitalizes on all resources within the Summoner's Rift, particularly the minion waves. The essence of their strategy lies in handling the side lanes. Homie candidly remarked that most LPL teams focusing on operations tend to fixate on the mid-lane minions, falling into a significant misconception. He felt that his role as a coach here was akin to a dimensional reduction in terms of understanding. The current level of minion wave management in the LPL is strikingly absurd. The mid-season RNG is a quintessential example. Against a team of SKT's caliber, they established a lead of 3,000 to 4,000 gold through aggressive ganks in the early game. However, they remained precarious in the mid-game, struggling to establish vision. Akin to scaling Mount Everest when attempting to breach SKT's high ground, expending tremendous effort to dismantle it. The matches lost could only be described as a catastrophic flood, with the opponent effortlessly dismantling their base. The disparity in operational levels between the spring champions of the LPL and LCK is vast. At that time, RNG appeared as a blank slate before SKT. In Homie's view, RNG's handling of minion waves had significant flaws. While ATA undoubtedly serves as the team's brain, it is impossible for him to oversee every minute detail. He simply lacks the capacity. Homie continued to speak eloquently, asserting that while the mid lane holds the highest strategic value, the economic potential of minion waves across the other two lanes is not dissimilar. Understanding when to freeze a wave or when to push quickly, and the nuances between short and cannon minion waves, becomes crucial due to the greater length of the side lanes compared to the mid lane. The mid lane offers little room for discussion as it is challenging to maintain a minion wave. Moreover, by the mid game, it typically consists of duos stationed in the mid lane, each side clearing waves in tandem. It merely revolves around which duo possesses the greater advantage, thus securing the priority for handling the minion waves, devoid of the intricate maneuverings typical of the side lanes. The proficiency in managing the side lanes directly reflects a team's operational capabilities, and SKT excels in this regard, being experts among experts. Even the fastidious Redmi cannot pinpoint any flaws in SKT's minion wave management, steadfast and beyond reproach. After our training match, we can glean insights from SKT's minion handling techniques. Redmi turned to Gu Xing, noting his commendable performance yesterday, as he managed to suppress the opposing jungler. Yet, he must not succumb to pride. The synergy between lanes and jungle still requires refinement. As a coach, Ho is acutely aware of the communication issues that were laid bare during the previous duel between Long Gu and Gu Xing. Gu Xing, however, remains remarkably humble, expressing that SKT's exclusion of Benji placed less pressure on him during his match against BNK. Yesterday, he had high hopes of facing the legendary mid-jungle duo of the two-time champions. Alas, Koa adhered to the previous summer roster, once again deploying the young BNK in the training match. Benji's appearances this year have drastically declined, having played only 17 games in the spring split and a mere 14 in the summer, with the participation rate falling below 50. By the latter half of the summer split, BNK was the undisputed starter. BNK's character is amiable, born in 1998. He quickly bonded with Gu Xing at the onset of the training matches, affectionately addressing him as brother and enthusiastically suggesting they enjoy crawfish together in the future. However, his skill level leaves much to be desired. After KT's remarkable comeback, BNK's performance could be deemed catastrophic, having been thoroughly outplayed by the veteran captain, SRE. In the matches SKT won, he played a negligible role, while in the losses, BNK invariably contributed to the issues. Gu Xing is quite assertive, displaying no leniency. Reflecting on this, he felt a tinge of disappointment for not having faced Benji. He then posed a question that had troubled him throughout the night. Why does SKT have such a high win rate against us? Redmi found it unsurprising, attributing it to their style being inherently counteractive. We indeed do not hold the upper hand. Both teams are characterized by their mid-game prowess, where even the slightest disparity can be magnified. He explained to the players that their operational skills indeed pale in comparison to SKT's. During this crucial mid-game phase, we struggle to establish an advantage. VG typically initiates offensives in the early game, subsequently utilizing mid-game rotations for ambushes or jungle invasions, culminating in decisive plays through Baron Nashor to seal the game. Yet, SKT's rotation handling is impeccable. Their exceptional minion management renders VG incapable of finding any openings during the mid-game. At times, a strike may feel as though it lands upon cotton, potent yet ineffective. When VG's proud mid-game aggression fails to yield results, SKT adeptly employs their seasoned minion techniques to continuously probe for weaknesses and retaliate. To triumph over SKT, one must either extend the game into the late stages, competing in vision and teamfight capabilities, or advance the offensive timelines, preventing SKT from establishing their defensive rotations in time. Redmi, feeling the conversation drifting, swiftly redirected it back to the main topic, the intricacies of operating the side lanes. Currently, VG's hypothetical adversary is not SKT. They have arranged a scrimmage with the opposing team to glean insights into the strategies of top-tier teams, striving earnestly to penetrate the global finals. Gu Xing took this to heart. By the time the review concluded, it was already 2 in the afternoon, with a flight to Guangzhou scheduled for 6. The team seized the opportunity to engage in 2 ranked matches to warm up before departing the base. Upon logging into the Korean server, Gu Xing noticed a few ROX players still online. He sent a private message to Peanut, wishing him good luck, and received a prompt reply. Before long, the members of the Tiger team began to log off. Gu Xing glanced at the time, realizing they were preparing for the imminent LCK Summer Finals, where ROX would face off against KT at 4 o'clock. He teamed up with Ho Yi for a duo match, securing 2 consecutive victories, elevating their rank to 3rd in the Korean server. The strongest rank stood at 1,443 victory points. If it had been yesterday, Gu Xing would have claimed the top spot. Unfortunately, IP and Peanut were fiercely competing for the lead, driving the victory points higher. Currently, they were ahead of Gu Xing by 15 and 7 points, respectively. The gap was narrow. However, Gu Xing was acutely aware that he had no time to ascend further. He needed to hastily return to his dorm to pack his belongings. A short-sleeved shirt would suffice, as Guangzhou was quite warm. Team leader Jin Wonha reminded everyone to bring sunscreen if they required it for the rehearsal before the finals. Gu Xing was only responsible for gathering his clothing and personal items. The training department staff would consolidate the players' peripherals into a single suitcase. His summer wardrobe was minimal, so he selected 2 casual shirts and packed the rest with team uniforms. Grabbing the electric razor from his desk, he prepared to head downstairs to join his teammates. "Brother Xing, I'm lucky to be with you," Ding Ran exclaimed, exuberantly throwing an arm around Gu Xing's shoulders. "I've never been to Guangzhou in my life." Ding Jun had chartered a bus, and since there were no significant events for the other divisions, he decided to accompany them to watch the finals. Once on the bus, Gu Xing adjusted the air conditioning vent above his seat and pulled out his phone to check the LCK Summer Finals. The opening ceremony was still underway, just in time for the player entrance segment. A bespectacled middle-aged host roared with enthusiasm, vigorously waving his left arm holding a cue card, ensuring his voice echoed through every inch of the arena. Let us give a warm round of applause to ROX Tigers. As fog billowed forth, 6 members of the Tiger team emerged from the lift, flanking the LCK Championship trophy. They struck poses reminiscent of Usain Bolt's entrance, creating a striking visual impact under the alternating spotlight. Shall we also devise a similar entrance for the finals? Gu Xing, feeling inspired, sought his teammates' opinions. Jin Wenhe was intrigued, stating, "I think it's a great idea." Gu Xingbin raised both hands in agreement, noting, "Indeed. Otherwise we'd just stand there awkwardly during the entrance segment, which would be quite embarrassing." He has participated in numerous finals, triumphing in the OGN-S tournaments and LPL championships, thus earning a remarkable reputation. Having graced the grand stage of decisive battles multiple times, IP understands that merely standing there is far from impressive. Isn't posing a bit less awkward? Jack retorts, "I feel that would be even more cringeworthy. I could sculpt a Disney castle with my toes." Gu Xing chuckles lightly and glances at Yuanba. "Really? I don't believe it." Long Gu, with his unique perspective, suggests that if one must engage in such awkward antics, it might actually appear better. Ah, yes, manager Lu Wenjun also shares this sentiment. As long as you are not embarrassed, the awkwardness will fall upon others. Yuanba, dissatisfied, mutters, "Well, it won't be you on stage. So go ahead and mock us to your heart's content." Just before boarding the plane, ROX secured the first game, allowing Gu Xing to breathe a sigh of relief. The majority of the audience supported ROX, largely due to the team's legendary status and their arduous journey, which has become well known within the Korean esports community. The S5 runners-up could not even afford plane tickets and had to rent an old house in the suburbs with inadequate facilities. The salaries of players and coaching staff were often withheld until funds became available. In a country where the esports industry is highly developed, such circumstances seem unfathomable for a top-performing team. Yet, ROX continues to endure such hardships. The public enjoys an underdog story, especially with popular players like SB and Peanut in the mix, while the rest of the team remains humble and free of negative press. On the other hand, ROX's opponent, KT, is also a prestigious club backed by a top-tier company, but lacks a significant presence on the international stage. The only memorable aspects might be the duo of SEC and Kakao, along with the peak blind pick during the S4 summer split, marking the end of the OGN All-Star era. However, due to their lack of reliable international success, the team's popularity is quite limited. Moreover, they have provoked a formidable adversary, SKT. The dual champion SKT is the most renowned club in the Korean and global League of Legends esports scene. Koreans have a penchant for teams that bring glory to their nation on the international stage. It is no exaggeration to say that, in today's era where CJ and Samsung have waned, at least half of the LCK audience consists of SKT fans. The fact that KT allowed a comeback from a 0-2 deficit, preventing SKT from reaching the finals, incited immediate support for ROX from SKT supporters, who longed for KT's downfall. Should ROX claim victory, it would not only avenge SKT, but also secure their place in the S6 World Championship. Thus, ROX's potential championship in this LCK season is undoubtedly the wish of the masses. As Gu Xing boarded the plane, he curiously looked around. "Haven't you ever flown before?" IP, seated beside him, surmised the truth upon seeing his expression. Gu Xing then picked up his phone and discreetly took a couple of photographs. The farthest he had traveled was to Yingtan, where the provincial team took a train to report, rendering any need for a plane obsolete, as there was no airport there. Gu Xing did not feel any sense of inferiority. Rather, he found himself boasting to Gu Pan during their conversation. In just a few exchanges, he managed to infuriate his sister, who, along with their parents and Shun Guanshan, had booked tickets for the day before the finals, thereby saving on hotel expenses. As the announcement for boarding sounded, Gu Xing put away his phone and gazed out the window. Woohoo was taking off. Jack in the front row was brimming with enthusiasm. Gu Xing turned his head to look outside, watching the bustling city of Shanghai recede farther beneath him, his heart filled with anticipation for the upcoming trip to Guangzhou. The plane landed before 8 o'clock, and Jin Wenhe took them to the hotel for check-in first. If they felt hungry, there was a restaurant within the hotel. He opened a document to take a glance. They were the first team to arrive in Guangzhou, while EDG would arrive later. Tomorrow, we, RNG, Snake, and I would compete. The teams qualified for the bubble tournament had already been determined. Regardless of the outcome of the finals, these teams had to come, either to participate in the bubble tournament or to attend the opening ceremony for the World Championship. The LPL schedule was rather peculiar. Due to the anniversary celebration, the summer finals and the bubble tournament were to be held concurrently. The summer finals would occur on Friday, August 26th, followed by the bubble tournament on the 27th and 28th. In just 2 days, 4 teams would compete in 3 best-of-5 matches. Ultimately, one champion would emerge to advance to the global finals. The officials aimed to complete the schedule over the weekend to boost viewership while also minimizing costs on venue rentals, which resulted in the compression of the originally single-day bubble tournament. When Gu Xing saw the schedule, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. But he quickly dismissed it from his mind. The heat in Guangzhou was unbearable. Upon landing, he felt as if the air was clinging to his clothes, making it difficult to breathe. Only when he finally boarded the bus and felt the cool air conditioning did he begin to relax. Both Guangzhou and Shanghai could be considered top-tier cities in the country, bustling with vibrancy. Gu Xing gazed at the dazzling Guangzhou Tower in the distance, his phone incessantly buzzing throughout the journey. It was not until he entered his hotel room that he remembered to check on the LCK finals. Initially, Gu Xing believed ROX would secure an easy victory. However, KT proved otherwise, showcasing remarkable resilience. Previously, they had made a comeback against SKT, and today they were poised to defeat ROX as well. Both teams were fiercely competitive, and the match had been dragged into a decisive game. Gu Xing could sense the tension among the Tiger team players through the camera. Since its establishment in S5, they had yet to claim an LCK championship trophy. The dominance of SKT in the league was terrifying, having claimed 3 titles since their reorganization, leaving no opportunities for other teams. With SKT absent from this final, ROX found itself in an unprecedented window of opportunity. Indeed, ROX did not have any distinct advantages. Ding Ran remained Gu Xing's roommate, and he emerged from the bathroom while keeping an eye on the match. KT was formidable. Gu Xing's expression grew serious. He had come to understand that KT's triumph over SKT was no mere coincidence. Their top laner and jungler were exceptionally fierce. SRE had exploded onto the scene in this year's playoffs, evolving into a formidable force, consistently overpowering Peanut. The most formidable top jungle duo of ROX found themselves at a disadvantage against KT, unable to gain any ground. In the 5th game, both teams engaged in a fierce battle that persisted into the mid-game, yet neither could secure a decisive victory. It wasn't until they eliminated Peanut that KT's greed took hold. They contemplated initiating the Baron, wagering that ROX would be unable to respond in time. Securing the Baron would instantly tilt the previously stagnant match in KT's favor. The plan unfolded with remarkable success. It was only when the Baron was reduced to a sliver of health that ROX realized the urgency and rushed to the river. Dyron, who supported ROX, felt a sense of dread wash over him as he realized the impending loss of the Baron. Peanut had just revived, far from the pit. Unable to intervene, KT's players could now effortlessly claim the Baron for themselves. Gu Xing's heart raced with anxiety. At that moment, the captain, maneuvered by SB, fired into the sky, summoning distant crew members for artillery support. Our cannon barrage. A relentless barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the Baron pit. This represented ROX's final glimmer of hope. SRE dismissed it with a scoff. Surely, the damage from the captain's ultimate couldn't compare to a smite? As the health of the Baron dwindled to the execution threshold, SRE unhesitatingly unleashed his smite. Thunderstruck. Amidst the Baron's death cries, the arena erupted in astonishment. The information bar on the right side of the rift displayed Captain Gangplank's avatar as the one who secured the kill. My goodness. Dyron was utterly astonished. What just happened? Gu Xing was equally bewildered. It wasn't just the two of them. Even the players on site were momentarily stunned. This unforeseen twist disrupted everything. ROX quickly regrouped, pouncing upon KT like a ferocious tiger. The disheartened KT, having lost the Baron, fell apart, their formation scattered in the river. Following the stolen Baron, ROX snowballed their advantage, establishing a staggering 55k gold lead. SRE, the jungler for KT, slumped in his chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the monitor. How did they manage to steal it? Dyron, as if possessed, shouted in excitement beside Gu Xing. The LCK director swiftly cut back to the Baron pit from a minute prior. In slow motion, all viewers witnessed that when SRE executed his smite, the Baron had merely 2 health points remaining. Those 2 precious points allowed the Baron to survive until SB's next cannonball landed. Gu Xing furrowed his brow. This was simply too unfortunate. While SRE made an error, he could have delayed his smite until he ensured he could secure the Baron, especially when ROX had no one to contest. Yet, for SB to snatch the Baron with just 2 health points was undeniably dramatic. However, in such a legendary match, drama merely served to cast KT as a backdrop. Following the loss of the Baron, KT's morale plummeted, leading to a series of defeats as ROX built an overwhelming advantage, poised to push through to the enemy base. At this moment, the outcome was clear. The audience erupted in jubilant cheers, ready to witness the birth of a champion. Without sponsors, without a training facility, a group of players, either struggling to persist or facing brutal elimination, was about to become the new kings of the LCK. The English commentary at the venue resounded with fervent cheers, announcing the LCK's top seed, ROX Tigers, welcoming everyone to the World Championship. The moment KT's face shattered, the camera captured Peanut revealing his tiger-like incisors, beaming radiantly under the spotlight. Listening to the thunderous applause from the crowd, Gu Xing felt a surge of excitement within. As an aside, I truly enjoy this atmosphere. Can you teach me? August 26th. The weather in Guangzhou is unbearably hot, isn't it? Gu Pan held a palm-sized mini fan, directing the breeze toward herself, then tilting it toward her parents and friends. Despite her efforts, beads of sweat still formed on her fair, smooth forehead. Merely fanning herself provided little relief, as the temperature remained stubbornly above 30 degrees, making it unbearable in this fiery enthusiasm. Shen Guanshan, on the other hand, found it tolerable. Placing a chilled bottle of mineral water against Gu Pan's face to implement a physical cooling method. Isn't it prohibited to bring water into the venue? Gu Pan recalled her previous visit to the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center, where water and drinks were strictly forbidden. Her parents, attending Gu Xing's match for the first time, were unaware of this regulation and exchanged puzzled glances. Would they really have to endure thirst in this scorching summer heat? Before Gu Pan could respond, she spotted Ding Ran standing outside the venue and quickly waved to greet him. Hello, uncle and auntie. Ding Ran, with his cheerful disposition, took the initiative to lead them inside. Xing Guo and the others are preparing backstage. I had some free time, so I came out to greet you. Gu Pan first inquired about the drinking water situation. Ding Ran, who had been frequenting the venue with VG, assured her that there were soft-packaged drinks available for purchase inside, alleviating their concerns. Upon hearing this, Shen Guanshan interjected, "Is it because soft packaging is difficult to throw onto the stage?" She recalled Gu Xing's earlier explanation regarding the Nongfu Spring incident. Indeed, Ding Ran chuckled, understanding Shen Guanshan's implication. At the Shanghai Performing Arts Center, the audience seating was very close to the stage, making it possible for any type of beverage to be tossed up. Consequently, they banned all packaging. However, in this arena, where there is a considerable distance between the stands and the stage, selling soft-packaged drinks poses no issue. The Gu couple, confused, were oblivious to the previous unfortunate incident and continued to ask Ding Ran various questions. Gu Pan passed the ticket check and security, looking up at the impressive arena not far ahead. It was indeed magnificent. The outer glass and gleaming metal formed soft, flowing lines that could hardly conceal the venue's grandeur. To Gu Pan, this structure was undeniably majestic. Today, approximately 17,000 spectators were expected, Ding Ran briefly informed her, noting that all sides of the stands were open, enhancing the experience once inside. The group circled the arena, purchasing a sufficient quantity of soft-packaged drinks before entering through the designated passage. As the light dimmed, escaping the harsh sun, the cool air from the air conditioning enveloped Gu Pan, allowing her to exhale deeply. At this moment, with half an hour remaining before the match commenced, a scattering of spectators had already taken their seats in the stands. The stage was positioned centrally within the arena, with the players' seats flanking either side. The floor and the enormous funnel screen suspended in midair display the ornate lettering commemorating the 5th anniversary of League of Legends and the 2016 LPL Summer Finals. The Guangzhou International Sports and Entertainment Center prides itself on offering each spectator the best view possible. Ding Ran leads the way into the lower-tier viewing area. Although there is a noticeable disparity between the seats, the family ticket locations are undoubtedly superior. Aren't you watching here, Xiao Ding? Gumu inquires. Noticing Ding Ran arranging their seating and preparing to leave, her curiosity piqued. I'm heading to the backstage. The viewing experience there is also quite commendable. In the lounge, one can only watch the match through the television screen, which surely pales in comparison to being present. However, I will have the opportunity to hear the live communication among the players, and there are members of the VG training department backstage, allowing Ding Ran to fully immerse himself in the exhilarating sensation of being part of the team. Moreover, the World Sister can also provide insights and analyses of the match situation. Although World 6 may not be as competitive as Gu Xing, he is still a bona fide LPL player, possessing a depth of understanding regarding the game that surely surpasses that of the live commentators. Uncle, you needn't worry about drinks. We have plenty backstage. Feel free to indulge in cola or Sprite. Ding Ran waved his hand dismissively, brandishing the work credentials distributed by VG before dashing towards the backstage area. Gu Pan began to glance around, as it was her first time in such a grand sports arena, inevitably feeling a sense of novelty and curiosity. Xiang Guo, on the other hand, retrieved a support banner from her canvas bag, adorned not only with a cartoon likeness of Gu Xing, but also with iconic heroes such as Leona and Graves. Beside the avatar was Gu Xing's signature on a Taobao design priced at 5 yuan. Goodness, I never expected my friend to carry something like this. Gu Pan exclaimed. Her voice lowered as she noticed other spectators settling nearby, diverting her parents' attention away from her words. Xiang Guo brushed her hair to cover her reddened ears, feeling shy and opting for silence as she scrolled through the esports forum. The upcoming LPL Summer Finals was undoubtedly the focal point of discussion among the crowd. With the match yet to commence, supporters from both sides had already begun their verbal sparring online, a customary prelude to the event. Given VG3, Spring Finals RNG 31 EDG, we can deduce VG6, 1 EDG, right? Nico is truly a logical genius. It's such a pity that Qingbei doesn't want you. Fun fact, since its establishment, EDG has won the LPL championship every year. As if they have the same history as we. EDG has only been around for 2 years. There's no doubt Virtue will trounce the factory manager. Clear Love has never won against Xiao Guo. Xiang Guo continued to scroll down, specifically seeking out the comments that praised and lauded Gu Xing. This was not a difficult task. Ever since VG's sweeping victory over RNG, Gu Xing's popularity within the league had surged once more. It is no exaggeration to say that he has emerged as one of the most outstanding rookies in the LPL in recent years, and with VG's impressive performance, forum users could not help but sing his praises. Xiang Guo perused several pages before satisfactorily stowing away his phone. The lights within the venue dimmed instantaneously, and a 10-second countdown appeared on the overhead funnel screen. The audience was completely enthralled. With each new digit displayed, the cheers from the stands intensified dramatically. Free glow sticks, distributed throughout, illuminated the darkness with their red and blue hues, perfectly dividing the arena along its central axis, symbolizing a fierce rivalry. As the countdown approached its conclusion, 3, 2, 1, the raucous applause melded with the muffled thuds of the glow sticks, reverberating throughout the grand venue. The numbers on the big screen vanished, replaced by a human hand, clenched into a fist, striking the screen. Accompanied by a crisp sound effect, an image of shattering glass materialized before the audience, signifying the obliteration of the barrier between the virtual and the real, ultimately transforming into the emblem of the Fist Company. The screen darkened once more, and when it brightened again, it showcased the promotional video for the summer finals. In Guangdong, the lion dance culture is prevalent, and this time, the LPL official embraced local customs, executing it with commendable flair. The red and blue lion dancers moved in rhythm with the drums as the 10 starting players made their appearances in succession. The factory director's signature vacant gaze contrasted with Scout Gu Xing, who, still acclimating to LPL life, managed to retain a serious demeanor, arms crossed in an air of aloofness. The scene ultimately froze on the moment of confrontation between the competing teams. Despite the lion dance elements, the overall tone of the promotional video leaned towards the serious. Just as the audience began to accept this aesthetic, the trash-talking segment followed. As the league evolved, this banter became a customary prelude to the finals, primarily aimed at heating up the atmosphere. Why not create a few memes along the way to spark the excitement? Imp initiated the antics with a mischievous grin, declaring, "Deft is my subordinate, and it's not just once or twice. Today, I intend to recreate the scene from the S4 World Championship semifinals and bring him to tears. It must be said, he exuded an overwhelming bravado before the cameras, while Zhang Bin maintained his composure. Deft, who was known for his placid demeanor, broke into laughter when the camera turned to him, pondering for a long time without formulating a retort. My most esteemed rival in the LPL is brother Zhang Bin, he remarked, scratching his head in bewilderment, his voice barely above a whisper, lacking any force. I still have great confidence in my bottom lane duo with Miko. Not only Deft, but also Miko, Mouse, and Scout, with their gentle personalities, struggled to grasp the essence of this segment, fearing they might overstep and cause a stir. Particularly the junior, who appeared anxious, could only manage a silly smile in the presence of the master. In contrast, VG exhibited a far more relaxed attitude. Mouse, known for his steady playstyle, made a gesture indicating calmness, while the EDG top laner, well, those in the know understand that all his energy is devoted to practicing Makai. Even the introverted Xiao Duan managed a couple of sharp remarks, while the master directly struck at the heart, asserting, Rue Kin was my substitute at the time. His skill clearly pales in comparison to mine, that is evident. Following this final match, the disparity between us will be evident to all. Upon hearing these words, the supporters of EDG could hardly contain their excitement. Even before the match commenced, their morale had already taken a hit. Who could withstand such pressure? Fortunately, they had yet to unleash their secret weapon, Clear Love. Setting aside the prowess of the captain, when it comes to banter, he ranks second in the entirety of the LPL, and no one dares to claim the top spot. His lead is unequivocally substantial. Amidst the eager anticipation, Clear Love, donned in EDG attire, sat poised before the camera. Since Xiao Guo is my fan, Clear Love, with a hint of a Wuhan accent, remarked that fans must embody the spirit of fandom. Losing to one's idol is only natural. Moreover, apart from age, Xiao Guo possesses no advantages. There is no way he can outmatch me in the jungle. Clear Love asserted confidently, stating that virtue is merely here to pay tuition fees, the amount dictated by his mood. In my eyes, VG requires no targeted strategy. I have already been analyzing our opponents for the World Championship. During this spring's finals, Clear Love's quip about studying MSI opponents truly bewildered the audience, as his research bore no fruit. This time, Clear Love purely seeks to regain his stature. With EDG having secured the spring season's second place and a guaranteed second place in the summer, their points alone will propel them to the S6 World Championship. As the first team to prepare for the 2016 World Championship, this is certainly a point of pride. Even when considering the entire league, EDG stands unparalleled. Clear Love first took a jab at Gu Xing's lack of experience, subtly indicating that his team outperformed VG in terms of achievements. The EDG supporters were greatly pleased, especially compared to the previous few reticent team members. Eventually, it was Gu Xing's turn to take the stage. With a sunny smile, he appeared non-threatening and kindly stated, I will prove who is the best jungler in the LPL on this stage. Laughter erupted from the stands. This was a quote from Clear Love during the S3 All-Star match, which ultimately contributed to Insect's legendary status. Gu Xing initially borrowed this line for effect before continuing, I am indeed a fan of Clear Love and have been studying his playstyle. Though I still have many shortcomings, such as my escape techniques, which always leave me feeling inadequate. As he spoke, his smile grew brighter. I wonder if the captain could teach me during the finals? I recall how he often discards his gun while playing Graves and escapes with such finesse. It leaves me in awe. The live broadcast room was packed, with thousands of viewers eager to witness the exchange between the strongest teams in the LPL. As the audience observed the banter segment, their enthusiasm surged. If only Pig's sister were stronger now, we could witness the iconic scene of the captain discarding Pig and fleeing once again. Do not underestimate Clear Love's escape techniques. I'm not exaggerating. When it comes to fleeing, he truly is the world's best jungler. To be fair, isn't Clear Love's KDA this summer lower than Xiao Guo's? The comparison is utterly unfounded. Virtue has thrived in advantageous scenarios, while the factory director has perfected the art of evasion. In evenly matched situations, it is exceedingly challenging to defeat him. Thus, the moment of frivolous banter comes to an end, as the spotlight above the dome suddenly illuminates, casting a dazzling array of colors across the stage. The opening performance is a revival of last year's sensational themed series, The Source Plan. Characters like Fiora and Lucian make their appearances in sequence, their movements, enhanced by lighting and computer-generated effects, elicit hushed gasps of awe from the audience. Although described as hushed, the collective voice of nearly 20,000 attendees resonates thunderously, regardless of its volume. The stagecraft, viewed through the lens of 2016, exhibits no flaws. Lucian's execution of abilities, E, then W, followed by R, Holy Gun Baptism, is even smoother than the models in the Summoner's Rift. After the Source Plan ensemble concludes their performance, the host steps onto the stage, microphone in hand, surveying the audience. Good afternoon, Summoners present here and those watching on screen. Welcome to the Guangzhou International Sports and Performing Arts Center. His features are striking, exuding charm. After a summer filled with trials and eliminations, only 2 teams have emerged to grace the final stage. Gu Pan leans towards her friend, whispering excitedly, "That's the Black Rhino Knight." "What knight?" Shen Guanshan replies, perplexed, unable to comprehend Gu Pan's enthusiasm. "The Black Rhino Knight, the armored warrior." Gu Pan explains eagerly. Shen Guanshan, having never watched the series, recalls how during its peak, she was in a haze of grief following the recent passing of her grandparents, leaving her devoid of energy or leisure pursuits. Seeing Gu Pan's excitement, she can only offer a few half-hearted affirmations. The host's voice booms like a bell. "Let us welcome the teams to the stage. First to appear is the 3-time LPL champion, Edward Gaming." The lift at the edge of the stage rises, revealing the EDG players lined up in formation, their smiles reflecting the fervent cheers of the fans. The glory of defeating SKT at the 2015 MSI alone has drawn countless followers to EDG. Coupled with their impressive league standings and the esteemed guidebook authored by the factory director, EDG currently enjoys unparalleled popularity across the entire LPL region. The starting roster includes top laner Mouse, jungler Clear Love, mid laner Scout, bot lane duo Deft and Miko, along with substitute Pawn and coach Rapid Star. Among this lineup, only the factory director and Deft can be deemed veterans. Mouse, previously a support in EDG's training program, was once considered to fill the void left by the departure of Curl. Unfortunately, he could not surpass Miko. After a stint in the secondary leagues, he has returned to EDG this year, now as a top laner, yet his experience remains lacking. The newcomers need no further elaboration. Miko, having only debuted in the summer split, has scarcely seen playtime with SKT. In stark contrast, this 1-year-old player has surprisingly become the backbone of EDG. Not to mention coach Rapid Star, who has just transitioned into this role, possesses limited credentials and average capabilities. It can be said that this year's EDG represents the weakest roster in terms of paper strength since its inception. Now let us welcome Vici Gaming. Gu Xing stood upon the platform, gradually ascending and beholding the grandeur of the venue. During yesterday's rehearsal, the staff guided the players to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, and he had observed this magnificent arena before. Yet at that time, the interior was devoid of spectators, and the impact on Gu Xing was far less profound than it was now. At this moment, thousands of fans waved their glow sticks, illuminating the venue like a constellation in the night sky. The resounding cheers filled Gu Xing's ears with exuberance. In stark contrast to the cramped confines of the Hongqiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center, this space felt overwhelmingly vast. His heart raced with excitement, yet he appeared unruffled, calmly waving to the audience around him. The lineup included top laner Long, jungler Virtue, mid laner Zeyuan, bot laners Imp and Caveman, substitute Jackulov, and head coach As the host introduced them, Long stepped forward, half-squatting in a position reminiscent of a sprinter at the starting line. The other 5 players flanked him, striking various poses. Gu Xing adopted a stance with his arms bent at his head, resembling the Pokemon Geodude. Homie was initially reluctant, but seeing the players insist on this display, he felt compelled to join in, awkwardly moving to avoid disrupting the team's cohesion. "Why on earth?" Homie muttered, his Mandarin lacking in fluency. There was no escaping the situation, as Jack dragged him into the spotlight, gleefully exclaiming that since World's Sister could not join, he had to step in. According to the pre-match regulations, only 1 substitute and 1 coach were permitted to participate in the entrance ceremony, leaving World's Sister to observe from backstage. Witnessing the antics of the Vici Gaming 7, the audience erupted in noise. "What on earth is this?" Gu Pan could barely contain her amusement, her lips curling into a smile. Was this a joke? Just days earlier, she had seen ROX's entrance at the LCK Summer Finals, finding it somewhat cringeworthy. Now, she realized what true awkwardness looked like. Vici Gaming had elevated the art of embarrassment to an entirely new level. Most in attendance were perplexed by the pose struck by Vici Gaming. However, Gu's parents were quite perceptive. Isn't that the Calabash brothers? The couple, with a vivid memory of the classic poster featuring the seven brothers, immediately recognized the resemblance to Vici Gaming's lineup. Upon uncovering the truth, Gu Pan felt utterly embarrassed. Unbeknownst to her, Xiang Guo was quite pleased, smiling as he raised his phone to focus on Gu Xing, snapping several photos. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Pan resolved to follow suit. However, her intention diverged from Xiang Guo's nostalgic memento. In the future, when Gu Xing was older, this scene would surely become an undeniable piece of Black history. Once the host concluded the introductions, the members of Vici Gaming returned to their respective positions, while Howie, Imp, and Hongmi, having never seen the Calabash brothers, were utterly unaware of the significance of their pose and simply followed suit. Gu Xing engaged in light-hearted banter with his teammates, their laughter mingling with the enthusiastic shouts of the host. The summer finals were on the verge of commencing, and the audience eagerly anticipated the splendid performances of both teams. As the lights dimmed above the stage, Gu Xing seized the moment to make his way to the player's seat. Prior to the audience's arrival, he had already calibrated his equipment according to the staff's instructions. Now, there was no need to alter the settings. He simply awaited the beginning of the band pick phase in the custom room. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2016 Summer Finals. The resonant voice of the commentator echoed in the ears of the spectators. Hello everyone, I am Wawa. For such a prestigious event as the Summer Finals, it was only fitting to have seasoned commentators. Wawa and Milu undoubtedly led the charge in this domain. Both teams had navigated the regular season with relative ease. As the director presented the statistics from their performances, EDG's average match duration was a mere 29 minutes and 57 seconds, which, in this drawn-out meta, was considered exceptionally fast-paced. Moreover, in metrics such as dragon control rates and average economic leads, EDG also ranked at the forefront, even surpassing VG in some aspects. It was evident that EDG had triumphed in 15 major matches during the regular season, equaling VG's record, although there was a disparity in their win rates for smaller matches. Overall, the statistical comparison between the two teams was remarkably close. The distinction lay in the playoffs, where VG had effortlessly defeated RNG to advance to the finals, while EDG had to endure a grueling 5-game series to narrowly overcome Wii. Wawa attempted an analysis, expressing, I personally believe VG has an excellent grasp of the current meta, fully leveraging their advantages in the jungle and bot lane, continuously snowballing to dominate the mid-game rhythm. EDG's performance in the semifinals was somewhat lackluster, yet with a player like the factory manager, a cornerstone of the league, their prowess tends to shine brighter as the tournament progresses. The factory manager indeed possessed formidable skills, a player of extraordinary caliber, and should never be underestimated. Milu adjusted his headset and stated with gravity, the venue is fully prepared. We now turn the camera to the competing players. With a crisp sound, the band pick panel appeared on the large screen, instantly igniting a wave of excited cheers from the stands. On a side note, today's update is brief as I just finished working overtime and need to catch up on some sleep. A more substantial chapter will come tomorrow. MSI online competition, hooray! With a plan in place, EDG emerged victorious in the pre-match coin toss, securing the choice of sides for games 1, 3, and 5. And they opted for the blue side in the first game. At VG's player's seat, Gu Xing relaxedly leaned back in his chair, playfully teasing, brother, when his skills are lacking, he can't even win a coin toss? Before the finals, all playoff matches were determined by the rankings of the regular season, with higher-ranked teams enjoying the first pick of sides. However, when the victors from each half of the bracket converged for the ultimate showdown, it became challenging to determine side selection based solely on regular season standings. Both EDG and VG had finished first in their groups, each with a record of 15 wins and 1 loss, presenting no clear advantage. According to the rules, the finals employed a method akin to a football kickoff, where the referee would toss a coin, with each side appointing a representative to call heads or tails. The team that guessed correctly would gain the preferential side choice for the best-of-5 series. Ultimately, VG's captain, Jin Wenhe, made an incorrect guess. Can you do it, sisterly? Upon hearing Gu Xing's words, Jin Wenhe attempted to justify himself, saying, I have no experience. Too young, too simple. EDG has played countless finals. And there are many who are far more skilled at coin tossing than I am. Zhu Xiaolong glanced at him with a smile. You can still be stubborn about this? He pondered how guessing was essentially a 50-50 chance anyway. Hongmi noticed the tense demeanor of the player sitting at the edge of the player bench and deliberately walked over to offer some words of comfort. Brother Duan, are you all right? Gu Xing turned his gaze toward Duan Deliang. The noise outside was overwhelming, making it uncomfortable to wear headphones. Duan pointed to his ears. The LPL finals had yet to adopt the practice of soundproof rooms. Players could only wear soundproof headphones as they did during the regular season. However, this venue was not the Hongxiao Tiandi Performing Arts Center. The number of spectators in the stadium was several times greater, creating an atmosphere of intensity that was on an entirely different level. No matter how expensive the soundproof headphones, they could not completely block out external sounds. Duan asked the referee to increase his in-game volume, yet the cacophony from the stands continued to invade his ears. This left Duan Deliang feeling quite unsettled. Due to the white noise from the headphones, it was impossible for him to discern what the audience was shouting. Nevertheless, he could easily gauge the volume. And each time he heard it, he felt a surge of anxiety. Gu Xing, on the other hand, was quite pleased. He listened to the surging excitement from the stands, his heart racing uncontrollably, his breathing becoming rapid and forceful, with his breath feeling almost scorching as it left his nostrils. Gu Xing wished that the regular season could also take place in such a grand venue. The adrenaline coursing through him heightened his reaction speed and significantly increased his focus. However, he could empathize with Duan's mindset. Brother Duan, why don't you try this? Gu Xing suggested. Move your chair forward a couple of steps, so that the monitor fills your entire field of vision. If you can't see the audience, it might ease your tension a bit. Given that the stage was situated in the center of the venue, the player bench was surrounded by spectators. Even a slight shift in Gu Xing's line of sight would reveal the banners and light sticks held by the supporters of both clubs, along with the incessant swaying of glow sticks. If one were to become overly anxious and then glance at the audience's reactions, it was inevitable to feel a sense of panic. Duan Deliang followed his advice, maneuvering his gaming chair's wheels to secure himself firmly between the armrests, backrest, and tabletop. The confined space provided him with a sense of safety, allowing him to immerse himself in the game screen and gradually relax. Aren't you going to thank Brother Xing? Long Gu interjected with a playful remark. Hongmi tapped his forehead, urging Zhu Xiaolong to promptly ban a hero. During the time they had been chatting, EDG had already locked in their ban on Leona. The factory manager's Nidalee had an exceptionally high win rate, even reaching 90. However, that did not necessarily imply proficiency with the hero. Clearlove's Leona lacked the essence. He played it as a standard controlled jungler, lacking aggression. In contrast, Gu Xing's Nidalee had been formidable from the regular season through the playoffs, even defeating a renowned player, thus earning widespread acclaim. EDG currently has no intention of granting the esteemed captain a chance to select the formidable LeBlanc, opting instead to ban her outright to prevent her from falling into the hands of Gu Xing VG in a strategic move. Dedicates their first ban to the adept Twisted Fate, aiming to restrict Scout's champion pool. As the summer split progresses into its latter stages, professional teams are gradually unveiling their strategies concerning Twisted Fate. This unique Earth Mage hailing from Shurima has garnered favor on the competitive stage due to her unparalleled mechanics. Scout's proficiency with Twisted Fate is indisputable, arguably placing him among the elite in the LPL. The keen mind of Redmi recognizes that Howie may struggle to master her, thus deeming this ban essential. EDG proceeds to ban Shen, seeking to sever the connection between VG's top lane and other roles. Observing the current draft phase, Miller perceives it as rather conventional, reminiscent of RNG's approach. If all goes as anticipated, the final ban will likely target Howie's Frost Queen. This is precisely what RNG has executed. Since VG's meteoric rise, teams within the league have scrutinized their gameplay, resulting in similar draft strategies. The consistent bans on Shun and Frost Queen, combined with a flexible slot for unexpected circumstances, have become the norm. Coach Gu Xing plans to replicate RNG's methodology. Given the overall coaching caliber in the LPL, the ability to emulate rather than haphazardly innovate already places him above the average standard. Gu Xing himself lacks the capacity for groundbreaking innovation, believing that the ideas of RNG's coaching staff align closely with his own. Redmi has also deduced EDG's drafting strategy and begins to contemplate a countermeasure. He decides to ban Brown. confidently informing his team that they will reveal their hand in the opening match, aiming to catch the opposition off guard. Howard sips his ice water before returning the microphone to his lips, questioning the efficacy of this tactic. Redmi exudes confidence, assuring that this EDG squad is inexperienced and will fall prey to his schemes. In preceding years, Captain had the support of players like Wan Chao or General Pang to collaborate with him in directing the team. Now, he finds himself leading a roster comprised mostly of younger talents like Miko and Scout, or the taciturn deft. The burden of leadership weighs heavily on Captain, leading to inevitable exhaustion. Redmi keenly exploits the opponent's vulnerabilities, planning to initiate with a flurry of attacks, strike first, and ponder the next move mid-action. As anticipated, EDG ultimately bans Frost Queen, while VG opts for the ban on Twisted Fate. Upon witnessing this, Wawa analyzes the situation, noting that the previous ban on Twisted Fate indicates a deliberate effort to prevent Scout from acquiring a champion capable of rapidly influencing side lanes. After all, aside from Frost Queen, Haoye's champion pool lacks early to mid-game roaming potential. With Frost Queen banned, his only option is to anchor Scout in the mid lane. Gu Xing confers with his team for a brief moment. Ultimately, it is Captain who gives the nod, finalizing the choice of Rek'Sai. However, the mere selection of a champion incites a wave of exuberance from the stands. To EDG supporters, Clearlove's Rek'Sai is an iconic emblem. In their last encounter during the regular season, Virtue had decisively employed Nidalee to counter the excavator piloted by the factory manager. Curiously, this time Nidalee has been banned, leaving Xiao Guo to ponder his response. Gu Xing remains unhurried in his initial hero selections. In accordance with Hong Mi's request, he assists in securing the troll, establishing a flexible top lane support role for the team. Meanwhile, Long Gus swiftly claims the vampire. As Wawa aptly noted, the mid lane has seen a decline in roaming champions. Among the remaining mage heroes, the vampire undoubtedly stands as part of the elite tier, even with the nerfs in the playoff version 6.15, which reduced his base movement speed by 5 points and increased the cooldown of his W blood pool by 2 seconds at all levels. These adjustments have not critically impaired his viability. Moreover, Houyi's proficiency with the character ensures a reliable choice. EDG locks in the dual carry combination of Ashe and Syndra. Miller enthusiastically elaborates that Ashe requires no introduction, given her current potency, while Syndra's appearance rate has been steadily climbing in the playoff version. This surge is primarily attributable to the first Blood Tower mechanic, which accelerates the pace of the game and emphasizes the intensity of landing, making Syndra an impeccable fit for the competitive arena. In recent patches, Syndra's inherent strength has not been augmented. Rather, her increased presence is a result of the evolving game environment. Compared to other mages, Syndra's combat prowess in the early to mid-game is exceptionally formidable, often leading to half-health executions that leave opponents defenseless. Hong Mi, standing behind Gu Xing, inquires about the preference between Lee Sin and Hecarim for their jungler. Hecarim has enjoyed considerable strength over the summer, yet he too cannot escape the designer's blade of nerfs. In version 6.15, Hecarim's base attack power has been diminished by 3 points, and the full damage of his Q devastating charge has been reduced by 10 points across all levels. This has negatively impacted Hecarim's early jungle clearing and skirmishing capabilities. In contrast, Lee Sin's W, Safeguard, has seen an increase in shield value. In this balance of strengths and weaknesses, Lee Sin's priority clearly surpasses that of Hecarim. However, hero selection still hinges on matchup considerations. The factory manager has already opted for Rek'Sai. Lee Sin is at a distinct disadvantage against the excavator, as his engage is firmly countered by Rek'Sai's W burrow. While Hecarim might not gain significant advantages either, he excels in jungle control, and when his Q devastating charge stacks are fully charged, he proves formidable in skirmishes. Furthermore, Hecarim's performance in team fights is assuredly superior to that of Lee Sin, with his onslaught of shadows providing stable crowd control. Overall, Hong Mi assesses the two roles as evenly matched, choosing to defer to Gu Xing's judgment. This delegation of power to allow players to determine their own hero choices is seen by Korean coaches as a mark of respect for their skill. Ordinary team members do not enjoy such privileges. Lee Sin, Gu Xing states decisively, cracking his knuckles with unwavering confidence, "I can dominate him." At the moment Lee Sin is locked in, a resounding cheer erupts within the Guangzhou International Sports Performing Arts Center. Lee Sin, Wawa beams with delight and turns to his partner. Can you guess what I'm thinking? Listening to the cheers from the audience, Miller begins to discern the answer in his heart. However, having collaborated with his partner for many years, there existed a certain rapport, prompting him to readily assume the role of the comedic foil. "Oh, pray tell," he exclaimed. Before his debut, Virtue had encountered the illustrious Clearlove during a ranked match, where the young Gu, using Lee Sin, executed a solo kill on Clearlove's Rek'Sai. With great enthusiasm, the duo awaited their meeting on the professional stage, curious to see what sparks might ignite in their mirrored matchup. Clearlove, initially engaged in light-hearted banter with his teammates to uplift the team's spirits, saw his smile vanish in an instant upon witnessing VG lock in Lee Sin. His gaze became fixated on the monitor, his eyes devoid of emotion. As the cacophony of the crowd pierced through the veil of white noise to reach his ears, there was no need for further elaboration. The memory of being solo killed by Gu during a live stream, where Lee Sin snatched the dragon, flooded back to him. Clearlove had long been a formidable presence in ranked matches, with few players capable of besting him. Yet, in that moment against Gu, he felt an unusual sense of defeat that lingered in Virtue's highlight reel, allowing Clearlove to experience the bitter taste of humiliation. In this match, Clearlove was determined to reclaim his honor, refusing to let bygones be bygones. VG locked in Jhin, a champion that synergizes well with the formidable support, Troll, while also being a dominant ADC in the current meta, intending to leave the counter pick for the flex position. As Redmi hesitated to reveal Troll's lane assignment, EDG found themselves with no alternative. Miko secured the highly skilled Alistar, prompting curiosity about Mouse's champion choice. Within EDG's selection frame appeared a man with a rugged beard, gripping a pistol in one hand while clenching his fist with the other, flanked by flames and explosive barrels. His identity unmistakable. "Gangplank. The captain," exclaimed the astonished commentator, noting that this was a champion Mouse excelled with. However, he hesitated, refraining from elaborating further. The implicit suggestion was that within EDG, Gangplank seemed less than optimal. The team evidently intended to center their strategy around the lower half of the map, making it challenging for Gangplank to thrive. Such a notion undoubtedly veered into misconception. As a well-known tree-centric team, Clearlove typically refrained from ganking the top lane. In truth, Gangplank possesses commendable landing capabilities. His Q ability, Parley, allows him to consistently chip away at the health of his opposing top laner. His fragility necessitates protection, and his lack of crowd control complicates synergy with the jungler. The objective for Gangplank during the landing phase is to farm steadily, aiming to reach level 13 with 2 core items before taking command of the match. If he can survive the early game without dying and maintain a comparable farm, he can consider his landing phase a success. EDG was evidently capable of providing ample space for his development, as Clearlove frequently focused his attention on the lower half of the map, drawing the enemy's focus away. Furthermore, VG was notorious for allowing their top laner to farm alone, often leaving Long to develop in solitude. With Mouse selecting Gangplank, he would not necessarily find himself at a disadvantage in a 1v1 against Zhu Xiaolong in the top lane. EDG had recently witnessed the iconic moment in the LCK finals where Smeb's Gangplank, with merely 2 hit points, snatched the Baron, inspiring their decision to utilize Gangplank as their top laner. Miller did not dwell on whether Gangplank was suitable for EDG, but instead focused on the champion's role. The captain's ability, Cannon Barrage, allows for remote support on the battlefield, making him one of the rare heroes capable of influencing other areas, especially when Shun is banned. Miller's analysis was astute, noting that Gangplank excels against Trundle. As long as he places his barrel strategically, Trundle stands no chance. Gangplank proves remarkably effective when dismantling short-range warriors. By selecting Gangplank in the top lane, EDG effectively eliminated the possibility of Trundle taking that position. Meanwhile, the VG players were in high spirits, their laughter echoing across the room. The director, keenly aware of their unusual expressions, swiftly shifted the camera to capture their joviality. The massive funnel screen in the arena displayed their cheerful faces, with Gu Xing standing out prominently. Leaning on the table, his hand covered his mouth as he tried to suppress his laughter, although his trembling shoulders betrayed his amusement. Observers in the stands began to discuss animatedly, perplexed about what had caused VG's delight. "What is going on?" The viewers in the live streaming room shared similar confusion, yet it did not hinder their barrage of comments. "Are they laughing now? Seeing them smile makes me uneasy." To be honest, if I were up there, I'd be laughing too. Can Mouse even play Gangplank? I never expected a support player to transition to top lane. I've seen mid laners turn junglers and bot lane duos swap roles, but a support understanding the top lane? Do they look down on supports? This game, Mouse inherits the legacy of the fat general, transforming into the pirate king and sending VG off joyfully. Hongmi decided to conceal his black notebook to maintain his image. Choose wisely. Gu, remember to be steady. The margin for error is not high in this match, he urged. Zhu Xiaolong's face beamed with joy as he nodded in agreement with the head coach's advice. Even the previously tense Xiao Duan could not contain his excitement, his mouse hovering over the hero selection screen until he decisively locked in a character. Rumble. The collective low cheers from the audience crescendoed into a thunderous roar. Miller let out a soft hiss. This hero can be quite effective against Gangplank, as his W shield can mitigate damage, making early trades favorable. Gangplank relies on his Q, which has a cooldown of merely 45 seconds, while Rumble's W has a cooldown of just 6 seconds. With proper execution, Rumble should not lose much health to Gangplank during the landing phase. As levels increase, the damage of Rumble's Q, Pyromania, escalates, and his ranged burn can often leave Gangplank in despair. Gu had utilized Rumble extensively in the secondary league, but he had not picked him in the LPL. One wonders about his proficiency. However, VG had prepared for this. Hongmi had advised Gu to revisit and practice Rumble before the playoffs began, knowing it would surely come in handy in the future. Apart from Shun and Darius, Zhu Xiaolong frequently employs Rumble. The essence of this champion lies in temperature control. Once the thought process is clear, the execution becomes relatively straightforward. With merely 10 matches of practice, one can regain their touch. He has honed his skills diligently and is now awaiting the opportune moment to showcase his talents. At long last, that moment has arrived. During the pre-match conference, Homie mentioned that Mouse might emulate Smeb by utilizing Gangplank. This speculation arises from ROX's successful deployment of the champion and Mouse's inherent proficiency. He doubts that EDG, having led Group A smoothly throughout the regular season, would lack any strategic reserves. Consequently, Homie has devised countermeasures for the potential appearance of Gangplank in the top lane. The focal point of this strategy is Rumble. In the landing phase, Rumble does not fear Gangplank, and his impact during mid-game team fights is even more significant. Moreover, the concern of being harassed by the opposing jungler is mitigated when facing Gangplank, since the latter struggles to coordinate with his jungler to secure kills. As EDG locked in Gangplank, falling into the trap, the VG team found themselves at a standstill. The selection of the formidable Poppy was finalized, solidifying the team compositions. The blue side EDG boasts top lane Gangplank, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Syndra, and bot lane Ashe with Alistar. The red side VG counters with top lane Rumble, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Vladimir, and bot lane Jhin with Trundle. This lineup prompted a click of the tongue from Wawa, who noted the lack of initiation points for VG. However, Miller held a differing perspective, asserting that Trundle's pillar could create substantial opportunities against EDG's composition, as all three of EDG's damage dealers lack mobility. Provided that Trundle's pillar is well-timed, Rumble and Jhin's ultimates could synergize effectively in a frontal assault. Miller's excitement grew as he predicted that EDG's players would face dire consequences. Wawa, never one to forget his role, felt compelled to counter Miller's praise for VG by highlighting EDG's advantages. He emphasized their terrifying mid-jungle burst potential in the early game, capable of eliminating any VG champion at will. Additionally, Ashe possesses her E ability, Hawkshot, which can illuminate the jungle, providing crucial information on enemy movements. Once the bot lane secures an advantage, Miko's Alistar can roam, facilitating synergy between jungle and support. In summary, EDG's composition excels at snowballing. The two commentators, each advocating for their respective teams, left the parents of Gu, who were unfamiliar with the game, feeling anxious. Pampan, do you think your brother can win this match? Their mother nudged her daughter. Gu Pan was at a loss for words. She could hardly recognize all the hero's abilities, let alone assess the strengths of the compositions. With no other recourse, Gu Pan sought the opinion of Shun Guanshan, who sat at the edge. VG has the advantage, Shun Guanshan replied without hesitation. EDG lacks sufficient means to initiate fights, so VG has nothing to fear. Their composition thrives when they can spread out and engage. Observing her unwavering confidence, Gu Pan felt as though Shun Guanshan could maintain her stance even if Gu Xing, were to select Mastery. Nevertheless, in an effort to reassure her parents, she relayed Shun Guanshan's comment, adding, "Rest assured, Gu Xing has his skills." The camera then shifted to the VG players' bench, where Gu Xing was still engaged in communication with his teammates. "Let us first secure a victory. I believe that winning the initial round will significantly bolster our confidence for the finals. After all, we are the 7 brothers of Calabash." Zhu Shengbin exclaimed joyfully. "I have heard that there is a Calabash brother who can become invisible. It must be the 6th brother." Long Gu chimed in, recalling having watched this show in his youth. "Does this imply that someone in our team will go incognito for the finals?" "It's homie," Gu Xing excitedly remarked, as he choreographed the coach's entrance, mimicking the actions of the 6th brother. "What is homie up to?" Unable to comprehend the specifics of his words, could nonetheless discern his own ID. Observing the smirks on the faces of his teammates, it was clear they were sharing some light-hearted banter. And he playfully gave Gu Xing a light tap on the back of the head. "Remember the opening strategies," homie emphasized before departing. "If we succeed, there is much to gain." Jin Wenhe translated this for the team. "Rest assured," Gu Xing assured, loosening his shoulders and signaling them with an okay gesture. "Let us show them something real this round." This alleviated homie's anxiety, and he took a deep breath. Removing his headphones to shake hands with Fast Star at the center of the stage, the camera gradually panned away from the coaches, ultimately encompassing the Guangzhou International Performing Arts Center. The stark contrast of blue and red glow sticks was striking, and the cheers from the audience were deafening. Unlike the cramped venue in the Shanghai market, this place felt overwhelmingly spacious, and with such a multitude of spectators, the cheers were chaotic and uncoordinated. Nevertheless, the sheer number of 17,000 attendees meant that even amidst the disorder, the cacophony of support was formidable. As Gu Xing heard the tumultuous sounds from the stands, a myriad of thoughts surged through him. His breathing became increasingly rapid and fervent, his focus sharper than ever. The moment the summoner's rift appeared on the screen, Gu Xing concentrated intently, ready to battle. The first round of the 2016 LPL Summer Finals officially commenced. Amidst the continuous sound of signals, the voice of the commentator resonated powerfully as EDG left their high ground, rallying toward the lower quadrant of VG. Miller immediately began analyzing the early engagement capabilities of both teams, noting that VG was slightly disadvantaged. Their champions, Rumble and Vladimir, lacked early damage output and stable control. In contrast, EDG had only Rek'Sai as a non-contributor, which granted them a certain advantage. However, attempting to invade the jungle would be unrealistic, as VG was not inclined to yield. Ultimately, Miko placed his ward between VG's blue buff and the swamp camp before retreating with his teammates. The director chose to highlight this moment with a close-up shot. "Are you all ready?" Gu Xing inquired via voice chat. "Just relax, our acting skills are absolutely top-notch. Worthy of a Golden Dragon Award." Imp responded enthusiastically. Gu Xing commenced his performance. Noticing that EDG had withdrawn from their jungle, he nonchalantly passed by the ward VG had set near their blue buff, making his way upwards. Def's eyes lit up at this sight. "Ward here, come here." His Mandarin was not quite fluent, so he opted for a mix of Chinese and English. Jin Hikyu marked the signal in the bush connecting the river to the bottom lane. At this moment, Miko remained Def's subordinate, obediently following his ADC's lead. The EDG duo stood concealed in the brush, and Miller noted that their movements were peculiar. With time nearing 1 minute and 30 seconds, they showed no intention of retreating. In a match where jungle resources were not exchanged, the current version typically had the bottom lane clearing jungle monsters. The monsters would respawn at 1 minute and 40 seconds. If the EDG duo did not retreat to their jungle by this point, they would miss the opportunity to engage the newly spawned monsters, inevitably delaying their rhythm and timing. Thus, the intentions of the EDG duo became apparent. They aimed to time their entry into the jungle and confront the VG duo over the monsters. "What a bold move!" exclaimed Wawa. As the seconds ticked away, the game reached the 1 minute and 40 seconds mark. The VG's magic swamp frog emerged, and Zhu Xingbin's Jin, alongside Xiao Duan's troll, immediately began to lower the health of the jungle monster. The blue buff remained untouched, as Gu Xing did not commence his jungle clearing here. The EDG duo prepared to advance, with Jin Hikyu leading Miko stealthily toward the VG's lower jungle. VG had not placed vision in the lower river, allowing the EDG duo to infiltrate without the opponents being aware. Their lack of vision seemed innocuous. The jungler, using Rek'Sai, lacked any capacity for counter-jungle invasion at level 2. VG's level 1 vision setup would prove ineffective after a minute. The duo maneuvered around to the rear of VG's second tower, lurking in the brush to observe their enemy's jungle activity, completely unnoticed by the VG duo. As Gu Xing and Xiao Duan focused on attacking the jungle monsters and pulling them down, they aimed to finish their clearing before heading to lane. At the moment the magic swamp frog was on the verge of defeat, Miko sprang into action from the brush. With a powerful Q ability, Seismic Shatter, Alistar slammed his arms down onto the ground. In an instant, golden light flashed. Alistar appeared before the VG duo, sending Jin and the trolls soaring into the air. Death's Frost Archer activated W, Enchanted Arrow, striking both opponents and landing critical hits on Jin. Imp found himself out of ammunition, rendering Jin incapable of countering for the moment. In terms of level 1 combat prowess, the EDG duo's combination of Frost Archer and Alistar undoubtedly surpassed the VG duo, who had endured monster attacks. Not to mention, they were executing a surprise attack. However, the EDG bottom lane's control capabilities were limited at level 1, making it improbable to secure kills on both opponents. Nevertheless, inflicting significant damage and forcing a flash would pose no challenge, thus granting the EDG duo an advantageous position at the start of the landing phase. But lurking in the shadows was the Mantis, poised to catch the Cicada unaware. Wawa had not anticipated such an exhilarating clash in the first match of the finals. Xiao Guo was indeed in the lower half of the map. Gu Xing had not cleared the blue buff. He had started with the 3 wolves instead. In this version, where the experience from jungle camps had not been weakened, the choices for jungle paths were plentiful and highly flexible, further exacerbated by the disparities in smite rewards, widening the gap between junglers. Now, even soloing the 3 wolves could elevate one to level 2. Observing the conflict erupting below, Gu Xing calmly used smite to dispatch the shadow wolf. As the wolf spirit was summoned, he successfully reached level 2. The blind monk rushed onto the battlefield, catching the EDG duo completely off guard. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the fervent cheers of the crowd. The EDG supporters were in distress, acutely aware that the rapid arrival of the blind monk signified impending trouble. Deft, having spotted Gu Xing's movements through the ward strategically placed in the VG blue zone, signaled Miko to retreat urgently. However, it was too late. Miko had just used his flash, and his Q ability, Earth Shatter, was on cooldown. Positioned near the bushes behind VG's next tower, there was no escape for him. Virtue's sonic wave struck the Alistar with precision, followed by a second Q that, in conjunction with his teammates, swiftly diminished Miko's health. Miller's tone grew increasingly urgent, noting how meticulous Gu Xing was, having chosen to invest his second skill point in E. At level 2, the blind monk's only crowd control ability was E, Thunderbolt. Gu Xing, determined to latch onto his opponent, decisively allocated his skill points to E. The second hit of Cripple slowed Miko's retreat significantly. Deft hastily attempted to escape on foot from VG's jungle, but Xiao Duan would not allow it. Duan Delian executed a flash forward as the troll, landing a Q, Ravenous Bite, which briefly slowed the Frost Archer. Simultaneously, he positioned himself to block Deft's path. With Miko eliminated by Gu Xing, how would Deft manage to escape? Jin Huchuan, left with no other choice, had to use his flash to jump over the wall, finally making his way back to the river and narrowly evading capture. Imp swiftly turned back, eliminating the low-health swamp creature with a shot. EDG paid the price of 1 casualty and a flash for nothing in return. Remarkably, just 2 minutes into the match, first blood was drawn, sending the audience into a frenzy. My goodness, Miller exclaimed, astonished. How did Virtue know that EDG would attempt to invade the jungle? He had not even been aware of the duo's movements. It was clear to any observer that Gu Xing had come prepared, despite the current complexities of the jungle routes. Starting at the 3 wolves was an unusual strategy. Unless there was a specific tactical setup, such a move would typically be avoided. The smiting of the wolf spirit provided no enhancement in combat prowess, and this camp was inconveniently located in the heart of the jungle, making it unfriendly for route planning. However, Gu Xing's decision to commence with the 3 wolves clearly indicated that he was wary of EDG. This foresight was attributed to Hongmi. Although VG had swept RNG in 3 consecutive matches, the latter 2 games had seen VG fall into a disadvantageous position due to their early game setups, raising Hongmi's concerns. Repeated failures in early setups were not a good omen. However, Practicing early game setups and scrims was notoriously difficult, as it was generally agreed not to engage in level 1 skirmishes due to their unpredictability. There were no shortcuts to improvement in such a short time. Hongmi resorted to reviewing EDG's match footage in search of vulnerabilities. To his surprise, he indeed discovered something. He noted that during this summer playoff phase, EDG had a penchant for employing clever little strategies at level 1. Unless one employs a bot lane duo as weak as the first-tier pairing of Xiaowei Air or the limited potential of Tom Kench, EDG will invariably opt for an invasion of the enemy jungle, targeting the opposing bottom lane duo. Given the prevalent trend of jungle clearing strategies, it is customary for junglers to commence their path in the upper quadrant, subsequently transitioning downwards, thus maintaining their developmental rhythm. This implies that when EDG's duo embarks on a counter-jungle mission, the adversary's lower quadrant is left with but 2 champions. Undoubtedly, this presents an opportune moment for success. A similar tactic was once employed by VG, with Imp utilizing Kalista, albeit it was but a fleeting idea. However, EDG has magnified this concept, transforming it into a full-fledged tactic, only to be seen through by Hongmi. From the drafting phase, Hongmi began to lay traps, allowing EDG to select the slightly advantageous champions Ashe and Alistar, thereby creating optimal conditions for a level 1 counter jungle. Adopting a seemingly inviting stance, he discreetly instructed Gu Xing to remain vigilant. As anticipated, EDG's duo fell into the trap, much to Gu Xing's exhilaration, albeit with a note of caution. As the enemy bottom lane was on the verge of collapse, with all their summoner spells on cooldown and having neglected to secure any jungle camps at the onset, EDG found themselves significantly behind in both experience and economy. Subsequently, Gu Xing refrained from clearing his blue buff, instead making a beeline for his red buff in the upper quadrant. His strategy was astute. Fearing that Clear Love might seize the opportunity to invade his upper quadrant while he was occupied in the lower area, he prioritized his red buff. Indeed, Clear Love had entertained this notion, initiating his jungle route in the upper quadrant. However, upon clearing EDG's magic swamp frog, he received news of fatalities from the lower lane. In a moment of impulsivity, he decided to venture into VG's upper quadrant in search of fortune, but luck was not on his side. Gu Xing swiftly returned to defend his jungle, and his plans were thwarted in an instant. At level 2, Rek'Sai lacked the capacity for effective counter-jungling. Clear Love could only place a ward and then retreat. Having learned burrow, he was unable to traverse the tunnels for repositioning. Fearing capture and the potential loss of his crucial flash, he returned with disappointment, yet refused to remain idle. Without an advantage in the lower lane, EDG's composition would be severely hampered. Clear Love's mind raced, concocting a counter-strategy. Unexpectedly, Gu Xing managed to return just in time to defend his jungle. Having participated in skirmishes and traversed a considerable distance to secure his red buff, he had lost valuable time, and thus his jungle clearing pace lagged behind that of Clear Love. During this interval, he needed to expedite the clearing of jungle camps to elevate his level, making it increasingly difficult to secure a gank. Moreover, his movements were already exposed, rendering a forced gank unlikely to succeed. While Gu Xing cleared his jungle, he marked potential locations for the enemy jungler on the mini-map, urging his teammates to remain alert. Rek'Sai would soon enter a powerful phase at level 3, and he did not believe Clear Love would remain passive, solely focused on farming. Meanwhile, the Lee Sin under his command was in a vulnerable state, and Clear Love would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Scout, emboldened by confidence, is acutely aware of Xiao Gu's presence in the upper quadrant, maneuvering deftly to evade capture while swiftly advancing the minion wave towards the turret. Syndra's prowess in wave clear is indisputable, as her 3 abilities all inflict area damage, leaving the vampire with no means to counter her, forcing him to concede the minion wave. What follows is the vampire's display of turret execution. His precision in securing last hits is truly a sight to behold. As a substantial wave of minions approaches the turret, with only 2 slipping past, equating his last hit count with that of the rookie. However, trouble soon arises. A wave of counter-push emerges in the mid lane. Typically, this lane, given its short distance and the hero's commendable wave-clearing capabilities, is resistant to artificial counter-pushes in the absence of significant economic or level disparities. Yet, the unfortunate reality is that the vampire's early push potential is virtually non-existent. The initial cooldown of his area damage skill, Blood Tide, exceeds 10 seconds, coupled with low output, rendering him incapable of swiftly clearing the minion wave. Furthermore, in his quest for last hits, the vampire only engages the minions after each turret shot has landed. Not to mention, there are cannon minions capable of withstanding 7 turret hits. This results in the mid lane minion wave lingering too long beneath the VG turret. As the 308 mark approaches, the transfer point is positioned within the VG inner turret, making the counter push inevitable. Consequently, the minion wave is bound to advance towards EDG's direction. Xiang Guo comes to assist in clearing the wave, but the vampire furrows his brow, sensing trouble. Rek'Sai may seize this opportunity to ambush him. To him, the rookie's initiation of a counter push seems conspicuously deliberate. Syndra could effortlessly continue her harassment and trade. As the VG jungle's vampire, and Lee Sin currently lack any substantial ganking capabilities. Yet, Scout is intent on executing a counter push, positioning the minions nearer to EDG's side. It is evident that he aims to force Zeyuan out of the turret's protective range before bringing the jungler over for a mid-jungle synergy play. Gu Xing also perceives the looming threat in the mid lane. Hold on. Hi. I won't be able to reach you for a moment, he communicates. After finishing off the red buff, he opts to first descend to farm the great horned bird before returning to tackle the stone beetle. As Gu Xing begins his jungle route from the lower quadrant, it naturally resets the camps in that area first. This strategy allows the jungle camps to refresh in a linear fashion, facilitating a smooth ascent thereafter. Otherwise, a convoluted route during the next cycle could waste precious time and disrupt his rhythm. Yet, it is precisely due to this route that Gu Xing has just completed the stone beetle, placing him at the top of the map, a significant distance from the mid lane. Even with Lee Sin's exceptionally high base movement speed, it would take a solid 10 seconds to reach the mid lane for assistance. The vampire gazes at the advancing minion wave. His heart is tranquil as a still lake. It's fine, I can afford to miss a few minions, he muses. Standing beneath the turret, the vampire observes the minions engaging in battle ahead, prioritizing safety by merely absorbing experience without even securing last hits. The scene shifts to the mid lane, where spectators whisper amongst themselves, their varied murmurs coalescing into a palpable wave of sound that lingers in the venue. Isn't this a tad too cautious? They wonder. The doll began its signature wail, and Zeyuan was determined not to give the opposing team any opportunity. Miller was nearly laughing out loud, exclaiming that the Lord was excessively perceptive. By the time Gu Xing sprinted down from the stone beetle camp, Zeyuan finally departed from the sanctuary of the turret, pushing the short lane with the assistance of his jungle. It was initially thought that EDG's offensive had been thwarted. However, a sudden exclamation from Long Gu echoed through the team's voice chat. What is this? Gu Xing quickly switched screens to examine the top lane. From the shadowy corner of the triangular brush, a void burrower erupted forth. Zhu Xiaolong knew that the coach had been jungling from above, and logically, by 3.5 minutes into the match, the opponent should have already cleared the area. Unexpectedly, he broke the norm and remained in the upper half. Clearlove's peculiar movements caught him completely off guard. The top lane minion wave was consistently positioned in the center, making it exceptionally easy for the excavator to ambush. Rek'Sai utilized his E-tunnel to traverse the wall and appeared right beneath Rumble. Long Gu immediately flashed back in an attempt to escape. He assumed that upon the coach's arrival, he would use burrow. However, to Zhu Xiaolong's disappointment, Rek'Sai remained inactive, lurking underground. It was not due to slow reflexes, but rather a deliberate choice. Only when he flashed to flee did the coach follow suit, emerging from the ground and launching him into the air. The excavator unleashed a barrage of skills upon Rumble, inflicting immense pain. Mouse followed up with a flash. The passive, Infernal Chains, combined with Q, Flame Spitter, easily reduced Rumble to a sliver of health. Subsequently, a single auto attack from Gangplank, paired with Rek'Sai's E-chomp, secured the kill. The EDG supporters in the stands, witnessing their team reclaiming the momentum, could not help but wave their flags and cheer, creating a thunderous atmosphere. The director's camera swept over the EDG camp, providing information to the two commentators. Miller suddenly realized the brilliance of the coach's route choice. His tone grew urgent as he explained that the coach had begun jungling with the swamp frog, attempted to contest Little Gu's red buff unsuccessfully, then headed straight to the lower half, devouring 3 sets of jungle camps at the bottom of the map before returning to the upper half to catch a foe. Clearlove had proven to be shrewd and calculating, completely rearranging his jungle strategy to strike unexpectedly and forcefully. The coach had indeed intended to seize the opportunity to ambush the mid lane, as Syndra synergized well with him. And opening up the mid lane would be crucial for the flow of the match. However, the Lord was more steadfast than a lightning rod. The mid lane turret was as formidable as its reputation suggested, and without Gu Xing to relieve the pressure, he would remain beneath the turret. Clearlove had no choice but to continue searching for an opening. Long Gu was merely his secondary target. To be fair, Zhu Xiaolong was not an aggressive player intent on dominating. He had skillfully managed the minion wave position and his health. It can only be said that the coach's jungle route was a well-executed trap that caught them off guard. The director's camera shifted to the EDG player bench. The coach smirked, a look of satisfaction upon his face. He indeed did not favor ganking the top lane, but that did not imply he was entirely indifferent to it. This rare opportunity to capture Rumble is not to be missed. Mouse is quite exhilarated, stating, "Ming Kai, you frequently play this hero. I shall provide you with the kills." The team captain concurs, preparing to return to base for a supply of equipment. There are still 3 wolves and a blue buff waiting to be claimed at home. Soon, the magic swamp frog will also reset. After departing, he intends to move towards the upper half of the map, developing in the jungle while allowing the blue buff to enhance Syndra's lane dominance. Dragon Brother has just respawned and teleported back to lane to secure some tower damage. Yet the positioning of the minion wave is unfavorable. Consequently, Virtue, despite knowing that there are still monsters in EDG's upper jungle, is hesitant to invade recklessly. Gu Xing opts to return to the fountain for recovery. Like the captain, he has cleared 4 camps, armed with first blood gold. He returns with a green jungle knife and a long sword, the latter being a component for either Tiamat or the warrior jungle knife. Gu Xing intends to gauge the battle's progression before deciding on his next return's equipment. Virtue advances downwards, first clearing his own lower jungle, while Gu Xing considers visiting the bottom lane. However, upon reaching level 3, Deft unleashes his E ability, Eagle Strike, pinpointing Gu Xing's position and forcing him to abandon his plans. The scene shifts to the bottom lane, where the VG duo holds a significant advantage, leaving EDG struggling in lane. Deft and Miko pay the price for their reckless level 1 counter jungle. The experience deficit proves more fatal than the economic loss from kills, as VG's duo consistently outpaces EDG at each crucial level threshold, leading to the total collapse of lane control. The diminutive troll erects an ice pillar, while Imp casts W. Deadly Flourish, striking Alistar. Initially, VG's target was Deft, who lacks flash. Yet, Miko skillfully uses W, Body Slam, to position himself forward, shielding his ADC from Jin's crowd control. Although Miko's maneuver is impressive, his durability is insufficient, leaving him vulnerable to the VG duo's onslaught. The current version lacks the Aftershock talent. Only Stone Skin is available, which reduces damage taken by 4 while absorbing 6 damage for the nearest ally. Most tank supports, including Alistar, are compelled to select this keystone talent, but a mere 4 damage reduction cannot endure the VG duo's burst. Miko uses Q, Ground Smash, to swing at the troll, hastily retreating. Fortunately, Zhu Xingbin exhausts his ammunition, causing Jin to face an awkward reloading phase, preventing him from continuing to deal damage. This allows Miko to escape with a sliver of health. The VG duo, having built a wave, prepares to dive the tower, prompting Deft to swiftly retreat and abandon this wave of minions. Observing Deft's decisive withdrawal, Gu Xing refrains from further exposing his position in the bottom lane, instead utilizing lane control to clear the river crab. He glances at the mini-map. Aware that Rek'Sai will likely come to assist in clearing the wave, they should be cautious to avoid issues. If the captain does not arrive soon, Deft's landing phase is bound to falter. Based on Gu Xing's understanding of EDG, when the junior player takes the stage, Deft is undoubtedly regarded as the absolute core of the team. If Clearlove does not intervene during this wave of minions, the duo from VG could easily create a counterpush, forcing EDG's bottom lane to retreat and face elimination. Gu Xing is not inclined to engage in a 3v3 confrontation in the lower jungle against EDG. The presence of more players only leads to increased variables. Even if a team fight is won, Gu Xing cannot guarantee that it would be a net gain for him. Moreover, his jungle resources in the lower quadrant have already been exhausted. Should he wish to ambush, he must wait a considerable time, inevitably delaying his own development. Rather than waiting for Rek'Sai to arrive, Gu Xing opts to seek a more reliable means to capitalize on advantages. He decides to head top lane. Initially, both junglers took opposing routes in their jungle paths. However, after one adjustment from Gu Xing and another from Clear Love, their paths remained distinctly divergent. As Gu Xing farms in the upper jungle, Clear Love, who is heading to the lower lane to assist with the minion wave, will inevitably neglect the top lane. The moment Clear Love reveals himself in the bottom lane, Gu Xing resolves to eliminate Mouse. The Lee Sin dashes towards the top lane, attempting to initiate an attack. However, the captain has already burned his flash and is now isolated, forced to cower beneath the turret. Mouse has an inkling of Gu Xing's approach, yet he finds himself unable to retreat. The pressure from his teammates leaves Mouse with no alternatives. If he were to hide in the bush before the second turret, he would not only miss the current wave, but also allow VG's top jungler to create a counter-push, leading to even greater losses in minions. Clear Love cannot be in two places at once. He has just helped push the minion wave into VG's first turret in the bottom lane. Even if he rushes to the top lane, it will take him at least half a minute. Furthermore, Clear Love has not farmed any jungle creatures in the lower quadrant to assist the bottom lane. Mouse does not believe that his jungler would abandon the jungle to rush back to the top lane for his rescue. After considering his options, he ultimately decides to hold his position beneath the turret and attempt self-preservation. The captain strategically places gunpowder barrels at his feet, while Virtue, seeking vision, moves forward to attempt to strike the barrel with a basic attack. The pace quickens. Mouse naturally will not allow Virtue to extinguish the last flicker of hope for a counterplay beneath his turret. Thus, he decisively raises his hand to auto-attack and ignite the explosive barrel. Little does he know, this is precisely the outcome Gu Xing desired. Dragon Brother, absorb the damage. He shouts into the team voice chat. Without hesitation, Zhu Xiaolong targets the captain with the electronic harpoon, whether through Q or basic attack. Both methods of igniting the explosive barrel will leave the captain momentarily immobilized. Gu Xing seizes the opportunity presented by the captain's inability to maneuver and boldly initiates his assault. As Rumble unleashes the electronic harpoon, the Tianyin wave strikes decisively. With pinpoint accuracy, Dragon Brother, under turret pressure, activates Q, Inferno Cannon. While Little Gu slams the ground and follows up with the second Echo Strike. The captain's health is already low, and Dragon Brother maintains a precarious temperature with his Q. The combined damage from VG's top jungler is sufficient to eliminate Mouse. The kill is secured by Dragon Brother, and the two retreat with composure. As the final cannon fire from the turret descended, Long Gu activated his W ability, Shattered Shield, enveloping himself in a formidable barrier, thus mitigating the turret's damage. Zhu Xiaolong opted not to retreat to the brush, instead returning to base right where he stood. Virtue positioned himself between EDG's first and second towers, drawing the minion aggro with his corporeal presence. The enthusiasm in the voice of the commentator, Dewa, was palpable. He aimed to assist in manipulating the minion wave, allowing Long Gu to execute another wave push. Once EDG's turret had decimated the VG minions beneath it, Gu Xing finally adjusted his position, enabling the opposing minion wave to continue advancing towards the VG's first tower. This maneuver granted EDG an additional wave of minions in the top lane. Even if Mouse teleported back to lane, he could not alter the trajectory of the minions heading towards VG's first tower. Gu forced the coach to assist in the top lane. Otherwise, Mouse would either lose minions or be compelled to push too aggressively, risking another death. Clear Love was overwhelmed, tirelessly scurrying about to fill in the gaps for his teammates. The coach's appearance in the top lane was soon followed by Virtue causing commotion in the mid lane, getting close to the minions and tagging Scout with the sonic wave. Gu Xing was intent on being a nuisance. Given that the rookie had previously acquired the blue buff from the coach, he surely had ample mana at his disposal. Thus, he chose to keep a close watch on the opponent's health. Syndra lacked any means of regeneration. If her health could be sufficiently diminished, Scout would find the landing phase exceedingly difficult. Gu Xing's voice boomed. He was omnipresent, and Miller was exhilarated, his commentary reverberating through the Guangzhou International Performing Arts Center. While the coach felt somewhat manipulated, Clear Love first assisted the bottom lane before tending to the top lane, feeling truly beleaguered. The entire predicament stemmed from the bottom lane. EDG's duo had attempted an invasion at the outset, but had been ambushed instead, resulting in a catastrophic collapse in the bottom lane. Everything that followed was a consequence of this duo's chain reaction. The cacophony of restless spectators surged into the coach's ears. He bit down hard on his lip. Drawing from his extensive experience in the arena, He knew that if Gu Xing continued to dictate the pace of the game, even the most meticulous defense would ultimately reveal vulnerabilities. Should VG seize an opportunity, EDG could very well collapse in an instant. A countermeasure was imperative. He needed to seize control of the rhythm for himself. Deft, eyeing the enemy's jungle, unleashed an E ability to gauge the coach's thoughts. Without hesitation, Jin Heku aimed his E hawkshot towards the lower half of the VG map. The newly released Frostfire skin effect from the 615 patch was dazzling, transforming the hawk's spirit into a drone, exuding a sense of advanced technology. The drone's flight path successfully illuminated Gu Xing's position. Consequently, the coach discerned the equipment on the blind monk, Tiamat, with a subsequent jungle clear and 1 assist, along with the automatic gold distribution from the system. Gu Xing had not only acquired Tiamat, but also purchased a control ward. The coach promptly devised the next course of action. Clearlove returned to base to procure the molten core of Bambi, selling his potion to acquire a control ward. This time, he heeded the lesson learned from his prior experience in ranked matches against Gu Xing's blind monk with Rek'Sai. A control ward was indispensable, otherwise, one could easily be denied vision. Rek'Sai hastened towards the VG's upper jungle, aiming to ambush the monk. The coach was well aware of Gu Xing's F4 respawn time. The junior, relying on Syndra's lane control, had previously placed a ward in the VG's bird camp. The death time of the previous F4 was 5 minutes and 38 seconds. A brief calculation revealed that the bird's respawn would occur at 7 minutes and 18 seconds. The coach resolved to reach the enemy's upper jungle before the VG's birds reset. Virtue, oblivious to this plan, continued towards the F4 camp. Wawa sensed an imminent clash and raised his voice. The junglers were about to collide. Undoubtedly, the coach held the advantage in this scenario. Utilizing Rek'Sai's tremor sense, he gleaned information on Gu Xing's movements. Virtue launched a distant sonic wave, following up with a second Q to close the gap, while the coach timed his strike perfectly. Ming Kai lay in wait in the brush beside the bird camp, ensuring he remained unseen with a control ward. He unleashed Q, Prey Seeker, to deal area damage before sending the monk soaring into the air. A thunderous boom echoed as cannon fire rained down upon Gu Xing, who was positioned at the center. Meanwhile, Mouse from the top lane provided support with his ultimate, causing Gu Xing's health to plummet. Rek'Sai's smite, augmented by the challenge, dealt considerable damage, leaving the monk reeling. The VG supporters in the stands gasped in distress. Believing Virtue was doomed, Gu Xing had not anticipated the coach's audacious invasion. Witnessing his precarious health, he frantically sought a way to turn the tide. The adrenaline surged, sharpening his reflexes and strategic thinking. He first unleashed E Thunderclap in conjunction with Tiamat to strike the birds, obliterating the 3 smaller ones and gaining enough experience to reach level 6. The monk punched Rek'Sai with a basic attack before maneuvering upwards. Gu Xing wisely refrained from retreating to the nearest mid lane, where his junior Syndra had already reached level 6. Running towards the mid lane would be tantamount to seeking death with her ultimate available. He was determined to seek assistance from the top laner, Long Gu. Currently, lane control rested in Zhu Xiaolong's hands, ensuring Long Gu would arrive first to support. Virtue suffered from the true damage of Rek'Sai's E Furious Bite, his health dwindling dangerously low. In a moment of clarity, Gu Xing devised a counter-strategy. Calmly, he ventured into his own red buff camp to secure his advantage. This was Gu Xing's ace in the hole. The coach had calculated every variable, except one. The red buff's respawn time had changed. Due to Gu Xing consuming the first red buff too early, the second red buff respawned just after 7 minutes and 20 seconds. As the thunder struck, Gu Xing's health surged by 20% of his maximum. Rek'Sai, initially caught off guard, mistakenly assumed the monk was on the brink of death. He burrowed underground, using E-Tunnel to traverse the wall, but the tables had now turned. Wawa exclaimed in disbelief. The coach's smite had already been used. While Gu Xing still retained 30% of his health, disaster loomed. Clearlove felt an immediate chill deep within. Calm and confident, he gazed at the blind monk, who still had a small portion of health left, and the nearby red buff, realizing that he had miscalculated. In the current version, the smite did not possess any healing effect. Only the red buff could restore health. When Clearlove had taken position here, the only presence around was a group of sharp-beaked birds. To his astonishment, Gu Xing first eliminated the small sharp-beaked birds, regaining health. And then the VG red buff unexpectedly respawned, granting him room for maneuver. The surge of murderous intent in Clearlove's heart was instantly doused by a bucket of cold water. He had previously used his ultimate to launch Gu Xing into the air, meaning that within the next 10 seconds, he would be unable to knock Lee Sin up again. At this moment, Clearlove's damage was insufficient to kill the blind monk. He was aware that Long Ji's rumble had vanished from the top lane for a while, presumably rushing to the battlefield. His immediate response was to retreat and regroup with the junior coming from the mid lane. Otherwise, if he delayed any further, without flash, he would have no escape route. However, it was now Gu Xing's turn. He looked at the void burrower, which had turned to retreat and exposed its backside to him. Feeling an uncontrollable anger, trying to escape, the barefoot blind monk raised his right leg forcefully, delivering a powerful kick to Rek'Sai. In that motion, golden light flickered. The blind monk weaved through the excavator's body, arriving before his opponent. With a sweeping dragon tail, Rek'Sai's body was uncontrollably sent flying into the air, away from the mid lane and towards the upper position. In the next moment, a barrage of rockets rained down from the sky. Constant temperature burn. Long Gu timely joined the fray, casting his ultimate in a perfectly executed position. Miller marveled. It would be difficult for Clearlove to escape. Gu Xing R-flashed, kicking Rek'Sai upwards, distancing it from the junior while bringing it closer to Long Gu. Rumble's constant temperature burn was released at maximum range. The jungle area was already narrow, and the row of rockets successfully blocked Clearlove's retreat. Gu Xing's resonating strike was once again ready, kicking Rek'Sai and leaving it with minimal health. Ultimately, the persistent damage from Rumble's ultimate took the life of the void burrower. The junior who had come to assist could only watch helplessly at this scene. Gu Xing utilized the second part of his echo to reach Clearlove, achieving a displacement escape. Scout could not catch up to him, allowing Gu Xing to retreat safely. The VG supporters in the stands erupted with excitement, creating an exaggerated wave of cheers. In this counter-jungle, Clearlove had sacrificed himself, plunging the jungle into a dire disadvantage. Wawa was thrilled, shouting loudly. Clearlove stared at the black and white screen, his palm resting on his forehead, feeling flustered and at a loss. His intention to invade the jungle was to eliminate Gu Xing, although the blind monk's purchase of Tiamat would indeed enhance his jungle efficiency. It also meant that the key equipment would take longer to form. After all, Lee Sin would not prioritize building the Hydra, but would certainly aim for the warrior jungle item. If he could send the blind monk back to the fountain just after purchasing Tiamat, the rhythm would be disrupted. Clearlove initially believed this to be a sure kill scenario, and even called upon Mouse as captain to teach Gu Xing a lesson. Regrettably, the plan did not succeed, costing him his life in the process. The effort to steal the chicken resulted in a loss of rice. Clearlove could foresee the challenges that lay ahead. The voice chat within the EDG team fell into a heavy silence, while the resounding cheers from the venue transcended the soundproof barriers, echoing in everyone's ears. Stay calm. If we can drag this game into the mid-game, we can fight, Miko urged, striving to soothe his teammates' emotions. Minkai, wait for me in the bot lane. My flash is ready, and we can make a play. The captain took a deep breath. The strategy proposed by TNI was the most viable option available to him. He had no alternative. On the other side, Gu Xing listened to the deafening uproar from the audience, his spirits soaring, almost euphoric. The encouraging shouts from his teammates invigorated him, filling his heart with the joy of having survived a perilous moment. Gu Xing was acutely aware that had the red buff not respawned at the right moment, he would likely have perished in the jungle. The captain's keen instincts regarding the jungle camps nearly led him to a disastrous fate. Soon, however, anger surged within him, having narrowly escaped disaster. Gu Xing was determined to reclaim his standing by launching a series of retaliatory actions against the enemy. His primary target was Mouse. First, because the captain was relatively easy to eliminate, and Gu Xing was keen to help Long Gu establish an advantage. Second, Mouse's flash was still on cooldown. The last time he used it was in conjunction with the captain's Rek'Sai to secure a kill on Long Gu at 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Even with the Insight Mastery reducing summoner spell cooldowns by 15, it would still take 4 minutes and 15 seconds for flash to reset, which meant it would be available again at 7 minutes and 49 seconds. Now, with the match time at 7.5 minutes, there were still a few seconds remaining before Mouse would regain his flash, a sufficient amount of time. Although it seemed that both Gu Xing and Long Gu had already used their ultimates, making it unlikely to secure a kill on the captain, Gu Xing believed that Mouse shared the same assumption. At this pivotal moment, just as Mouse's flash was about to come off cooldown, he would most likely lower his guard. For Gu Xing, this presented an excellent opportunity. Virtue hurriedly made his way to the top lane, while Long Gu returned to lane ahead of time, intercepting Mouse and engaging him in combat. Mouse initially intended to assist in the jungle while pushing the minion wave to create a moment for returning to base for supplies, particularly since his teleport was still on cooldown. To avoid losing minions when returning, he needed to push the entire wave into VG's first tower. However, after Long Gu returned to lane, his aggressive playstyle disrupted the push, leading to a clash between the two. Mouse had briefly considered whether Gu Xing was coming to ambush him, but after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion. Gu Xing had low health, barely above 30%. Would he dare to attempt a gank with such low health? Mouse assumed it was merely Long Gu intentionally freezing the lane to prevent him from smoothly pushing the wave and returning to replenish his items. It wasn't until he spotted Gu Xing in the top lane's tri-brush that he realized the situation had taken a turn. No, how dare you? Mouse thought in confusion. Rumble activated his broken shield and charged forward, with Huangwen's Q dealing significant burn damage. Miller gradually accelerated his speech, while Mouse strategically placed explosive barrels on the retreat path, aiming to intimidate the young Gu into hesitation. Gu Xing consumed the last bottle of reusable potion and delivered a powerful kick to the sonic wave. Mouse attempted to pivot and evade, but the decelerating effect of Long Ji's electronic harpoon left him helplessly watching as the sonic wave struck him. Gu Xing did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he remained poised, waiting. Miller suddenly realized that the captain was trapped in a dilemma. As long as the blind monk did not trigger the second strike of Echo, the captain would not dare to step outside the range of the explosive barrels he had set. Without the threat of the explosive barrels, Lee Sin posed no danger to Plank. However, remaining stationary would expose him to the searing damage from the pursuing rumble, which the captain could not withstand. Mouse gritted his teeth and began to retreat. Staying in place would mean certain death. Only by continuing towards the tower could he grasp a sliver of hope. Fortunately, he still clutched an explosive barrel in his hand. If the blind monk flew in the moment the captain distanced himself from the barrel, Lee Sin could trigger Echo and strike forward. Young Gu soared into the air. The doll looked up, her brows furrowing, her voice rising powerfully. Her audacity was indeed remarkable. The blind monk's dangerously low health made Mouse's heart race. In a moment of grim realization, Mouse swiftly shot a Q gunfire negotiation towards a nearby explosive barrel with just one hit point left. At the instant the captain aimed to shoot, he placed his final explosive barrel beneath him. The fuses between the two barrels demonstrated their intimate connection. A double barrel. Mouse's proficiency as captain was exceptional. Executing a double barrel was merely a basic maneuver for him. If the explosive barrels could reach the blind monk, a follow-up attack might yield a potential counterkill. However, the harsh reality soon dawned upon Mouse. The notion of a counterkill was but an illusion. The gunfire negotiation was about to detonate the distant explosive barrel. And on the path of Echo, a true sight appeared from the side. The blind monk's dome of gold, activated just in time to evade the captain's double-barrel explosion. The crowd erupted in continuous gasps of astonishment. In an instant, Mouse was thrown into disarray. The trajectory of the Q gunfire negotiation was clear. The attack on the distant explosive barrel would inevitably entail a delay from casting to detonation. Gu Xing skillfully exploited the mechanics, his swift fingers interrupting Echo to avoid the explosive damage. With both QE skills now exhausted, relying solely on passive abilities, how could he possibly counter the blind monk? Young Gu executed E Thunderbreak, equipping Tiamat, followed by a second E bone-crushing strike to slow his opponent, closing in to deliver a powerful punch. Mouse consumed an orange to restore health and dispel the negative slow effect, but Rumble was already hot on his heels. Long Gu's electronic harpoon struck true, and in a heated state, his basic attack damage surged. A single blow from Rumble emptied the captain's health bar entirely. In his final moments, the cooldown on Plank's flash still had 7 seconds left. Mouse was consumed by frustration. The doll was momentarily taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Was young Gu truly that confident? He exhibits no fear of being countered by Mouse. To him, the act of engaging with the nearly depleted Lee Sin is akin to a gamble. Yet, ultimately, Gu Xing succeeded through his precise foresight and lightning-fast reflexes. As he pressed the B key to return to base, a radiant smile illuminated his face, brimming with confidence. The incessant clamor of the crowd ignited a fervor within him, swiftly inflating his self-assurance. Furthermore, from the onset of the match until now, VG's strategic maneuvers have robustly struck at EDG, with only sporadic counterattacks managing to mitigate the pressure. Gu Xing is currently on fire, embodying an increasingly formidable spirit. In the stands, the throng of spectators is lively. Gu Xing's parents may not fully grasp the significance of their son's plays, yet the eruption of cheers from the audience compels them to join in applause and encouragement. Shun Guanshan waves a support banner, its elegantly scripted virtue signature fluttering in the air. Gu Pan, too, is swept up by the electrifying atmosphere, fervently striking her glow stick. Through the colossal funnel screen, they behold the spirited Gu Xing, feeling a tinge of envy in their eyes. Mouse's recent demise is a substantial loss, without teleportation. His resurrection and return to lane will inevitably cost him at least one wave of minions. Miller articulates these thoughts with clarity, but more critically, Long Go, having secured 3 kills, must now strategize his approach to the lane. Although Clear Love arrived first, Mouse finds himself at a loss. After Zhu Xiaolong's single death, he quickly claimed 3 kills, and upon returning to base, he is on the verge of completing the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. He feels as though the mask is not merely an item in Rumble's inventory, but rather affixed to his own visage. The jungler rushes to the bottom lane, aiming to collaborate with his duo for a gank. Noticing his jungler's position, Miko, concealed in the brush, wastes no time as he executes a flash followed by a WQ directly targeting Zhu Qingbin. However, just as the bull's horns are about to strike Jin, a flash of golden light appears. The masked master of ceremonies skillfully evades the bull's charge. The subsequent Q, seismic shatter, misses entirely, akin to bowing to the air. What remarkable reflexes! Wawa gasps in astonishment, contributing to global warming, as Alistair's flash WQ is deftly evaded. Imp's maneuvers are truly ruthless. Zhu Qingbin reveals a classic impish grin. After a year, he returns to the grand stage of the LPL's fiercest confrontations, his emotions surging. Imp has endured arduous rehabilitation, waiting for this day. Observing the bull chief left dumbfounded by his own ultimate reflexes, Zhu Qingbin whimsically directs Jin to perform a tap dance on the spot. The jungler, unwilling to concede, attempts to advance with E-Tunnel, yet is thwarted by a pillar from the brief troll. EDG loses its ability to pursue further, Death's Ash, having suffered significant experience losses, has yet to reach level 6, lacking effective means to secure opponents. Initially pressured into a flash, and subsequently forced to retreat due to Miko's diminished health, they can only huddle near the second turret to conserve minions. Meanwhile, the jungler's lane clearing has further diluted the experience, leaving Jin Huqiu at just over halfway to level 5. The assistance he could provide was to cast Rain of Arrows from behind, slowing down the VG duo and rendering them powerless to pursue. EDG's rhythm was completely disrupted. They could not find a breakthrough against their opponents. In the live broadcast room, VG fans were flaunting their prowess, wildly expressing their opinions in the chat. Goodness, what an extraordinary reaction from Imp. Surely no one believes that little Vixen is a mere paintbrush? Let us inquire who truly reigns in S5 LPL. Xiao Gu's reaction was equally absurd. Brothers, there must be hacks. The first game has concluded. How could EDG's mid-game composition fall behind by such a significant margin? After returning to base, Gu Xing constructed the Caulfield's hammer. At this moment, his equipment was even more extravagant than that of either mid-laner. He set off straight for the bottom lane. Virtue followed the minion wave down a path that was not conducive for ambush. Dahl was perplexed by Gu Xing's thought process. If he appeared from behind the tower, the EDG duo would certainly be on high alert. The success rate of a gank would inevitably diminish. However, he soon understood Gu Xing's reasoning. The Frost Archer unleashed Hawkshot, seeking to scout out VG's lower jungle. The drone soared through the air, illuminating the jungle monsters in the lower half of the VG map. The EDG duo, now ensnared in a significant disadvantage, could not establish any vision. The jungler had just attempted to gank in the bottom lane without success. He had no spare wards, and Clear Love was still far from his vision stone. The true sight he had deployed in the F4 brush, while waiting for Gu Xing, had already been utilized. Prior to this, relying solely on yellow trinket wards was entirely inadequate for providing stable and comprehensive vision. They could only depend on the Frost Archer's Hawk Spirit to detect the movements of the enemy jungler. Deft was certainly intent on scouting VG's lower jungle. He could not afford to waste the precious hawk spirit merely to check if there were enemies lurking behind VG's tower. Gu Xing had astutely seized upon Jin Huchio's habitual thinking. He deliberately chose to follow the minion wave to ambush, catching the EDG duo off guard. As expected, Jin Huchio discovered that the jungle monsters in VG's lower area had not yet been touched, and he saw no sign of Gu Xing. Assuming the opponent was still in the upper half, he signaled to his teammates to exercise extreme caution. Suddenly, the previously lurking Xiao Duan activated W, frozen domain, and advanced, pinning the bull-headed champion against the ice pillar behind him, successfully trapping him. Jin's lethal flourish immobilized the bull-headed champion as Xiao Gu rushed in from behind the tower. Gu Xing used W, Golden Bell Shield, to reposition himself beside the troll, and the sound wave struck the severely slowed Ollie Star. The dominance of the troll's support was unmistakable. With a notably short cooldown on his main E ability, the Trundle Ice Pillar delivered an extraordinarily exaggerated slow. Miko, without flash, was rendered immobile. Virtue followed up with a second Echo Strike. Despite being knocked into the air by Miko's Earth Shatter, this could not save his own life. If Tian Yi wished to escape, he would have to navigate around the ice pillar. During this time, the not-so-tanky bull-headed chief was subjected to the concentrated fire of VG's 3 members, and his health plummeted rapidly. Deft, without a glance at his support, swiftly retreated. Jin Hikue understood that this was not the moment for lingering. If he did not withdraw promptly, not only would Miko be lost, but he too would risk his own life. He cast a healing spell on Miko, signaling that he had done his utmost while also allowing his support to absorb a bit more damage, thus creating space for his escape. Unfortunately, Gu Xing had long since resolved not to allow Deft to leave unscathed. I will provide vision. You unleash your ultimate to secure them, Gu Xing declared, relentlessly pursuing forward. Deft was filled with dread. Before he could react, the grand background music echoed throughout the summoner's rift as Miko returned to the fountain to heal. The marksman raised his sniper rifle, bringing ash into his sights. The sound of the bullets slicing through the air resonated within the Guangzhou International Performing Arts Center, filling the ears of every spectator in attendance. Deft sidestepped to evade the first shot, but Imp had evidently sealed off his escape route, preventing him from retreating safely to the tower. Although Gu Xing had not purchased boots, the basic movement speed of Lee Sin ranked among the top in the league, far surpassing that of Ash. As Gu Xing drew closer, Jin Hikue, left with no options, was compelled to use his flash to return to the tower, narrowly avoiding the second super bullet from Jin. However, Imp still had 2 bullets left in his chamber, sufficient to send Deft back to the fountain to reunite with Miko. With a sharp crack, the bullet struck Ash, inflicting a slow effect and considerable damage. Seeing the bullet hit, Imp immediately fired his final shot. Ash could not evade in time, and Virtue had already entered the range of EDG's next tower, closing in with a thunderclap followed by Tiamat. Lee Sin unleashed a relentless combo, and the subsequent second E shattered Deft's last hope of escape. The young prodigy's sonic wave struck true, and with a second resonating strike, he eliminated Ash. The crowd gasped. EDG was on the brink of collapse. The rookie finally found his stride. Noticing Gu Xing's descent to the bottom lane to ambush, and knowing he could not save his teammate, he opted instead to push down the mid-lane minions before racing towards the top lane in an attempt to catch the Dragon Brother's rumble. Alas, Zhu Xiaolong had always been adept at withstanding pressure, realizing that his team had gained an advantage in the bottom lane. And sensing the sudden disappearance of the rookie from mid-lane, he surmised that a trap was being laid for him. Without hesitation, he retreated, planning to take refuge in the secluded brush before the second tower. Mouse watched helplessly as he withdrew. His R cannon barrage was still on cooldown, and the distance was too great to secure his opponent. The coach burst forth from mid-lane, hoping to intercept the Dragon Brother. Zhu Xiaolong was utterly unfazed, turning to unleash his fractured shield and igniting a conflagration towards Rek'Sai. Rumble, now ahead in development and nearing completion of his large item, unleashed devastating damage that left the excavator lamenting. Scout could not arrive at the battlefield in time and was left to assist his teammates in dismantling VG's top tower. The director has elaborately crafted a storyboard, simultaneously positioning the first towers of both the upper and lower lanes in the canyon, allowing the audience to clearly observe the pace at which both teams are demolishing the towers. VG appears to have the upper hand, with 3 players from the jungle advancing ahead to take down the first blood tower. Although Imp's performance with Jhin and pushing towers is rather mediocre, he remains an ADC. While it is true that the troll's Q ability, Chomp, cannot damage defensive towers, Gu Xing's Lee Sin is capable of utilizing skills to enhance his attack speed through the passive ability, Tempest. Thus, the trio secures the bounty from the first blood tower. Gu Xing glances at the minion wave, contemplates for a moment, and decides to push the minions towards the enemy's second tower, inflicting even greater losses upon EDG. Upon respawning, the EDG duo ventures to the mid lane to farm the minions that their junior failed to collect. Otherwise, the mid tower would suffer damage from Ho Ye's Vladimir. However, this leaves EDG's lower lane temporarily unguarded, placing them in a precarious situation. Gu Xing's maneuver of sending the minion wave directly into the enemy's second tower will undoubtedly lead to significant losses for EDG. Furthermore, pushing the wave in to create a counter-push is not a daunting task. In the end, VG will not incur any losses. The director, observing Gu Xing's push, feels a surge of frustration, yet lacks the capacity to retaliate. Emulating such tactics would be akin to imitating the flawed actions of Dong Shi. Dragon Brothers Rumble remains secluded in the brush, allowing the minions to enter the tower, which only serves to benefit the ever-hungry Gnar. After much contemplation, the director concludes that since the first blood tower is already lost, it would be wiser to leverage this situation, allowing VG's first tower to endure a bit longer while the EDG minions are consumed. This would set the stage for a counter-push, enabling VG to experience a taste of discomfort. However, the destruction of a defensive tower requires time to devour a substantial number of minions. The director and his junior cannot remain there indefinitely. Noticing that VG's first tower has been sufficiently weakened, they decide to hand the task over to Mouse. Had their top laner chosen Makai, the director would have insisted that the economic benefits from this tower be allocated to the junior. However, Mouse is playing Gangplank this match. Lacking adequate economic support, Gangplank will struggle to make an impact in the mid-game. The director silently wishes for Mouse to perform admirably and not betray his trust. To everyone's surprise, as the lane swap phase commences, Mouse promptly delivers a delightful surprise. After pushing down the tower, he plants a fake ward in the brush behind EDG's next tower ruins. No one has taken the effort to clear the vision in this area. Miko has moved to the upper half of the map to protect the dual carries, while Mouse is left with only one true ward, placed in the lower triangle brush. This oversight allows Gu Xing's previously placed ward to remain unnoticed by EDG, as Mouse leads the lower lane minions to the ruins of EDG's next tower. A teleportation signal ignites from the side brush, heralding the arrival of Zhu Xiaolong's rumble. Dragon Brothers' teleportation position is clearly aimed at seizing an opportunity. Miller immediately recognizes his intent. This indeed presents an exceptional opportunity. The director's Rek'Sai is currently assisting his duo in the upper lane, while only the top laners remain in the lower half of the canyon. As Rumble descended, he activated his shattering shield and hastened forward to incinerate his foes. Mouse was charred for merely a second, and his health plummeted drastically. A closer inspection of the inventory revealed Rylai's crystal scepter, nestled within Rumble's backpack. Instantly extinguishing any thoughts of retaliation, Mouse attempted to flash away, yet Long Gu unleashed his ultimate, flashing in pursuit to continue the fiery onslaught. The mech's flamethrower unleashed a torrent of flames, while the drill incessantly pierced plank. A solo kill. The crowd erupted as the commentator exclaimed that Long Gu was invincible. The VG team's voice chat resonated with jubilant cheers. Well done, Long Gu. Gu Xing leaped with joy, clearly influenced by the electric atmosphere, his voice booming with excitement. Impressive, Zeyuan remarked, eyes shining with admiration for Long Ji's prowess. The stealthily developing Lord Ho, having bided his time for 12 minutes, understood that his contribution could only extend to supporting his teammates in every capacity except direct assistance. Thus, he lavished praise, seeking to feel a sense of involvement. Not at all, Zhu Xiaolong beamed, unable to contain his grin, while humbly attributing his advantage to Gu's repeated assistance, even crediting him with the placement of the teleport ward. Long Gu reminisced about the arduous days when he was captured and vanquished by the manager, feeling grateful for Gu's timely help, akin to a lifeline in a snowstorm. 2 ganks had been pivotal, and the kill on Rek'Sai in the jungle had been generously given to him. Long Gu was overwhelmed with gratitude. Surely, I deserve credit for 13 points, don't you think? Gu Xing chuckled in response, only to suddenly temper his expression. Lord Ho, take a look at me. Seizing the opportunity, he found a moment to strike. From the shadowy corner, he unleashed a sonic wave that struck Syndra. The resonating wave propelled him forward. And as Syndra executed her RE combo to secure her stun, Lord Ho dashed ahead, casting R Blood Plague upon the unsuspecting junior. The combination from VG's mid-jungle duo left Syndra in a perilous state. Push the mid-tower. Dangu, come help. Gu Xing identified the vulnerabilities exposed by EDG. Syndra, low on health and lacking her ultimate, had no choice but to retreat for supplies, leaving their mid lane exposed. Scout found himself in a precarious situation. If he refrained from using his ultimate and relied solely on EQ, he risked being outmaneuvered by Gu Xing's sidestep and blink. To ensure his safety, he had no choice but to employ the RE combo, unleashing a flurry of dark orbs to secure a stun on Gu Xing. Yet, the junior still could not evade his dwindling health. He was forced to retreat, lest he face dire consequences. Returning for supplies would cost him a precious half-minute. The mid-lane control fell to VG, and the initiative slipped from their grasp. I'll set up vision around the mid-lane. We can secure the dragon. Gu Xing articulated his strategy with clarity. He expertly maximized their numerical advantage. Zhu Chengbin stood alone in the top lane, managing the wave with 2 lotus traps and a mana dance grenade, effectively handling the minions. EDG struggled to push the wave, let alone encroach upon the jungle. The manager reluctantly allowed Gu Xing to claim his F4. EDG's mid-tower health dwindled to half, while Virtue secured the first Earth Dragon of the match. On the surface, this phase did not yield substantial gains. However, Gu Xing understood that the chaos in the canyon now hinged solely on a single word from VG. Xiao Guo rushed to the top lane to ambush, simultaneously clearing the vision in the river. Although the attempt to capture was unsuccessful, Gu Xing's intentions were not merely to secure a kill. His objective was to push the minion wave into EDG's upper turret, thereby granting the VG duo guarding the top lane an opportunity to roam offline prematurely. Imp trailed closely behind Xiao Guo as they headed downwards, where VG amassed a formidable force, intent on dismantling EDG's crucial mid-lane turret. This structure represented EDG's most significant defensive bastion, one they were reluctant to relinquish. However, VG swiftly gathered their troops, and with EDG's mid-lane defense relatively thin and their numbers scarce, the rookie Syndra had yet to obtain her ultimate ability. After a series of exchanges, Jin S shot obliterated EDG's mid-lane turret. Miller expressed admiration, noting VG's adept strategy, which capitalized on their advantages without losing a single soldier, effortlessly toppling the opposing mid-turret. In the eyes of most spectators, EDG epitomized the operational benchmark of the current LPL league. VG's ability to find an edge against them was a testament to their formidable operational prowess. Brother Duan, let us control the vision in the mid lane while gradually pushing the top lane minions forward. Poo-poo, you go soak up the waves before the second turret, and then return to swap the lanes. Gu Xing orchestrated with meticulous precision. Subsequently, Imp's Jin, accompanied by Xiao Duan, confronted the enemy duo in the mid lane. The mid laner ventured to the top lane, while the top laner continued to develop in the bottom lane. VG enjoyed an advantage across all 3 lanes, yet they refrained from pushing all their minions across the river. In the bottom lane, Long Gu maintained the minion wave just before his own second turret. He was aware that the team was focusing their efforts on the upper half of the map. Gu Xing had little time to tend to his own affairs. Pushing too deeply would leave Long Gu, without his flash, feeling perilously exposed. By holding the line before the second turret, he could rely on its protection. The damage from his constant temperature burn would suffice to make the opposition feel the heat. Moreover, with the dragon currently absent, his line control would not jeopardize VG's neutral resource acquisition. VG's operational level surpassed that of EDG. Even Dada recognized that the factory manager was struggling to find any opportunities to initiate an offensive. Even from a god's perspective, VG's operational strategy remained meticulously tight-knit. It is crucial to understand that the perspective of a live match differs significantly from that of spectators. If no obvious flaws could be discerned from the god's viewpoint, it would be even more challenging for the 5 EDG players on the stage. The training sessions with SKT had begun to bear fruit. Although VG had only grasped a fraction of the knowledge, it was sufficient to contend in LPL-level competitions. The factory manager, akin to a cornered beast, could only rally his teammates to engage in team fights repeatedly, attempting to exploit any weaknesses in VG's formation and reclaim the initiative over vision and minion waves. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. The troll's ice pillar blocked the path, Jin unleashed his ultimate, and Rumble's constant temperature burn rained down. The route was sealed. The barbecue combined with sniper fire showcased the advantages of as the match approached the 23-minute mark, VG resolved to initiate a Baron attempt, compelling EDG to engage in a team fight. Observing the obscured river, Clearlove had no choice but to issue the command to concede the Baron. Relying solely on Ashe's hawkshot was insufficient to rectify the vision deficits. The desperate roar of the Baron echoed, tipping the scales of victory irreversibly in favor of VG. With a KDA of 151, after securing the Baron buff, Gu Xing utilized the enhanced recall effect to replenish his equipment at the fountain. Throughout this period, his tone remained calm and measured as he meticulously coordinated strategies over voice chat. Let us take our time. We will build waves in the top and mid lanes while swiftly pushing the bottom lane. The duo can head down, and I will accompany you. His comprehension was already exceptional. Following the systematic training from Redmi, Gu Xing's mastery over minion waves had grown significantly, enabling him to make astute choices based on the evolving circumstances. By stacking waves in the top and mid lanes, they amassed a substantial number of minions, thereby delaying their arrival at EDG's defensive towers. The swift push in the bottom lane allowed Gu Xing and the duo to threaten the enemy's bottom tier 2 tower ahead of schedule. Once they demolished the tower, the stacked waves in the top and mid lanes would converge, allowing VG to seamlessly rotate and advance in the other 2 lanes, exploiting the Baron buff to its fullest potential. Moreover, due to the wave stacking in the top and mid lanes, the split-pushing champions remained safely distanced, preventing any unforeseen ambushes while VG's attention was focused on the bottom lane. From VG's perspective, their Baron buff push strategy appeared flawless. Conversely, from EDG's viewpoint, such operational maneuvers left them gasping for air. They felt compelled to initiate a fight. Scout was in a state of urgency, knowing that further delay would diminish their chances. Although his Mandarin was not yet perfect, his intentions were clear. Clearlove shared this sentiment. EDG had drafted a typical mid-game power spike composition, originally intended to contest the Baron team fight. However, their vision control was woefully inadequate, with wards lacking and the river engulfed in darkness. Coupled with VG's overwhelming strength in confined areas, EDG, already low on health, was forced to forego the Baron. If they allowed the game to drag on, VG's meticulous operational tactics would widen the economic gap to an insurmountable level, marking the tipping point for the match. Clearlove gritted his teeth, determined to catch them off guard. Mouse, be ready to assist. He contemplated briefly before stealthily positioning himself in their territory. With VG slowly pushing and stacking waves in the mid lane, EDG still had the opportunity to push minions past the midline, and their lateral vision remained intact. Clearlove recognized that there were no enemy wards here, ensuring his safety. As VG's top laner Rumble and mid laner Vladimir revealed themselves, Clearlove understood that his final opportunity had arrived. The director sensed Clearlove's intentions and promptly shifted the camera, focusing the world's attention on him. Clearlove moved downward, preparing to strike at VG's advancing players in the lower lane. EDG's mid lane had no vision from VG, but that did not imply that the rest of the area was devoid of wards. VG is not foolish, naturally. They would not recklessly venture into the darkness of the jungle. As the jungler entered EDG's red zone, Gu Xing detected his movements through a ward. With 2 steps back, he signaled a warning, urging his team to drive Rek'Sai away from the jungle first. As soon as Gu Xing finished speaking, the drone from the Eagle's spirit flew in from the front, illuminating the whereabouts of him and his duo. In the next moment, the circular domain of the cannon barrage enveloped VG's bottom jungle entirely. The jungler's Rek'Sai placed a false ward in the dragon pit from behind a wall. The teleportation glow immediately lit up. Mouse disregarded the top lane minion wave and insisted on teleporting to the bottom lane to join the battle, aiming to catch VG's bottom jungle off guard. As the commentator, Wawa's heart raced with anticipation. Even the rookie left mid lane to rush down. Clearly, EDG was making a desperate gamble, initiating the final battle ahead of time. From the perspective of the onlookers, EDG's actions seemed illogical. They used the captain's ultimate ability, Cannon Barrage, to forcibly slow down the enemy, while the trio from mid and jungle recklessly traveled a great distance to encircle. Who plays like this in a competition? In fact, VG had vision in the river. The moment the teleportation light flickered, Gu Xing realized that EDG was planning a large-scale ambush on their side. Initially, he felt a surge of panic. Yet, upon hearing the sudden uproar from the crowd, a wave of excitement and exhilaration washed over him, swiftly dispelling his earlier unease. His mind raced, and he quickly devised a strategy. Stay calm. The mid and top lanes should continue pushing towers. We can hold them off. Gu Xing believed EDG was gambling. If they could eliminate all three of VG's bottom jungle members in a short time, there would still be a chance to regroup. However, if they failed to swiftly take down VG's members, and the delay stretched even slightly, the risk of EDG's mid and top lanes being overrun would increase. Gu Xing aimed to buy as much time as possible to delay EDG's assault, allowing his teammates in the mid and top lanes ample opportunity to push forward. He reasoned that the opponent was highly likely to suffer significant losses, with a small chance of breaking even. With precise execution, EDG could not possibly gain an advantage. Upon learning of his plan, Gu Xing set up a lotus trap in front of him to prevent the enemy from launching a frenzied assault. Xiao Duan kept a vigilant watch on the side, alert for EDG's mid-jungle approaching from the upper river. The three formed a structured retreat. Mouse's captain had long accumulated 500 silver coins, upgrading his ultimate to the random fire version, significantly enhancing projectile speed and damage. The slowing effect made it arduous for VG's bottom jungle to advance. Rek'Sai ate over the wall, and before Miller could finish his sentence, the audience erupted in gasps. An ice pillar stood firm, blocking Rek'Sai's approach. Crucially, the excavator found itself wedged between the wall and the ice pillar, creating a true physical dilemma. Stuck in the middle, its body twitched and shook uncontrollably. The comical sight of Rek'Sai had many in the audience laughing. Xiao Duan's proficiency with this troll was astonishing. Miller's voice resounded powerfully throughout the arena as he masterfully utilized the walls and ice pillars. The factory manager found himself ensnared, unable to navigate around the ice columns, and thus opted to use his flash in an attempt to engage with Imp. However, at the very moment he activated his flash, Gu Xing simultaneously executed his own, delivering a decisive kick with our dragon tail that sent him flying into the distance, denying him the opportunity to approach Gu Xing. Following this, he cast Q Soundwave upon Rek'Sai. Death's magical crystal arrow soared toward the VG formation. The skin of the source plan Ash could be deemed top tier, with unparalleled effects and feel among the current frost-themed skins. At this moment, the colossal magical crystal arrow spiraled forward. Gu Xing hesitated briefly. Having just utilized our supreme power to siphon Rek'Sai's resistances and health, Imp was poised to connect with W, Deadly Flourish, for control. If Gu Xing triggered the second part of Q to dash forward, the VG junglers would inevitably cluster together. Although the magical crystal arrow would stun only one hero, its explosion would inflict a slowing effect on surrounding characters. Observing the EDG members charging towards him, Gu Xing understood that he could not allow his teammates to be hampered by the slow. The duo of Troll and Jin from VG lacked mobility options. Once slowed, the EDG members would surely close in for the kill. As the magical crystal arrow approached ominously, Gu Xing realized he had little time to contemplate. Resolutely, he stood still, allowing the massive arrow to strike him. The distance between the two sides was not great, and the stun duration of the magical crystal arrow was just over 1 second. Miko's Alistar WQ sent Gu Xing flying, while Deft unleashed a flurry of shots, generating substantial damage. Yet, the disadvantages of the Frost Archer were glaringly evident at this juncture. The damage output curve was exceedingly smooth, and the passive Frost Shot made it challenging for Ash to deliver significant burst damage in a short span. Gu Xing absorbed a sequence of damage but was still left with half of his health. The rookie activated his sprint, finally managing to cut in from the side. However, before he could cast his ability, Gu Xing had already regained his freedom. Now, the distance from the factory manager exceeded 1,200 yards, surpassing the casting range of Q, Echo Strike. As the 3-second activation time of Echo Strike was about to conclude, Gu Xing instinctively sidled away from Syndra. While drawing closer to Rek'Sai, he subsequently triggered the second part of Q and followed suit. Thus, Virtue leveraged the factory manager for an extended displacement. The distance between EDG's mid and bot lanes was considerable, necessitating more time for a pursuit. The commentators were in awe, praising Gu Xing's seemingly outrageous maneuvering and clarity of thought. Throughout the entire exchange, Gu Xing first used his flash to prevent the factory manager from engaging Imp, then bodily blocked the Frost Archer's ultimate, absorbing sufficient damage, and ultimately retreated with poise, aided by his Echo Strike. The monk had fully harnessed the hero's characteristics, maximizing their effectiveness. Currently, EDG was feeling the pressure. VG's Rumble and Vladimir were pushing the second tower. Should they retreat? The top laner and ADC had already expended their ultimates, and the factory manager's flash was on cooldown from the chase. Would they not incur a significant loss? Moreover, retreating would barely suffice to defend the two inner towers, only managing to preserve the high ground. However, if they do not retreat, the troops will have to grit their teeth and continue their relentless pursuit, leaving one to speculate on the extent of future losses. Chase, chase, chase. The junior was growing anxious. The only way to turn the tide was to secure the bounty through a kill. Retreating would merely mitigate losses, yielding no benefits for their side. Persisting in the pursuit could at least allow the core members of the team to complete their equipment through securing kills. The captain fell silent, his screen now a monochrome hue. Moments ago, Gu Xing had essentially executed a self-inflicted RQQ, while Xiao Duan, controlling the troll, unleashed a powerful ultimate. And Imp, with a couple of shots, sent him crashing to the ground in defeat. The captain attempted a flanking maneuver, using barrels to blast two members of VG. But Imp managed to escape with a well-timed flash. Zhu Xingbin had not activated his ghost yet, and was hastily boosting his speed to evade. Gu Xing and Xiao Duan counterattacked on the spot, determined to buy time for their teammates pushing mid and top lanes. Delay, they would persist in delaying. Mouse's health was not particularly high. The junior flashed in to execute a QR combo, ultimately unleashing a weaker retreat signal. The dark magic ball spread like petals scattered by a celestial maiden, ensnaring VG's jungler and support in a daze. With his ultimate and W Golden Bell shield on cooldown, Gu Xing had little capacity for resistance. If he could escape the intricate trap laid by EDG, it would be akin to cheating. Nevertheless, before his health was entirely depleted, he placed a ward, and, with a well-timed sonic wave, struck the captain, soaring up to unleash Thunderclap, and Tiamat, successfully reducing Mouse to a sliver of health. Xiao Duan's troll also succumbed to the onslaught, soon falling in a pool of blood. EDG dispatched VG's jungler and support, returning to base to prepare for defense. Suddenly, the broadcast switched to a split-screen view. Both inner towers had been demolished, and VG's Vladimir and Rumble were surging towards EDG's mid and top inhibitors with a massive wave of minions. Lord's Vladimir was faring decently, but Dragon's tower demolition speed was alarmingly swift. Rumble cleared the minions with a combination of abilities, and once he accumulated enough heat, he began to rapidly chip away at the tower's health with basic attacks enhanced by additional damage. The director provided another split-screen operation, allowing the audience to observe the progress of both teams simultaneously. As the top lane inhibitor was on the verge of collapse, the EDG players were still en route back to base. Supporters from both sides in the stands erupted in deafening cheers, creating a cacophony of noise. Zhu Xingbin, unhurried, activated his blue trinket to illuminate the area connecting their jungle and river, successfully spotting the low-health captain making his return to base. This was hardly a challenge. Earlier, while pushing the bot lane, Xiao Duan and Gu Xing had intentionally set up vision in the lower half of the map. Particularly, every brush near the bot lane was fortified with VG's wards. Given that Imp had not detected Mouse within the range of their vision, one could easily deduce the enemy top laner's position by process of elimination. Imp activated his ultimate to secure the target. The perfectly timed curtain call encompassed all four EDG players in the bot lane and jungle. The first shot flew straight for Mouse. Mouse swiftly flashed away, evading the ultimate's grasp. However, the other teammates were not so fortunate. Before his demise, Gu Xing laid down a crucial line of sight, providing Imp with insight into the movements of the EDG team. Zhu Qingbin's gun belched flames as the super bullets from the Western gunslinger, Jin, struck the enemy hero with a crisp crack. Imp, cunning as ever, deliberately overlooked Miko's Alistar, instead directing his focus toward the opposing carries. He understood well that even if T&I returned to the fountain, it would be futile. What could a mere cow-headed creature do to halt VG's advance through the mid lane? Currently, the only threats were Deft and the rookie. Miko resolutely cancelled his recall, positioning himself before his teammates to absorb damage. Gu Xing's skills, combined with the damage from the Infernal Touch talent, had already reduced the Alistair's health to a critical level. The final shot forced Miko to unleash his ultimate, Unyielding Will. Jin's ultimate had bought enough time. By the time the EDG core members returned, the top lane crystal had already been shattered by Long Gu. Lord Ho, emboldened by the Baron buff on the minions, demolished the high ground defense tower. The two converged at one spot, and Zhu Xiaolong seized the opportunity while the opponents were still on the defensive, assisting Zeyuan in dismantling the mid lane crystal. Subsequently, VG's mid and top lanes leisurely retreated. Overall, it was a trade of 1 for 2, yet EDG lost 2 inner towers in the process. Miller lamented, declaring it a grievous loss. The data panel displayed the profit gained by VG from the Baron Nashor, 3946. It is worth noting that VG's Baron buff still had half its duration remaining, and this number could potentially increase. Gu Xing let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Duan diligently recorded the critical skill statuses of EDG in the team chat. Aside from Rek'Sai, all 4 others had expended their ultimates, with the Excavator, Gangplank, and Syndra lacking flash. As Gu Xing observed the lengthy record, he realized the heavy toll EDG had paid. Resolutely, he planned to regroup and push down the bottom lane, seeking an opportunity to conclude the match. To this end, he invested the surplus 500 gold into a resilience elixir, also purchasing a control ward before setting out for the bottom lane upon respawning. In the current version, the duration of the Baron buff lasts a staggering 210 seconds. When accounting for the 15-second extension effect from the Arcane Affinity talent, the total duration reaches 2,415 seconds, a full 4 minutes. Thus, possessing the Baron grants absolute control over the match. This reasoning is indisputable. In 4 minutes, the possibilities are endless. VG mounted a resurgence, successfully demolishing EDG's second tower in the bottom lane, inching closer to the final high ground. Now, the super minion armies were pressing from the mid and top lanes. Mouse's teleport was not yet available, and he dared not stray far from the bottom lane, fearful that a skirmish would erupt and he would be unable to reach the battlefield. However, when the colossal cannon minion endowed by the Baron buff approached the gates, VG immediately initiated a team fight. Xiao Duan's ice pillar pinned down Scout, successfully obstructing his movement. Duan Deliong was keenly aware that the rookie lacked flash. Thus his target was already fixed upon him. In the instant the ice pillar rose, a barrage of rockets rained down from the heavens. From the illustrious rumble, the constant temperature scorching, evokes an exhilarating spectacle, igniting a chorus of gasps from the audience. Scout, moving at a sluggish pace and lacking a flash, suffers the brunt of Rumble's ultimate, enduring 2 waves of damage that leave him with merely half of his health. The prevalent build for the formidable Poppy typically commences with the large mask, followed by the purchase of the Zonia's hourglass and a penetration staff, ultimately deciding on additional items based on the circumstances. Benefiting from an exceptionally smooth early game development and ample team economy, Zhu Xiaolong now wields a trio of items, including the Sorcerer's Shoes. With significant magic penetration at his disposal, his spell strikes Syndra, whose magic resistance is notably low, delivering damage akin to true damage. As is well known, true damage is the most authentic form of damage. Scout cannot withstand it. The noble enters the fray. Accompanied by a resounding call from the doll, the vampire activates his sprint, and our blood plague leaves crimson blooms staining the Junior and Miko. Realizing the grave peril facing their mid laner, Miko hesitates no longer and attempts a WQ combo to knock up the front line of VG. However, without the damage reduction from our steadfast will, the brawny Alistar is no different from a fragile champion in this unfavorable scenario, swiftly succumbing to the onslaught. Gu Xing stands vigilant on the sidelines, preventing the jungler from threatening the backline. He need not engage further. The economic disparity between the teams is evident. As long as he safeguards his allies, Gu Xing has fulfilled his duty. Clearlove also refrains from advancing. He believes that as a Rek'Sai without a flash, merely stalling the Lee Sin would constitute success. As for EDG's inability to secure a 4v4 victory, the jungler is powerless to assist. Long Gu flashes forward, igniting a conflagration. The inferno within the flamethrower instantly incinerates Syndra. EDG's damage dealers now consist solely of the captain and Ashe. Their lack of mobility becomes painfully apparent, shattering under VG's assault. Left alone, Clearlove sees the dire situation and seeks refuge back to the fountain. Like many Rek'Sai players, the area surrounding the base is filled with tunnels, initially designed to expedite travel upon departure. Now, it serves as a shortcut for Clearlove's escape. With practiced precision, he navigates through the tunnels from the bottom lane's inhibitor crystal. Gu Xing, hearing the jubilant cheers erupting from the stands, unleashes a sonic wave. Rek'Sai is perfectly positioned to enter the second tunnel, continuing his retreat toward the fountain. As the sonic wave soars, it collides with the excavator's form. Gu Xing decisively triggers the resonating strike to follow. Before reaching Rek'Sai, he swiftly positions himself to the side and delivers a powerful kick. In this version, the cooldown for the level 2 ultimate of Lee Sin is a mere 75 seconds, and with the cooldown reduction from his warrior jungle item, the cooldown is under a minute. Having utilized it prior to his last demise, it is now ready once more. With a sweeping tail, Gu Xing's kick extinguishes Clearlove's hopes of returning to the fountain. Will EDG ever face complete annihilation? Come back, you. Imp advances, deploying the Dance of Death. And the fourth auto-attack lands upon Rek'Sai. The factory director watched helplessly as his health bar was depleted. Ace. VG's super troops surged like a tide beneath the opponent's turret, determined to seize victory in the first match. At 26 minutes and 43 seconds, EDG's nexus exploded into a shower of fragments. 1-0. Miller raised his voice, declaring that VG had struck first in this grand final. The spotlight in the Guangzhou International Performing Arts Center flickered incessantly, while the funnel screen displayed VG's collective portrait. VG's fans were a formidable force, waving their flags to cheer for their players. Gu Xing exchanged playful banter with his teammates, removing his headset to gulp down the last of his mineral water. The icy liquid traveled down his throat, yet the expected coolness that should have spread through his limbs was absent. The heat in his heart had yet to dissipate. The raucous cheers from the stands penetrated the soundproof headphones, reigniting a fire within him. Gu Xing strode off the stage, his gaze sweeping over the audience. He had a rough idea of where the family area was located, but the distance was great, and the darkness of the stands obscured his search for his family and Shun Guanshan. Nevertheless, he waved, sporting a warm and gentle smile. The first game's defeat was not promising news for EDG. Miller composed himself to analyze the situation, noting that VG still held the advantage of choosing sides in the next 2 matches, granting them absolute initiative. The choice of sides is crucial in League of Legends, involving a series of tactical and compositional decisions. EDG's failure to secure the first pick had placed them at a disadvantage. It would depend on how they strategized during the intermission. While one could only hope for EDG's adaptability, guided by the staff, Gu Xing entered the backstage corridor, the cacophony of the stands finally receding. However, Hongmi was already waiting at the door of the lounge. Upon seeing the players return, he promptly stepped forward to greet them, noting their commendable performance. Hongmi turned to Gu Xing, specifically emphasizing the solidity of their operations. He had been listening to the team's discussions in the lounge, well aware of who the key player was. Gu Xing felt a sense of pride. Indeed, the training matches against SKT had not been in vain. He did not attribute the victory solely to himself, saying, "Hongmi, you were exceptional too, seeing through the opponent's strategies." If it weren't for Hongmi's early detection of EDG's duo's habitual early invasion, VG could not have established such an exaggerated lead in the early game. The victor of the first match could very well have been VG. Jack jumped in to embrace Gu Xing, his spirits high. "Well played, old Gu." That last kick sent Rek'Sai flying back. After enjoying the immersive viewing experience, Ding Ran also joined in to cheer for the players, echoing Yu Wenba's sentiments. "Exactly. The director is too focused on maintaining his KDA. You kicked brilliantly, Xing Guo." Winning 2 more matches would ensure success. Boss Ding Jun attentively helped the players get drinks, reminding them to maintain their current form. "The championship is definitely ours." World Sister pulled Gu Xing to watch the live broadcast on the television screen, exclaiming, "Xing Guo, you were undoubtedly the MVP last match. Your execution was so fluid." In the realm of competitive gaming, Gu Xing's performance as the blind monk is devoid of superfluous embellishments. He harnesses his inherent skills to their utmost potential, executing actions with simplicity and efficiency, resulting in a fluid and graceful display that possesses a unique charm. MVP? Such aspirations seem overly ambitious. Gu Xing finds himself both amused and perplexed. as it evokes memories of long ago. Amidst their banter, the television screen unveiled the MVP candidates for the match. True to Gu Xing's prediction, it was indeed Zhu Xiaolong. During this period, he has undoubtedly captivated the LPL region's production team. The MVP selections typically prioritize statistical performance before considering factors like damage output. Both Gu Xing and Long Gu met their demise once, yet the latter's damage metrics and conversion rates eclipsed Gu Xing's performance, rendering the choice of Zhu Xiaolong beyond reproach. Long Gu, upon gazing at his promotional image and a conversion rate of 1557, felt a wave of contentment wash over him. As they prepared for the next match, they decided to opt for the blue side, gathering the team to strategize. The intermission during the finals was extended, allowing a total of 15 minutes when accounting for the time to traverse between the stage and the lounge. Nevertheless, the audience remained patient, buoyed by a raffle. The host, He Shixia, circled the venue several times, presenting an array of skins, including the arcade-themed Ari from this anniversary celebration. When Gu Xing and his teammates returned to their seats, the audience was still eager for more. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the 2016 League of Legends Summer Finals. Meanwhile, Wawa took the opportunity during the break to recalibrate his focus, now brimming with energy. Just as he finished reading a segment for a sponsor, he realized that the ban pick phase for the next game had already commenced. In this match, VG occupied the blue side, promptly banning the Starry Mage. EDG countered by eliminating Nidalee from contention. As the finals progressed into the second game, both teams had gained a clearer understanding of their opponent's strategies, recognizing which champions were too formidable to allow. Rapidly, they sought to prevent Gu Xing's Leona from wreaking havoc across the battlefield. VG's second ban was predictably Twisted Fate, while EDG targeted Shun. Both teams were intent on neutralizing champions capable of swift support. Allowing such characters to remain would throw the jungle into utter disarray. The factory director mused that a 1v1 duel with Gu Xing might yield better odds. In the final ban phase, VG eliminated Jin, while EDG shut down the Ice Queen. Miller observed the ban on Jin with little hesitation, indicating VG's clear intent to secure Ashe. In the current playoff meta, only two dominant marksmen remain, Ashe and Jin. With Jin banned, VG's intentions were unmistakably clear. EDG, however, recognized the implications of their adversary's strategy. Yet it proved futile, as they found themselves on the red side. They were constrained by insufficient ban slots. They could no longer afford to target additional champions. VG decisively locked in Ashe as their first pick. Braum and Gangplank formed a formidable combination for EDG, providing the factory director with a reliable late-game safety net. Clearlove was reluctant to select Rek'Sai again. Having found early-game momentum elusive, the excavation expert had proven to be utterly ineffectual. VG comprises a troll and a vampire, and while there is a desire to play a versatile doll, the synergy between the troll support and Ashe seems questionable. However, Jin can effectively compensate for the troll's subpar wave-clear abilities and moderate early-game damage. Beyond this, the troll appears ill-suited for the task. Rapid Star suspects the opposing team might be utilizing a top-lane troll, yet he is in no rush to select a top laner, especially with a counter pick available. EDG has chosen the mid-lane Grasshopper and ADC Ezreal, thus ensuring a smooth progression for the team across all phases of the game, with no glaring disadvantages. Homie remains behind Gu Xing, quietly seeking his opinion. Options like Lee Sin, Elise, or Gragas are all viable. It is merely a matter of preference. This match, Homie is not inclined to allow Gu Xing to select a farming-centric champion, with the mid-lane Lord opting for a vampire. Acquiring a farming jungler would significantly weaken VG's mid-jungle synergy. Gragas it is, then. Gu Xing refrains from repeating his previous successful performance with Lee Sin, primarily due to the challenging matchup against Graves, which makes it difficult to secure his own jungle. As for the Spider Queen, while she excels in aggression, her effectiveness dwindles if an early advantage is not secured. After careful consideration, Gragas emerges as the most fitting choice, possessing ganking capabilities and offering utility in team fights, a compromise. Indeed, ultimately, VG settles on a top lane Gnar, indicating a firm commitment to playing the troll support. Rapid Star counters with a top lane Echo. In this matchup, the diminutive Gnar is wary of being stuck in close quarters, making the tanky Echo a suitable opponent. The team compositions are confirmed. Blue side VG features top lane Gnar, jungle Gragas, mid lane Vampire, and ADC Troll. while red side EDG boasts top lane Echo, jungle Graves, mid lane Malzahar, and ADC Ezreal with Braum. The 10 players exchange champions, preparing to enter the Summoner's Rift, with a mutual understanding of the lurking strategies. Both teams possess comparable strengths in the later stages of the game. The commentator, Dahl, continues to elaborate enthusiastically, noting that VG can achieve stable damage output through the dual carries of Vampire and Ashe, while EDG's Grasshopper and Ezreal may struggle to deliver sufficient damage in the late game, albeit bolstered by Graves, who can enhance teamfight resilience. Miller nods in agreement, suggesting that EDG's early and mid-game strategies will likely focus on the bottom lane, as both the mid and top lanes present challenging opportunities for engagement. For the captain, Graves lacks crowd control, and the mid-lane rookie's Grasshopper will undoubtedly lack cooperative potential until he reaches level 6. Likewise, Mouse's Echo in the top lane will find it exceedingly difficult to control Gnar with his W, Time Winder. His best course of action is to head to the bottom lane and coordinate with Miko's Braum. Gu Xing is acutely aware of EDG's composition and its advantages and disadvantages. Even while the loading screen remains on the monitor, he communicates with his teammates, anticipating that the opposing team will likely invade their bottom jungle at the start, advising against a direct confrontation. The tactical focus for EDG before reaching level 6 will undoubtedly reside in the lower half of the map, given that the player chose Ashe, a champion capable of utilizing the Hawk Spirit to detect enemy jungle movements in the early game. EDG is likely to invade VG's lower jungle at level 1 to exchange resources, should EDG succeed in their endeavor. The initial jungle routes and movements of both teams would be solidified, leading to a direct confrontation between Gu Xing and the chef. The assistance that Zhu Qingbian's Ashe can provide would be quite limited. Naturally, Gu Xing would not relinquish control easily. Upon revealing his plan, he received unanimous approval from his teammates. "No problem," the Lord readily agreed. "I trust you to take charge, Xiao Guo." Through practice, Gu Xing's commanding abilities have improved remarkably. From the first game of the finals, it was evident that he acted with clear objectives and a structured approach, ensuring a solid overall layout of the minion waves. Zeyuan has developed immense trust in Gu Xing. The original team commander, Duan Deliang, also felt a great sense of relief, as he welcomed the assistance in sharing the burdens of leadership, allowing him to focus on other matters. The arrival in the Summoner's Rift stirred a wave of excitement from the audience. The second match officially commenced. Amidst the continuous signaling, Miller announced loudly that EDG was grouping up and heading straight towards VG's lower quadrant. In terms of the strength of the level 1 team fight, they held a significant advantage over VG. With the presence of the top-tier support Braum in the early skirmishes, EDG felt emboldened. Not to mention, 3 of the other 4 champions were ranged, making it easy to trigger Braum's passive, concussive blows. Conversely, VG's mid laner, the Bloodsucker, was a liability. As in a level 1 engagement, he could only use his Q, Transfusion, while being little more than a beefy ranged minion during other times. EDG advanced, while VG retreated, with Wawa furrowing his brow, clearly reluctant to concede the lower jungle. Before departing, Duan placed a ward in his own red buff camp and then, alongside his teammates, lay in wait at the Stone Beetle camp. Due to the layout of the jungle, the red area was susceptible to counter-jungling, and the enemy would most likely opt to clear the red buff first rather than the Stone Beetle. Since the Stone Beetle camp was not separated by walls from the side lanes, the invading team could leverage their minion wave and defensive tower to engage with the enemy. The chef's original target was indeed the red buff. Observing VG players retreating from his line of sight, he initially believed his plan had succeeded. However, he soon realized that matters were not as simple as he had anticipated. Duan's troll, at level 1, cast Ice Pillar, isolating EDG's formation with a wall. The Ice Pillar was perfectly positioned in the brush next to the red buff camp, blocking the already narrow pathway. Zhu Qingbin fired his W, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, through the wall, striking 3 members of EDG with icy projectiles. He then followed up with a basic attack. Ashe's impressive range of 600 yards was pushed to its limits. Deft attempted to retaliate, but Zhu Qingbin immediately repositioned himself. The slowed Ezreal failed to land a basic attack due to the distance. Ezreal's attack range was already 50 yards shorter than Ashe's, compounded by the difference in movement speed, which caused Deft to miss his opportunity for a basic attack. In the fields, Braum placed a ward through the wall and unleashed his Q, Winter's Bite. The skill successfully hit its mark, Yet regrettably, there was no follow-up. EDG found themselves utterly impotent against their adversaries, who were merely a wall away. The gunner, renowned for his long reach, could only manage a mere 425 yards, and with the wall obstructing him, he was unable to target anyone. The captain hesitated to utilize his ability to vault over the barrier. While he could do so, his teammates would be left vulnerable to a collective assault. Virtue tossed his ability, the rolling barrel, over the wall, but chose not to detonate it. The troll's pillar stood firmly, imposing a lingering slow effect on the EDG members, rendering them unable to escape for a short duration. It was only when the power of the rolling barrel had accumulated to a sufficient degree that it exploded, unleashing considerable area damage. The VG players huddled within the stone beetle camp. Although EDG's early skirmish capabilities were formidable, they found themselves unable to exert their strength, suffering significant health attrition in the process. EDG was toyed with by VG, who deftly manipulated the terrain. The exuberant shouts of the commentator echoed through every corner of the venue, as the players found themselves low on health and compelled to retreat. The captain gritted his teeth, yet was forced to yield to the harsh reality. With their health depleted, the likelihood of successful counter-jungling would diminish if they continued to delay. Clearlove could only plan a ward at the red buff camp and issue the retreat command. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief for having chosen to invade the jungle at the 120 mark. Had he waited until the jungle monsters respawned to invade, he would have faced an even more precarious predicament. VG's early skirmish composition appeared to lack offensive strength, yet their kite potential was astonishing, employing a combination of slowing abilities and ranged harassments that were utterly vexatious. VG had come prepared today, with Miller's voice resonating with fervor. Their deployment in the early jungle skirmish had improved significantly since the semifinals. In the previous BO5, VG had suffered from a lack of playoff experience, falling prey to RNG strategies on 2 occasions. In the 10 days leading up to the finals, Homie had diligently imparted early skirmish tactics to the team. Their current response was nothing short of impeccable. As the EDG players retreated from the VG red zone, the match had reached the 130 mark. In just 10 seconds, the jungle monsters would respawn. If Gu Xing headed upwards, he would surely miss the opportunity to arrive at the blue buff at the moment of its birth. After much contemplation, he decided to commence his jungle route from the red buff instead. Meanwhile, the VG duo remained in place, awaiting the emergence of the stone beetle. The captain had no time to venture into the upper quadrant, and both junglers opted for the lower jungle. Gu Xing was aware that EDG had placed a ward in their red buff camp. He intended for them to observe his jungle intentions. At the 137 mark, he once again tossed out the rolling barrel, positioned precisely in the center of the camp. The moment the red buff and its 2 offspring emerged, Gu Xing detonated it, simultaneously lowering the health of all 3 jungle monsters. The barrel, with its ample girth, dealt a basic attack to each of the 2 smaller monsters before channeling all its energy into the red buff itself. Gu Xing merely needs to wait for the cooldown of the next Q, rolling barrel, to refresh, after which he can unleash a devastating blow to eliminate the 2 minor creatures. This strategy has been meticulously calculated. Prior to embarking on his professional journey, Gu Xing's proficiency with the barrel was rather mediocre, as the champion had not been particularly popular in the domestic ranked matches, with only a handful of players utilizing him. To his knowledge, there was only one high-ranking streamer named Xiang Guo in the top tiers of the first server who favored the brewmaster. Upon joining VG, Gu Xing dedicated himself to honing his skills, tirelessly practicing until he had achieved a fundamental mastery. He diligently simulated the basic intricacies of jungle farming in custom matches, aiming to optimize his clearing speed and enhance his developmental efficiency. The difference between rapid and sluggish jungle clearing is merely a matter of a few seconds in the early game, which may seem insignificant. However, Gu Xing understands that every second counts in the early stages of the game. The team that clears the jungle faster can position themselves advantageously for any forthcoming actions, and those precious seconds can determine the success of the initial assault, potentially influencing the trajectory of the match. Gu Xing allows the minor creatures to strike him, accepting a slight loss in health, as he deems the increased efficiency of jungle clearing to be of greater importance. Moreover, the passive ability, Happy Hour, of the barrel allows him to regain health, rendering the minor depletion of his life force entirely acceptable. After consuming the red buff and reaching level 2, Gu Xing allocates his skill point to Meatball Chicken. Initially, The benefits of learning Drunken Rage in the first 2 levels are minimal, primarily due to the lengthy cooldown. The cooldown for the level 1 W skill is an astonishing 8 seconds, which is an unfavorable trade-off for the Brewmaster. Thus, it is more advantageous to select Meatball Chicken to collide with jungle monsters, thereby reducing skill cooldowns, rather than clearing the F4 camp. Gu Xing bypasses the Beakbird camp and continues his ascent into the upper jungle. Along the way, he hears Imp's voice. Gu, should I use my E to scout the enemy jungle? Zhu Qingbin's Mandarin is predictably unrefined. Gu Xing ponders for a moment, responding, no need. Just use your Q to apply pressure in lane. The enemy jungler is likely starting in the lower half, and 1 TB arriving at the bottom lane anytime soon. Zhu Qingbin, eager not to squander the opportunity to exert lane dominance, readily agrees. During the early jungle skirmishes, the EDG duo finds themselves significantly diminished in health. Imp believes he can easily dominate Jinhechi. The Frost Archer's landing prowess surpasses that of Ezreal by a considerable margin. Especially considering the opposing support is the relatively unthreatening Braum. Virtue, observing the jungle route from a god's eye view on the minimap, muses. Is he heading to the upper jungle after finishing the red buff and then clearing downward? The jungler, having completed the blue buff in the lower half, also shifts upward, intending to clear all the way down. Doim detects the oversight. Both players are employing the same strategy in this match. The rustling sounds from the stands suddenly amplify, as all spectators witness the 2 junglers clearing the camps along identical paths. Gu Xing deliberately consolidates the blue buff and the magic toad to enhance his clearing speed. He methodically clears from the upper jungle down to the lower, eliminating the Beakbird before continuing his descent. All 5 groups of wild monsters have been cleared, and the time is now 3 minutes and 15 seconds. The initial wave of cannon minions in the bottom lane has been entirely eradicated. The position of the minions remains at the front of the EDG tower, where Miko has expended all of his relic shield stacks. Coupled with Deft's vigorous output as Ezreal, they strive to maintain equilibrium in the minion wave. In pursuit of this, the EDG duo endures several basic attacks from Imp. Gu Xing, having switched screens, suddenly contemplates the situation. Why does the EDG bottom lane not allow the minions to advance into the tower? He suspects the opposing duo harbors ulterior motives. Gu Xing had deliberately adjusted his jungle route for a simple reason. First, to avoid a confrontation with his lane counterpart, Graves, thereby minimizing the risk of being invaded. Should the beer man have teammates coordinating with him, he would not fear Graves' crowd control abilities. However, the composition chosen by VG in this match lacks the capacity for rapid defense in the early stages. Gu Xing must prepare for defense. Second, he aims to assess potential opportunities in the bottom lane. If his duo can swiftly push the cannon minion wave to the tower, creating a chance to rebound the wave and compel EDG south bottom lane to emerge for the minions, Gu Xing could seize the moment to initiate a gank. Yet, EDG stubbornly holds the minion wave, preventing the minions from entering the defense tower. Gu Xing glances once more at the minions at the EDG tower, his brow furrowed. This minion situation is quite conducive for a gank from Clearlove. He recalls the ingenious gank route Clearlove executed in the previous game, disrupting the existing jungle strategy and catching Long Gu off guard. In truth, the jungle route Gu Xing is currently employing is one he learned from Clearlove. The concept is straightforward, yet most players would not conceive it. The effectiveness is indeed remarkable. Gu Xing decides to make a round in the bottom lane. If unsuccessful, he can still harvest the second round of stone beetles, thus incurring no loss. He has a hunch that Clearlove might employ the same tactic again, initiating from the lower half of the map to gank the bottom lane. Do not expose any weaknesses in the bottom lane. I will lie in wait behind. Gu Xing signals his teammates to remain calm. Everything proceeds as usual. Since he has already reached the bottom lane, a counter gank would not entail any losses. Throughout this journey, Gu Xing ensures he remains undetected by EDG's vision. The wards set by the opponent in the VG red area around 1 minute and 30 seconds have long since expired. Embracing his barrel, the beer man advances towards the bottom lane along the minion wave. Initially, Gu Xing intended to lie in wait in the brush near the EDG defense tower. However, before he could position himself, the EDG duo exhibits unusual activity. Clearlove cautions over voice chat, indicating that the opposing jungler might be nearby, his tone unperturbed. Tianyi, remember to conserve your abilities. Clearlove, now thriving in the LPL, relies on his keen instincts and intellect. Like Gu Xing, he too senses something amiss. The VG duo's recent action of pushing the cannon minion wave seems overly conspicuous. They pushed all the minions to the EDG tower, but then what? They aim to create a rebound wave. What, then, is the motive behind VG's bottom lane positioning? If they were merely amateurs, Clear Love would not ponder further. However, the fact that the opponent has made it to the finals attests to VG's status as one of the premier teams within the LPL. The captain's thoughts cannot afford to meander. Such a luxury is impractical. If VG's duo chooses to push the lane defensively against ganks, it indicates their awareness of potential ambushes from Gu Xing in the lower jungle. Should they attempt to force EDG's duo out for a kill, Gu Xing would also need to coordinate in the bot lane for the capture. In essence, regardless of VG's strategy, it is highly probable that Gu Xing will be positioned in the lower vicinity. After receiving Miko's assurance, the captain inhaled deeply, maneuvering his gangplank from behind the tower onto the lane. Wawa's gaze fixated on the bot lane, unable to conceal his anxiety. Def's basic attack dispatched a minion, allowing Miko to successfully reach level 3. The bot duo continued to gain experience normally, with the pivotal moment for hitting level 3 occurring at 3 minutes and 18 seconds, following the demise of the first 3 melee minions. Although both teams' bot lanes initially farmed jungle camps, only the ADC accrued experience. Def needed to ensure that his support reached level 3, otherwise, Braum would struggle to freeze the enemy's hands. The moment he eliminated the last low-health melee minion, Tianyi swiftly learned W, stand firm, leaping beside his frontline minions. Q, Winter's Bite. The ice shard struck the troll, applying a slow effect. The junglers appeared almost simultaneously. Gu Xing and the captain emerged from their respective minion waves onto the battlefield. They recognized each other's presence, yet their steps held no hesitation, for both were acutely aware of each other's positions. In this encounter, both sides exuded confidence in their chances of victory. Def's basic attacks focused on the troll, nearing the full stack of his passive. Zhu Qingbin provided healing to his teammates, opting for patience instead of rushing to assault the adversary, targeting the EDG frontline minions instead. As the minion fell, VG's support troll attained level 3. Duan Delion quickly utilized Flash to widen the gap between himself and the enemy. The situation had now simplified. For EDG to continue their pursuit, they would need to expend mobility skills to trigger the passive on the troll or retreat, gaining only 2 summoner spells. Before EDG could deliberate, Xiao Duan decisively resolved their dilemma. An ice pillar rose, obstructing Miko's Braum, complicating his retreat. At this moment, should Tianyi wish to escape, he would also need to use his flash. Witnessing the Gragas before him taking a swig, Miko feared that the inebriated foe might become reckless, prompting him to maneuver around the ice pillar. The Frost Archer unleashed a basic attack followed by a Q, raining arrows down upon Deft. Zhu Qingbin, to prepare for this team fight, had intentionally saved a skill point upon reaching level 3, now investing it in W, releasing a flurry of arrows that inflicted considerable damage. At this juncture, both sides felt they had failed to seize the expected advantages. The battle officially commenced. The captain landed a basic attack, executing a QE slide forward. Aiming to strike Imp, Gu Xing flashed forward, utilizing E-Meatball to collide with the captain and Deft. Normally, the distance between them would have been within the impact range of the meatball, negating the need for a flash. However, Gu Xing understood just how conspicuous it was to deploy E with the barrel so blatantly in view. Even a casual player, devoid of professional experience, understands the imperative of utilizing flash or mobility skills to evade danger. When the beer man's E-Meat, Egg, Onion, Chicken fails to connect with an opponent, its efficacy diminishes significantly. Thus, Gu Xing promptly employs flash to ensure his skills find their mark. In comparison to an E-flash maneuver, the speed at which the barrel executes its E is markedly swifter, rendering the opponent's reaction sluggish. Regrettably, as the beer man advances with his rotund belly, a flash of golden light appears. Deft activates his flash to sidestep the impending threat. Only Clear Love finds himself ensnared by the beer man's stun. Deft's reflexes are astonishing. The excitement in Wawa's eyes is palpable as he deftly avoids the meat, egg, onion, chicken. Kim Hee-Kyu is acutely aware of the casting delay on Ezreal SE, Arcane Shift, and opts for caution, using flash to secure his escape. However, the same cannot be said for the factory director, who, with his fingers poised over the flash key, finds himself already incapacitated by a stun from Graves. VG's jungler and ADC swiftly redirect their assault onto Graves. Gu Xing strikes fiercely, his drunken rampage-infused auto-attacks pounding upon Graves, followed by an immediate detonation of Q barrel roll. He understands that the factory director still possesses flash, and should the charge time for the barrel be prolonged, the opponent would undoubtedly escape. Thus, he chooses to detonate it immediately, inflicting damage right away. Despite Clear Love maintaining a commendable state while farming, his health plummets to nearly half. Not to mention, Imp is nearby, ready to unleash his arrows. Miko withstands the onslaught, using his defensive gate to shield against incoming projectiles. Wawa, witnessing this scene, can't help but raise his voice in excitement. However, VG shifts their focus yet again. While Miko's gate may safeguard the factory director, it cannot protect Deft. Gu Xing retreats, maintaining distance from Brown. Miko has already utilized his Winter's Bite, and to apply his passive, he must land an auto-attack. Gu Xing diligently denies him that opportunity, only succumbing to Braum's auto-attack after 2 agonizing seconds. The barrel remains steadfast before the Frost Archer, preventing the factory director from crossing to inflict damage on Imp. The stout beer man stands like an impenetrable wall before Ash, allowing her to unleash her assaults unimpeded from the rear. Imp's arrows fly unceasingly toward Deft. Initially, Ezreal considers a counterattack. Yet, Gu Xing sidesteps, blocking a Q mystic shot. Little Gu has truly reached his limits. Miller reflects in awe, with his own health dwindling to half, yet he continues to create opportunities for Imp. At this moment, Xiao Duan sheds the passive layers from Braum and activates W, Frozen Domain, to rejoin the fray. Deft, with dwindling health, uses his healing ability to regain some vitality. Pulling back, however, the passive effect of Frost Archer, Frost Shot, reveals its potency. The relentless slow ensnares his foe, leaving Kim He-Kyu struggling to advance. Gu Xing diligently shields his teammates from Graves' bullets. Having exhausted his skills, his only remaining means of damage is through auto-attacks. In such circumstances, placing trust in his teammates to allow Imp to thrive is undoubtedly the wisest course. Deft activates E, Arcane Shift, to flee, yet the slow hinders his escape, and he is soon pursued by the troll. In a reckless display, Xiao Duan, determined to take a bite out of his opponent, relentlessly diminished Deft's already meager attack power. The EDG team focused their fire on the nearly depleted Xiao Duan, yet Deft found himself ensnared as well. Imp's final arrow ensured his demise. The tension escalated as the coach, anxious, observed Gu Xing immobilized and dangerously low on health, eager to flash forward and claim a kill. A brilliant flash of gold illuminated the rift once more, igniting a fervor of cheers from the crowd. Imp, in a moment of heroism, flashed to shield the gunner, intercepting the incoming fire. Zhu Zhengbin maintained his health impeccably, his gaze fixed on the coach, ready to react the moment he sensed a threat to their jungler. Gu Xing had been diligently crafting his opportunity to deal damage, and Zhu Zhengbin would not allow him to fall easily. The Frost Archer continued her onslaught, and Miller's voice quickened. Since the battle commenced, her output had been unceasing. Throughout this skirmish, Zhu Zhengbin inflicted no less than 1,000 points of damage. The coach, now in peril himself, was unable to secure safety as Miko unleashed the chilling bite of winter, retreating into safety. Imp's final arrow claimed the coach's life. Well played, my brothers, exclaimed Duan Deliang, unable to restrain his excitement upon witnessing his teammates' impeccable synergy. A 1-for-2 exchange. Miller's spirits soared. VG had secured victory through their harmonious cooperation. The success VG achieved this summer was no mere coincidence, as Dola passionately articulated their clear roles and strategies during team fights. The director provided a replay of the skirmish, and the audience erupted in applause. Xiao Duan's role was to draw attention while simultaneously diminishing damage output, while Virtue, confident in his resilience, absorbed damage after casting his abilities. Imp was solely responsible for delivering damage. The mutual shielding between Gu Xing and Zhu Zhengbin ignited a torrent of comments in the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the EDG team fell into a silence, the weight of their defeat heavy upon them. This loss in the team fight struck a severe blow to EDG, who had approached the game with unwavering confidence, hoping to leverage the powerful passive of Braum for close engagements. Little did they anticipate VG's extraordinary synergy and collaboration. The coach's palms grew clammy with anxiety. Gu Xing's swift flash, and he caught him off guard. Clear Love, aware of his waning reflexes due to age, had always believed his intellect could still carry him through. This summer, EDG's impressive regular season performance seemed to validate his perspective. Yet now, doubts began to creep in. Had he reacted in time to Gu Xing's rapid maneuver, he could have easily evaded the onslaught and preserved a significant portion of his health. In subsequent confrontations against Imp, he could have gained the upper hand. With dual buffs and ample health, he could have sustained himself until the passive's defensive boosts activated, ensuring a fair duel against the Frost Archer. But alas, he was caught unprepared, suffering the full brunt of Gu Xing's explosive burst. The coach felt a deep sense of regret and self-reproach. Yet he knew he must also tend to his teammates' morale. Perhaps choosing champions like Gunnar and Ezreal was ill-advised. These two heroes are prone to being thwarted in their damage output. Clearlove endeavored to maintain an optimistic demeanor. The opposing duo lacked flash, and he planned to return shortly, certain they would meet their demise. Without waiting for the resurrected jungler to initiate an assault on the bottom lane's first turret, Gu Xing took decisive action. After narrowly escaping, he did not remain idle. He chose to infiltrate the EDG's lower jungle and eliminate the freshly respawned magic toad. Although his health was low, it was of little concern. Gu Xing relied on passive health regeneration and the benefits of his smite to precariously secure the kill on the jungle monster. Finding a secluded corner to recall, he purchased a green jungle knife, boots, and a dark seal, then set off towards the top lane. During his last ambush, Gu Xing had discerned the jungler's route. He understood that, like himself, the opponent began from the upper side and moved downwards. Consequently, the jungle monsters in EDG's upper half would soon respawn. Gu Xing hurried over, intent on counter-jungling. Virtue positioned himself at EDG's raptor camp, waiting for the monsters to respawn. Gu Xing was uncertain about the exact reset timings, but he could infer the situation in EDG's jungle from his own. He avoided approaching the stone beetle near the top of the map, as the enemy top laner, Mouse, was playing Echo, a champion with formidable pursuit capabilities and a time-warping control effect. Recklessly entering could lead to dire consequences. Instead, the F4 camp near the mid lane appeared much safer. Upon resurrection, the jungler would undoubtedly first clear the stone beetle, and Gu Xing's counter-jungle invasion would likely catch the opponent off guard. Additionally, EDG's mid lane was occupied by a champion who was rather weak before level 6. Malzahar, relying solely on a silence from his Q ability, posed little threat, allowing Gu Xing to proceed with caution. Fully prepared, Gu Xing ventured into EDG's jungle to raid the raptors and then made a swift escape. The jungler, Clearlove, was completely oblivious to the fact that his jungle monsters had been pilfered once again. Upon arriving at the F4 camp, he surveyed the desolate jungle, his anger simmering within. "You dare to steal my raptors? By the way, tomorrow will feature an exciting chapter. There are drafts, a guarantee of content. I recommend this book titled Catgirl Girlfriend's Gratitude, authored by Xiao Tmo Jiang. The staff members who make a living in the LPL are well aware of the special significance of the F4 camp to Clearlove. He regarded the raptors as sacred. He could farm them, but the opponents could not. Anyone attempting to intrude would surely face consequences. Clearlove's previously serious expression visibly darkened. He was determined to show Gu Xing a lesson. Otherwise, would VG truly think of him as an easy target? After careful consideration, Clearlove began to move downwards with his shotgun in hand, passing through the brush. He arrived at the space between his own mid lane's first and second turrets, but did not continue towards the lower jungle. Instead, he turned to navigate through the mid lane's second turret, following the narrow path beside the high ground to the top lane. He aimed to launch a surprise attack at the top lane after making a significant detour. The doll's eyes widened in astonishment as he successfully evaded the vision of VG. Gu Xing, while countering EDG's fierce bird, strategically placed a ward in the grass beside the camp, aiming to monitor the movements of the factory manager. He understood that without the fierce bird, Ming Kai would be unable to acquire the Eye of the Eagle buff for a considerable duration, and this ward could remain undetected for quite some time. However, Clearlove anticipated Gu Xing's placement of the ward, feigning a descent to mislead his opponent, only to execute a sudden turnaround towards the top lane. This tactic was one Gu Xing frequently employed, having outsmarted countless heroes in the LPL. Yet, to trace the origins of this maneuver, one must recall that when the factory manager first devised such tricks, Gu Xing had yet to ascend to the ranks of the Ionian champions. Dragon Brother, unsuspecting, believed that the factory manager had retreated to the lower region, still engaged in an exchange with Mouse. This BO5 had been exhilarating for Zhu Xiaolong. In the first match, the Barbecue Master Rumble clinched the MVP title, despite picking Nar, who struggled against Echo. His individual prowess shone through, leveraging his remarkable kiting skills to keep Mouse at bay. Echo's EQ combo forward slowed Nar, successfully baiting out Dragon Brother's E-skill. Little Nar hopped lightly on Echo's head, creating distance while simultaneously hurling a boomerang that struck true. Mouse, unable to gain the necessary speed boost to unleash his 3-hit combo, found himself kite by Zhu Xiaolong. Left with no choice, he had to retreat. Zhu Xiaolong was quite pleased, as his deft control of Nar taunted Echo with bravado. With no means of health regeneration, Echo was compelled to return to base whenever his health ran low. However, moments later, Dragon Brother spotted Mouse suddenly brandishing his Z-shaped device. Knowledgeable players recognized this as the casting motion for Echo's W, Time Warp. Zhu Xiaolong keenly sensed something amiss. He realized that he could not threaten Echo in the immediate future, and the timing field was surely not a defensive measure, but rather a prelude to a counterattack. With only 13 health remaining, it seemed illogical for Echo to engage him in a duel. Thus, Mouse must have had allies nearby to assist. Sensing the impending danger, Zhu Xiaolong opted for a hasty retreat, but it was too late. Graves emerged from the triangular brush, while Echo advanced to ensnare him. To be fair, since the factory manager rarely ganked the top lane, the synergy between him and Mouse was not particularly harmonious. Nevertheless, even with Nar's E-jump not yet available, escaping was a daunting challenge. The smoke bomb descended, and Echo successfully executed the 3-hit combo. Zhu Xiaolong used his flash in a desperate attempt to evade. Mouse swiftly followed suit with his own flash, utilizing the acceleration from the 3-hit combo to pull the time winder towards Nar, striking him down with a decisive blow. The factory manager's illusionary tactics were executed flawlessly. The doll did not hesitate to shower praises, acknowledging the seasoned strategy that alleviated significant pressure from the top lane. The EDG fans in the stands, once disheartened, erupted with renewed vigor, their cheers resounding with fervor. In this final, they were determined to prevail. Dragon Brother gazed at the black and white screen, feeling remorseful, thinking to himself that he should have been more cautious. Zhu Xiaolong had come to a realization. Initially, the Mouse approached with the intent of deception, luring him into using the E-skill to leap lightly. Once he relinquished his displacement ability, Nar would be but the next morsel upon the chopping block. Who could have anticipated such a stratagem? Gu Xing, unfazed, offered a few words of consolation, reminding him that he still possessed the teleportation skill, thus advising him to stabilize and focus on his development. After countering EDG's avian assault, he traversed the upper river path back to his jungle. At the moment the top lane was ambushed, Gu Xing was occupied with his own trio of wolves. He had deciphered the director's strategy. Although it appeared that targeting the top lane would forsake EDG's lower jungle, the actual loss was minimal. Previously, Gu Xing had successfully countered the enemy's swamp frog, and now, venturing into the jungle again would yield, at most, only the shadow wolves. Swapping a trio of wolves for a highly probable successful gank was surely a favorable exchange in the director's eyes. Gu Xing contemplated briefly before preparing to counteract. Instead of encroaching upon EDG's lower jungle, he opted to tower dive in the bottom lane. Virtue advanced downward, initiating a foray from their jungle into the dragon pit. Gu Xing was aware of the vision set by the junior in the river's brush, thus he chose to navigate through the dragon pit, circumventing EDG's surveillance. The current impact of his meatball charge was remarkable, with a cooldown of merely 12 seconds at full rank. Utilizing the extreme range of his meatball charge, he collided with the earth dragon in the pit, then took a small step outward. Provoked, the earth dragon reared its form and unleashed its fury. Due to the forced displacement effect and the previous slight repositioning, the barrel was thrust outward, inadvertently facilitating Gu Xing's swift exit from the river. He hurried to the rear brush near EDG's next turret. The collision with the earth dragon had reduced his cooldown by 3 seconds, leaving him with a mere 9 seconds remaining. Gu Xing also donned a pair of boots, and at this speed, his Gragas would reach the designated location in approximately 10 seconds. This indicated that he could launch his offensive immediately upon arrival. To save time, Gu Xing endured a modicum of damage from the earth dragon, deeming it worthwhile to initiate the tower dive without languishing in the brush awaiting skill cooldowns. Delaying further would invite unnecessary complications. Xiang Guo made a beeline for the bottom lane, while Miller, following the camera's gaze, observed the plight of EDG's duo below. An opportunity for a tower dive was ripe. Imp had recently claimed 2 kills in the previous skirmish and now wielded a Stormblade. Conversely, Jin Hikuei's equipment lagged behind. Possessing only a pickaxe in his arsenal, he understood that Zhu Songbin would be quite affluent, thus opting against the non-combative tier of the goddess. Instead acquiring an additional component for the magic staff, the pickaxe, to bolster his dueling strength. Despite these choices, EDG's bottom lane remained in an unequivocal disadvantage. The diminutive troll support was easily kite, yet EDG had selected the formidable Braum as their support. To exchange health, Miko would need to advance with his shield raised. Occasionally, being caught by ice pillars, Imp would struggle to retaliate, reluctantly lifting his defensive gate. It must be said that the strength of EDG's duo in lane ranked among the best in the entire LPL, yet VG's bottom lane was equally robust. Following an intense rehabilitation, Zhu Xingbin's prowess, complemented by the formidable laner Duan Deliang, has garnered significant attention from Uzi, showcasing an undeniable strength. Not to mention the explosive skirmish that recently transpired in the bottom lane, where Imp eliminated the jungler, thereby seizing both buffs from the opposing team, significantly enhancing his landing power. Currently, the EDG duo finds themselves ensnared beneath their turret, with health reduced to merely half. Virtue's movements have been detected by EDG. In order to prevent a tower dive, TNI has strategically placed vision outside the bush behind the second turret, gaining early insight into the movements of the barrel man. Gu Xing's previous tanking of dragon damage has underscored the importance of reducing the cooldown of his E skill at this critical juncture. Had he not managed to decrease the cooldown, he would not have been able to retaliate immediately upon being discovered, as his meatball would not have been ready. A few more seconds of delay could allow the jungler to arrive on horseback, or Mouse's Echo might have to use his teleport to safeguard his teammates. Thwarting the impending dive, Gu Xing has always believed that success hinges upon the minutiae. If he fails to execute every detail of his journey with utmost precision, defeat is inevitable. Virtue emerges from the side, taking a swig of liquor, steadily closing in to threaten his adversaries. As the barrel man approaches, Mouse, having just returned to the fountain for replenishment, hastily teleports to the next turret, aiming to rescue his teammate. Meanwhile, the jungler has just reached the EDG's Three Wolves camp and cannot provide immediate support. Deft, aware of Gu Xing's advancing proximity, senses his malevolent intentions. In close quarters, Gu Xing's E skill is guaranteed to hit without any reaction time, rendering evasion impossible. Jin Hikuei, unwilling to succumb passively, resorts to using his E ability, Arcane Shift, to reposition himself and create an escape route. Miko also readies his W to step forward and shield his ADC from incoming abilities. At that moment, the barrel man's ample girth crashes forward, stunning both adversaries from the side. Gu Xing swiftly tosses a rolling barrel, catching Miller's attention with its finesse. Just before Gu Xing unleashes his E skill, TNI raises his hands to deploy a defensive door. However, still reeling from the stun, he is yet to reach Deft's side. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xing hurls a rolling barrel at Jin Hikuei's feet. Otherwise, once Miko recovers from the stun, the rolling barrel would be obstructed by the door. Failing to detonate on Deft, Duan's ice pillar rises, sealing the EDG duo's escape route. Miller quickens his pace as Imp launches a barrage of arrows, directing his attacks towards Ezreal. Miko swiftly positions the door in front of Deft, striving to shield him from damage. With an ice pillar obstructing their path, Gu Xing brazenly waits for the rolling barrel's damage to fully charge before igniting it, inflicting substantial damage upon the EDG duo. The EDG bottom lane is devoid of any summoner spells, leaving them helpless. Braum's level 1 door lasts a total of 3 seconds. At the precise moment the shield dissipates, Imp releases an arrow that finds its mark on Deft, claiming the life of his old friend. Left with merely a support Braum, who possesses a meager 13 health, VG's trio of junglers surges forward. The kill belongs to them. Zhu Xingbin's Mandarin was less than impeccable, relying heavily on intonation, his voice booming. Gu Xing had initially intended to partake in the feast, as he possessed the Dark Seal, allowing for multiple layers to be stacked, potentially leading to the synthesis of a lethal tome. However, upon hearing the request from Imp, he instinctively pressed the S key, abruptly halting the barrel's basic attack. The source plan S Ash unleashed an arrow, striking down Brown. This time, it was the VG supporters in the stands who reveled in their triumph, while Miller, striving to drown out the audience's exuberance, raised his voice. Virtue successfully aided his duo in breaking the stalemate, tearing open a gap in the lower lane. Within the VG team's voice chat, the atmosphere was electric. More leaks, more leaks. Gu Xing hurriedly expressed his gratitude, exclaiming how generous Gu Xing was. If only I had known earlier, Gu Xing thought, feeling elated after his successful ambush. How could I not repay you? He then advised his teammates. Let us retreat through the side bushes and make our way back through the jungle. In the rear, EDG's next tower was under the threat of Echo's teleport. There was no need for him to confront Mouse. After all, the team leader was also nearing the battlefield, and should they be caught, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. It was best to withdraw early, especially since the current version had reduced teleportation guidance time to a mere 45 seconds, leaving the disadvantage starkly apparent. The bodies of EDG South bot lane champions were nearly cold, yet Echo had not yet landed. Observing that only he and the team leader were in the lower half, while the enemy maintained 3 healthy champions, Mouse contemplated retreat. After a brief discussion with Clearlove, he ultimately cancelled the teleport, allowing VG's lower jungle to depart unscathed. Witnessing EDG retract their landing support plan, the VG backstage erupted in jubilant chaos. Hongmi beamed with delight, applauding the players in celebration. He discerned the intricacies of Gu Xing's gank and was immensely satisfied. Manager Lu Wenjun lounged back in his chair. His previously tense demeanor considerably relaxed. Nice. Ding Ran, immersed in the raucous internal voice chat, was overwhelmed with excitement. Feeling a strong sense of immersion as Xiang Guo focused intently on EDG's lower lane for the kill. He understood that EDG's pivotal point lay in the lower lane. The top laner was a mediocre operator, unlikely to stir any significant waves. The mid laner, still youthful, held promise for the future, but in terms of current combat effectiveness, there was a considerable gap compared to Hou Yi. As for the jungler Clearlove, his development was rather lackluster at the moment. Graves was a resource-hungry champion, and relying solely on the current equipment of the team leader, it would be challenging to make a significant impact. As long as they could keep EDG's duo at bay, VG's chances of victory would be substantially elevated. Ding Ran's clarity of thought was mirrored by the 5 players on the VG stage. With the minions under control, Gu Xing resolved to continue his subtle maneuvers, planning to push the wave back for another strike. With the enemy duo fallen and the top laner having cancelled his teleport, VG South lower lane was free to manipulate the wave. Previously, when they dove the tower, Gu Xing had pushed a considerable number of minions into EDG's next tower. Now, he merely needed to intercept the team leader, who might come to clear the wave, preventing him from swiftly pushing down the minions and resetting the lane to the central area. Once the next wave arrived, the minions would collide within EDG's tower, and the pushback would be deemed successful. As Deft switched his view, he observed that Gu Xing remained at the front of his tower, sensing that something was amiss. Clearlove, wait, come help clear out Binxian, or we will encounter trouble. Jin Huchio, like many Koreans, spoke English with a peculiar accent, coupled with his naturally soft voice. It would be challenging for an outsider to discern his words upon first hearing Deft speak. Fortunately, the manager had listened enough to recognize that his teammate was calling for him. Mingkai, you come too. Tian Yi was also murmuring. Having just mentioned assisting in the bot lane, he had anticipated that Gu Xing would be the first to launch an assault on the bot lane, risking his own life in the process. The manager glanced at the minion wave in the bot lane. VG was clearly intent on executing a counter push. He dared not approach alone, fearing a tower dive would lead to his demise. Clearlove felt a sense of helplessness. He had merely seized an opportunity to catch Zhu Xiaolong in the top lane, only to have Gu Xing seize the initiative. Upon careful reflection, it was EDG that was at a disadvantage. Deft, unlike Long Gu, could not teleport to catch the wave and could only watch helplessly as a wave of minions was lost. With less than 6 minutes into the match, Imp's Frost Archer held 4 kills. How could they possibly continue? By the time Gu Xing finished equipping his items and returned to the bot lane, the strength of the duo lanes would be completely unbalanced. The manager's mind raced. He would assist his bot lane in handling this wave of advancing minions, which seemed trivial. In reality, it was fraught with peril. He understood well the reasoning behind VG's strategy for a counter push. It was highly likely that Gu Xing would return. The previous 3v3 skirmish in the bot lane had ended in an EDG defeat, with both teams lacking significant item or level advantages at that time. If they engaged in another face-off now, EDG would have no chance of victory. Avoiding confrontation was impractical. The flashes of the 3 EDG players in the bot lane were still on cooldown. VG possessed ample capability to keep both of them pinned down. The manager racked his brain, seeking a way to break the deadlock. To him, VG's strategy for a bot lane counterpush was a blatant scheme. They were confident that EDG had no means to address the minion wave without incurring losses, thereby taking a piece of EDG's flesh. EDG could not afford further sacrifices. The strength of both compositions did not exhibit a clear disparity. If VG secured a significant advantage during the landing phase, EDG would undeniably struggle to survive into the mid-game. Clearlove, anxious and restless, finished clearing his jungle camps and returned to base to purchase items. Just then, a brilliant idea struck him. I will first assist in the mid lane. You all play it safe in the bot lane, he articulated his thoughts. Once I eliminate the enemy mid laner, the mid and jungle can join in the bot. This was his proposed solution. In a 3v3 in the bot lane, EDG would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. But with the addition of the rookie, the situation would shift dramatically. Without hesitation, the manager set off for the mid lane. Having reached level 6, it seemed that EDG's mid-jungle duo was poised to execute a coordinated play. Wawa was filled with anticipation upon seeing his jungler arrive at the flank. The rookie promptly flashed forward without reservation. Grasp of Death. Malzahar unleashed the void energy within him, rendering the vampire utterly immobile. The factory manager emerged from the periphery of vision, launching an attack while deploying a smoke bomb. The moment he spotted Clearlove, the Marquis realized his fate was sealed. With a suppression effect lasting 25 seconds, he lacked any means of resistance, marking his path as one of certain demise. Even though the Marquis prided himself on being the defensive bastion of the mid lane, he found himself utterly helpless against EDG's unreasonable ambush. Gu Xing observed Ming Kai's movement towards the mid lane and, after a brief moment of contemplation, opted to take action in the bot lane. Indeed, the EDG duo exhibited considerable timidity. Jin He even waited far from the minion wave, seemingly content to merely soak up experience. Gu Xing felt displeased. How dare they still seek experience? Without hesitation, he maneuvered the barrel man to stand before the minion wave, adopting an expression that dared them to advance further, threatening to use his belly to confront their arrogance. As the barrel man advanced with unrelenting resolve, driving back the EDG duo, the audience erupted in hushed laughter. Deft, compelled to swallow his pride, retreated to a safe position beneath the tower with his support. The minion wave in the bot lane continued to push toward VG's side, with Imp only taking the last hits, maintaining control of the minion situation. Miller recognized the gravity of the situation. EDG must send someone to clear the wave, or else Deft's development would suffer significantly. The factory manager, who had just secured a kill on Zeyuan, dared not delay, promptly heading to the bot lane after managing the minions. Regardless of the insufficient number of minions in the mid lane, which posed no threat to VG's first tower, Ming Kai was still required in the bot lane. After all, no matter how much assistance the junior could provide, he remained merely a Malzahar, with his contribution in team fights limited to 2 functional crowd controls. No matter how many resources he assisted in acquiring, a grasshopper would always be a grasshopper. The effectiveness of his skills would not change. EDG did not expect Malzahar to augment their damage output. The absolute core of the team during the early to mid-game was undeniably Ezreal, while the factory manager's other abilities might be subject to scrutiny. His knack for finding a reliable teammate on the battlefield was undoubtedly remarkable, showcasing an exceptionally clear mindset. As the mid lane and jungle duo arrived in the bot lane to help clear the wave, Gu Xing finally retreated a couple of steps. Observing the EDG members efficiently protecting Ezreal as he devoured minions, Gu Xing remained unfazed. In this confrontation, they had sacrificed the Marquis' life. Yet Gu Xing believed their side had not suffered losses. The opponent's kill rewards were disappointingly low. In this wave of minion control, Deft had lost 7 minions, equating to half a player's worth of gold. Although the Marquis had perished once, he had not expended any summoner spells, while the junior had already used his flash. This indicated that it would be exceedingly challenging for EDG to leverage Malzahar in the forthcoming period. After all, the Grasshopper's flash and grasp of the Undying during the landing phase was a renowned skill. Within 1,000 yards, as long as a teammate was nearby to cooperate. His ability to secure kills was formidable, and any target he touched would be granted a ticket for mandatory fountain healing. In the initial stages, most characters lacked the surplus economy to craft the Mercury treads, making the selection of a grasshopper crucial for ensuring the team's stability and securing kills. The distinction lies not merely in achieving kills, but in the potential for the team to amass significant advantages. The dominant side often capitalizes on the grasshopper's flash and ultimate ability to claim dragons and demolish towers, reaping substantial rewards. In Gu Xing's perspective, EDG evidently failed to exploit this opportunity. After dispatching Lord Ho, they could only leverage their numerical advantage in the bot lane to alleviate the pressure on Deft. Overall, they did not gain any substantial benefits. It is not that EDG was foolish to expend Malzahar's critical flash and ultimate, but rather that V5 exerted overwhelming pressure. To mitigate losses, EDG hastened Ezreal's development, resorting to this desperate measure. Gu Xing understood the opponent's strategy, but was determined to create some turmoil for EDG during this lull. Lord Ho, wait for me in the mid lane, Gu Xing communicated over voice chat, instructing him to retain his ultimate and ghost. He returned to clear his lower jungle and recalled to craft the ethereal chains and amplifying tome, thereby assembling all components for the Echo of Ladin. With Easyhun's assurance, he prepared to strike at the mid lane. Rather than advancing directly along the lane, Gu Xing opted for a circuitous route, intending to first approach EDG's Rift Scuttler camp. The opposing F4 had already respawned, but the jungler's attention was fixated on the bot lane, only attending to the camp after clearing the minion wave. By then, Ming Kai should have been en route to the lower jungle to consume the 3 wolves, subsequently granting the blue buff to the rookie. Gu Xing discerned the opponent's jungle movements and felt reassured. He speculated that EDG would place wards near the river and the narrow passage into their upper jungle. Thus, he employed the same tactic once more. He navigated from the dragon pit, traversed through his upper blue quadrant, and made his way into the upper river, skillfully maneuvering into the barren pit, and then leaping over the wall into EDG's upper jungle. Under ordinary circumstances, no one would be inclined to ward the barren pit at this juncture. The current version of the Rift Herald, while not entirely useless, certainly lacks significance. Teams are disinclined to mobilize forces to the barren pit for the purpose of the Rift Herald, and naturally, they are reluctant to venture such distances for vision. Furthermore, given that EDG prioritized the bot lane, they did not place great emphasis on vision in the upper quadrant. Virtue effortlessly circumvented the sparse wards in EDG's upper area, prompting Miller to exclaim in astonishment at Gu Xing's remarkable control over vision. He executed the maneuver flawlessly, leaving the opponents completely oblivious. Seeing that the battle had yet to erupt, Wawa elaborated, this, in my opinion, is the advantage that distinguishes Gu Xing from other top-tier newcomers in the domestic scene. He has employed this exceptional ability to navigate around vision on multiple occasions, a skill many emerging players lack. He was not mistaken. For the majority of LPL newcomers, vision remains a significant challenge. Coaches bear the brunt of the blame. There are hardly a few competent domestic coaches, and expecting them to teach what they themselves do not comprehend is unrealistic. In contrast, Gu Xing's ascent has been remarkably smooth. With an eagerness to learn and a remarkable ability to comprehend, the growth of Xiao Guo can only be described as astonishing. He circled the EDG red zone and arrived at the enemy's foul nest. The jungle monsters had just been cleared by the jungler, yet Gu Xing lingered. His intentions unmistakably clear. His target was the junior player. Unaware of the imminent danger, the junior did not use his flash, placing himself in an extremely precarious position. The commentary of Miller echoed throughout the arena, while the EDG supporters in the stands emitted soft gasps of concern. In the F4 camp, there were no EDG wards. A fact Gu Xing was certain of. He had previously dismantled a group of EDG F4 and, upon leaving, had planted a false ward in the camp. The ward was derived from a green jungle knife. The question arose, why is the green jungle knife considered divine? It provides 2 layers of ward charges, each lasting a substantial 150 seconds, far superior to the yellow trinket ward. Gu Xing placed the ward, which remained until the jungler had just cleared a new wave of foul. He had not observed any enemy vision being established in the camp. Utilizing his skills, he aimed to quickly push the lane and secure the blue buff. Just as he finished speaking, Lord Ho took advantage of the moment when the grasshopper used his Q ability, Void Call, to strike the minions, activating his sprint to move forward and shatter the passive shield with a basic attack. Our Blood Plague. Like most vampire players, Lord Ho used the Bloodlord skin. The blood that originally spilled was a vibrant red, but due to modifications in the domestic server, it appeared as thick black sludge, resembling an oil lord rather than instilling fear. However, at that moment, no one cared about the skin. The color of the blood did not amplify damage. And whether it was the oil lord or blood lord, substantial output was what truly mattered. Realizing the situation was amiss, he activated his sprint towards the tower. The junior player, sensing the normally steady Lord Ho's sudden aggression, knew there must be an ambush nearby. Yet, he was uncertain of the precise location of the VG player's hiding. With vision at the junction of the jungle and river, he dared not venture into the lower jungle to regroup with the jungler, fearing interception by Gu Xing en route. Thus, he resolved to retreat to the safety of the turret. This decision, however, played perfectly into Gu Xing's hands. Emerging from the foul nest, Gu Xing unexpectedly collided with Malzahar. On screen, the junior player's body jolted, nearly sending his mouse flying. From his perspective, it was evident that Gu Xing appeared like a specter, abruptly emerging from the shadows, striking him with a barrel. The vampire's ultimate ability, accompanied by a damage amplification effect, filled Virtue's output, swiftly depleting Malzahar's health. The junior player, having activated his sprint, successfully retreated beneath the tower, but the turret unleashed a barrage upon the relentless vampire. Lord Ho, undeterred, continued his pursuit. The early game frailty of the vampire became apparent. His damage output was disappointingly low, and the cooldowns were lengthy. Much of the damage relied on Gu Xing's barrel. Consequently, Lord Ho endured 3 hits from the turret. Ultimately, with a final Q ability, Blood Conversion, he succeeded in slaying the grasshopper, and Gu Xing ascended to level 6. The junior player has fallen. Yet the supporters of VG did not immediately erupt in cheers. The coach rushed in from below. He had just reached level 6, boasting formidable combat prowess. Initially, due to Gu Xing's numerous assists and his fortunate acquisition of minion waves, his experience surpassed that of Ming Kai. However, in his pursuit of the junior player, Gu Xing had traversed the jungle, wasting precious time. Seizing this opportunity, Clearlove managed to catch up in experience. While assisting in clearing the blue buff, he found himself a mere sliver of experience away from level 6. Observing his mid laner under siege, the coach prioritized his own advancement and swiftly executed his smite to secure the buff, enabling him to ascend to level 6 and charge towards the mid lane. Intent on mitigating losses, his target was none other than the vampire. The vampire had endured 3 hits from the turret and had recently evaded turret aggro with his blood pool, yet his health was dwindling. The coach, witnessing the vampire emerge from the blood pool, unleashed a heavy artillery shot through the wall, a powerful ultimate. The deadly projectile soared over the barrier, hurtling towards the vampire. The lower half of the map, where VG approached EDG, was shrouded in darkness, entirely cloaked by the fog of war. This obscured the projectile's flight as it traversed the thick wall near EDG's mid-turret and lower jungle, leaving Lord Ho blissfully unaware until the ultimate shell entered his line of sight. By then, however, the explosive damage had already spread. Even the gods would struggle to react in time. Zeyuan did not manage to activate his flash before succumbing to the explosive output. The gunner's ultimate obliterated the vampire's health bar. The audience was a mixture of sighs of regret and applause. VG supporters lamented that Gu Xing's flawless gank had merely resulted in a 1-for-1 exchange, lacking further progress. Meanwhile, EDG fans felt immensely relieved. Had the junior player fallen without cause, EDG might have truly crumbled. This 1-for-1 exchange was not a loss. Ming Kai exhaled a sigh of relief. Securing a kill would allow for his development. The economically disadvantaged gunner was finally beginning to stand tall. Clearlove was not yet finished. He set his sights on the cannon minion wave approaching his mid-turret. If he could devour this wave, his growth would ascend further. Given the junior player's demise, he figured no one would contest it. The coach took it upon himself to assist in managing the minion wave under the turret. Gu Xing, noticing Ming Kai's reluctance to depart, became increasingly vigilant. He first tossed a rolling barrel at Clearlove as he secured a turret kill and then promptly detonated it, reducing the coach's health. The gunner's manly passive could not endure against minions. Without the dual resistance, Graves was merely an unremarkable and fragile target. Gu Xing's equipment was formidable, and with his primary focus on Q, the rolling barrel inflicted considerable damage. The coach retaliated, executing a Q that pierced through the minions while dealing damage to Gu Xing. Gu Xing maneuvered to the side, evading the second bounce of the gunner's desperate Q. In his quest to strike the gunner, he inadvertently absorbed some turret damage. Fortunately, Gu Xing maintained a healthy amount of health, rendering the turret's assault negligible. As the passive joy of the moment began to turn, Gu Xing took another swig, his drunken fury replenishing his health. Seeing that the rift was devoid of any further skirmishes, the doll seized the opportunity to jest. At the 8-minute mark, the junglers from both teams converged upon the mid lane. The factory chief was not a fool. He understood that Gu Xing's presence in mid was intended to annoy him, hindering his ability to secure minion kills. The previous rolling barrel had already drained a considerable portion of his health, and he had missed a minion. The cannon minion was quite resilient, having just fallen, leaving a few smaller minions under the tower. Observing Gu Xing's eager demeanor, the factory chief felt a sense of disdain. A mere 9%? What could he possibly do to me? He raised his gun to finish off the wounded minion, only to see the brewmaster launch another freshly rolled barrel. The factory chief remained unfazed. As Gragas initiated the barrel toss, he swiftly sidestepped, evading the rolling barrel's range. Naturally, with the cancellation of his auto attack, he would miss the minion as well. Losing just 2 minions was hardly a concern. The factory chief believed he could absorb the bulk of the cannon wave, which he deemed a substantial gain. This minor setback was insignificant in his eyes, and he regarded the barrel with a hint of pride. What was the point of trying to catch him? After all the effort to find a gank route to eliminate the rookie, he could simply recover with a single shot. What could he possibly do now? The factory chief's thoughts raced. However, at the moment he aimed to secure another minion, a brilliant golden flash erupted in the mid lane. The barrel flashed, and the meatball charged toward the gunner. Thanks to the insight talent, Gu Xing could reduce the cooldown of his summoner spell by 15 seconds. The 300-second cooldown for flash had now been reduced to just 255 seconds, saving a full 45 seconds. The last time Gu Xing had used flash was during a 3v3 skirmish in the bot lane, approximately 3.5 minutes into the match. Now, as the clock ticked past the 8-minute mark, Gu Xing's flash was indeed ready. His sudden onslaught left the audience astounded. Not only those watching from the goddess perspective, but even the factory chief, engaged in the action from a first-person view, failed to react in time. The distance between them was minimal, and Gu Xing's flash E was executed with such swiftness that it closed the gap of 400 yards in an instant. The meatball needed only a short dash to collide with the target. The moment left Ming Kai unable to execute any countermeasures, rendering him stunned in place. Explosive barrel. The brewmaster hurled his massive barrel without hesitation, the hoppy brew spilling forth, striking the gunner's side with a rich aroma. Graves was forcibly displaced. Oh my! After a period of silence, the doll finally erupted into familiar exclamations, as Gu Xing sent the gunner crashing onto an unignited rolling barrel. What kind of maneuver was this? Amidst the thunderous cheers erupting from the crowd, Gu Xing ignited the rolling barrel. The long-charged barrel further diminished the gunner's health. With only a layer of pure manly passive remaining, the gunner's resistance proved insufficient, leaving him with but a sliver of health. The barrel still had its W-enhanced auto-attack ready. As the doll concluded its narrative, the beer man hefted the barrel in his grasp and forcefully smashed it down upon the critically wounded Graves. The health bar vanished, and Graves, in disbelief, collapsed beneath the tower. Throughout the entire sequence, the captain exhibited no substantial resistance. A solo kill. Miller's voice resonated with fervor as he exclaimed that Virtue's barrel play was utterly outrageous, managing to eliminate Graves in a heartbeat. The director promptly provided a replay. During the exchange, Graves, attempting to deplete the barrel's health, inadvertently drew the ire of the cannon minions, sustaining minimal damage from their concentrated fire. Yet, it was sufficient. This wave of minion aggression clarified for Xiao Guo his intention to execute a solo kill in lane. Miller experienced an epiphany. As Gu Xing imbibed the intoxicating elixir to restore his health and hurled the rolling barrel, the captain deftly evaded with a swift draw of his weapon. He acted instantly. With unparalleled agility, he flashed and executed his E ability, stunning his opponent before immediately following with his R, denying any opportunity for counterplay. He hurled Graves back into the explosive radius of the rolling barrel. The subsequent detonation unleashed a torrent of drunken fury, obliterating Graves in an instant. The geometry of the barrel was utilized with remarkable finesse. Miller couldn't contain his praise. It was simply extraordinary. The captain was treated like a mere wooden post. The atmosphere was already a jubilant wave of celebration. In the front row, Gu Pan involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Shen Guanshan gripped the support banner tightly. His eyes fixated on the giant funnel screen. The surrounding cacophony was deafening. The live stream chat erupted with exclamations. What an incredible maneuver. This geometric barrel is something PDD could never comprehend. Virtue remarked, Captain, you don't think I've studied mathematics in vain, do you? This version of the barrel can eliminate foes? Is this a nostalgic return to the S3 core bomb barrel? Captain, how could you let such a flash slip away? Clearlove's already vacant gaze dimmed further. Just like before. His fingers hovered over the flash key, yet he still failed to react in time. Stunned and incapacitated, the captain had no chance to use his flash before meeting his demise. This scenario, where one perishes due to physical limitations, left Yu feeling powerless and disheartened. What is happening? Tianyi, while replenishing the layers of the sacred shield in the bottom lane, was momentarily stunned by the news from mid lane. My goodness. The captain's voice faltered as he acknowledged his blunder. He had been outmaneuvered. Meanwhile, the VG voice chat was ablaze with fervor. Holy day! Zhu Xiaolong boomed. What have I just witnessed? That barrel's ultimate placement was phenomenal, Xiao Guo. His face was nearly creased with delight. Splendid, splendid. Ho felt a weight lift from his heart. Initially burdened by guilt for being obliterated by Graves' ultimate, he now found solace in the captain's downfall. Holy crap, Xiao Guo. Zhu Shengbin let out a wild cry. Xiao Duan beamed, sharing in the joy for their jungler. This fervent emotion rapidly spread to the VG backstage lounge. I told you so, Yuanba exclaimed. Vigorously pumping his fist, his once fair complexion was now flushed with excitement. Old Gu, you are the #1 jungler in the LPL. The world's sister gazed at Gu Xing on the television screen with envy and admiration. The corners of his mouth lifted, his radiant smile exuding an infectious warmth. The demise of the jungler has resulted in considerable losses, and Miller is currently tallying the spoils of both teams. Virtue's Dark Seal is nearing its maximum capacity. Gu Xing's ability to secure a kill under the tower can undoubtedly be attributed to the contributions of the Dark Seal. The accumulation of layers provides a significant boost to ability power in the early game. The blue buff, freshly acquired by the jungler, has now been transferred to Gu, disrupting the rhythm of the game. Miller's tone is imbued with a sense of lament. After the jungler's fall, Gu proceeds to the lower river, preparing to secure the elemental dragon with his duo, exerting pressure on the lane. Gu's dragon control efforts face no hindrance. With the jungler still respawning and the rookie just departing from the high ground, EDG's manpower is insufficient, allowing VG to claim the elemental dragon unopposed. Upon returning to base, the barrel is set to acquire the echo of the elements, and the gap in equipment between the two junglers has widened significantly. Gu not only completed the large jungle knife, but also purchased a magic resistance cloak, intending to later upgrade to Mercury's treads. Although tenacity cannot mitigate the duration of the grasshopper's grip of death, the magic resistance offered by the boots can still diminish some output. Moreover, considering EDG's composition, with Echo in the top lane and Brown supporting, the abundance of control skills and the predominant magical damage output renders Mercury's treads a highly cost-effective choice. The director, noticing the absence of skirmishes in the lower half of the map, shifts the focus to the top lane. The match has progressed for nearly 9 minutes. Yet the combined footage from both top laners amounts to a mere 30 seconds. Had it not been for the earlier ambush by the jungler, resulting in a death for the rookie, this time might have been even less. Anyone observing would certainly remark on the struggles of the top lane. Dragon Brother has played remarkably well, receiving high praise from Miller, as he has effectively showcased the agile traits of his Gnar. Logically, a tanky Echo should dominate against a Gnar. However, there is a disparity between the two champions. Echo can continuously harass and trade blows due to the relatively short cooldown of his E phase dive, which is only 9 seconds at level 1. On average, Echo can cast his E twice before Gnar can respond with his own E hop. By adeptly utilizing the cooldown differences of both champions' mobility skills, Echo can frequently initiate trades, thus gaining a significant advantage in health. After all, Neither of the top lane champions possesses reliable healing methods. Gnar can only transform into a colossal beast to regain health, and its effectiveness is limited. This implies that the first champion to drop below a critical health threshold must retreat to replenish, placing them at a disadvantage in the lane. However, Mouse has not performed to the expected standard. His execution of trades following the 3-hit combo appears somewhat rough in front of Dragon Brother. Each time he engages forward, he is lured into prolonged skirmishes by Dragon Brother's pulling technique, allowing for an additional 2 seconds of standoff. It is crucial to note that when Echo engages, he inevitably steps into VG's minion wave. These extra 2 seconds of sustained conflict are sufficient for Mouse to endure another round of concentrated fire from the minions. In a situation where both sides have executed 3 rings, it is evident that Echo, under the pressure of minions, is no match for Gnar. Gu has skillfully managed to transform a precarious situation into a slight deficit, seizing the opportunity to take a substantial bite out of the enemy. As the tides of battle ebb and flow, despite the fact that the jungler assisted Mouse in eliminating Gu once, the balance in the top lane remains intact. Gu faces merely a minor disadvantage, and once he completes the Iceborne Gauntlet, his circumstances will improve significantly. Observing this, Gu Xing feels a sense of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, he prefers not to venture to the top lane, for he and Gu pose little tangible threat to Mouse. The tanky Echo is renowned for his formidable disruption capabilities, with his W, Time Winder, and R, Chrono Break, at his disposal. Combined with his mobility from the 3 rings and considerable durability, provided he avoids mistakes, it would be quite challenging for him to be slain. Since Zhu Xiaolong can withstand the pressure, Gu Xing is disinclined to waste time in the top lane. He sets his sights on the EDG jungle. In an equilibrium state, the barrel cannot invade the graves, but the circumstances have changed. With a significant equipment advantage in hand, Gu Xing sees no reason not to stir up trouble. Virtue, confident in his superior combat prowess, ventures into the upper half of EDG's territory, prepared to create chaos. The jungler's route refreshes from top to bottom, a detail Gu Xing is well aware of. When he secured the kill on Ming Kai, the latter had already cleared the lower jungle camps. Upon respawning, it is illogical for the jungler to return to the bottom lane. He will undoubtedly head to the upper portion of the map. Due to Gu Xing's delay in securing the dragon, he does not anticipate having the time to contest EDG's stone bug, most likely missing the opportunity. Instead, Gu Xing focuses on the feathered beak bird camp. He knows the precise respawn time of this set of monsters, making his approach accurate. This time, the barrel does not bother with stealthy vision. Instead, he boldly charges in, encountering graves head-on. The jungler, spotting Gu Xing through vision, prepares to lure the F4 into the bush behind him for a slow clear. However, the barrel's forward movement closes the distance, and as his cue, barrel roll, detonates. It also eliminates 3 low-health birds. Oh dear, Miller feels for Ming Kai, who has lost half a camp for nothing. The feathered beak bird camp is quite valuable, providing a significant amount of experience. The jungler, having lost health without securing the monsters, suffers a considerable setback. Virtue retreats from EDG's upper jungle, while Wawa raises his voice, not opting to farm his own camps, but rather crossing through the mid lane towards the bottom, seemingly intent on invading the enemy's lower half. Gu appears determined to leave no survivors. Miller astutely points out the harsh reality. The key issue is that no one can alleviate the pressure on the jungler. His ultimate is indeed ready, yet he is unable to manage the minion wave. Originally, the Grasshopper's stellar illusion becomes astonishingly efficient at clearing waves as levels and equipment improve, allowing him to swiftly eliminate waves of minions through the spread of illusions caused by minion kills, in conjunction with his Q and W abilities. However, Lord Ho is exceptionally cunning, deliberately positioning himself near the low-health minions infected by the illusions. The priority for the spread of stellar illusion upon the target's demise is directed towards the nearest units. Thus, when the junior used his E skill to consume the first minion, the illusion would attach itself to Zeyuan, rather than to any other minion. If it were any other mid laner attempting such a maneuver, it would be tantamount to courting death, as their health would plummet rapidly. However, the esteemed lord is playing as the vampire. At level 7, the vampire possesses a 4th level Q, blood transfusion, granting him an extraordinarily outrageous healing capability. He is utterly unperturbed by that minor health loss. After all, A mere 2 bites from the minions would suffice to replenish his vitality. Consequently, the junior is utterly incapable of pushing the minion wave with his dreaded illusion, as all damage is directed at Lord. The grasshopper, relying on his other 2 skills, finds his wave-clearing speed inferior to that of the vampire. Unable to advance the minion wave, should he recklessly roam, he would suffer significant losses in minions. Moreover, his flash and ghost are still on cooldown, leaving little opportunity for him to assist in the jungle profitably. The junior gazes at Lord's vampire, his teeth gnashing in frustration. Yet he finds himself powerless against the foe. Alone, he cannot hope to vanquish the vampire. The mid lane is unreachable. As for the EDG duo, they are currently preoccupied in the bot lane, leaving them no energy to attend to the jungler. Virtue hurls a rolling barrel over the wall, waiting for the damage to escalate before igniting it. The doll shouts excitedly from the stage, while Xiang Guo collects 2 small wolves, leaving the jungler in a dire situation. He dares not confront Virtue directly. Should a skirmish ensue, the equipped gunner would stand no chance against the barrel. The camera shifts to Ming Kai at the EDG player bench. He no longer exudes the confidence he had 2 hours prior. His once bright eyes now lack any luster. Earlier, when Gu Xing executed a solo kill under the tower with a geometric barrel, Clearlove's heart sank with the realization that this final match would be arduous. His previously cherished strategies were rendered ineffective before Gu Xing. His dexterity and reaction time were utterly outclassed. How could they hope to win? Ming Kai, come to the bot lane. Miko urged over voice comms. I have flash. Let us attempt a coordinated strike. To be fair, the combination of Ezreal and Braum in a disadvantaged state does not lend itself well to jungle synergy. Primarily, they struggle to push the wave during skirmishes. Ezreal faces an overwhelming number of minions, making it exceedingly difficult for him to land his primary damage skill Q, Mystic Shot, thus significantly diminishing his damage output. Nonetheless, targeting the bot lane represents EDG's most rational strategy at present. They have no alternative, resorting to desperate measures. I cannot make it there now, Ming Kai mused. Rubbing his brow, the enemy knows I'm in the lower lane. It would be futile to return home and complete my jungle item before re-emerging. In reality, it makes little difference. Gu Xing has taken to treating EDG's jungle as his personal playground, wandering about freely and even setting up both a fake and a true ward in the enemy's stone beetle and sharp-beaked bird camps. Noticing that Ming Kai returned home and failed to farm the upper half in a timely manner, he surmised that the jungler was concocting some new stratagem. With a slight retreat, Gu Xing signaled his bot lane teammates. The gunner is behind. Without hesitation, Zhu Songbin unleashed his eagle strike. The drone eagle soared towards the rear of EDG's next tower, accurately pinpointing the gunner's location. Realizing he had been discovered, the jungler could only console himself with the thought that Ming Kai would not engage in underhanded tactics. Prepare to freeze, he shouted. Without needing any reminders, Miko charged forward. Shield raised. He first utilized W, stand firm, to position himself near the minions, then suddenly flashed forward, unleashing R, glacial fissure. In the blink of an eye, Braum had traversed nearly 1,000 yards, arriving before the duo from VG. Zhu Songbin was taken aback by EDG's decision to engage despite the jungler's exposure, momentarily stunned, and was sent soaring into the air by Braum's ultimate. Kenya's actions caught the audience entirely off guard, their shouts of support for EDG echoing from the stands. Filled with hope for the team's success, Ezreal unleashed our Mystic Shot, striking the VG duo. Although Imp had developed well, his economic gains translated solely into damage equipment, failing to mask his inherent fragility. With Braum and Ezreal's dual ultimates coupled with Ignite, his health plummeted to half in an instant. The diligent troll stood resolutely at the forefront, absorbing damage. Deft realized that his skills could only reach the troll, otherwise, he would have to arcane shift directly onto the Ice Queen. Yet, in his eagerness to complete the Muramana, his inventory contained only the tear of the goddess and a pickaxe, rendering his combat capability rather weak. Zhu Songbin, on the opposing side, was now equipped with a blue buff. Deft understood that should he dare to leap into Imp's face, he would surely meet a dire fate. However, without the option to engage directly, he could only rely on basic attacks to bypass the troll and inflict damage on the Ice Queen. Imp flashed backward to create distance, drawing his bow to shoot at Miko. Even with Braum raising his shield, he could not withstand the rapid decline of his health. At the onset of battle, The troll had already activated our power of the Overlord, siphoning Braum's resistances and health. Coupled with Imp's already impressive gear, the damage was overwhelming for TNI. The factory director finally arrived at the front line, while Miller gradually quickened his speech, yet he too posed no threat to Imp. Graves found himself in an even more awkward position than Ezreal. At least the latter could use basic attacks against the Ice Queen. But Graves found his every attempt blocked by minions and the troll. Imp unleashed his ultimate, the magical crystal arrow, freezing Braum in place as arrows rained down. This version of Ashe was no mere nuisance. Even in a balanced scenario, she could deal significant damage, especially now that Zhu Shengbin held a considerable advantage. The VG duo concealed themselves within the minion wave, vying for space to unleash their attacks. Their decisive counterattack resulted in substantial losses for EDG, with TNI being the first to fall. Even Minkai could not escape unscathed. The silver lining was that Deft, in a final flourish, managed to secure the Ice Queen's life with a Q-flash as Ezreal. The unfortunate news was that the wounded troll seized the opportunity to slip away, successfully escaping. In a 2-4-1 exchange, while taking down the Ice Queen would yield a bounty, overall, EDG still faced a deficit. Miller furrowed his brow, noting that the factory director's jungle camps in the upper side would be devoured by Gu. Minkai sighed, realizing that his excursion to the bot lane had only netted him a single assist. With the shared spoils with TNI, his earnings barely surpassed 100 gold. The two lost jungle camps were far more valuable than his assist. More critically, he had lost a significant amount of experience. Before being soloed by Gu under the tower, the experience of the two junglers had been relatively equal. However, a single kill, coupled with the neutral monsters taken from the upper jungle, was sufficient to create a significant disparity between the two teams. The gunner, who inherently relies on development, found himself lagging behind in both economy and experience, leaving Minkai at a loss regarding his gameplay strategy. Virtue, however, was not idle. After securing the upper jungle from EDG, he swiftly made his way to the mid lane, planning to coordinate a gank with Hou Yi. The rookie lacked summoner spells, and Gu Xing was quick to seize this opportunity. "You hold the line first, I will flank from behind," he communicated with easy Hoon while maneuvering around. Previously, he had emerged from the F4 camp and caught the rookie off guard. The opponent would undoubtedly be wary this time. Nevertheless, Malzahar's inventory had limited vision wards. Relying primarily on yellow trinkets for support, Gu Xing surmised that the rookie had placed the only ward he possessed behind the wall at the Horned Crow camp. Thus, he took a longer route, deliberately avoiding F4, and approached the enemy's mid lane between the first and second turrets from a side path closer to EDG's high ground. As Gu Xing positioned himself, Hou Yi pushed the minion wave and decisively began to tower dive. Wawa observed intently, absorbing all the information. The vampire, as usual, attacked to break the grasshopper's passive and unleashed his ultimate. Just as the oil from our blood plague splattered onto Malzahar, the rookie spotted Gu Xing approaching from behind. He nearly laughed in disbelief. Once again, Gu Xing had found an unconventional route, bypassing the Horned Crow. Truly impressive. VG's jungle and mid lane formed a pincer movement, trapping the rookie in the center. He was now not only physically cornered, but also psychologically ensnared. Hou Yi absorbed tower damage directed at him. While he could utilize our grasp of the underworld to immobilize the vampire, Gu Xing's barrel could easily interrupt it with his meat and potatoes combo. If he relinquished his ultimate to the beer man behind him, it would be of little use. Gu Xing had not drawn the tower's aggro at all. The rookie could only provide damage with grasp of the underworld, but he could not eliminate the barrel. Once the ultimate ended, Gu Xing could still unleash control for burst damage, collaborating with Hou Yi to send him back to the fountain. The originally formidable tower dive technique, grasp of the underworld, was now rendered ineffective. Time for a reaction was scarce. Ultimately, he decided against using his ultimate, opting to conserve it for future encounters. Noticing that the grasshopper was delaying the use of grasp of the underworld, Xiaogu finally utilized his meat and potatoes combo to launch him away. This tower dive was markedly different from the previous one. Now, VG's jungle and mid lane had enhanced equipment and levels, significantly increasing their damage output. The rookie's grasshopper, lacking tank items, could not withstand the onslaught. The kill went to Hou Yi, and EDG's formation was thrown into disarray. With no one guarding the mid-outer turret, Gu Xing and Hou Yi reduced its health by half before retreating to a safe position to recall. Virtue's equipment replenishment prompted a soft gasp from Wawa. A kill book? In Gu Xing's equipment inventory lay a conspicuous Medge's Soul Stealer. This moment instantly ignited a wave of excitement throughout the venue. On his first appearance at the LPL finals stage, Virtue displayed not only confidence, but also decisively crafted the kill book. After a moment of astonishment, Miller pondered for a while and voiced his concerns. Is the intensity of this version's flowing barrel not quite high? The mainstream build for the beer enthusiast in the arena starts with the echoing hammer jungle item, allowing the champion to possess a certain output capacity. Subsequently, one might opt for the ice fist or other defensive items to enhance durability and functionality. The underlying reason for this is that the primary damage skill, Q, rolling barrel, has a rather low AP coefficient. The cost-effectiveness of damage items is generally mediocre, and they do not contribute as significantly to the team as tank items do. However, Gu Xing's advantage in this match is exceedingly substantial. He feels that foregoing damage items would be a disservice to himself. After all, the team does not lack a frontline. As the top laner, Gnar is currently adopting a build of the Frozen Mallet and the Blue Shield, providing ample durability, while the mid laner Vladimir also employs a semi-tank approach, and the bot lane has a troll capable of absorbing resistance and health. Gu Xing finds no necessity to invest heavily in tank items. Rather, acquiring damage equipment would better balance the team composition. Virtue is relentlessly invading EDG's jungle, leaving the jungler with no means to resist, and he can only watch as Gu scours the camps. Ming Kai, watching Gu Xing once again steal a group of feathered birds, is filled with rage but has no outlet for it. Seeing the kill book in the opponent's backpack incites his fury even more, making him feel belittled by Gu Xing. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he barely manages to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. He resolves to wait just a moment longer for his junior's flash to cool down. He must make Gu Xing understand why the flowers bloom so brightly. Yet, Ming Kai's calculations falter. Plans can seldom keep pace with changes. As Frost's ultimate cools down, she unleashes her magical crystal arrow. Currently, Ashe's level 1 our skill has a cooldown of merely 100 seconds, and with the blue buff item that reduces cooldowns, her ultimate recharges rapidly. This crystal arrow is aimed directly at Braum, who is using the relic shield to assist the cannon minion. In their eagerness to secure the cannon minion, a brief disconnect occurs between the EDG bot lane duo. This is precisely the opportunity that Gu Xing seizes. Although Braum raises his shield, the relentless rain of arrows persistently diminishes his health. With a booming voice, Wawa recovers from the stun, and Miko attempts to use W, stand behind me, to reposition next to Death to escape, but little Zeyuan is waiting for this moment. The protruding ice pillar obstructs Braum's pathway back to the tower. To retreat under the tower, the unflashed Tian Yi must navigate around the ice pillar. However, the insidious nature of the troll's primary E ability becomes glaringly evident. The slowing effect of the level 3 ice pillar exceeds 40, rendering Braum unable to lift his legs. Realizing that his support has little hope for survival, Deft uses his E, Arcane Shift, to leap over the ice pillar and escape. Imp secures another kill, and the EDG bot lane tower is about to be toppled by the VG duo. As the match reaches the 11-minute mark, EDG's bot lane tower collapses. VG initiates the lane swap phase, relocating their duo to the mid lane. Normally, by the 10-minute mark, it is more suitable to swap the top and bottom lanes, allowing the duo to push down the opposing top tower to accumulate sufficient economic advantage for the team. Little Zeyuan initially had this notion. However, Gu Xing opposed it, arguing that merely swapping the top and bottom lanes would leave the mid lane untouched. During the previous skirmish, the junior player utilized his ultimate ability while under the enemy tower, a detail that Gu Xing keenly remembered. Had he successfully repositioned with his flash and maintained his watch over the mid lane, his adversaries would have been hesitant to invade the jungle recklessly. The targeting prowess of Malzahar should not be underestimated. If the junior player seized the opportunity, Gu Xing would likely face dire consequences. While a single death might not pose a significant issue, the presence of a kill book on him meant that losing 10 stacks could transform him into a mere blank slate. In light of this, Gu Xing proposed that the duo head directly to the mid lane. With Zhu Chengbin's advantage in their matchup, they could secure lane control, thereby providing Gu Xing the cover needed to continue his jungle incursions. Simultaneously, the junior player would be reassigned to the top lane. Compared to the open expanse of the central mid lane, the top lane was considerably more secluded, living up to its moniker as the orphan lane. Anyone venturing there would find it challenging to stir up trouble. Having contemplated this strategy, Gu Xing resolved to concentrate on the lower half of the EDG jungle while the junior player occupied the top lane, leaving him unable to assist. The situation for the jungler became increasingly precarious. He could only barely farm in the upper half. The duo was too cautious to engage, and he was reluctant to attempt a gank in the top lane. Given the developmental state of EDG's mid and jungle, capturing the vampire known as Ho Yi would necessitate using flash. However, once that was expended, the effectiveness of the grasshopper would be significantly diminished for the foreseeable future. After much deliberation, the jungler decided to attempt to catch Ho Yi, hoping to salvage some semblance of growth. Unfortunately, as soon as he revealed himself in the top lane, chaos erupted in the mid lane. Gu Xing capitalized on the opportunity, slicing in from the side and utilizing his ultimate once more to help his duo extend their lead. By the 13th minute, EDG's mid-outer turret had been demolished by Gu Xing, marking a critical loss in their defensive capabilities and leaving EDG's subsequent defenses increasingly strained. Gu Xing leveraged his jungle invasions to widen the gap between himself and Ming Kai, resulting in a 2-level lead, with a staggering 55 minion kill difference. Miller, observing the statistics, could hardly believe his eyes. Gu Xing had managed to play the barrel champion with the finesse of a panther. In the live broadcast chat, the refresh rate was dizzying. Never seen a Graves get out-farmed by a barrel champion by 55 minions. Can the jungler really be this inferior? What an eye-opener. This clearly illustrates the disparity in jungling. 2 consecutive games of being utterly dominated. What trash talk did the jungler spout before the match? Was he planning to make the junior player pay tuition? A discounted water bottle? It's absurd to use trash talk as a basis. You've left Ming Kai in a state of despair. Who will provide us with material in the future? As the match reached the 25th minute, Gu Xing had acquired his core items. The kill count stood at 17-7, with Imp alone claiming 9 of those kills, giving him a substantial lead over Deft in terms of items. Let us take the Baron. I'm ready with my green armor. Ho Yi proposed. Dragon Brother, can you push the bottom lane slowly? Just manage the minion wave and come to the Baron pit. We can rush it. Gu Xing, confident in their advantage, saw no need for subtlety. Swift resolution was the order of the day. Zhu Xiaolong concurred, as EDG's outer turrets had long been reduced to rubble. Thanks to the synergy of the team, his equipment has surpassed that of his opposing player, Mouse. Today, executing a slow push along the lane is no longer a challenge. Focusing solely on the distant ranged minions, Zhu Xiaolong pays little heed to the health of the nearby melee minions. This tactic prolongs the lifespan of the frontline minions, ensuring the lane's position remains firmly anchored. As the next wave of minions arrives, the advantageous VG minions will accumulate, resulting in a formidable slow push that rolls toward EDG like a snowball gaining mass. The drawback of a slow push lies in its gradual effectiveness. It typically requires a minute or 2 of minion waves to establish. However, the advantage it offers is the significant lane pressure it imposes on the opponent. As the match progresses into the mid-game, the frequency of cannon minions increases. With the assistance of these cannon minions, the slow push becomes even more fearsome. Should the bottom lane minions go unattended, EDG's second turret could very well succumb to the relentless assault of the minions. Gu Xing's instruction to Long Gu to orchestrate a slow push aims to leave EDG in a predicament of manpower shortage while the team deals with the Baron in the upper quadrant. Consequently, the adversary is compelled to defend the bottom lane, leaving them unable to contest the Baron. VG gathers at the Baron pit, while Mouse remains at the bottom lane to guard the tower, enveloped in darkness with no vision in sight. The significant disadvantage faced by EDG prevents Mouse from venturing out. In his view, none of VG's 5 players have revealed themselves, and straying from the safety of the turret could easily lead to his downfall. It is not until Deft senses something amiss that he stands in the mid lane, casting his precise barrage over the Baron pit. Discovering VG focused on taking down the Baron, the EDG team realizes the gravity of the situation. Mouse considers teleporting for support, while Clearlove rushes to arrive at the scene. Gu Xing is determined not to grant the opponent an opportunity to claim the Baron. With a well-timed pillar from the troll, Zhu Xiaolong, already in position, leaps into the Baron pit, singularly targeting Clearlove. Unable to find any space, Clearlove endures 2 hits from Nar's 3-hit combo, leaving his health nearly depleted. As Nar prepares to transform, Ming Kai reluctantly abandons the thought of contesting Nashor. The despairing roar of the Baron echoes throughout the canyon. VG secures the Baron and, after regrouping, launches an assault on EDG's high ground. With a swift maneuver, Hou activates his sprint and charges in. Deft retreats, casting Arcane Shift in an attempt to create distance, while Xiang Guo unleashes his ultimate. The explosive barrel rolls through the air, its unique hoppy aroma now saturated with the scent of impending doom. The explosive barrel ultimate has its advantages. As long as one does not seek an angle to launch the opponents away, landing the hit becomes remarkably straightforward due to its vast range. Gu Xing employs an AP barrel, which does not overly demand functionality. As long as the ultimate hits and maximizes damage, it suffices. The explosive barrel crashes into the EDG backline, scattering them in an instant. The eruption of cheers from the audience follows suit. What kind of damage is this? Wawa stares in disbelief as EDG's backline is reduced to half health by a single ultimate from the barrel. Everyone has grown accustomed to the utility role of the barrel. Although Gu Xing's lethal calligraphy may not rival the overwhelming power of the nuclear barrel during its prime, the opulence of his equipment is undeniably striking. The cataclysmic moves of the barrel incited waves of exuberant cheers from the audience. Lord Hou deftly navigated the battlefield, slicing through the crowd with remarkable speed. Zhu Qingbin's icy onslaught was no less formidable, as his arrows relentlessly struck the enemies. EDG crumbled like a house of cards, with only the captain surviving among the five. Initially, Gu Xing sought out Ming Kai, unaware that the opposing player had stealthily retreated to the fountain like a phantom. The fervor escalated as Imp, in a fervent frenzy, showed no mercy towards the captain. Xiao Duan's troll pillar shielded the marksman, while Lord Hou's vampire evaded damage by submerging into the fountain's blood pool. Nar leapt in, determined to vanquish the captain. Ultimately, the kill was claimed by Imp's icy champion. Total annihilation. In less than 27 minutes, EDG's base was obliterated once more. 2-0. Miller's voice boomed as VG secured 3 match points, just one step away from becoming the new champions of the league. Many had not foreseen such a one-sided affair in the finals, heavily favoring VG. Gu Xing beamed with joy, even taking a moment to wave at the supporters in the stands. With 2 consecutive victories, he felt a profound sense of relaxation. Just one more small win would culminate in a perfect conclusion to the summer season. What does it mean to be a versatile jungler? 155, an unexpected choice. Upon returning to the lounge, VG's team was met with an enthusiastic welcome from other staff members of the training department. Homie's spirits were high. Having clinched both the Ojian Championship and the World Championship in Korea, he had yet to achieve any accolades in the LPL. Although he had played a pivotal role as the de facto head coach during last year's Summer Championship with LGD, the constraints imposed by Riot Games meant he could not publicly claim the credit in his own name, as his contract with VG was officially registered. Over the past 2 years of coaching VG, he had little to boast about in terms of achievements. Naturally, Homie was drawn by the lucrative salary, but he was not one to accept payment without delivering results. He devoted himself wholeheartedly to improving the team's performance, ensuring the club's owner felt their investment was worthwhile, thus securing his own value and paving the way for a new substantial contract. This was indeed a win-win situation. During VG's recent struggles, Homie had experienced considerable frustration. Now, witnessing the team so close to the LPL championship, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Was the victory truly so effortless? Jack's face radiated with joy. AG seemed quite vulnerable. Yu Wenba had entered the finals with unwavering confidence in VG. Yet, as the match commenced, he found himself astonished by the ferocity of the team's onslaught. EDG appeared riddled with weaknesses. The duration of both encounters barely exceeded 30 minutes. An impressive feat in the current version. Poo-poo, your performance today is exceptional. Jack gazed at Zhu Changbin with envy. Imp stood tall, proclaiming, I have always said that depth cannot compare to me. His final record in the previous game was 11 kills, 1 death, and 4 assists, a truly carry-level performance. Gu Xing entered the restroom, and upon returning, he quenched his thirst with a sip of ice water while playfully teasing his teammates. I finally understood that as long as Poo-poo refrained from labeling the opponents as mere baskets, it could be deemed a compliment. The lounge erupted in laughter. The owner, Ding Jun, was particularly elated, recalling their earlier fears of being swept in the semifinals. However, such precedents were non-existent in the finals, were they? Today, He had brought several bottles of champagne, eagerly awaiting the moment to uncork them in celebration of the team's victory. His anticipation was palpable, yearning to pop the champagne at once. This summer season, the team's goal was to reach the global finals. Should they triumph in this final match, VG would not only ascend as the new king of the LPL, but also secure their place as the top seed for the World Championship. After investing significantly in the League of Legends division, Ding Jun was finally on the brink of reaping the fruits of his labor, and his excitement was entirely understandable. Manager Lu Wenjun continued to urge restraint, cautioning that the champagne should not be opened just yet. Meanwhile, Hongmi composed himself and swiftly gathered the players to emphasize the tactical preparations for the next match. In a humble training room on the outskirts of Seoul, South Korea, the slender and fair-featured Peanut was curled up in a second-hand gaming chair, yawning in boredom. He was the sole occupant of the modest base, as the rest of his teammates were catching up on sleep in their dormitory rooms. Logically speaking, ROX, having fought tirelessly all summer to secure the championship, should have celebrated in style. A customary celebration for SKT after their victories would involve a getaway to rejuvenate. Yet, ROX did not indulge in such festivities. And the reason was straightforward. They simply lacked the funds. Following their championship win, their most extravagant celebration was a meal of barbecue. The remainder of their time was spent huddled in their dorms, eager to recuperate the sleep they had sacrificed during their rigorous training throughout the summer. After 2 days of erratic sleep patterns, Xiaohua finally had a moment to unwind and stream live. This served two purposes: to update his fans and supporters on recent developments, and to earn a bit of money to support both his team and himself. Just as he finished discussing SMEB and praised drinking skills with his audience, a system notification chimed. A supporter had generously tipped 5,000 Korean won and posed a question. This was a distinctive feature of the RAP platform, allowing viewers to ask questions through donations, and as long as the inquiries weren't sensitive, they were likely to receive responses. The mechanical and monotonous voice of the system echoed in the streaming room. What are your thoughts on tonight's LPL finals? Xiaohua, initially thrilled by the tip equivalent to a bowl of jjajangmyeon, glanced at the time in the lower right corner of his screen and suddenly realized, oh yes, there was a match to watch. He had been so engrossed in his sleep that he nearly forgot about it. Hastily, he began typing on his keyboard to search for the LPL match livestream. Currently, the prospects for LPL's international expansion were grim. The victory at the S5 Mid-Season Championship had presented an excellent opportunity to broaden the league's overseas market and enhance its visibility. However, the failures at the World Championship in the latter half of the year had thrown all plans into disarray. LPL still remained a relatively obscure minor league in terms of international attention, lacking comparability to the LCK, which had long established itself in the global arena. After searching for a considerable time, Peanut could not find a Korean stream, and was left with no choice but to seek out an English broadcast. Despite having entered the finals, the viewership in the mouse platform stream remained sparse, and the chat channel refreshed at a glacial pace. Not many people are watching, Peanut murmured. Yet VG has been quite formidable this year. The audience in his own stream appeared puzzled. Most Koreans currently lack the habit of tuning into LPL matches. After all, the Korean players who have ventured there, apart from SKT's Maru, Huya, and the Samsung 10, are hardly celebrities. The general sentiment among Korean netizens is that these players have either failed to thrive domestically or are merely pursuing lucrative salaries, seeking to earn money for retirement in the LPL. In terms of skill and prestige, the LPL is hardly worthy of mention. The 3 consecutive championships from S3 to S5 indeed bolster this confidence among Koreans. They perceive the LPL as a second-rate league, merely a retirement home for LCK players, and regard it with disdain. Peanut, upon noticing the Korean comments in the chat, explained with a resigned expression, "We have scrimmaged against VG, and their performance was quite commendable. I even mentioned in a prior interview that I was once solo killed by Virtue." He could say no more, merely implying that those who understand will comprehend, while those who do not, cannot be helped. The secrecy surrounding scrimmages in the LCK is notably stringent. Should any details be leaked, no team would be inclined to challenge them in future matches. Nevertheless, few viewers believed Peanut's words. Can we really trust scrim results? Didn't Gold V solo kill Faker? Yet they ended up in the S5 top 16? Another commented. The TSM from S5 MSI claimed to be invincible in scrims. Yet Dyrus was treated like a jungle monster by Clear Love, merely a point of exploitation. Let's be clear, All the S5 finalists were LCK teams. If KT hadn't met KOO in the quarterfinals, who knows, 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists could have been Korean teams. What about the LPL? 1 in the top 8 and 2 in the top 16. Hilarious. Fun fact, Korea has participated in the World Championship for 4 years. And only SSO has been eliminated in the group stage. All other teams at least reached the top 8. I suggest LPL teams focus on breaking into the top 8 at the World Championship before attempting to challenge the teams from the Republic of Korea. The conversation was rife with disdain for the LPL region. Peanut chose to remain silent. After all, Korean netizens would not be persuaded. And he had no obligation to defend the LPL. Let us focus on the match, Peanut urged, directing the audience's attention back to the LPL finals. Since someone had suggested watching the match, Peanut was content to relax. Commentating on the match required little effort, allowing him to leisurely pass the time. I must say, I have faith in VG, Peanut asserted earnestly. Virtue is an exceptional player. Another reason he was watching the LPL finals today was due to his amicable relationship with Gu Xing. They had been conversing casually during their ranked matches. Before the summer finals of LCK, Gu Xing had sent congratulatory messages, which Peanut still remembered. The viewers in the stream continued to jest at his remarks. Peanut was asked whether he is not a fan of Clear Love, and why he supports VG instead. At the beginning of the summer tournament, he had expressed his admiration for Clear Love in a media interview, stating his desire to compete against him. This interview was widely shared domestically, much to the delight of many of Clear Love's fans. When confronted with the question, Peanut responded without hesitation, asserting that while Clear Love is indeed his idol, he shares a personal friendship with the player Virtue. Moreover, with EDG having already secured a spot in the S6 World Championship, it is only natural for him to support VG, as their victory would also grant them entry into the global tournament, which he deemed a splendid outcome. This reasoning successfully swayed some Korean netizens. The LPL English stream was still replaying the highlight moments from the second match of the finals. Peanut, who had not watched the live broadcast of the match, was particularly attentive at that moment. The clash that erupted in the bot lane saw VG skillfully shield their low-health teammates from being swiftly eliminated by EDG's Graves and Ezreal, thereby maximizing their own combat effectiveness and diverting the enemy's focus. Peanut, while opening a bag of squid-flavored peanut snacks, casually praised, VG is playing exceptionally well. In his view, such defensive maneuvers were quite fundamental. If the players within the team coordinated their efforts more effectively, they could achieve remarkable outcomes. As he munched on the snack, with its crispy exterior dusted in squid powder and a whole peanut within, the moment he crushed it, the delightful fragrance of the squid intertwined with the unique nuttiness of the peanut filled his mouth. This snack had been procured by their manager and team leader, Zeyuan, a few days prior, intended to sustain the players during their training sessions. In just a few days, the box of snacks was nearly depleted, with Smeb being a significant contributor, as he had a penchant for enjoying a couple of bottles of alcohol alongside these delectable peanut balls, leading to a considerable consumption of snacks. Peanut was still contemplating his future, aware of the strict legal drinking age in South Korea, which prevented minors from purchasing alcohol. Given his youthful appearance, he often found himself mistaken for someone underage. However, he eagerly anticipated the next year when he could openly enjoy a few drinks with his teammates. Meanwhile, the LPL English stream transitioned to a scene where Gu Xing confronted Ming Kai at the mid-tower. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as Peanut inadvertently bit down too forcefully, crushing yet another squid peanut ball, causing his upper and lower teeth to collide with a muffled thud. What? He exclaimed in disbelief as he gazed at the screen. In the footage, the barrel-rolling champion executed a decisive move as Graves stepped out of the rolling barrel's reach. With a flash and an explosive E-ability, he effectively sent Graves crashing back, triggering the rolling barrel's explosion, and with the aid of his empowered basic attacks under the influence of his W, Drunken Rage, he secured a successful solo kill. Peanut's viewers in the livestream also witnessed Gu Xing's remarkable play. The chat was soon flooded with laughter and praises for his impressive execution, symbolized by question marks and accolades. Peanut, who was only an average player with the barrel champion, was witnessing someone skillfully maneuvering with the geometric barrels in a professional setting for the first time. Virtue is incredible, Peanut remarked in awe. What an impressive barrel play. Due to Peanut's triumph in the ROX this summer, the popularity of the team has surged, as audiences are enthralled by such tales of resurgence. The number of fans for the already popular player, Peanut, has skyrocketed, leading to a significant increase in live viewership. Currently, tens of thousands are concurrently watching on the streaming platform. Although this figure pales in comparison to Faker's peak viewership of 245,000 during his debut on the platform, which set a historical record on Twitch, Peanut has nonetheless established himself as a prominent streamer in terms of genuine audience size. Many Korean netizens, following Peanut, have found themselves captivated by the LPL finals, astonished by Gu Xing's gameplay. Remarkably, the player being outshone was none other than Clear Love. EDG is one of the few LPL teams familiar to Korean audiences, partly due to their memorable victory over SKT in the S5 mid-season invitational, which left a lasting impression on many Koreans. Additionally, the team's roster features several Korean players, indicating a high caliber of talent in their selection process. The team's strategy is straightforward, primarily focusing on acquiring strong carries. The management understands that most Korean players might face communication barriers initially. Hence, they opt for roles that require minimal interaction. The carries are well suited for this, as they can perform effectively with little external guidance. The synergy is ensured by the capable Chinese jungler and support, who can facilitate team coordination. As for the top lane, with champions like Makai, Treant, and Twisted Tree's Spirit rotating in, they are more than sufficient. This strategic approach has led EDG to recruit well-known Korean players such as Deft and the formidable General Fat, along with their rising star. Particularly, Deft has a soft-spoken demeanor compared to the more fierce player, Koo Sung-bin, earning him a stellar reputation and a staggering fanbase. Under various circumstances, Korean netizens have developed a profound understanding of EDG, and Clear Love is notably well-known in Korea as well, being the FMVP of the S5 mid-season invitational and the master of champions like Nunu. To witness the newcomer Virtue deftly outmaneuver him is astonishing. The more one revisits the highlight moments, the more surreal they become. Korean viewers were taken aback to see Ming Kai's Graves unable to secure the jungle, allowing the barrel to wreak havoc within EDG's territory. In the final team fight, Gu Xing's explosive damage output sent the chat into a frenzy. The audience marveled at the incredible damage dealt by the full damage barrel. After the mid-season barrel trend in Season 3 faded, the nuclear build had not been seen in professional play for quite some time. Its sudden appearance provided a striking visual impact. The MVP for this match is hardly a mystery. Peanut beams with joy. Despite Sung-bin's commendable performance, it surely cannot outshine Virtue's brilliance. As the commentators deliberate, the broadcast team reveals the MVP candidate. Gu Xing's portrait is showcased to the audience, with the rugged appearance of the barrel accentuating his handsome visage. His impressive stats of 7 kills, 0 deaths, and 10 assists, along with a 244 team damage contribution, speak volumes. The economic lead has reached an astonishing 4,839. This figure is utterly outrageous, even leaving Xiao shocked. An economic lead of 4,839? To him, it is absurd that the barrel can reduce the marksman to such a state. Truly outrageous. The Korean audience was equally unprepared for such statistics. The current LCK adheres to a strategic approach with a low level of bloodshed. Apart from teams like ROX, their aggression is not particularly strong, and such exaggerated disparities in matchups are rarely seen. What is this? A damage share of 244. Can a jungler really achieve that? Has the LPL fallen to such depths? A one-sided thrashing is truly unexciting. I checked, VG stands out in the LPL, essentially a class of its own. That only proves how abysmal the LPL is. One team in a region is barely acceptable. Why is everyone saying VG can win? Who knows, EDG might even pull off a reverse sweep. You little brat. Are you implying SKT? If you have the guts, don't expose your location, or I might just send you some blades. Seeing the discussion veering off course, Xiao quickly steered it back. If EDG had been beaten this badly, they would certainly need to reflect upon it, he mused, popping another squid peanut ball into his mouth. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the EDG lounge was nearly frozen. Abu, now a member of the club's management, spoke in his usual high-pitched voice. Ming Kai, how did you perform in the last game? Are you experiencing some cognitive dissonance? I can hardly bear to watch. The other players sat silently in their chairs. Deft, unable to comprehend Abu's words, rested his head on his hand, chewing gum incessantly, still caught in the habits of the match. Standing at the door, Clear Love instinctively retorted as he listened to his former colleague criticize him, his tone not very amiable. What cognitive dissonance? You are the shot caller. Can you clarify your thought process? Abu clapped his hands sharply, attempting to rouse the players from their stupor. Ganking is always a loss. If you gank top, the bot gets dove. If you gank bot, you get counter-killed by Li Zigon's demon. By the end of his tirade, his Mandarin had become less than standard. Setting aside the character issues of ancient times, Abu's ability to lead a team is second to none among domestic coaches. His brilliant draft strategy during the S5 MSI, where he executed a Morgana mid that outplayed Faker's LeBlanc, was indeed remarkable. With his keen insight, he could certainly discern Ming Kai's underwhelming performance in the second match. After losing 2 consecutive games to VG, Abu's demeanor was no longer as gentle as usual. Seeing all eyes in the lounge turn towards him, the jungler's face flushed with embarrassment. In a moment of desperation, he stammered in response. Yes, the barrel was in my jungle. You all could have pushed your lanes to help me. So why didn't you come? Why did you choose Talia? Ming Kai spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. They kept calling for me to go bot. How could I do that when others were constantly invading my jungle? Clearlove was not unaware of the extent of his previous errors. He simply reacted defensively upon sensing Abu reprimanding him in front of the training department staff. Abu parted his lips momentarily, deciding to take Ming Kai outside. He recognized that Clearlove was somewhat muddled, perhaps lost in thought, and at this juncture, he felt compelled to undertake an unprecedented and audacious act to rouse Ming Kai from his stupor. Once they departed, the lounge returned to a profound silence. The head coach, Gu Xing, feigned deafness, remaining utterly mute. The owner, Zhu, arose, urging his comrades to rally their spirits. We merely need to wield our side selection wisely. If we can secure a single victory, our opponents will falter. In his view, VG's League of Legends division lacked substantial heritage. By striking a blow to their morale, they could gain momentum. Zhu acknowledged VG's strength, yet noted that their path through the summer split had been remarkably smooth. Even during the mid to late game, when Jackie Love took the stage, their winning rhythm remained unbroken. As the saying goes, success breeds complacency. Repeated triumphs may lead to decline. If they could thwart VG once, the opponents, tasting the bitterness of defeat after a long absence, would undoubtedly grow anxious. At that point, EDG might genuinely have a chance to stage a comeback from 2 games down. Hosting the finals on home turf certainly provided a semblance of advantage. Zhu, with a playful smile, sought to alleviate the player's mindset. Guangzhou was undeniably his stronghold. After all, EDG was founded in this very city, a locale he knew intimately. Mouse, sensing the owner's optimism despite the team's consecutive losses, felt reassured and began to jest with his teammate TNI. Indeed, let us keep our spirits high. Zhu remarked gently. The team has made it to the World Championship. Let us not burden ourselves with excessive pressure. If anyone should be anxious, it's VG. Should they lose the finals, their mentality may shatter as they prepare for the upcoming qualifiers. This sentiment resonated with wisdom, and TNI's expression lightened. Eventually, Abu returned with Ming Kai in tow. With the absence of other teammates, the manager faced his former colleague's admonition with a calm acceptance of his faults. While internally frustrated, he found no grounds for rebuttal. In the next game, Abu instinctively issued commands. Let us have scout on the field. We're taking the blue side. So give it your best. This was the coach's duty, and Gu Xing had no objections, clearly accustomed to the routine. The rookie nodded vigorously. I will strive to improve, he stated earnestly after a brief pause. Having been in the LPL for less than half a year, his vocabulary in Chinese remained limited, aside from essential communication during matches. He could only articulate simple and straightforward phrases. In the previous 2 games against Howie, he truly found it challenging. Having spent time with SKT and Zeyuan, Scout understood the style of this gentle-faced elder. The mid lane resembled an impenetrable web. When Howie was unable to secure his Ice Queen, his roaming frequency visibly diminished. The majority of the time, he languished in the mid lane, farming for gold and growth. Yet the rookie was unable to assist his teammates. In the last match, when he utilized Malzahar, he had clearly gained wave control upon reaching level 6, yet Zeyuan withstood the damage from malefic visions, significantly hampering his wave clear efficiency. Scout was acutely aware of this. The Lord's steadiness is not merely a retreat into the tower, allowing the opponent's mid laner to roam freely while his teammates fall prey to ambushes, all the while chuckling as he farms. Rather, he engages his counterpart in the mid lane, ensuring that if he remains, the adversary shall not escape either. He draws the enemy into the developmental rhythm that Zeyuan excels at. ultimately leveraging his vast experience to vanquish them. To breach the Lord's defenses, the most straightforward and effective method is through sheer force. If a mid laner possesses superior strength to that of the Lord, they may forcibly break the constraints he imposes, suppressing Zeyuan and providing support through roaming. While this may sound simple, in the grand arena of the 5 major leagues, few mid laners can achieve such a feat. Though the Lord's prowess has slightly waned since his peak, he remains far beyond the grasp of the inexperienced rookie mid laner. Scout, with a mind swirling with strategies, ponders his approach for the next game. Meanwhile, the portly general, huddled in the corner, shifts slightly and continues to watch alongside his substitute, Coral. Ever since the rookie joined EDG, he has known that he would gradually become marginalized. Despite being born in early 1997, just a year older than Scout, he feels as though he belongs to an entirely different era of mid laners. At 19, he is undeniably in the prime of his career. Yet, the frequent bouts of back pain prevent him from engaging in rigorous training. The lingering discomfort that arises during matches distracts Pawn's focus, and his declining condition is a cause for concern. He might manage a couple of best-of-5 series, but League of Legends follows a league format, and the lengthy season will prove too much for Pawn's back to endure. EDG will inevitably seek a new mid laner. Scout's arrival undoubtedly encroaches upon the portly general's position within the team. The rookie, being younger and in far better physical condition, clearly has a lengthy career ahead of him, with visible potential for growth. Moreover, having previously achieved no notable results, his relatively lower price translates to significantly reduced salary demands for the team. The portly general realizes that once this season concludes, EDG will likely not renew his contract. It is evident that with a more viable replacement available, there is little incentive to invest heavily in renewing the contract of this former MSI champion mid laner. Take this finals match as an example, trailing by 2 games. The portly general is undoubtedly a more suitable choice for EDG. He possesses extensive experience in high-stakes games, a deeper champion pool, and his strength is unquestionable. Yet, Abu chose not to substitute him in. Attitude speaks volumes. Trailing 0-2, if the portly general were to take the stage, how would that affect the rookie's mindset? It might appear as though EDG lacks faith in Scout, the newcomer. Regardless, with the team having secured a spot in the World Championship, their focus should extend beyond the immediate game, as EDG has already begun analyzing their potential opponents for the Worlds. Just then, a staff member knocks on the door to remind them to prepare for the match. The EDG players rise, leaving the room with paper cups in hand amidst the comforting and encouraging words from the training department staff. In stark contrast to their lively demeanor, the substitute bench where the portly general and Coral sit feels decidedly more subdued. Before the players depart, Pawn catches a glimpse of his good friend Deft glancing back at him. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the 2016 LPL Summer Finals. As the audience witnessed VG leading with a commanding 2-0 advantage, the atmosphere became electrifying, and the excitement in the air was palpable. With 3 match points in their grasp, victory seemed tantalizingly close. All they needed was to maintain their focus and seize the moment to claim the championship. Miller, in tandem, provided strategic insights for the disadvantaged EDG, advising them to recalibrate their jungle strategy and prevent the relentless incursions of Xiang Guo. Having witnessed the prowess of Gu Xing firsthand, he was astounded. With a barrel in hand, pursuing the enemy marksman with fervor, was there no semblance of fairness left? The camera panned to Gu Xing, who wore a bright smile, his slender, fair fingers dancing over the keyboard as he engaged in a spirited exchange with his opponents. The 17,000 spectators in attendance gradually regained their composure, fervently chanting the names of their beloved players and teams. Gu Pan and Shun Guanshan, caught up in the moment, joined the die-hard fans waving the silvery VG flags in spirited cheer. Gu Xing's parents, lacking the youthful exuberance of the younger crowd, nonetheless fervently banged their glow sticks to express their unwavering support for their son. As the resounding clang of excitement filled the arena, the BP panel appeared on the colossal funnel screen above, igniting a deafening roar of applause from the audience. In the third game, EDG occupied the blue side and swiftly eliminated Xiaogu's Leona. With the playoffs advancing into the 615 patch, professional teams had begun to recognize the formidable strengths of Nidalee. After analyzing the patch, they discovered that what appeared to be nerfs were, in fact, enhancements, leading to a significant rise in both the pick and ban rates of Leona. EDG had already experienced the ferocity of Gu Xing's Leona. While the factory's Nidalee was usable, it lacked mastery, making it a candidate not worth prioritizing. Thus, they opted to ban it. Redmi's strategy remained focused on neutralizing the Azir, but EDG chose to alter their approach. In a swift departure from their previous bans targeting VG's mid and top lanes, they decided to eliminate the marksman instead. Recognizing their inability to contain Xiang Guo in the prior matches, they opted to target the jungle position. Dahl's expression reflected exhilaration. Previous teams had attempted similar strategies, yet all had ultimately faltered. Redmi paced back and forth behind the players' seats, reiterating the need to ban the card master, as Xiang Guo's team might seek to avoid confrontations in the jungle. EDG's decision to eliminate two jungle powerhouses made it abundantly clear that they wished to avoid contention in the jungle with Gu Xing, instead aiming to empower their other three lanes. Hearing his coach's advice, Gu Xing brimmed with confidence, reassured that the jungle's fate did not rest solely in the factory's hands. Indeed, Zeyuan, the translator on stage, exuded faith in his jungler, giving his shoulder a few encouraging pats. Today's chaos in the Rift would hinge on Gu Xing's performance. For their final ban, EDG targeted the support champion, the formidable Trundle, who had shone brightly in the previous matches. Redmi's lips curled into a knowing smile. Having discerned the opposing team's subtle stratagems, by banning Braum, the adversaries would find themselves at a considerable disadvantage. EDG's decision to eliminate Trundle lingered until the last 2 seconds, seemingly fraught with difficulty. Yet, Redmi understood that this was a masterfully orchestrated setup by EDG. Any lapse in vigilance could lead them right into the opponent's trap. If Redmi refrains from banning Braum and instead opts to restrict other champions, the situation VG is likely to encounter would be rather awkward. EDG may very well seize Ashe first, thus presenting VG with a conundrum. The only marksman in the current meta capable of rivaling Ashe is Jhin. However, selecting Jhin typically precludes the choice of Braum, as the synergy between these two champions is far from harmonious. With Jin's rather meager attack speed, executing Braum's passive would require considerable effort. Should VG choose not to secure Braum, EDG would then establish the formidable combination of Ashe and Braum from Freljord. Boasting both offensive and defensive capabilities, undeniably the top-tier bot lane in the current meta. Conversely, without the troll, Jhin would be unable to contend with EDG, regardless of the support he is paired with. Quickstar's strategic calculations rang loudly, yet it regrettably remained too naive. Before Redmi, this plan was too conspicuous and could be easily dismantled. He opted to ban Braum, thereby passing the ball to EDG. If the opposition swiftly claims Ashe, VG can lock in Jhin along with another potent support, ensuring a robust landing phase. If EDG neglects to secure Ashe, VG can gleefully accept Ashe and utilize their second pick to acquire other champions from the current patch. Regardless of how it is calculated, VG stands to gain. Quickstar, noticing Redmi's swift and precise reaction, momentarily paled. As the finals progressed to the third game, everyone had nearly discerned each other's strategies. Concealing further tactics would necessitate saving them for the World Championship. EDG had certainly prepared extensively for this final match. Their bot lane strategy, which they had employed since the semifinals for early invasions, fell victim to VG's peculiar jungle pathing in the first game, resulting in significant losses. Mouse's captain, a hidden card, was utterly countered by Long Ji's Rumble, rendering it ineffective. The rapid synergy of mid-lane Talia and Card's system was completely shut down by VG, who managed to thwart all three strategies, leaving EDG in a dire predicament. Quickstar had no choice but to resolutely secure Thresh, with both Ashe and Jhin still available. The complementary supports, Braum and the Troll, had unfortunately fallen victim to the ban list. The remaining support options in the current meta were rather limited, with the versatile Thresh undoubtedly standing as a premier choice. VG secured Shun and Lissandra, acquiring the mid and top champions that had not been released in the first 2 games. Quickstar contemplated thoroughly before selecting Ashe and Rek'Sai. This time, he had the counter of Ashe and Thresh, rendering him unafraid of VG potentially mirroring their first game's pick of Lee Sin. The opposing team selecting Lee Sin would face considerable difficulty entering the fray, as a reckless advance could easily lead to being controlled and eliminated. Yet, Redmi had already mentally rehearsed this scenario and devised a counter-strategy. VG obtained the ADC Jhin and the support Alistar, Miller pondered for a moment before commenting that while their landing phase was not particularly strong, their potential in skirmishes was formidable, with functionality at its peak. VG South bot lane duo was replete with crowd control, exhibiting a robust synergy with the jungler. In the end, EDG secured their final picks, acquiring top lane Gnar and mid lane Syndra, effectively addressing their team composition's shortcomings. Xiang Guo, this game rests upon your shoulders. Redmi has granted Gu Xing ample space to showcase his abilities. Is that acceptable? Gu Xing nodded, entrusting the task to me, confident that EDG would not stir up any waves. The player, Hua, expressed anticipation as VG assigned the last counter pick to the jungler, Xiang Guo, curious about his choice of champion. The composition of EDG was not particularly vulnerable to engaged champions like Lee Sin, making it relatively easy to counter them. He clarified his thoughts, realizing that the options to effectively deal with Rek'Sai were quite limited. In the final selection phase, the champion icon of a character that had never graced the postseason appeared on the screen. Qingju? Miller exclaimed in surprise. Is it possible to play Qingju in this version? During the midsummer season, the reduction in base armor was indeed a significant blow, compounded by the fact that Wolf Spirit Frenzy no longer provided healing, severely impacting Qingju's jungle sustain. Following this patch, professional teams had entirely abandoned the champion. Gu Xing acknowledged that while the strength of the Eternal Hunter duo had diminished considerably, it was unnecessary for professional teams to select Qingju, given the plethora of viable champions available. However, nothing is absolute. For instance, the current situation. All four of VG's other champions possessed crowd control abilities, fitting the role of utility champions, albeit with lower damage output. The team desperately required a late-game powerhouse in the jungle to provide damage in team fights. As an ADC, Qingju could perfectly fulfill this requirement. Furthermore, she had another advantage. She was exceptionally proficient against Rek'Sai. The frequent wall jumping of Q, Dance of Arrows, allowed her to continuously kite the excavator, making it difficult for the enemy to close the gap. Simultaneously, Rek'Sai's ultimate in the current version lacked direct damage, making it impossible for her to be eliminated in one fell swoop. At most, she would be left severely weakened. During the early to midsummer season, when Qingju was in vogue, Rek'Sai had not yet been so dominant. It was only after the nerf to the Eternal Hunter duo that Rek'Sai began to shine. Gu Xing had calculated that Qingju would perform well against Rek'Sai, coupled with the team's composition support, which led to his selection of her. In the stands, Shun Guanshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qingju was her most proficient champion, and seeing her reappear on the stage filled her with joy, eager to absorb some experience. Gu Xing, on the other hand, appeared flustered. The appearance of Qingju had not been accounted for in his contingency plans. He had disabled champions like Graves and Nidalee, yet had overlooked the other jungle powerhouse, Qingju, simply because no one had been using her. Who would have thought Gu Xing would actually dare to select her? But it was too late to change course. Gu Xing could only hope that his teammates would weather this challenge. The compositions were now set: blue side EDG, top lane Gnar, jungle Rek'Sai, mid lane Syndra, bot lane Ashe and Thresh, red side VG, top lane Shun, jungle Qingju, mid lane Lissandra, bot lane Jhin, and Alistar. VG was placing their bets on Xiang Guo, knowing that the jungler was in excellent form today and prepared to let him wield Qingju to seal the deal. Miller expounded enthusiastically, noting that EDG's core output potential was about to increase significantly. If even one or two champions could gain an advantage, they might lead the team to victory. Before removing his headset, Hongmi offered a final reminder. Striving to secure victory in this match, he focused on minimizing errors and attentively followed Xiang Guo's commands. Once he perceived that his teammates had absorbed the instructions, he proceeded to the center stage to shake hands with Gu Xing amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd. The summoner's rift re-emerged. Due to an urgent matter that required his attention, he had been summoned by his partner and spent an entire day away from the game, returning just in time to find he would not be able to complete a chapter. Thus, he decided to take a day's leave, especially since he had burned the midnight oil in the previous days and lacked energy, hoping to catch up on sleep. He promised to finish writing about the match tomorrow and share the entire account, which he anticipated would be quite substantial. As Hongmi and Gu Xing hastened towards the backstage passage, EDG's head coach appeared preoccupied, offering only a slight nod to him before retreating to his own resting area. In contrast, Hongmi was filled with a sense of accomplishment, humming a tune along the way. How do you think it looks? Boss Ding Jun, with limited knowledge of League of Legends, sought assurance from the coach regarding the lineup. It should be fine, Hongmi reassured him. We will secure this match without a doubt. The success of EDG's team fights relied heavily on the formidable synergy of Gnar and Rek'Sai. Gnar would enter the fray to gain fury, and with Mouse not being Coral, the proficiency on the opposing side would surely be lacking. With a modicum of caution, the threat remained manageable. Rek'Sai, a formidable asset in team fights, would shine in the mid to late game with the potential to execute a sudden flash W burrow. In essence, it would be challenging for EDG to restrict VG's backline. Provided Gu Xing's Qiyana developed smoothly, under the protection of VG's numerous defensive abilities, the scope for team fight execution would be as vast as the ocean. Hongmi held great faith in his team's jungler. With remarkable performance on the battlefield paired with an unflappable demeanor, Gu Xing had earned the spotlight, and deemed it prudent to entrust him with such weighty responsibilities at this pivotal moment in the finals. This choice was undoubtedly the most sagacious. Seated in his chair, Hongmi finally raised his gaze towards the television screen. The players' communication reverberated within the confines of the resting room. Would the opposing team attempt an invasion? Zhu Xiaolong queried his teammates with uncertainty. In terms of early game skirmishing, EDG relied on the formidable duo of Syndra and Ashe, boasting considerable power. However, the presence of Rek'Sai in the jungle posed a slight handicap. Gu Xing contemplated calmly for a moment, concluding that an invasion was unlikely. Let us position ourselves in a line formation along the river. Duan Gu, please place a ward in the river. Brush VG's early game skirmishes were equally robust, and with numerous crowd control abilities at their disposal, a reckless advance could lead to dire consequences. Moreover, with Ashe's presence, they could scout the jungle situation upon reaching level 2 and learning Hawkshot, negating the need for an aggressive opening. Coupled with the previous two matches where EDG's various attempts at early jungle invasions had ended in failure, Gu Xing felt confident that the enemy would refrain from encroaching. Nevertheless, he maintained a vigilant stance, instructing Xiao Duan to initiate a vision in the lower river. Yet, he refrained from relocating Long Gu to the lower half of the map for defensive purposes. This decision proved astute. Concealed within VG's upper jungle, Long Gu observed EDG's sneaky maneuvers aimed at establishing vision. Alone and lacking any means of resistance, he prudently retreated, yielding his position to the opposing team. Before departing, he deliberately left traces for EDG to discover, serving as a deterrent to adversaries and warning them against underestimating his vigilance. Observing that the upper half of VG's vision was shrouded in darkness, the team leader, in pursuit of stability, refrained from venturing deeper. Should an ambush occur, the match would be irrevocably compromised. EDG, trailing 0-2, could ill afford further losses. Eventually, Minkai discreetly placed a ward in the vicinity of VG's red buff camp and made a safe retreat. Zhu Xiaolong promptly relayed the gathered intel to Gu Xing, indicating that the ward was likely situated near the red zone, urging caution. Gu Xing nodded in acknowledgement, his mind racing with contemplation. If Deft could utilize Hawk's Eye to scout VG's camp, why had EDG not forcefully invaded the jungle for an early skirmish? The answer dawned upon him. Deft's Frost Archer at level 2 did not intend to learn Hawk's Eye. Minkai's entry to place the ward aimed to substitute the role of Hawk's Eye. This implied that Jin Hechuan intended to unlock both Q and W skills at level 2, thereby enhancing his landing pressure. Gu Xing's thoughts raced with foresight, striving to account for all potential scenarios. The bottom lane duo of EDG's Frost Archer and Thresh undoubtedly possessed superior early game strength compared to VG's Jin and Alistar. In this context, Deft aimed to reach level 2 to unlock Q, marksmanship, to amplify his landing prowess. A flash of clarity illuminated Gu Xing's mind. The commentators remained fixated on the mini-map. Both junglers commenced their routes from the upper side, while the bottom lane routinely engaged neutral monsters. The summoner's rift lay tranquil. Gu Xing busied himself with the jungle monsters. Following the implementation of the adjustments to Qianzhu, he had to exercise utmost caution during the initial jungle phase. A few careless hits from monsters could spell disaster for his health. At that moment, Gu Xing exhibited remarkable jungle proficiency. Qianzhu was fragile, necessitating a careful approach to minimize damage from the monsters. However, he could not draw too many, only a slight amount. Following Season 5, League of Legends introduced a patience value mechanism. A subtle gray bar appeared above the health bar of jungle monsters. When they switched targets or strayed beyond their camp's confines, their patience would diminish. Once the gray bar vanished, the monsters would swiftly regenerate health and return to the center of their camp. The two conditions for patience depletion primarily occurred when teammates assisted in the jungle at the beginning, alternating aggro with the monsters. The latter scenario often posed challenges for many junglers during farming. To save time and enhance efficiency, pulling monsters to another camp could lead to mistakes if not executed carefully, potentially pulling them out of their designated area and allowing them to heal. According to official documentation, the camp's range extends to 700 units. Notably, this range does not describe a circular area with a radius of 700 units centered on the camp, but rather the pursuit distance of the monsters. By employing champions to attract monster aggro over walls, the monsters would not leap over, but instead must walk to pursue. Once they traversed a distance exceeding 700 units, they would gradually lose patience until it fully dissipated, compelling them to retreat to their camp. As long as one remains within this 700-yard radius, one may freely maneuver the jungle creatures at will. Gu Xing skillfully capitalized on this mechanism, though his eyes are not calibrated like a ruler, making it impossible to measure the distance of 700 yards accurately. Repeated practice has imbued him with a rough understanding of the range. Given that Xianju's early damage is rather low, Gu Xing opted to first lure the jungle creatures from the lower camp. Just before reaching the 700-yard boundary, he deftly drew the creatures away to a more distant location. Ultimately, he led them back towards the lower camp once again. This method of luring the jungle creatures is not particularly novel. We have long since departed from the primitive era of yore, and the basic techniques of jungle manipulation are well known to all. The distinction lies within the nuances. Gu Xing has honed this craft to perfection. Each time he lured the creatures back within the camp, he ensured he was close enough for them to attempt to strike Xianju. He chose to exploit this aspect. During his maneuvering in the jungle, he strategically positioned himself during the casting phase of the wolf spirit's frenzy. The wolf spirit's domain not only reduces the cooldown of Q, rain of arrows, but also cripples the jungle creatures, imposing a lingering 50 reduction in both attack speed and movement speed for 2 seconds. With the aid of this crippling effect, Xianju effortlessly created distance from the creatures during their close encounters. The jungle creatures, burdened with diminished attack and movement speed, often found themselves in the awkward predicament of raising their hands, yet failing to strike Xianju. Furthermore, Gu Xing began his jungle path in the upper quadrant, first securing the stone beetle with his smite, earning the hefty reward of stunning the creatures with every 5th basic attack, thus effectively minimizing his losses while luring. Virtue's health remained remarkably robust, and Miller, noticing this detail, couldn't help but exclaim that young Gu had a remarkable talent for jungle manipulation. As Xianju was nearing the completion of the upper quadrant, the wolf spirit's mark was set to refresh, and the doll leaned forward, eager to observe closely. Time reached the 2.5-minute mark. The wolf spirit commenced the capture of surviving jungle resources on the map. At present, Gu Xing had 0 layers of marks, and the wolf spirit would only seize the crabs in the upper and lower river lanes and the enemy's sharp-beaked bird. As the mark materialized on the mini-map, hushed discussions erupted in the stands. The crab in the lower river. It seemed Gu Xing was on the verge of reaching that location. However, EDG's jungler clearly did not intend to allow Xianju to claim the first mark so effortlessly. The factory manager was executing a rapid route from the magic swamp frog to the 3 wolves, and then to the lower quadrant for the red buff. Thus his jungle speed surpassed that of young Gu. At this moment, he entered the lower river ahead of time. Ming Kai's Rek'Sai, unlike Gu Xing, did not need to exert excessive effort to maneuver the jungle to avoid taking too much damage, thus ensuring greater efficiency. The junior's Syndra had seized control in the mid lane, swiftly providing support to the river as well. Meanwhile, VG's south bottom lane was also under pressure, leaving young Gu without assistance from his teammates. It appeared he would have to forfeit the river crab. Gu Xing's smite had yet to recharge. Although the factory manager also lacked smite, VG had lost control of both the mid and bottom lanes. Even if Gu Xing managed to secure the river crab, escaping from the encirclement of EDG's mid, bottom, and jungle would prove exceedingly difficult. To sacrifice his life for a mark was evidently an unwise transaction. Moreover, based on the feedback from the Lord, the junior has yet to reveal the skills acquired at level 2, likely leaving an unused skill point. As long as Scout points out W, telekinetic manipulation, he can capture jungle creatures. Consequently, the likelihood of Gu Xing securing the river crab is exceedingly slim. EDG is clearly preparing to seize this river crab. Observing the opponent's thorough preparations, Gu Xing naturally abandoned the idea of forcibly claiming the mark. Instead, he merely placed a vision ward near the dragon pit entrance and, upon noticing Ming Kai consuming the river crab, returned to farm the jungle in his lower half of the map. The factory manager's Rek'Sai effortlessly devoured the river crab and intended to clear his own jungle camp. Before Miller could finish his sentence, the factory manager pivoted direction, heading towards VG's lower jungle via the river brush adjacent to mid lane. Miller immediately corrected himself, noting that Clearlove did not plan to farm his own jungle. He opted for an invasion, cleverly evading the vision ward previously set by Gu Xing. The voice of Wawa grew increasingly vibrant as the EDG duo prepared to push down the cannon minion wave before advancing to support the jungle. Deft accumulated the first 2 waves of minions, propelling them forward. And when the cannon minion wave approached, he hastened the push, his arrows incessantly striking the minions. The broadcast camera abruptly shifted to the vicinity of the jungle. Rek'Sai lay in ambush underground, continuing upward through the narrow passage connecting mid lane and the lower jungle, heading towards the 3 wolves camp. The factory manager felt confident. He would surely catch Gu Xing off guard by springing from the shadows. Ming Kai did not even need to consider whether VG had vision in the jungle. The enemy's other champions had not ventured into the jungle, thus unable to place vision wards. As for Gu Xing, he had just placed a vision ward near the dragon pit entrance. The current version's yellow wards have an initial cooldown of 3 minutes. With only 2 minutes and 51 seconds elapsed, Gu Xing's second vision ward had yet to cool down. The factory manager felt assured. However, as he was about to traverse the narrow path between VG's blue area and the 3 wolves camp, turning upward into the Shadow Wolves territory, he discovered that the scenario deviated from his expectations. In Ming Kai's anticipation, Kiana would surely return from placing the ward and begin clearing the 3 wolves, gradually proceeding downwards until all 3 camps in the lower half were cleared. Gu Xing was indeed farming the 3 wolves. Yet, according to Rek'Sai's auditory detection, Kiana had not pulled the 3 wolves towards the blue area. Instead, she stood near VG's mid lane between the first and second towers. Upon witnessing this, Wawa promptly explained that the factory manager was unfortunate, as Gu had fortuitously pulled the jungle creatures to the upper position. Ming Kai had initially believed he could exploit Gu Xing's moment of vulnerability while he was luring the jungle creatures towards the blue buff. To his dismay, the opponent was miles away. Should he venture out now, Gu Xing would undoubtedly spot him from afar and promptly flee. Noticing that VG's bottom and mid lanes were still engaged in their lanes, the factory manager understood that the enemy had no intention of providing support. After careful consideration, he decided to crouch at the corner, using the wall to conceal his figure, ensuring that Gu Xing would remain oblivious to his presence. As soon as Qianzhu drew the wild monsters closer, he would then tunnel in to shorten the distance. With the red buff he possessed, he could instill fear in the hearts of his opponents. Moreover, Gu Xing, in pursuit of farming, would undoubtedly utilize Q, Rain of Arrows. With Qianzhu's only mobility skill on cooldown, Ming Kai believed he might even force Gu Xing to use his flash, reaping substantial rewards. However, after waiting anxiously for several seconds, the feedback from the listening ear technique indicated that Gu Xing and the Shadow Wolves were still approaching the mid lane of VG. The coach's heart raced with urgency. Meanwhile, the commentator, Wawa, remained oblivious to the situation. Having previously observed Gu Xing's farming style, he knew that Gu Xing preferred to lead the wild monsters in a zigzag pattern within the camp, employing Wolf Spirit Frenzy, to kite and reduce damage taken. The earlier 3 sets of wild monsters had all been farmed in this manner. Why, then, had he suddenly changed his approach at the 3-wolf camp? Was something amiss? It seemed Gu Xing had sensed a hint of danger. Miller exclaimed loudly. He remains in a safe zone without making a move. The EDG supporters grew increasingly restless, creating a cacophony in the stance. Although Gu Xing was engaged in close combat with the Shadow Wolves and took damage from the wild monsters, he felt entirely secure. The reason for his unusual behavior was simple. He had anticipated that the coach might come to their lower half of the map to stir trouble. Everything stemmed from Ming Kai's initial movements in the VG red zone, which had instilled a sense of caution within Gu Xing. A seemingly illogical ward, though a trivial detail, had been firmly etched in Gu Xing's memory. The opponent had placed wards to ensure that Def's Frost Archer learned Q and W in the first 2 levels to guarantee lane control, which he perceived as more than a mere coincidence. Gu Xing believed that EDG was not merely aiming to create pushing opportunities for the bottom lane. There was undoubtedly a deeper scheme at play. The EDG duo had amassed the bottom lane minions to push forward, and their next actions could only be one of 3 possibilities. First, they could apply pressure under the tower to deplete the health of Zhu Shengbin and Xiaoduan, subsequently seeking to dive the tower. While trading health was feasible, a dive was unrealistic. Xiaoduan was using Alistar, and with just W and Q's formidable control, he could easily turn the tide against his opponents. Secondly, the EDG duo could utilize their accumulated minion wave to push into the tower and then roam to the mid lane to secure kills. This, too, seemed improbable. Ho Ye's Lysandra possessed strong self-preservation abilities, and Gu Xing had just established vision in the river. It would be challenging for the EDG duo to maneuver towards the mid lane without encountering that ward. The remaining possibility was to provide cover for the coach to invade the jungle. With EDG firmly controlling the lane authority in both the mid and bottom lanes early on, they could provide a robust backing for Ming Kai's incursion. Moreover, Qianzhu, being only level 3, was certainly no match for Rek'Sai. Following the 6.13 patch, which weakened base armor, Qianzhu was now as fragile as paper in the early game. He could shatter with the slightest touch. Throughout his contemplations from the beginning of the match to the present, Gu Xing increasingly felt that clear love would make an appearance. While he could not guarantee the accuracy of his thoughts, he deemed it essential to exercise caution in this pivotal match. Fortunately, he had preserved his health through exceptional kiting techniques in the early game, and now, enduring a few more hits from the Shadow Wolves posed no significant concern. Consuming the reusable potion ensures that one remains above a safe health threshold. Gu Xing was quite clear in his thoughts. He merely needed to endure the blows from the 3 wolves. By the time he ventured to secure the blue buff, the minion wave in VG's bottom lane would have been cleared and would be pushing back towards EDG. At that moment, Deft and Miko would undoubtedly be preoccupied with the jungle, allowing Xiaoduan to escape from the lane and provide assistance in the jungle. The jungler dared not recklessly invade VG's territory to stir up trouble. Brave Nyo was not to be trifled with. Ming Kai was anxiously hiding around the corner. He understood that if he delayed any longer, VG's bottom lane would finish clearing the wave and could arrive to support sooner, thus losing his opportunity to counter jungle. Tianyi, take a look. I'm going in for a fight. After receiving Miko's assurance, Ming Kai maneuvered to the side, closest to Gu Xing, and decisively used his E-burrow to tunnel over the wall into the wolf camp. At this moment, the clock read 2 minutes and 58 seconds. The clash was about to erupt, and the fervor within the Guangzhou International Performing Arts Center surged to new heights. Upon entering the camp, the jungler was a beat too slow with his smite and failed to secure the monster. Ming Kai and Gu Xing were at a disadvantage in terms of vision. The burrowed Rek'Sai had a vision range of merely 250 yards, and the jungler's ward had already been utilized at the start, meaning he could only see the remaining health of the Shadow Wolves when he approached them. Meanwhile, Gu Xing maintained a vision range of 1,350 yards. Upon noticing Rek'Sai burrowing through the wall, he swiftly utilized his freshly cooled smite. Typically, the second smite would not be available until 3 minutes had passed. However, thanks to the Insight Mastery, which reduced summoner spell cooldowns by 15 seconds, Gu Xing was able to access his smite earlier. The jungler unleashed a shockwave to slay a small wolf, emerging from the ground and sending virtue soaring into the air. Rek'Sai's vicious claws tore through Qianzhu's delicate skin. Yet, the damage fell short. Little Gu withstood Rek'Sai's explosive assault, with his health dwindling to less than 30%. Gu Xing regained his freedom upon landing and cast a fearsome presence above the jungler's head. The wolf spirit struck, aiding in slowing down Rek'Sai. Seizing the opportunity, he moved towards the mid lane. Gu Xing was already quite close to mid lane and could reach the safety of the turret in just a couple of steps. Ming Kai could not continue the pursuit. This time, he had lain in wait for so long, only to claim a small wolf and inflict a bit of damage on Gu Xing. The gains were far from what he had anticipated. The jungler was in a frenzy, yet he had no means to contend with Gu Xing. Xiaoduan expended his last relic shield and set forth into the jungle. Duan Deliang assigned the remaining minions to Zhu Qingbin. Due to Imp's earlier jungle clear, he possessed slightly more experience than the support. reaching level 3 after finishing the cannon minion. With the help of landslide, he could single-handedly clear minions beneath the tower. As a support, ensuring ADC could secure the cannon minion was sufficient. Moreover, because Duan Deliang had sacrificed most of the wave, his roaming pace was surprisingly comparable to Tian Ye's. As Virtue found himself unable to continue the pursuit of the factory director, he instead turned back, preparing to counterattack. Miller's keen eyes noticed an anomaly on the minimap, prompting Lord Ho to rush in for support, bolstering Little Gu's confidence. The director zoomed out the perspective, encompassing the entirety of the lower half of the Summoner's Rift. It became evident that both junglers were entangled in the jungle, while the mid and bot lanes simultaneously mobilized for reinforcements, transforming the entire lower quadrant into a chaotic melee reminiscent of the pivotal Battle of Pingan County during World War II. After pushing the minion wave, the rookie began to move towards the mid lane, momentarily stunned by Lord Ho's sudden departure. Were you not stationed at the mid lane turret? With 4 minions remaining under the tower, 1 melee and 3 ranged, Zeyuan carelessly ignored them, opting instead to traverse the wall to the lower area, using his E ability, Glacial Path. This unexpected maneuver caught the rookie off guard. In the previous 2 matches, he and Lord Ho had been firmly entrenched in the mid lane, while the opposing team displayed an intense desire to farm minions. Why had the strategy shifted so abruptly? Unbeknownst to him, Lord Ho had also been adapting. Upon clarifying the jungle-centric approach, Rek'Sai instructed teammates across all lanes to be vigilant in the jungle, ready to support at the first sign of trouble. Zeyuan was slow to adapt. Accustomed to playing farming mages, his strategy revolved around the mid lane as the focal point for accumulating gold and enhancing his economy. Suddenly being asked to shift his style proved to be a slow transition. However, there existed an exception within Zeyuan's champion pool, the Ice Queen. This was the only non-farming champion that Lord Ho excelled with. When he controlled Lysandra, his support was often timely. Under Rek'Sai's guidance, Lord Ho now wielded the Ice Queen with such proficiency that he could even ignore a small number of minions to roam freely. Presently, both mid-laners and supports were converging on the jungle, sacrificing lane control to level the playing field. VG's response time was remarkably swift, placing the factory director in a precarious position. Amid Miller's urgent commentary, Gu Xing activated his W ability, Wolf Spirit Frenzy, leaping forward with the burning effect of the red buff to strike Ming Kai. The factory director found himself at a loss, having already used his E ability, Tunnel. Any further advance would necessitate the use of Flash, which had already been expended. Even if he managed to close in, he could only land a basic attack followed by his Q ability, Queen's Wrath, which lacked the damage to eliminate Gu Xing, who had nearly 1/3 of his health remaining. Reluctantly, the factory director feigned retreat, waiting for his teammates to position themselves before devising a counterattack. Little Gu played aggressively, unleashing a formidable 3-hit combo that dealt significant damage. Relying on the slow effect from the red buff, Gu Xing relentlessly pursued with basic attacks. By the time reinforcements arrived, Rek'Sai's health was reduced to half. The rookie, utilizing the wall to push back the weaker foe, attempted to stun Virtue. Scout unleashed his abilities with remarkable precision, cleverly concealing his Q ability, Dark Sphere, behind the wall, subsequently using weakness retreat to launch it forward. Should Gu Xing focus on pursuing the factory director, he would be oblivious to Scout's control skills being deployed. With less than 30% of health remaining, Qianju was rendered incapacitated on the spot. The junior only needed to use W, telekinesis, to hurl the orb, followed by a basic attack to trigger thunder, which would be sufficient to eliminate him instantly. However, Gu Xing was in an optimal state. The sudden cheers that erupted from the stands moments ago only served to invigorate him, transforming the excitement into his own motivation. At the moment when Syndra unleashed her power to disperse the weak at the outer edge of the Three Wolves camp, Gu Xing deftly maneuvered Qianju to the side, skillfully evading the opponent's control. At this juncture, the vision he had previously established in the river suddenly flared with a crimson glow. It was the teleportation of the top laner, Shun. The crowd gasped as they realized that Long Gu was also joining the fray. All 4 teammates from VG rushed to assist their jungler. Qianju was undeniably the absolute core of VG's lineup. Witnessing Gu Xing being bullied, the others were naturally unwilling to stand aside. Miller cast his gaze upon the left side of the God's Eye perspective, where he could discern the rage status of EDG's top laner, Nar. It was exceptionally poor, Nar's rage was barely half full. Even if Mouse were to use his teleport to join, by the time the 45 seconds of channeling concluded, he would have already transformed back into his smaller form. This was not entirely Mouse's fault for failing to manage his rage effectively. According to the skill mechanics, unless Little Nar received no damage within 13 seconds, his rage would not dissipate. This meant that Mouse would have to secure last hits, making it difficult to curb the growth of his rage. Under normal circumstances, Nar would accumulate full rage around the second to third wave of minions, preparing for his first transformation. However, the duration of Mega Nar's transformation was only 15 seconds, and time was running out. The initial combat capability of Little Nar was far inferior to that of Shun, and Mouse's teleportation would have little impact. If Mouse wished to intercept the dragon, he would have to capitalize on the moment before he shrank, using pummel, to stun it. Yet, Long Ji's support arrived a moment too late, as he was searching for a suitable teleport location. Currently, he stood behind VG's first tower, with the minion wave far from the defensive structure. For Mouse to engage, he would need to withstand at least 2 hits from the tower before interrupting Shin's teleportation, and escaping would prove to be quite challenging. If Long Gu saw him approach and canceled his teleport, a taunt would likely cost him his life. Reluctantly, Mouse urged his teammates to retreat swiftly over voice chat. Let us go, let us go? Tian Yi doesn't wish to linger in battle. We've already reaped sufficient rewards. Forcing VG's top laner to teleport while causing the mid and bot lanes to lose some minions. EDG, aside from the jungler who had been lying in wait for a little longer, has gained nothing but empty-handed losses. Ming Kai understood the wisdom of knowing when to stop. Continuing to entangle further would undoubtedly yield no favorable outcomes for his side. EDG wished to withdraw, but the current situation was not under their control. The VG jungle was teeming with players. Gu Xing and Ming Kai, the 2 junglers, occupied the middle ground between the 3 wolves and the blue buff camp. The Lord and the Junior were positioned near the mid lane on either side of the junglers. Meanwhile, the EDG bot lane duo was situated in the lower area of VG's blue zone, while Xiao Duan approached the vicinity of the magic swamp frog camp. Overall, the positioning of EDG's 4 players is relatively dispersed. In the confined jungle, it becomes exceedingly difficult for them to regroup for a collective retreat. Among them, the junior player is the easiest to escape, as he merely needs to retrace his steps back to the mid lane. However, how should the 3 players in the lower jungle make their way out? They must head directly towards the center to reunite with the junior. But they are obstructed by the formidable presence of the enemy. Moving along the blue zone of VG towards the lower river, they face the relentless pursuit of Long Ji's Shun. In a moment of desperation, Tian Yi devises a clever plan. Ming Kai, pick up the lantern. Having saved his skill points since reaching level 2, he aims to cooperate with the team leader for an invasion. If they manage to engage, Miko can utilize his Q ability to provide crowd control. Now, in their attempt to escape, Tian Yi invests in Soul Lantern and tosses a lantern at Ming Kai's feet. After Long Gu expended his teleport, VG transitioned from defense to offense. Gu Xing kept a close watch on the EDG players, calculating how many he could potentially eliminate. The only players without mobility options are the already engaged Rek'Sai and the other 3 members of EDG. The sole variable in this equation is Tian Yi's Thresh, who possesses the ability to throw a lantern to pull a teammate from the battlefield. Gu Xing remained wary of this possibility. After a prolonged skirmish, more than 3 minutes had elapsed in the match. Gu Xing's second trinket ward was now ready. At the moment Miko cast the lantern, he immediately placed a fake ward above it. The team leader was a step too slow and failed to click the lantern in time. By the time he reacted, Gu Xing had already positioned his ward above the lantern. Rek'Sai stood still, attacking the trinket ward. With the shout of the doll, a low murmur of surprise arose from the EDG fans in the stands, their numbers creating a deafening roar. The team leader could not reach it. To differentiate the trinket ward from other fake wards, the officials had intentionally nerfed it. Not only was its duration short, but it also required a 2-second interval before becoming invisible after placement, making it a second slower than regular fake wards. Originally, this was a drawback of the trinket ward. However, it has now turned into an advantage. The 2-second invisibility means that the team leader must wait 2 seconds before he can click on the lantern. By then, it may be too late. The team leader had no choice but to quickly flash to assist the junior player, but Gu Xing was guarding the position, immobilizing him with W. The freezing ring at level 1 only lasts for a mere second. However, for Gu Xing, that was more than sufficient. Young Gu advanced to continue his attacks, aiming to collaborate with Gu Xing to eliminate Rek'Sai. Meanwhile, the junior player utilized force of will, to grasp the blue buff from across the wall and hurled it towards Gu Xing, intending to use the monster to impede VG's advance. Virtue decisively flashed away from Syndra's skill, landing another arrow on Rek'Sai. Gu Xing's Q, Ice Shard, and basic attack struck in succession, triggering the Thunderlord's decree and reducing the team leader's health to a critical level. Had it not been for the shield provided by the lantern, Rek'Sai would have already succumbed to the explosive damage from the Ice Maiden's abilities. Deft fired a barrage of arrows from behind the wall, dealing damage to the VG jungle, and followed up with another basic attack on Qiyana. In the field, T&I had ignited a fire around Gu Xing, who found himself devoid of any means to recover his health. Fully aware that he was ensnared in a situation from which escape was futile, his only recourse was to assist his teammates as much as possible while also seeking to secure a few assists for himself. Earlier, in his pursuit, Gu Xing had ventured beyond the range of Wolf Spirit Frenzy. However, he still benefited from the cooldown reduction effect from his previous casting of Q Rain of Arrows, resulting in a mere 4 seconds of cooldown. Just before Qianju's demise, the skill was finally off cooldown. Virtue leaped over the wall with Rain of Arrows, striking the EDG duo. Gu Xing felt a sense of relief as his life was claimed by Tianya's basic attack, which triggered the ignition burn damage. Consequently, the red buff was inherited by Thresh, whose impact on the battlefield was not particularly significant. Meanwhile, the life of Rek'Sai was claimed by the Ice Queen, who dealt a decisive blow with a single auto attack. Earlier, Duan Deliang had been lingering near the Swamp Frog camp. Upon seeing the factory manager fleeing towards the mid lane, he realized that pursuing him was futile, thus redirecting his focus to the EDG duo. Just as Long Gu was about to land in the river, he dashed forth from the shadows with a flash. With remarkable speed, he executed a swift WQ combo, determined to send the EDG bottom lane into the air. Deft's reaction was astonishingly quick. A glimmer of awe flickered in Wawa's eyes, just as the bull's horn was about to collide with the Ice Queen. Jin Hechio successfully dodged with a flash. Miko, however, was launched into the air. It was not that T&I lacked the will to evade. At merely 18 years of age, he was inherently gifted, possessing quick reflexes. Had he used his flash, he could have easily avoided the bull's Q, seismic shatter. Yet, T&I was constrained. He could only flash upwards. Positioned away from the wall, a leftward flash would result in a collision, and if he fled downwards, he would fall prey to the bull's seismic strike aimed at the lower deft. But ascending would lead him deeper into the VG jungle, a veritable path to doom. After careful consideration, he resolved not to use his flash. In the distance, Imp, having cleared the minions under the turret, unleashed a devastating shattering crescendo. Hitting a target already airborne was akin to shooting fish in a barrel, and it immediately ensnared Thresh in place. Long Ji's Shun had concluded his teleportation and was now positioned in the lower river. He refrained from using his taunt hastily, instead opting to close the distance and unleashed a barrage of Q attacks against Deft. Deft attempted to slow his adversary with basic attacks to create an escape route, but Shun's subsequent taunt successfully connected. Fortunately, Jin Hechio had brought Cleanse, promptly using it to dispel the taunt control and hastily escape. Miko, however, was simply unfortunate, ensnared by the taunts of the VG team and ultimately perishing at Long Ji's hands. A trade of 1 for 2. Wawa's voice brimmed with excitement. EDG had suffered immensely. Miller chimed in, noting that while it seemed merely a matter of 1 kill, EDG had expended far too many summoner spells. Particularly concerning was Rek'Sai, as the factory manager had sacrificed a crucial early game flash, only to secure a single assist in return. In contrast, Gu Xing, having chosen Rek'Sai as his initial spirit mark, successfully acquired his first layer of passive. Moreover, the economic advantage from 2 assists, coupled with the 4 jungle camps and the system's gold bonuses, enabled him to acquire the green jungle knife upon resurrection. Meanwhile, the jungler was still short of 50 gold, which left him in utter despair, resorting to selling his reusable potion to forcibly procure the red jungle knife. Minkai believed that this match presented ample opportunities for the smite strategy. With VG's primary damage dealer being solely Qianjue, he could significantly mitigate the damage received by applying the red smite onto Gu Xing during team fights. However, The recollection of the earlier skirmish in VG's jungle left him feeling as distressed as someone suffering from constipation. He never anticipated that merely attempting to counter jungle would result in being ambushed by all 5 members of VG. Was it truly necessary? The jungler couldn't fathom it. Wasn't jungle his domain that warranted such protection? Gu Xing, on the other hand, was elated, proclaiming that his development was progressing smoothly. And soon he would orchestrate a counter against the opposition. Early deaths were not unbearable for Qianjue. As long as he could secure sufficient gains, it would be worthwhile. Evidently, Gu Xing was reaping substantial rewards. While he did not gain a significant economic advantage, the temptation of acquiring a layer of passive marks at the 3-minute mark was quite enticing. Moreover, the jungler was feeling the pressure of his losses. Without flash, Rek'Sai would struggle to ensure successful ganks for the next 5 minutes. In contrast to VG, who had stable crowd control across all lanes, EDG's composition relied heavily on the jungler to initiate and secure kills. Losing flash was undoubtedly a devastating blow to Rek'Sai's gank success rate. Another source of Gu Xing's joy was the location of the next wolf spirit mark. The river crab had yet to reset, and the upper river crab had just been devoured by Mouse, who was idly lingering in the top lane. That mark would undoubtedly spawn in EDG's beakbird camp. Gu Xing was filled with delight. He knew that the jungler was also aware of this information, and EDG's mid-jungle duo would undoubtedly exert all efforts to defend against Qianjue obtaining 2 layers of marks too early. However, Gu Xing had no intention of doing so. He intended to use the wolf spirit mark as bait to lure the opponent into the jungle, thereby executing his plan to mislead the jungler's position. To enhance the ruse, Gu Xing even placed the sheep spirit mark on deft in the bottom lane, crafting an image of preparing to invade the lower area for marks after resurrection, and subsequently ambushing the unprotected Ashe. Although the jungler harbored suspicions, he had no choice. If he ventured to the upper area to farm the nearly respawning magic toad and 3 wolves, he would relinquish the 2nd layer of marks. Additionally, deft in the bottom lane could be in grave danger. As both junglers revived, the clock had already struck 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Now, without the acceleration effect from the home guardian and lacking boots, it would take him 30 seconds to walk to the jungle. At that point, the wolf spirit mark was about to refresh. Minkai could not hope to clear both the upper jungle camps and the beakbird in the lower lane. He had to make a choice. Time was not on the jungler's side. Ultimately, he chose to secure the lower area, merely reminding his top laner to remain vigilant. Mouse readily acquiesced, confident in his possession of the altar of the swift crab. Having also established vision in the thicket at the junction of the upper river path and upper lane, believing his strategy to be foolproof. However, Gu Xing's movement trajectory was exceedingly cunning. Little Gu traversed the thicket of the upper river path, advancing along the boundary between EDG's mid lane and upper quadrant, before leaping into the enemy blue zone with Dance of Arrows. The route previously employed by the factory manager to secure a rapid 3 did not yield the blue buff, which was originally intended for the junior. Now, he aimed to farm the F4 in the lower quadrant, leaving him momentarily unable to assist in claiming the blue. Upon spotting the intact blue buff, Gu Xing resolved to take over the task for the factory manager. Virtue skillfully navigated to the thicket behind EDG's first turret, intending to launch an assault on Nar alongside Long Gu. Mouse had previously amassed a considerable number of minions within VG's first turret, compelling Zhu Xiaolong to suffer losses in the minion wave, which consequently birthed the opportunity for a wave push in the upper lane. Upon returning to the upper lane, Long Gu was forced to follow the minion wave, gradually advancing to the vicinity of EDG's first turret. Observing Mouse attempting to secure a low-health melee minion with a basic attack, Gu Xing recognized that the moment had arrived. He prepared to freeze the hands. With a commanding shout, Zhu Xiaolong, who had been lurking in wait, taunted forward, expertly ensnaring Nar. Initially, Mouse perceived this as a mundane exchange of blows. However, the sudden appearance of Gu Xing from the thicket behind the defensive tower took him by surprise. Qiyana's basic attack struck Nar, causing Mouse's health to plummet. Long Ji's Shun dealt substantial damage as well. The output from Q's spirit blades swiftly diminished Nar's health. Still in his mini-Nar form, Mouse was exceedingly fragile and, upon breaking free from the taunt, hastily employed E-Hop, in conjunction with Flash to escape. Long Gu stepped forward, absorbing the damage from the defensive tower, while Gu Xing relentlessly pursued. Utilizing the short cooldown of Q Dance of Arrows, Gu Xing closed the distance and delivered the final arrow, slaying Nar. At that moment, the wolf spirit mark conveniently refreshed, allowing the factory manager in the lower quadrant to consume the sharp-beaked bird. Observing this live broadcast, Xiao Peking couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming that Virtue's decision-making was remarkably astute, as he had lured Clear Love to the lower lane while he himself ambushed in the upper lane. He elaborated, stating that as a result, EDG was on the brink of collapse. Xiao Peking's words were striking, followed by a succinct explanation. EDG's upper quadrant had 3 sets of jungle camps that Virtue could entirely consume. Even if Rek'Sai opted to exchange resources in VG's lower quadrant, he would only secure the blue buff and the magic toad, resulting in a net loss of 2 camps for Clear Love. In juxtaposition, Clear Love had incurred a significant deficit. For Rek'Sai, who places immense emphasis on early game tempo, failing to counter jungle and falling behind in farming progress left him at a considerable disadvantage in the jungle matchup. Mingkai dared not recklessly tower dive to eliminate VG's duo. Gu Xing's healing abilities were still active, and Xiao Duan's Alistar could exert tremendous pressure. A tower dive could easily result in a counterkill. He could only meander in the jungle, feeling frustrated. Gu Xing consumed the camps in EDG's upper quadrant before returning to clear his own jungle. Despite not having obtained the first 2 wolf spirit marks, Gu Xing remains unperturbed. In the current version, the wolf spirit marks respawn rapidly, every 75 seconds. Gu Xing is not in a hurry. As long as he develops sufficiently, EDG will ultimately have to cede their jungle territory. As a side note, this chapter is rather lengthy, but I promise to complete the finals tomorrow. Virtue returned to base, promptly acquiring a pair of attack speed boots and a true sight ward. While the coach was unable to afford the remnants of the sluggishness item and instead settled for a pair of grass shoes and a red crystal, Miller closely observed the disparity in equipment between the 2 junglers. The current combat power of both sides was significantly imbalanced, and it all hinged on how Clear Love would regain his rhythm. At this moment, Mingkai's mind felt muddled. For EDG, this match was a matter of life and death. If he remained inactive, it would be tantamount to handing victory to VG. Yet, where could he find an opportunity to engage? He glanced towards the top lane, reluctant to venture there and risk humiliation. Assisting Nar seemed futile, as EDG's composition heavily relied on their double carry. After a moment of contemplation, Mingkai finally devised a reasonably effective solution. Scout, prepare yourself. On the opposite side of the player's bench, Gu Xing was still strategizing on how to leverage his equipment advantage to secure the marks. He possessed only 1 layer of passive ability. During the next hunt, the wolf spirit would once again target the river crabs and EDG's feathered beak. While it appeared there were 3 possible camps, extraneous factors could be disregarded. As all 3 camps had been cleared and had not reset, the sequence of events mattered. Although VG had not placed vision wards at EDG's feathered beak camp, Gu Xing knew that the wild monsters bearing the wolf spirit mark would maintain a 15-second mechanism after being consumed by the enemy, allowing him to deduce that the coach had devoured the large feathered beak precisely at the 4-minute mark. The subsequent 3 smaller birds' consumption time remained uncertain, but it could be estimated that the F4 in the lower jungle would respawn around 5 minutes and 40 seconds. The earliest river crab was consumed at 2 minutes and 44 seconds, a detail Gu Xing was equally aware of. In the current version, the reset time for the swift crabs is 3 minutes. Consequently, the river crab would reappear in the canyon at 5 minutes and 44 seconds. The respawn time for EDG's feathered beak is similar to that of the lower river crab, while the upper river crab was previously consumed by mouse, occurring later. Moreover, the cooldown for the wolf spirit is 75 seconds. After the coach consumes this set of F4, the wolf spirit should emerge to hunt around 5 minutes and 15 seconds. However, as the 3 eligible camps had not reset, the wolf spirit must wait for the first group of suitable wild monsters to respawn before designating them as prey. This means its targets will solely be the lower river crab, or EDG's feathered beak. Both of these wild monsters are located in the lower quadrant and are in close proximity to one another. Gu Xing resolutely decided to first seek out the enemy's F4 to assess the wild monster respawn situation. Virtue adeptly navigated the jungle, making his way towards the lower half of the map in search of the next set of marks. As the words of the commentator faded, the broadcast shifted its focus to the mid lane. Scout Syndra was rapidly pushing the wave. However, an issue soon arose. He had not returned to base for 5 minutes, and had not received any blue buff assistance from his jungler, leaving his mana reserves somewhat depleted. In contrast, Howie's Lissandra, whose passive ability, Frost Blood, was often regarded as lackluster, now demonstrated its utility by conserving mana every 18 seconds. Her next ability would cost no mana at all, allowing her to utilize it nearly twice per wave, showcasing remarkable sustainability. To adhere to his future plans, Scout was reluctant to exhaust his dwindling mana completely. The control of the mid lane was gradually shifting to Howie, prompting the jungler to assist in the mid lane. The arrival of Rek'Sai finally alleviated some of Scout's pressure. Meanwhile, Gu Xing seized the opportunity to advance across the river and head straight for EDG's lower jungle. He tactically avoided crossing through the river brush, where enemy wards were likely placed, instead opting to enter EDG's jungle from the dragon pit, using his Q ability. Dance of Arrows. This strategy had proven effective time and time again, leaving EDG with limited options. Early in the game, Rek'Sai did not opt for the green jungle item, and Thresh, the support, had yet to craft a sightstone, resulting in a severe scarcity of vision control for the team, making it impossible to secure the dragon pit area. Virtue's movement was exceptionally cunning. He noticed Gu Xing's trajectory as he once again evaded the wards placed by EDG, making a beeline for the F4 camp. With the jungler revealing himself in the mid lane and EDG's duo still occupied in the bot lane, no one was available to impede his progress. Gu Xing even took a considerable detour, passing through EDG's red zone and stealthily positioning himself in the brush next to the Herald's camp, close to the enemy's high ground. Thus, unless EDG placed wards in that brush, they would be unable to detect the presence of Qiyana. Time had reached 5 minutes and 38 seconds, and a crucial wave of cannon minions had arrived in the mid lane. Clearing this wave would allow both mid laners to reach level 6. Noticing that F4 had yet to respawn, and that the mid lane minions were nearing the VG defensive tower, Gu Xing realized that if he allowed EDG to gain control of the wave, Scout could move first and extend his influence into the river. After a brief moment of contemplation, he chose not to assist in the mid lane, and instead remained motionless in his position. Scout was the first to reach level 6, instantly altering the dynamics of the mid lane. A skirmish had erupted in VG's lower jungle at the 3-minute mark, with Scout normally pushing the wave and roaming, while Howie rushed to support after missing 4 minions. The two mid laners experienced a notable experience gap. Although the jungler had come to share the wave, it was Scout who first achieved level 6. Mingkai, invigorated, positioned himself in the jungle to guard F4. Unlike Gu Xing, who was uncertain whether EDG's Herald or Crab would respawn first, the jungler had meticulously tracked the time and knew that F4 would emerge in the canyon first. His strategy was to come to the mid lane to relieve pressure, allowing the junior player to reach level 6 first, while relying on the formidable Syndra to shield himself as he collected the Rift Scuttler. If he could destroy one of Qiyana's marks, it would signify that Gu Xing had achieved nothing in the first 3 Wolf Spirit engagements. However, as the coach confidently prepared to return to the jungle, he noticed through the ward he had placed at the Rift Scuttler's camp that the F4 had respawned. In the next moment, Qiyana's figure appeared within the vision of the ward. The Eternal Hunters shot arrows at the jungle monsters, continuously pulling the F4 away from the mid lane. Mingkai first marveled at Gu Xing's ability to maneuver through vision. He understood Gu Xing's thought process, since EDG's Rift Scuttler and Cannon Minion had nearly respawned simultaneously. Qiyana seized the opportunity while assisting the junior player in securing the mid lane to stealthily approach the F4 camp for the mark. Gu Xing capitalized on those few fleeting seconds, stealthily stealing the jungle monster. The coach couldn't help but admire his audacity and meticulousness. However, this admiration was soon overshadowed by anger. So, he was coming to steal the big bird, was he? Catch him. Do not let Qiyana escape. He urged the junior player to surround and intercept, intending to keep Gu Xing in their jungle. Miller, observing from a godlike perspective, could clearly see the movements within the canyon. Gu Xing's theft of the bird seemed to set off a chain reaction. Tianyi, who was in the bot lane, also turned and headed towards the jungle, hoping to assist his teammates in hunting down Qiyana. Virtue's smite descended, successfully stealing the big bird and obtaining the mark before retreating. With urgency in his voice, Wawa exclaimed that Little Gu's movement speed was exceptional, leaving all of EDG behind. With attack speed boots, Qiyana's agility was remarkable. As she departed, she placed a ward near EDG's red zone. The drone's eagle spirit shot from a distance, illuminating Gu Xing's figure. At this moment, he galloped away. nearing the side gate of EDG's lower quadrant, activating the wolf spirit frenzy, and effortlessly leaping up with Q, dance of arrows. That's someone else's territory. Amidst the uproar from the stands, Miller shouted loudly, "Is virtue in a divine state?" Wawa was bewildered, running to EDG's base. Gu Xing remained remarkably composed. He urged his teammates via voice chat to focus on their respective lanes and not to come for assistance, assuring them he could escape on his own. Maneuvering Qiyana from below, he approached the upper quadrant side gate while staying out of range of EDG's mid-lane turret. Was Virtue planning to circle around the canyon and then use dance of arrows to pass through the upper side gate, escaping through EDG's upper quadrant? Miller speculated, but the EDG players had already moved to intercept. The coach, seeing the enemy retreating towards EDG's high ground without intentions of giving up the turret, also surmised that Gu Xing intended to utilize Qiyana's displacement skill to escape through the upper side gate. Originally heading towards the lower high ground, he immediately changed direction, pursuing through the mid lane. To be on the safe side, Ming Kai continued to lead the junior player together. After all, Gu Xing was ahead in equipment. If they encountered a skirmish, with 2 layers of passive marks and attack speed boots, the coach felt he wouldn't gain any advantage. As for Miko, he had no desire to embark on a lengthy journey to the upper half of the map, realizing that his teammates did not particularly require his presence. Thus, he chose to return to the lower lane to accompany Deft in their continuing skirmish. Meanwhile, EDG's jungle and top lane pursued their quarry in the upper half, with even the top laner Mouse abandoning his minion wave to join in the effort to encircle Gu Xing. The trio was determined to eliminate Gu Xing. Had it been any other jungler, EDG would not have expended such significant resources. However, in the eyes of the captain and his teammates, Gu Xing's Qiyana was worth the investment. Setting aside Virtue's terrifying performance with Qiyana after gaining an advantage, he was undoubtedly the core of VG's strategy in this match. Eliminating him to disrupt their rhythm was, for EDG, a surefire investment. Yet the condition remained. They had to catch Gu Xing first. The captain activated his stealth to detect any movement in the upper jungle. His junior, observing closely, assisted with his keen eyesight. Mouse hurried down from the top lane. The 3 players completely sealed off any escape routes in the upper jungle. Yet, Gu Xing's presence remained elusive. What was happening? In a moment of urgency, the junior resorted to his native tongue before awkwardly switching back to Chinese. "Where's Qiyana? I can't find her." Ming Kai was equally perplexed. Within the coverage of the stealth, not even the slightest ripple stirred in the upper jungle. "Gu Xing, you are not in the upper jungle at all. Where have you gone?" Suddenly, the EDG team was overwhelmed by a cacophony that even their noise-canceling headsets could not fully muffle. According to the tournament regulations, there exists a 5-second delay in the broadcast during the first 15 minutes of the match to prevent screen peaking and assist in switching camera angles. What the audience witnessed was, in fact, a reflection of events that transpired 5 seconds prior at the players' seats. As Ming Kai heard the deafening cheers that could hardly be contained, an unavoidable thought crossed his mind. What had transpired 5 seconds ago? The moment of confusion quickly passed, and he would inevitably learn the truth only after the match concluded. The captain immediately refocused his attention on the battlefield, continuing the search for Gu Xing. Meanwhile, from the goddess perspective, the higher brothers led a wave of astonishment. Little Gu's escape was truly remarkable. The caster, Doll, exclaimed in his signature style. He had not moved an inch, standing at the narrow gate between EDG's mid and top lanes, pressing the recall button. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Qiyana initiated her recall. The ferocious wolf spirit enveloped her, entwining with the sheep spirit in a tender embrace. The broadcast switched to EDG's perspective. Their high ground appeared utterly devoid of any war's fog. Everything lay bare before EDG's gaze. Yet, Qiyana's silhouette inexplicably vanished. When the perspective reverted to the goddess view, the audience finally glimpsed the eternal hunters at the narrow gate. My heavens, this is a blind spot. Miller displayed an expression of astonishment rarely seen. Realizing that EDG had misdirected their search, they had been scouring the upper jungle, entirely unaware that little Gu would choose to recall here. The uproar in the venue suddenly surged, filling the air with a chorus of exclamations. In the region where Shun Guanshan and others find themselves, friends and relatives of the VG training department members are present, easily identifiable as ardent VG fans. They are currently exhilarated, incessantly waving their glow sticks. This shouldn't be the case. Gu Pan furrows her brow in confusion. The area is well lit. Yet why can't EG see? The game has progressed too little, and she feels she can only describe herself as lacking in skills aside from her hand speed. Naturally, she cannot comprehend why Gu Xing remains undetected while hiding in the opponent's base. To Gu Pan, this is utterly perplexing. Nonetheless, it does not hinder her from cheering for Gu Xing alongside Xiang Guo. In the EDG backstage lounge, the head coach, in a moment of urgency, exclaims in Korean, "Go check the base." Abu, with his familiar high-pitched voice, chimes in, "What are you doing, Ming Kai? Take a look." It is not just the two of them. Boss Zhu is also anxious, wishing he could step in and play for the team. However, the 5 players on stage are destined not to hear their calls. Before EDG can react, Little Gu finishes his recall and escapes back to the fountain. The barrage of comments in the livestream chat surges instantly, even causing the stream to lag. Is this Virtue's escape route? Oh my goodness, Little Gu is the true LPL runner. Doesn't his escape strategy surpass the director's? Does Virtue even need to learn how to flee? I think he could teach the director a thing or two. EDG's mid and jungle are like clowns, still spinning around in the jungle. Why can't EDG see Qianju at the base? Is it a bug? Unfair, rematch. Watching the LPL English stream, Peanut glances at his own chat room and notices the Korean viewers are quite curious about Gu Xing's escape method, with question marks and expressions of admiration flooding the chat. Peanut raises an eyebrow, stuffing the last squid peanut ball from the packaging into his mouth, and mumbles an explanation to the audience. You see, the narrow gates at the upper and lower halves of the base are all false vision. You might feel you can see the nearby areas, but relying solely on the defensive towers makes it entirely impossible. The area between the 2 base towers is a blind spot. He speaks rapidly, explaining that they can only see the full view near the narrow gate when the minions pass by the base, utilizing the widened vision provided by the minion wave. Unfortunately, Virtue calculated his timing precisely, waiting until a wave of minions leaves the base before recalling. As a result, before the next wave arrives, EDG has no idea what transpired regarding Virtue's position. As one of the top junglers in the world, Peanut possesses a remarkable grasp of such details. He elucidates the reasons clearly to the audience, subsequently expressing admiration. It is truly impressive how Virtue could think of such an escape method in a moment of urgency. Seeing that no battle has erupted in the canyon, Peanut checks the chat again. Does no one on EDG know about this false vision detail? He reads the questions word for word, and then provides an answer, affirming that they certainly do, if you let them view the replay from a god's perspective. The EDG players would also understand where the issue lies. The mindset on the battlefield is utterly distinct from that of everyday life. Those who understand, understand. Little Peanut spoke eloquently, oblivious to the presence of minion waves traversing the high ground. He instinctively believed that Virtue had ventured into the jungle through the narrow gate, thus falling into a misconception and missing the correct answer. One can only say that Virtue played exceptionally well, and EDG's response, in my view, was entirely justifiable. After discarding a snack wrapper into the trash, he turned around only to discover a shift in circumstances, murmuring to himself that, ultimately, a price must be paid. The EDG players remained vigilant. The factory manager scoured the upper jungle, but found no trace of Gu Xing, uncertain of how Qianju had managed to escape. Ming Kai suddenly heard the cries for help from the duo in the bot lane. Where are the teammates? Someone help. Tian Yi felt quite frustrated. He was just escorting Deft back to the tower when Lord S. Ice Maiden had cleared the mid-lane minion wave and seized the opportunity to roam downwards. Lyssandra's ice claw extended towards the tower, while a thick white shield appeared above her health bar, courtesy of Shun's, our secret art. Merciful soulfall. As Mouse participated in the encirclement of Gu Xing in the upper jungle, the top lane's Zhu Xiaolong devoured the minions. Reaching level 6 and finding a safe position to unleash his ultimate, VG's upper and mid lanes, along with the bot duo, launched an aggressive dive on the enemy's bot lane, with the entirety of EDG's upper lane and jungle concentrated in the upper half. They were about to pay a heavy price for their plan to locate Qianju. Miller had already sentenced the Ice Maiden and Thresh to their fates in his mind. In a 4 versus 2 scenario in the bot lane, how could Def survive without his flash? The Ice Maiden initiated with W, Frost Ring, and Deft used his freshly available cleanse to instantly dispel the control. Long Ji's taunt upon landing was interrupted by Miko's Doomsday Pendulum. The EDG duo executed everything within their capability, but alas, it proved futile. Lord's Q Frost Shard slowed Jin Hikuei, followed by a swift WQ combo from the bull head that sent him flying, while Zhu Qingbin unleashed his W Deadly Flourish from a distance. The chain of crowd control left the EDG duo in despair. Helpless, they ultimately perished beneath the tower. Dawa's voice rang out, VG, by a twist of fate, saw Little Gu's unique escape route divert the attention of EDG's upper and jungle lanes, creating an opportunity for his teammates to launch an off-position attack. In the span of just 1 minute, Gu Xing collected the mark and successfully evaded capture. The balance of the situation, which had already tilted in favor of VG, was entirely disrupted. As Gu Xing returned to the fountain, he took a deep breath of relief, witnessing his teammates tear open the breach in EDG's bot lane. He smiled broadly, applauding himself and his teammates for their performance. How long had the opponents been delayed in the upper half? Gu Xing struggled to suppress the upward curve of his lips, exclaiming, "You dispatched an entire battalion to catch me, and yet I managed to slip away?" Zhu Xiaolong, returning to base, was filled with glee, slapping his thigh in excitement, his cheeks flushed with exhilaration. "I truly did not expect Little Gu to escape like that. You are indeed a genius." Even Lord, a master of expression control, was left speechless. What enmity did EDG hold against Little Gu that compelled them to go to such lengths to seek trouble? As Zhu Xingbin witnessed his team gain a significant advantage, he began to exuberantly express his thoughts over the voice channel. "Oh dear, why do they insist on targeting you, Duck? Isn't that just giving it away?" Imp's face lit up with joy. "We can easily deplete half of the next tower's health. The next tower has no defensive measures. If they were to push with all 4 of them, they could demolish it right now." However, in Zhu Xingbin's perspective, while the tower was indeed pushable, it was unnecessary. Entering the transition phase too early would not bode well for Gu Xing. Maintaining the lanes across all 3 routes was essential for Qianzhu to effectively invade and secure passive marks. Moreover, the bounty of 400 gold from the first blood tower, if shared among the other 4 members of VG, would indeed be a wasteful endeavor. After the downfall in S3, Zhu Xingbin rectified his overly aggressive style that emphasized lane pressure, which had caused the team to play around him. He was once hailed as the ultimate ADC in his prime, mastering a playstyle that could adapt to various situations. He recognized his role in this match, to serve as a support for Gu Xing. Every arrangement was aimed at allowing his jungler to operate more comfortably. He would gladly let Gu Xing claim the economic benefits of the first blood tower. "Stay steady, Gu Xing. Once you release your pent-up emotions, you'll regain your composure completely. If we maintain this momentum, victory will be ours." He pondered his next move in his mind. The wolf spirit mark was about to refresh. This time, the targets would solely be the upper and lower river crabs. Gu Xing was uncertain which one to pursue. He decided to go for a gank instead. As the EDG bottom lane presented an opportunity he could not ignore. "Did you see the ward in their red zone, Lord?" Gu Xing signaled 2 messages at the ward he had placed while stealing marks in the enemy jungle earlier, instructing Zeyuan to push the mid lane wave and then teleport directly to that ward's location. "We'll continue with a 4-man ambush on the bottom lane." Zeyuan acknowledged with a nod, indicating his understanding. The junior failed to catch Gu Xing and opted to clear the unprocessed minions in mid lane before returning to base to replenish his items. Since Lord had focused solely on securing kills in the bottom lane earlier, he did not acquire any other resources, thus not wasting much time. He returned to mid lane with his items before Scout. With a level and equipment advantage, the Ice Maiden cleared the non-cannon minion wave with remarkable efficiency, dispatching them with ease. Zeyuan moved upwards, hiding near the VG bird camp, and used his teleport. Miller's voice was invigorated. "The landing point is in EDG's red zone." Gu Xing traversed the lower river, catching sight of the lower river crab already ensnared by the wolf spirit. He held off on consuming the mark and instead dashed to the bottom lane. Alongside his 3 teammates, they surrounded the EDG duo from both sides. The factory manager was also situated in the lower half of the map, but he was driven away by VG and could not assist the bottom lane. Ming Kai found himself at a loss. Lord's aggressive dive to eliminate the bottom lane was strikingly bold, clearly dismissing any threat. The factory manager dared not intervene. Zeyuan had not used his ultimate during the previous dive in the bottom lane. If he provoked Lord, he might find himself the target. Ming Kai had no idea if Gu Xing would follow up. Should he find himself as a Rek'Sai without flash, it would spell doom for him. He was left with no choice but to allow VG's mid-jungle synergy to descend upon the bottom lane, leading to the demise of his own teammate. Jin Hekai and Tian Yi appeared ashen-faced. The teleport available to top laner Mouse had yet to cool down, while the novice in the mid lane was still preoccupied with minion waves. To prevent being executed by VG's control chain, he had taken the Purify spell, relying solely on his own feet for assistance. By the time Scout arrived, the bodies of VG's duo would likely be cold. Meanwhile, the VG players, witnessing their planned success in the bot lane, had already begun to divide the spoils. Hand over the kills to me. I've been a bit slow in the early game. Gu Xing made a reasonable request. His stats displayed a record of 1 kill, 1 death, and 2 assists. Yet his farm was modest, placing his economy at a mere average. This was largely due to Gu Xing's prior venture into the enemy jungle, where he had endured a protracted escape while securing the mark of the jungle's raptor. Although he had not fallen, the drawn-out ordeal had significantly impacted his farming efficiency. Without needing Gu Xing's prompting, Zhu Songbin also wished to allocate some of the economic benefits to him. 3 teammates had reduced EDG's duo to precarious health levels. Gu Xing seized 2 kills with AQA. Splendid. The VG lounge erupted in jubilation. Hongmi clenched his fist and waved it triumphantly in the air. Boss Dingjun rose, his gaze fixed intently on the television screen, inquiring of his staff, "Are we on the verge of victory?" Manager Lu Wenjun nodded vigorously, his face alight with joy, proclaiming that EDG was on the brink of collapse. VG's offensive in the bot lane had triumphed once more. Miller, observing the data panel, felt a pang of sympathy as Deft and Miko's development had faltered. The match had not yet reached the 7-minute mark, and together they had succumbed 5 times. Wawa raised his voice, noting how this time, not only had Gu earned 2 kills, but his teammates were also prepared to bestow the first blood tower upon him. They had reduced the health of EDG's next tower to a mere fraction, allowing the duo to retreat for supplies. While Houyi set off to the mid lane to farm and develop, leaving Gu Xing solitary in the bot lane. He was poised to claim the first blood tower for himself. Gu Xing did not even engage the EDG minions beneath the tower, merely observing as the defensive structure consumed his own minion wave. Once his minions had been largely devoured, he finally struck, demolishing the first blood tower. With 550 gold gained, coupled with the 2 kills acquired, Virtue's foray into the bot lane yielded a remarkable 1,000 gold profit. Miller was astounded by the pace of this economic growth. Earlier, during an ambush in the top lane, Virtue had cleverly placed the mark of the sheep's spirit on Deft, unexpectedly managing to gain passive stacks from him. Gu Xing eliminated Jin Hekai, accumulating 3 stacks of his passive. Typically, with 3 stacks, Kiana's wolf spirit's hunting radius encompasses 4 groups of non-buff jungle monsters in EDG's territory. However, prior to Gu Xing's incursion into the bot lane, the river crab had already been marked by the wolf spirit. The mark would remain until the monsters were cleared. Gu Xing successfully claimed the swift crab, raising the Kiana's mark, stacks to 4. With ample jungle monsters still available for farming at home, this venture had proven immensely profitable. As the game approached the 8-minute mark, Gu Xing finally cleared the jungle camps, returning to base to replenish his gear. Miller was quite concerned about his developmental progress, particularly attentive to Qianju's equipment. Having synthesized the Bloodrazor jungle knife along with an attack speed dagger, Miller let out a soft hiss as Qianju soared to new heights with 4 stacks of marks at the 8-minute mark. Each stack of marks bestowed an additional physical damage equal to 125 of the enemy's current health per basic attack. 4 stacks translated to an additional 5 points of damage output. Coupled with Qianju's array of attack speed gear, her combat prowess was increasingly formidable. The VG supporters in the stands clearly recognized the extent of Gu Xing's exaggerated development, enthusiastically waving flags and cheering with thunderous fervor. The factory manager, now without even a melting residue jungle knife, faced an increasingly dire situation as the lane swap commenced. At this moment, the advantages of the VG lineup became apparent. All 3 lanes boasted stable control, allowing Gu Xing the freedom to roam as he pleased, executing ambushes with unrestrained ease. However, his primary focus remained on the duo lane. After all, the top lane still had a turret standing, and Gu Xing could further amplify his lead. He brazenly placed the spirit mark on Thresh, issuing a death threat to the Soul Lock Warden. The factory manager dared not enter the upper half of the map, relinquishing the jungle entirely to Little Gu. Ming Kai sought to rectify the disadvantage swiftly, yet he wasn't a headless chicken. Venturing into the upper half of the map now would be tantamount to suicide. Not to mention the potential for the VG duo to intervene. Even in a jungle 1v1 scenario, Rek'Sai would find no advantage against Qianju with her current equipment. As long as he couldn't eliminate Qianju in a single skill combo, Ming Kai would merely face endless kiting. With the excavator left without any means to engage at close range. To play it safe, the factory manager chose to huddle in the lower half of the jungle. However, he soon confronted a stark reality. Should he clear the camps in EDG's lower jungle? If he consumed them, Gu Xing could guarantee the renewal of the wolf spirit mark in the upper half of the map, provided he refrained from taking the jungle monsters in EDG's upper side. But if he neglected the jungle, how would Ming Kai recover his economy and levels? After careful consideration, the factory manager resolved to clear the jungle camps for development before seeking opportunities. Utilizing his well-timed flash, he indeed reaped rewards, successfully ganking the lower lane and taking down Zhu Xiaolong. Yet, VG retaliated with even greater ferocity. Virtue traversed the jungle and positioned himself between EDG's first and second towers, encircling Deft and Miko from behind. Zhu Chongbin's Jin activated his ultimate, Curtain Call, from a distance, encompassing the EDG duo within the range of his vintage sniper rifle. The super bullets whistled through the air, striking the enemies. And the ensuing wave of heat seemed to resonate through the crowd, igniting a chorus of gasps. Ash launched her magical crystal arrow, aiming to stun Jin at the origin point of Curtain Call to interrupt his ultimate. However, Alistar stepped forward, using his sturdy body to shield against the giant arrow shot by Ash. The resilient Minotaur let out a roar, activating his ultimate, Unbreakable Will. The moment he shook off the stun, he flashed forward, using WQ to charge at the turret. Despite Alistar's level 1 ultimate lacking in durability, the current situation was indeed sufficient. The EDG duo had no damage to retaliate. Miko exerted every effort to safeguard his marksman, yet as a mere support thresh, he lacked the means to effectively counter the adversary. He unleashed his ultimate ability, the Dark Passage, in an attempt to delay VG's advance under the turret, hoping to exchange a substantial slow effect for the life of an enemy. However, Gu Xing's 4 arrows, coupled with the fearsome output, swiftly dispatched Ash. With the sole damage dealer fallen, the remaining Alistar from Xiao Duan utilized his ultimate to mitigate damage, managing to survive even after leaving the turret's range. Left isolated, Thresh became nothing more than nourishment for Qiyana, providing her with gold and a stack of passive. Meanwhile, a new wolf spirit marked EDG's Swamp Frog. By the 12th minute, Gu Xing boasted 6 stacks of his mark. In the realm of professional play, such development for Qiyana could only be described as terrifying. VG advanced relentlessly, demolishing EDG's outer turret before shifting their focus to the mid lane, preparing to assemble their forces to take down the mid-tier turret. Even the commentators could sense the intensifying atmosphere within the Guangzhou International Performing Arts Center. Influenced by the mounting tension, their voices resonated powerfully throughout the venue. As Xiao Duan's Alistar stepped forward, and the duo of Jin and Qiyana confidently chipped away at the turret's health, the factory director's Rek'Sai, lacking flash, dared not engage. While Ming Kai attempted to enter, not wishing to relinquish the most crucial defensive gate on the map. Unfortunately, he unwittingly fell victim to 2 of Gu Xing's arrows, causing his health to plummet drastically. Reluctantly, he was compelled to retreat. EDG's remaining initiation point, Nar, was still in the bot lane, split pushing with Zhu Xiaolong. Although they held a slight advantage, the snowball effect had yet to materialize, providing little assistance to the team. Just as Mouse finally transformed into Mega Nar, VG collectively retreated to the rear. The director did not overlook this detail. As VG's forces withdrew from the front line, the camera shifted to capture Nar in the bot lane. The meticulous command details caught Miller's attention, prompting him to commend VG's leadership. After gaining an advantage, they did not recklessly push forward but instead steadily expanded their lead. Gu Xing maneuvered his mouse, continuously monitoring Nar's rage status, then pressed the space bar to revert to his position on the front line. With over half of his rage remaining, he articulated clear and precise commands, instructing his team to advance 2 steps forward, ensuring Nar would be unable to teleport from his current position. Gu Xing perceived this distinctly. Long Gu was now merely inches away from Mouse, their forms nearly touching. Should a confrontation arise in the mid lane, Nar's immediate teleportation would only be interrupted by Shen's taunt. Thus, he resolved to lead his teammates forward.